The 2 classes in the morning passed quickly. Just after class, Ling Yun received a text message from Tang Meng. After he read it, he stood up from his seat. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun vigilantly. She thought for a while and asked, "Aren't you going to skip class again?" Ling Yun now guessed that Chao Shanshan helped him at the head teacher's place. He gave Chao Shanshan a gentle smile and said, "No, I will go out and have a few words with Tang Meng, and I will definitely come back before class." "It's a matter of words," Chao Shanshan said softly to Ling Yun's back. Ling Yun raised his right hand in a K posture, and left the classroom calmly. This kid Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan and his gang of playboys were at the Cash Cabinet nightclub last night until 3 o'clock in the morning. He got so drunk that he didn't get up until 3 poles in the sun, and then drove to the school gate. He didn't go in, but invited Ling Yun out, mainly to discuss the gambling problem with him. When Ling Yun walked out of the school gate, he saw the Hummer parked at the school gate. He opened the door and got in. "Did you drink too much last night? What's the matter?" After getting into the car, Ling Yun said with a smile when he saw that Tang Meng's eyes were dull and he didn't seem to wake up. "Don't mention it, boss. Didn't we invite a group of brothers who had a good time to play at the Cash Cabinet last night to welcome Brother Chuan back? It didn't end until 3 in the morning. I don't know how I got home." Tang Meng stroked his forehead. He didn't even dare to light a cigarette because of the headache. After a while, Tang Meng started talking about business. "Boss, I want to tell you about that bet." Ling Yun frowned slightly. "I said that you, the little god of gamblers, have a false reputation. Haven't you started doing it yet?" Tang Meng glanced at Ling Yun with a wry face, his face full of embarrassment. "Boss, it's not that I have a false reputation, but I dare not start this game now." Ling Yun wondered. "I said, do you think you still don't believe that I will definitely be admitted to Yanqing University?" Tang Meng shook his head like a rattle. "Boss, it's not that I don't believe you can pass the test, but I believe too much. But the problem is, you have created so many miracles in the past few days. If I take this as a bet, there will be a lot of people who really dare to bet you can be admitted." Ling Yun was stunned. He immediately understood what Tang Meng meant. "You've been so coquettish these days. Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Zheng Ling, such excellent girls all began to rush over desperately. Not to mention those ordinary girls. No one is a fool." If Tang Meng was betting on whether Ling Yun would be admitted to Yanqing University at this time, I guess he will die. This has nothing to do with whether Tang Meng and Ling Yun are playing together. Some fans would rather bet that Ling Yun could be admitted to Yanqing University while holding on to losing money, then the gamble would definitely be lost. Ling Yun lowered his head and pondered for a while. His mind changed, and he decided to first refer to Tang Meng's professional advice. "Then what do you think should be done?" Tang Meng said to Ling Yun what he had thought about yesterday. "Boss, today is April Fool's Day, a festival where everyone can joke around. I want to take advantage of today to let this wind out first, listen to the reactions of all parties, and then let's talk about it. Make plans." Ling Yun shook his head decisively and said, "No need. It doesn't make much sense to let it go. We should think of a solution based on our goals and stakes." Tang Meng scratched his head. "Target and bet." Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, "Yes, first of all we have to think carefully about who will make money in this gamble, and who would least expect me to be admitted to Yanqing University, or least believe that I can be admitted to Yanqing University." Tang Meng slapped his thigh with a smack, his eyes flashing brightly. Excitedly, "Boss, do you mean Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa?" Ling Yunxin said that Tang Meng's brain is fast. He smiled and said, "Yes, our original intention of setting up this game is to cheat their money. Of course, we have to start with them. You can even directly ask them whether to gamble or not. Then, it doesn't matter if you just want to make the whole school known in order to create momentum. Remember one thing, set a threshold on the bet, so that those who want to bet can't afford to bet. For example, no matter what you buy from me, each bet is at least 100,000 yuan. You said that if this is the case, who can bet except Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa? Tang Meng couldn't help but stun secretly after hearing this, thinking that my IQ is not even a little bit worse than the boss's. In this way, it's obviously just digging a hole to make those two bastards jump in. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he smiled slightly and said, "How is it? In this case, you should know how to do it, right?" Tang Meng gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "Boss, you are too talented, why didn't I think of it?" After speaking, he thought about it a little more, and asked worriedly, "However, boss, what if they don't bet?" Ling Yan smiled, shook his head and said, "Then you don't need to ask, I'm excited. If they don't gamble, we will find a way to make them gamble." "It's not easy." Tang Meng asked again, "What if they also bet that you can get into Yanjing University?" Ling Yan glared, "If those two idiots really have such IQs, I will give a blank in the exam." Tang Meng was speechless. The inside and outside of the old masters are counted, and they are waiting for Xie Zhenyan and Go Jun to enter the game. The two laughed wickedly in the car, and then Ling Yan said again, "I'm going to open a clinic these days, you help me get around and try to get it straight for me as soon as possible." Why did Ling Yan seduce Yao Rou? Did you really like Yao Rou's beauty? Of course not. Although Yao Rou is indeed beautiful, she is also prone to irritability, but Ling Yan's plan is to open a clinic in the city. In this way, as long as a patient comes to his door, he will be able to make money. Since the clinic was opened, Ling Yan couldn't sit in the clinic like his mother, Qin Shuyue, every day. Naturally, a nurse was needed to watch. Yao Rou was the nurse selected by Ling Yan. Open a clinic? Tang Meng said in his heart that I was thinking about helping the boss figure out how to make money from medical skills. Well, the boss is really straightforward enough to open the hospital directly. Ling Yan smiled and said, "I'm a doctor, nurses and accountants are ready-made, as long as you complete all the procedures, and then rent a storefront, won't you get a lot of money?" Tang Meng was suspicious for a while, and he asked in confusion, "Boss, where did you get the nurses and accountants from?" Ling Yan didn't answer him, thinking that the nurse is staying in the hospital, and the accountant is hiding in my house right now. Seeing Ling Yan's confident look, Tang Meng couldn't help but ask again, "Boss, the formalities and appearance are easy to handle, but the problem is that you don't have the qualifications to practice medicine? I'm afraid this is difficult, right?" Ling Yan raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a shudder. "Forget it, stupid, you forgot what Ninger's grandfather does? I can't do anything else, no one with medical qualifications is easier to do than me." Tang Meng said in his heart that this was a waste. With Shui mining there, the boss was still worried about his medical qualifications. Ling Yan finally said, "Then it's settled, yes, you have nothing to do with Tai Xiaohu, I won't teach you this, right? Also, you want to open a securities account with me at noon this afternoon. I'll give you another order, and you can go and buy me something." Ling Yan didn't forget about Zhuang Meifeng, and he explained it to Tang Meng by the way. He saw that the beautiful head teacher didn't take his tricks at all, and for the time being, he really didn't plan to skip class. No way, who asked the head teacher to treat him so well as soon as he came up? After Ling Yan finished speaking, he pushed open the door of the Hummer, and stepped out of the co-pilot. Before he could take a step, he heard Tang Meng mysteriously say to him, "Boss, before I came out, I watched the news for a while at home, guess what happened to our Shimizu city?" Ling Yan looked at Tang Meng's mysterious appearance, and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Did the pig bump into the tree?" Tang Meng smiled mysteriously and said, "Boss, do you remember the violent shaking last night? Just like the Longpan mountain we went to at noon yesterday, when it rained heavily yesterday, the mountain collapsed and a Tianqing more than a few hundred meters deep appeared." Ling Yan's heart moved immediately after hearing this, and he asked Tang Meng in a deep voice, "What did you say? Tianqing?" Ling Yunxin said that what he judged last night was really good, and it really wasn't the sound of buildings collapsing, but the collapse of a mountain. Dragon absorbing water, heavy rain, Tianqing, Ling Yun naturally linked these three things together. How big is the pit? Ling Yun asked immediately. There is no exact number yet, but according to the reports on the scene, it must be more than 300 meters in diameter, and it is bottomless. It's too shocking. Tang Meng couldn't help but stunned when he thought of what he saw on TV. Ling Yun thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, this kind of thing has nothing to do with us." It was almost time for him to come out. After saying hello to Tang Meng, he went back to school. Tianqing, it shouldn't be that simple. It seems that we need to take some time to investigate. Ling Yun almost stepped on the class bell and returned to the classroom, which surprised Chao Shanshan, who was already desperate. Chao Shanshan has now been recognized by Ling Yun. For a girl who is her first love, Ling Yun is her everything. In the next two classes, Chao Shanshan has really exhausted her study of Ling Yun. It's more professional than the tutor who paid a lot of money to bring back. However, Ling Yun is still in the stage of memorizing the texts. He intends to memorize all of them as long as his memory can solve them. Anyway, it will not take a week at most to memorize all the books, so he just came and swallowed them whole. After school at noon, Ling Yun received a text message from Yao Ro, "Handsome guy, are you free now? I'm off work in the afternoon, and now I want to go to find you." Before Ling Yun could reply, he heard the voice of the little demon girl, xuanhuan, coming from the door of the classroom. "Brother Ling Yun, let's go have lunch together." "Ah? How did you?" Before xuanhuan finished speaking, she saw Chao Shanshan sitting beside Ling Yun. At the same time, Miao Xiaomiao, who had been sitting quietly beside Zheng Ling, saw xuanhuan at the door. Her beautiful big eyes suddenly flickered. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. From entering Qingshui number 1 to the present, although Miao Xiaomiao has been trying her best to sense it, she still cannot sense the aura of heart-devouring goo, even if Ling Yun and her are close at hand. The breath of the heart-devouring goo left on Ling Yun's body has been wiped clean by the double effect of Ling Yun's reaching the third-level peak of body training, and the double effect of the immortal aura and the dragon's spiritual energy to temper the body twice. But Miao Xiaomiao couldn't find Ling Yun, but that didn't mean she didn't know xuanhuan. It is no exaggeration to say that the golden silkworm goo is the #1 spirit goo in the world. When it found Shui Jingqi, the divine doctor of Shui, it naturally saw xuanhuan. The golden silkworm goo was Miao Xiaomiao's life goo, and they had the same mind, so all of this information was naturally fed back. Miao Xiaomiao there. Miao Xiaomiao and xuanhuan have a common grandfather, that is Shui Jingqi, and they both have a quarter of Shui Jingqi's blood. Therefore, both of them not only inherited Shui Jingqi's height advantage, but also had a pair of beautiful legs that exceeded the limit of human proportions, and also had a pair of beautiful and intelligent eyes. It's just that the big eyes of the two are slightly different. Xuanhuan's big eyes have a very delicate outline, and they look a little heroic and full of wisdom, while Miao Xiaomiao's big eyes are usually big when they see things. But when you laugh, it will be bright, curved like a crescent moon on the horizon, very smart and charming. She is so happy to be able to stay with her grandpa every day. Miao Xiaomiao looked at xuanhuan, who appeared at the door of the classroom with complex eyes, and thought to herself. Xuanhuan stood at the door of the classroom, looking at Chao Shanshan, who was sitting with Ling Yun with a puzzled face. A trace of anger flashed in her beautiful big eyes. Then she subconsciously looked at Chao Shanshan's original seat. When her eyes met Miao Xiaomiao's in the air, she couldn't help being shocked by Miao Xiaomiao's beauty, thinking to herself why this girl was like this pretty. For some unknown reason, xuanhuan became flustered inexplicably. She looked away, turned to look at Ling Yun, and shouted at him again, "Brother Ling Yun." There was a hint of grievance in her beautiful voice. Ling Yun smiled and stood up. For the first time I told Chao Shanshan to let me go, and then strode to the door of the classroom. Ninger. Ling Yun gave xuanhuan a bright smile, then hugged her sweet shoulder lovingly, and walked out of the classroom. Chao Shanshan sat on the seat without moving. She bit her lower lip and looked at Ling Yun's back disappearing at the door, sighing in her heart. Ling Yun's very polite "let me go" made Chao Shanshan think that she had broken through many obstacles. The thought that the relationship with Ling Yun had crossed several big steps at once was instantly shattered. Chao Shanshan originally thought that Ling Yun would at least tell her something like "let's go to lunch together," or even Ling Yun would not say anything. If she squeezed out from behind her again, she would be in a much better mood than she is now. This is a very subtle psychology. Ling Yun was calm from beginning to end. He had no requirements or promises to Chao Shanshan, which made Chao Shanshan feel that the two were infinitely close in the morning, but now they seemed to be so far apart. Chao Shanshan rested her arms on the desk, raised her cheeks with one hand, and looked at the door of the classroom in a trance, endlessly thinking. Suddenly, a flushed smile flashed on her beautiful and fair goose-egg face. "Just take it slow. What's the hurry?" Zhang Ling said to Miao Xiaomiao politely, "Xiao Miao, shall I invite you to dinner at noon?" After Miao Xiaomiao sat next to Zhang Ling, she won Zhang Ling's favor in just one class. Her beauty was above Chao Shanshan, but she did not have the faint arrogance of Chao Shanshan in her speech and demeanor. Throughout the morning, Zhang Ling got along very well with her. Miao Xiaomiao smiled at Zhang Ling. "I didn't know anyone when I came here. There are still many things to ask you in the future." "Of course, I should ask you." Zhang Ling turned her head and looked at Chao Shanshan, who was fascinated by her cheeks at the back of the classroom, pouted her lips, then turned her head and said, "Xiao Miao. I eat with our monitor, Chao Shanshan, every day, so I'll invite you to you. As long as Zhang Ling and Chao Shanshan are together. All meals are eaten together, and the thunder can't be shaken. Therefore, if Miao Xiaomiao wants to invite her to dinner, she must also invite Chao Shanshan, which will make Zhang Ling feel embarrassed." Miao Xiaomiao saw the two of them walking out of the school together last night, and at this time she already knew that Chao Shanshan was the monitor of the 3rd and 6th class of high school. So she looked at Chao Shanshan following Zhang Ling's eyes, and then smiled. "Okay, I understand what you mean. Isn't it just a meal? The squad leader should be invited by me." Zhang Ling saw that Miao Xiaomiao was very able to put herself in the shoes of others, and she couldn't help but feel good about her. She giggled and said, let's go, and call her for dinner. She is happy today. I think she should invite us." Under the gazes of all the male students in the class who were reluctant to leave, Miao Xiaomiao followed Zhang Ling to the back of the classroom. "Hey! The family has long since left, so what are you looking at?" Zhang Ling patted Chao Shanshan on the shoulder, coldly. Chao Shanshan was thinking about the daring and exciting scene when she was studying for her early self-study. Her delicate body was being overcharged. She jumped up in fright after being shot by Zhang Ling. "What are you doing?" Chao Shanshan said with embarrassment and shock. "I said the big monitor, we have a new classmate here, don't you plan to welcome him?" Zhang Ling looked at Chao Shanshan narrowly, winked at her, and smiled. Chao Shanshan immediately came back to her senses. She smiled embarrassedly, and then extended her hand to Miao Xiaomiao enthusiastically. "Miao Xiaomiao, welcome, I'm Chao Shanshan, you are so beautiful." Chao Shanshan said sincerely. "The monitor is even more beautiful. I saw you at the school gate last night." Miao Xiaomiao's smile was as bright as the early autumn sunshine, revealing her snow-white teeth, and she spoke bluntly. Chao Shanshan nodded, and then said straightforwardly, "Let's go, neither of you two will rob me at noon today, I'll treat you. When three wonderful figures appeared on the campus, Miao Xiaomiao's beauty and sexy immediately shocked all the students who saw her. Wow, how can there be such a beautiful girl? My God, I've compared Chao Shanshan. This is incredible. It's sexy, the face is beautiful, the figure is super, and the clothes are delicious. The goddess in my dreams. I can't do it anymore, I can't take it anymore, I have to go back to the dormitory first. All the male classmates who saw them along the way were stunned and shocked by Miao Xiaomiao's beauty. Chao Shanshan knew that she was being compared by Miao Xiaomiao, but all her attention was now on Ling Yun, who was nowhere to be seen, and she didn't care at all except for the embarrassment on her face. After all, after being severely hit by Lin Menghan, Morong Feishue, and Shuang Meifeng, Chao Shanshan already has a certain immunity. Brother Ling Yun, why is Chao Shanshan sitting with you? Shui Mining hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly, pouted her small mouth with clear lip lines, and asked coquettishly with dissatisfaction. I've skipped classes a lot these days. The head teacher asked her to sit at the same table with me when she came back, so she could supervise me easily. Ling Yun felt the towering softness on the little demon girl's chest, and responded casually. Oh, so that's the case, then you will be at the same table in the future? Shui Mining tilted her head, letting her long black hair fall down, staring at Ling Yun's handsome eyes and asked. It should be. Ling Yun did not hesitate to speak the truth. Shui Mining stomped her feet fiercely and said, I'm so pissed off. That weird head teacher of yours is true, it's not good for someone to supervise you, she has to supervise you. Ling Yun Xian said, yes, it seems that the little demon girl also agrees to supervise me. You are not allowed to like her. Shui Mining suddenly said she didn't have the same thoughts as Zhuang Meifeng. Okay. Ling Yun nodded simply, and then asked suspiciously, Ninger, I seem to be just your shield, right? Do you even care about this? Shui Mining opened her mouth and rolled her eyes one after another. She suddenly remembered that even though she had made a fake, it seemed like Ling Yun, an emotional idiot, thought the two were acting. Brother Ling Yun, Brother Qing Chuan already told me last night that he won't pester me again. Shui Mining blinked her big eyes, and kept giving Ling Yun various hints. Ling Yun Xian said that it seems that my shield has been very successful, it is time to ask for the benefits. He nodded again and again, that's good, then my mission is complete, right? Ninger, how are you going to thank me? Thank you? Shui Mining just froze for a moment. She looked at Ling Yun in disbelief, thinking that you've been hugging and kissing people wildly in front of so many people for so long, how could it be like you've forgotten about it today? When Ling Yun saw that Shui Mining didn't mean to thank him, he was immediately anxious. Based on the current relationship between the two, he was really embarrassed to say so. Ninger, do you think this will work? As for me, I want to open a clinic recently. You can ask your grandfather to help me and get me a Chinese medicine qualification certificate. Is that okay? Ling Yun made a request that he thought was the simplest and most reasonable. Shui Meining stomped her feet fiercely. She bit her lip and kicked a small pebble on the road. As soon as possible. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a little anxious when he thought of a lot of money flying towards him. In addition to cultivating, his biggest goal is to buy a big villa for his mother and sister, and what he lacks the most is money. What annoys the little demon girl, Shui Mining, is that the donkey's lips are not the horse's mouth. Can you do it for a maximum of 3 days? The little demon girl gave Ling Yun a glance with her big black and white eyes, and said casually. That's great, that's the deal, you can go eat by yourself, I have a lot of things to do at noon today, let's go first. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Ling Yun wanted to leave. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun was really busy at noon today. The family member was still waiting for him to bring food back, and he had to go to the securities company with Tang Ming to open an account, so of course it was impossible to waste time on meals. When xuanhuan saw Ling Yun, she wanted to leave, so she immediately became anxious. She hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly and did not let go. Her big black and white eyes were full of pleading. "Brother Ling Yun, why are you busy with so many things every day? Wouldn't it be okay to accompany others to dinner? They have a lot of things to tell you." The little demon girl didn't know if Ling Yun was a real emotional idiot or if she was pretending to be confused, but she wanted to take the opportunity of eating to express her feelings to Ling Yun. She also gave the roses, and the parents of both parties met, kissed, and hugged. "If you don't confess as soon as possible, the little demon girl is afraid that the cucumber dishes will be cold." Ling Yun was madly sweating, thinking that this little girl is really clingy. He raised his hand and rubbed Ying Ting's nose and said, "Ninger, look at this. Can I do this? I really have a lot of things to do at noon, after school in the afternoon. How about I accompany you to dinner later?" Xuanhuan is so smart. Seeing Ling Yun say this, she already knew that Ling Yun had something to do at noon, so she nodded her head very obediently and said, "Then you have to talk and treat me well in the afternoon." Ling Yun felt like being granted amnesty, and nodded as never before, agreeing to xuanhuan's request. Seeing Ling Yun nodding, xuanhuan smiled happily. She stood on tiptoe, and quickly stamped Ling Yun's face with her fragrant and soft sexy mouth. She blushed and turned her head and ran away. Ling Yun raised his hand and gently stroked the lip print on his face, looking at xuanhuan's long hair that was flying away like a fly, and said lightly, "It seems that this little girl has made a fate come true." Ling Yun smiled wryly, shook his head, then found a restaurant at the school gate, ordered 4 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 rice dishes, and quickly returned to his residence. "It's dinner time." Ling Yun shouted loudly into the house as soon as he entered the courtyard gate. Zhuang Meifeng had a bright smile on her face when she heard Ling Yun's voice. He ran out with great joy and threw himself into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun was carrying the food in both hands. He could only open his arms and let Zhuang Meifeng's 2 round balls slammed against his chest. "Husband, I miss you so much." Zhuang Meifeng hugged Ling Yun's waist tightly with her pink arms, clinging to her tightly, her head resting on Ling Yun's shoulder. Said faintly, "Yes, this family is more sticky." Ling Yun sighed inwardly. Then he smiled and said, "Are you hungry? Eat first." Only then did Zhuang Meifeng let go of the hand that was holding Ling Yun. The graceful water snake twisted its waist lightly and took a step back. 2 beautiful phoenix eyes looked up and down Ling Yun carefully, and then smiled and said, "Husband, you are so handsome." Ling Yun could fully feel the deep affection that Zhuang Meifeng radiated from his body. He said stinkingly, "That's right, but you are so beautiful." When Zhuang Meifeng heard this, it was even sweeter than eating honey. She took the food from Ling Yun's hands at the same time. Then she said softly, "I have already dried the water for you, go ahead and drink some water, don't be thirsty." The arrogant phoenix fell to the ground, and almost instantly turned into a well-behaved canary. Ling Yun's treatment was beyond words. Of course Ling Yun didn't need to drink water. He looked at the excited Zhuang Meifeng, who was busy wearing flowers and butterflies, and said, "Have you made the list yet? I'll go buy you something." Of course, he had to buy some things. Ling Yun didn't want to deliver meals after school every noon and night. It was really troublesome. Zhuang Meifeng said in surprise, "Husband, are you not eating at home?" Ling Yunqin said that he had to go to open an account at noon, and he had no time to eat at home, so he simply nodded. Zhuang Meifeng's excited eyes suddenly dimmed. It seems that the fragrant meals on the table have lost their appetite in an instant. How to say that? Not seeing one day is like 3 autumns, yes, that's what it means. Now Zhuang Meifeng can't wait to be entangled with Ling Yun for 24 hours. Okay. Zhuang Meifeng slowly returned to the bedroom, and took out the list she had carefully listed out to Ling Yun. Ling Yun took a look at it and was dumbfounded. My God, this is not buying anything, it's just buying a new house. Good guy. The big ones have color TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, bedding sheets. The small ones have vegetables and fruits, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. A brand new homework book is packed with 10 pages. However, Zhuang Meifeng's handwriting is very beautiful, and the dots are like swords and brushes, which can be called beautiful. Ling Yun happened to turn to the 9th page. He couldn't help but pointed at the object on it, dumbfounded. Isn't there a shower in the bathroom? Why did you buy such a big bathtub? Listed clearly on the list, an oversized white bathtub that is 1.5 meters wide and 2.2 meters long. Zhuang Meifeng blushed, gave Ling Yun a charming look and said, people are used to bathing in a big bathtub. But she secretly called Ling Yun an idiot. Husband, the clothes that people need are not listed above. I want you to buy them with me when you are free. What else do you want to buy? Even the mighty soul of Ling Yun transcends tribulation is a little bit unbearable, thinking that Shui mining is fierce enough to buy things. Co-authoring is not worth mentioning compared to this one at home. Ling Yun was about to faint. He rubbed his nose and murmured, I think that's almost it. Ling Yun said in his heart that Tang Meng really had a lot of work to do this afternoon. He finally realized the importance of having a good brother. Well, there are still a lot of things to buy. I can't remember them for a while. I'll tell you when I remember them. Zhuang Meifeng seemed to have thought of something embarrassing. Her face was red and her body trembled slightly. She bit her delicate and sexy red lips and whispered to Ling Yun. Ling Yun said in his heart, don't think about it anymore. These things have to be bought according to your requirements. It's impossible without 100,000 yuan. Well, adding a house to these things is a perfect home. Okay, then you can eat at home obediently, and see how my husband can buy you all these things you want. Ling Yun endured the pain in his heart, and said very generously with a smile on his face. Flesh pain is flesh pain, but if you have to hold on, you have to hold on hard. At any rate, someone screams from a husband, and it makes our bones go numb, and we can't admit it, right? After Ling Yun was about to leave, Zhuang Meifeng quickly stopped him, explained the details of opening an account to him very carefully, and then reluctantly sent Ling Yun away. After Ling Yun went out, without hesitating, he called Tang Meng and asked Tang Meng to pick him up at the school gate. Just as Ling Yun was rushing to the school gate, another message came on the phone. Naturally it was from Yao Ro, a beautiful nurse. Are you busy? Why didn't you reply to the message? After Yao Ro sent a message to Ling Yun with extreme anxiety, she waited and waited, but she was going crazy when she didn't see a reply from Ling Yun. When Ling Yun was free this time, he immediately called back. Yao Ro never put down the phone she was holding. Even though the ringtone was set, she looked at the phone screen almost every second, expecting Ling Yun to reply to the text message. Before the music played, it was connected directly. Hello? Is that Ling Yun? Yao Ro couldn't contain her excitement and surprise. She was extremely nervous, but asked in an extremely gentle, extremely seductive voice. It's me. You go to the city center first, find a conspicuous place to get down, and then I will pick you up. Ling Yun said with a smile. Although Tang Meng can do this job, he may not be able to understand the procedures of opening a clinic alone. With Yao Ro's help, it should be much more convenient. When Yao Ro heard that Ling Yun wanted to see her, she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She quickly thought of a place she was familiar with, and then told Ling Yun. After Ling Yun said he knew, he asked casually, do you remember what I asked you to wear? Yao Ro's whole body softened immediately after hearing this. Her towering breasts wrapped in the newly bought nurse uniform rose and fell violently, her face was red with scalding, and she said softly, I'm wearing it. Yao Ro is wearing a nurse's uniform right now, but it's not the kind of nurse's uniform that is issued in the hospital. but the sexy nurse's uniform that she bought from above to show off her figure. Ling Yun hung up the phone. When he came to the school gate, Tang Meng was already waiting for him in the car. After Ling Yun got into the car, he directly told Tang Meng the address that Yao Ro had mentioned. Go there to pick up someone first, and talk about it on the other way. Ling Yun said lightly. When he thought of Tang Meng's big project this afternoon, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Tang Meng's car didn't turn off at all. He stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the Hummer rushed out. Boss, I called my mother and consulted. She is very familiar with the manager of a securities company, so let's just go to him directly. Tang Meng handled things neatly. Ling Yun had just explained it to him 2 classes before, and he was almost ready. Ling Yun nodded, thinking that it would save a lot of trouble. Then he took out the book Shuang Meifeng gave him, and said bewitchingly, Tang Meng, do you want to try to sweep the shopping mall? Tang Meng didn't know that Ling Yun had set him up, so he smiled and said, of course I want to, but I can't even afford a decent brand name because of the money I have now. Ling Yun smiled and said, if you want to, then it's easy to do. I have the money. You can buy something for me in the afternoon. Remember, no matter what you buy, you must choose the best one. Tang Meng laughed happily, thinking that what happened to a man who cares about money like the boss, he suddenly became so generous. Ling Yun handed Shuang Meifeng's shopping book to Tang Meng, and smiled lightly as if he was done. Not much, just these things, you can buy them slowly, whatever you spend is mine. Tang Meng held the steering wheel with one hand, took the notebook with his right hand and glanced at it. He was dumbfounded. He stepped on the brake, then looked at Ling Yun in horror and said, Boss, are you going to move to a new house? To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Seeing Tang Meng's shocked expression, Ling Yun couldn't help laughing, almost. It's really the same. The golden house hides the beauty. The beautiful woman takes the initiative to give her arms. As long as you want, you can spend the night in the wedding room anytime, anywhere. Buying things now is not buying a new house? After Tang Meng was shocked, he said with a mysterious face, Boss, can you tell me who it is? Is it? Anyway, this matter can't be hidden from Tang Meng, and Ling Yun has no need to hide it from him, and then said directly, Shuang Meina's sister, Shuang Meifeng asked her to buy it, and she lives with me now. Flower of Qingshui? Tang Meng jumped up from the driver's seat after hearing this. His head slammed against the roof of the car, but he didn't feel pain. His eyes were bigger than bull's eyes. This is simply outrageous. No matter how good Tang Meng's brain was, he would never have thought that Mei Feng, the flower of Qingshui, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Qingshui City, was living with Ling Yun right now. He thought that it might be the super school beauty Chao Shanshan, and even boldly speculated that it might be Shui Mining, and also thought that it might be the beauty who gave Ling Yun Maserati, or the fairy-like policewoman Hua Lin Minghan yesterday. It wasn't even at all, it was Zhuang Meifeng. That is the flower of clear water. How many people robbed Shuang Meifeng, who was rushing to see her beauty, actually lived in Ling Yun? When did it happen? Why are you so excited? Sit down and drive, I'll tell you slowly. Ling Yun glared at him. Does Zhuang Meina know? Tang Meng asked this question first after he sat down to drive. Obviously, Zhuang Meina's stinky Ling Yun and Tang Meng both despise her. But now her own sister lives at Ling Yun's place. If she knew about it, her nose would be crooked. Ling Yun smiled, no one knows except you. Then he didn't wait for Tang Meng to ask again. He briefly told Tang Meng about the ins and outs of his acquaintance with Shuang Meifeng, and then solemnly told Tang Meng, the less people know about this matter, the better, understand? After Tang Meng heard it, he didn't need Ling Yun's instructions at all. He nodded and said, don't worry, boss. However, how far have you developed now? Can you reveal a little? When Ling Yun thinks of Shuang Meifeng, he will be ironed. But of course he wouldn't tell Tang Meng the private affairs of the two. He just smiled, drive with peace of mind, if you don't do well this afternoon, Shuang Meifeng probably won't spare you. Tang Meng closed the door and started driving honestly. However, he soon couldn't help but gossip. Boss, Shuang Meifeng is the #1 beauty in Qingshui City. Give me a clue, will she become my sister-in-law in the future? Ling Yan smiled without saying a word. Really, don't tell me this. Tang Meng muttered, turned a corner, drove forward a few hundred meters, and stopped at the entrance of a large shopping mall. This is already a bustling business district in the city center, which is where Yao Rou said she would meet Ling Yun. I'm sorry, boss, look at what that beauty is wearing. Oh my god. Nurse uniform. Tang Meng's eyes swept wildly after he stopped the car. This is the bustling city center. The most beautiful women came and went. Of course he wanted to feast his eyes when he came here, and then he saw Yao Rou in a sexy nurse uniform. No wonder Tang Meng was excited. Yao Rou's outfit today was really too hot and tempting. After she got off the bus and stopped at a prominent place in a large shopping mall, she became the focus of everyone's attention almost instantly. In fact, she wears very simple clothes. It's just a pure white nurse's skirt. The nurse's skirt is straight and supple without any wrinkles. There is only a straight and bright zipper in the front, which extends from the collar to the bottom of the skirt. Just open the zipper. I believe that Yao Rou's perfect body will be exposed to everyone's eyes. It's just that one of these short skirts is too thin and the other is too short. It is tightly wrapped around Yao Rou's graceful and embossed body. Yao Rou's round buttocks lifted her delicate buttocks back up again, as if a gust of wind was blowing. It will be radiant. Below the straight skirt of the short skirt is a pair of round, slender, straight and soft snow-white legs, wrapped in transparent flesh-colored pantyhose, wearing white high-heeled shoes 8 centimeters high, standing naturally, still between the legs. Strictly fit, leaving no gaps. Ling Yan looked over from the front car window. Yao Rou, who was looking forward to her brilliance, was bulging forward and backward, showing a perfect S. She really looked sexy and seductive. Yao Rou's already beautiful face was obviously modified on purpose, but she just painted light makeup to make her beautiful face even more bright and moving. The sexy cherry lips are charming, and a slight opening of her mouth can add endless temptation. At this time, more than a dozen men stopped by her side. Her eyes were shaking with green light Adam's apple, and they stared at her without blinking, as if they could not help but pounce on her and strip her naked at any time. Ling Yan was 100% satisfied. He pushed open the car door and got out of the car, and hooked his finger at Yao Rou, who was blushing and couldn't help looking around. Here it is. It was the first time that Yao Rou came out wearing this kind of clothes. Yao Rou knew how attractive her clothes were. She was looked around like a wolf by many men. Swaying, twisting his butt, he trotted towards Ling Yun. Looking at the many men who had been staring at Yao Rou, their faces suddenly filled with regret, endless sighs, and shook their heads. Looking at the appearance of Ling Yun's dregs, he came down from the Hummer again, but no one said that a flower was inserted into the cow dung, but the envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts were absolutely 100%. Tang Meng was completely stunned. This is also the boss's dish? He couldn't help but shout, "Oh my god, the way of heaven is unfair. Get in the car first." Ling Yan smiled and hugged Yao Rou's fragrant shoulders naturally, only to feel that the tentacles were smooth and full of touch. Yao Rou saw Ling Yun. She was overjoyed and excited. Her delicate body was numb as electric shock, but at this moment, she was so wrapped up by Ling Yun that she couldn't stand up and fell on Ling Yun's body involuntarily. Boarding. Ling Yun almost carried Yao Rou to the back seat of the car, then sat on it himself, raised his head and said to Tang Meng, "Go to the securities company." Through the rearview mirror in the car, Tang Meng glanced at Yao Rou, who was lying softly in his arms, then closed his eyes forcefully, rubbed his nose that was about to spurt blood, and took a deep breath, start to turn around. Not to mention those wolves outside. Even Tang Meng was extremely envious, but of course, there was no jealousy and hatred, not at all. No one knows better than Tang Meng that the current Ling Yun has this qualification and strength. This is just the beginning. He is trying to adapt to everything in Ling Yun. Yao Rou is now lying softly in Ling Yun's arms, and she doesn't know if it was intentional or not. Her delicate body rubbed lightly, and she found a more comfortable position to lie down. Because of this movement, the skirt of the nurse's skirt changed slightly. When I mentioned it a little, my shy snow-white thighs were almost exposed. Off work today? Ling Yun said softly, looking down at the stunning beauty in his arms, and asked lightly. N. Yao's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and she hummed softly. Her tall breasts were right under Ling Yun's eyes, and they rose and fell violently, not to mention the excitement in her heart. Come with me to a securities company first, okay? Ling Yun asked with a smile. You can go wherever you want, everyone depends on you. Yao Rou stared at Ling Yunshuai's messed-up face with her big watery eyes, her delicate red lips opened slightly, and she exhaled like a sigh of relief. When Tang Meng heard this, his hand holding the steering wheel shook violently, and the car almost hit a pedestrian. This is really tempting. Where do you go? It's all up to you? This is the boss. If it were me, I would go to a securities company. If I don't have class for a week, I would have to open a room and have a good chat with you about life and ideals. Ling Yun pretended not to understand, nodded slightly and smiled, then said, Can you do me a favor this afternoon? Yao Rou was surprised when she heard that Ling Yun asked her for help. She raised her pretty face and asked with a tender smile, What's the matter? Why are you being so polite? The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a perfect smile, the charming dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, and said, It's my brother who is driving, Tang Meng, you can help him buy some things for me this afternoon. Besides, I'm going to drive a car in the near future. Chinese medicine clinic, if he doesn't understand anything, you should discuss with him more. Yao Rou's eyes lit up when she heard this, and her graceful body suddenly sat up from Ling Yun's arms. What? You want to open a clinic? Then, can I go to your place to be a nurse? Ling Yunxin said that this handsome man's plan was useless. He didn't need to speak at all. He took the initiative to ask for it to be delivered to the door. However, he still pretended to ponder for a long time, suffocating Yao Rou's appetite, and then slowly said, Yes, but. Yao Rou was very anxious at this moment. Hearing Ling Yun's agreement, why would he ask him to say more about the conditions? She quickly said, It's all right, don't say so much, just don't pay me any salary. Tang Meng's driver's hand shook again, and he said all right. No wonder the boss said that nurses and accountants are ready-made. With this beautiful nurse and King Shuazizhua, it is not ready-made. The most amazing thing is that they don't take the initiative to ask for wages. It's just a flip-flop. Ling Yan's wish was fulfilled, and with a smile, he pinched Yao Rou's tender, white and smooth face. How can it be accomplished without a salary? The securities company was only 3 kilometers away from the shopping mall just now. Although Tang Meng's car was not fast, it only took 5 minutes to get there. The three got out of the car, and after Tang Meng made a phone call, they entered the business hall with Ling Yun and Yao Rou, who were almost hugging each other. Tang Meng, you are here, let's go directly to my office to talk. I will arrange for someone to do other things. When the manager of the securities company saw that young Master Tang had arrived, he walked out to greet him, and greeted the 3 of them into his office with a friendly smile. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The manager of the securities company, whose surname is Zhao, is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looks very stable and capable. He very politely welcomed Tang Meng, Ling Yun and Yao Rou into his office, and after asking them to sit down, he called in a very capable manager under him. After some polite greetings, Tang Meng went straight to the point. Uncle Zhao, let me introduce to you, this is my eldest brother, his name is Ling Yun, he is even more intimate than my own brother. I want to open a securities account with you, and I want to see what discount can you give here. Tang Meng's words were not leaking. When introducing Ling Yun, he emphasized that he was more kissable than his own brother, and when he opened his mouth, he directly asked Manager Zhao for a discount, which was not ambiguous at all. Manager Zhao and his subordinate looked at Ling Yun with professional smiles at the same time. After Ling Yun went in and sat down, he didn't speak. He sat on the sofa, casually, holding Yao Rou's snow-white hands that were blushing, and kept playing there. From Manager Zhao's point of view, Ling Yun is around 17 or 18 years old. He is wearing a very fat and loose-leaning sportswear. From the perspective of his demeanor, he doesn't look like the second generation of officials or the second generation of rich people. He is quite tall and has an overly long face, except that the sun is shining, and there is nothing special about him. Another point, Ling Yun left a deep impression on Manager Zhao, that is, no matter where Ling Yun sits, he seems to be in his own living room, and his movements are so casual, smooth and natural, without any restraint or shyness. Class feeling. Manager Zhao quickly turned his head to look at Tang Meng, who was waiting for the next sentence. He smiled slightly. Xiao Tang, since you introduced me, I will definitely give a big discount. You see, every transaction, the transaction fee and transfer fee are only 2 10,000ths higher than your mother's account, which is a little more than 2 10,000ths. How? Tang Meng's mother is a well-deserved big investor in this securities company. Whether it's futures or stocks, the handling fees and transfer fees are terrifyingly low. It was close to zero. Manager Zhao and Ling Yun had never met, and it was already a lot of face for Tang Meng to be able to give him a commission rate of less than 10,000. But Tang Meng frowned slightly when he heard it. He pondered for a while, and said to Manager Zhao seriously, Uncle Zhao, you may have misunderstood what I meant. Manager Zhao saw that Tang Meng was not satisfied. I was stunned at the time. You must know that other clients introduced by Tang Meng's mother could not get such a low commission. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart what was the origin of this Ling Yun. I just heard Tang Meng continue, Uncle Zhao, my mother asked me to bring my eldest brother here in person. I want you to give him a lower commission than my mother. Manager Zhao and the excellent agent were instantly stunned. Even lower? Isn't that zero? This. Ling Yun still didn't speak. He buried his head again to study the flesh-colored transparent stockings on Yao Rou's legs, and found that the stockings were very slippery. Tang Meng saw the expressions of the two of them, and brushed the long hair on his head casually, and said with a slight smile, Uncle Zhao, I know your company has regulations. You can increase my mother's transaction commission a little bit, as this, some makeup on the side. Manager Zhao was completely stunned. The excellent agent was also dumbfounded, even Yao Rou was dumbfounded. In order to reduce Ling Yun's transaction costs, he did not hesitate to increase his mother's transaction costs to make up for it. What is the relationship between this Ling Yun and Tang Mengde to achieve this step? Manager Zhao's thoughts were telegraphed. He said in his heart that he still underestimated the casual and laid-back Ling Yun in front of him, and he hurriedly gave Tang Meng an apologetic smile. Xiao Tang, what are you talking about? Your mother and I have had a long-term relationship. She is also a big owner of our company. How could it be possible to increase her commission? He winked at his slightly dumbfounded subordinate. Then he smiled and said to Tang Meng, well, I'll ask Xiao Zhang to open an account for this Mr. Ling. Because the company has regulations, the commission is still charged. You see, Mr. Ling's commission is half less than your mother's. Son, is this all right? Only then did Tang Meng dare to turn his head to look at Ling Yun. Ask him what he means. When it came time, Zhuang Meifeng had specially instructed Ling Yun, saying that the securities company's commission could be negotiated, 863,000 or even lower, so he tried to lower it as much as possible, so Ling Yun generally understood. Just now, he heard from the manager Zhao that it was a little more than 0.000, and he was already quite satisfied. Now, after removing the 2 points, he would have to subtract half. He knew that this was the limit, so he smiled and said he was apprehensive. Tang Meng nodded. Seeing this delicate scene between the two, manager Zhao Yaorou and the others couldn't help but stunned secretly. Ling Yun hardly uttered a word after coming in. Tang Meng was so busy that he did such a beautiful job, but he still had to watch it in the end. Ling Yun's wink. No one else knew, but manager Zhao knew who Tang Meng was, and he began to look at Ling Yun with admiration. At this time, the broker spoke up. Mr. Ling, you need to deposit a certain amount of funds to open an account, as a third-party depository, you see. All these Zhuang Meifeng explained to Ling Yun. He nodded, let go of the hand that studied Jiaorou's transparent stockings, took out the 1 million check from his pocket, and handed it directly to Tang Meng. 800,000 for opening an account, and the remaining 200,000 for shopping in the afternoon. Yaorou's delicate body trembled slightly, and her 2 big watery eyes suddenly lit up. Because the check that Moron Feishui wrote to Ling Yun was a bearer check, anyone who took it could use it as cash, so the following procedures were done quickly, and the account was opened in less than half an hour. If it wasn't for Tang Meng taking the check and going to the bank to transfer the money, he probably wouldn't have spent 15 minutes. After the 3 of them came out of the securities company, Ling Yun smiled lightly at Tang Meng. I said you are good, you dare to ask the securities company to increase your mother's commission, so you won't be afraid of being scolded when you go home? Tang Meng smiled and said the truth, boss, I only said that on purpose, because I knew they wouldn't dare to do that. Can we make a profit if we don't? Then Tang Meng asked with a puzzled face, boss, how come you have a check from Tianqi Pavilion? And it's still 1 million? When he was in the securities company, Tang Meng was shocked when he accepted Ling Yun's check, but he didn't ask random questions when there were outsiders. Ling Yun smiled and said, I'll tell you this later, okay, you drive me back to school now, and I'll tell you what to do in the afternoon on the way. On the way back to school, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to buy something for him this afternoon, and asked Yaorou, a sexy nurse, to help him along. Then, he focused on the 2 people about opening the clinic as soon as possible, and seriously asked Yaorou if she would like to work with him. This is an opportunity that Yaorou could not ask for. She is of course very willing, Ling Yun said with a smile after she really agreed. Then don't go to that hospital for an internship, just report your resignation tomorrow and come here to help me. The treatment, you are satisfied. Hearing Ling Yun say these words, Yaorou's heart couldn't be more excited. When she thought of being able to be with Ling Yun every day, her whole body felt like an electric shock. Ling Yun got out of the car when he arrived at the school gate. It was still early for class in the afternoon, so he went back to his residence first. Husband, why did you come back without buying anything? Zhuang Meifeng came back when she saw Ling Yun empty-handed, her face full of doubts. After Ling Yun entered the room, he sat down on the sofa. He naturally embraced the graceful body that Zhuang Meifeng leaned over, and said with a smile, who didn't buy anything? Look. As he said that, he took out the 2 opened account cards from his pocket, put them on the coffee table in front of him and said, one is for stock speculation and the other is for futures, both of which are 400,000 yuan. I'll take it back later. Is the money in the box enough for you? Zhuang Meifeng allowed Ling Yun's big hands to wreak havoc on her body. She took 2 cards in both hands and exclaimed, so fast? Ling Yun told Zhuang Meifeng the transaction password again, and then said to her, I arranged for Tang Meng to buy the things you want. This kid is very quick to do things. It is estimated that there will be a lot of people delivering things to the house in the afternoon, so you have to give them to me. Dress tightly, don't let others see it. Ling Yun knew that many large-scale products such as home appliances now have door-to-door delivery and installation services, so he greeted Zhuang Meifeng in advance. The door was wide open, and the house was full of spring. Outside the courtyard, out of nowhere, there was a spring cat meowing. 7 or 8 minutes later, Ling Yun said, "I'm going to class. You can arrange the things you bought in the afternoon. You don't have to wait for me to have dinner today." Before Zhuang Meifeng could speak, Ling Yun's figure fluttered, and he was already outside the hospital. Looking at the empty courtyard, Zhuang Meifeng complained and said, "Let's go, really." To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author Bu Zheng's point of view. Please delete any content that contradicts national laws. Our stand is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. No matter her figure or face, she is the beauty of Qingshui's Zhuang Meifeng in Qingshui City. She is beautiful, arrogant, and charming. She has always been cold to any man. When you give your innocent body to a man, they don't want it. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand. When Ling Yun was making out with her, he was domineering and violent, with no taboos. He could do whatever he should, and he had all the impulses he should have, but for some reason, he was able to stop at the most critical moment. The clouds are light and the wind is light and calm, as if nothing had happened just now. This made the passionate Zhuang Meifeng unable to go up and down. The feeling of hunger and thirst hanging in the air, the taste of 10,000 ants eating her heart, was even more uncomfortable than killing her. After Ling Yun left, Zhuang Meifeng counted sheep for more than an hour before finally breaking free from the feeling of tormenting the dead. Auntie doesn't believe it anymore. I'm in the same bed with you tonight, and I don't believe you can bear it. Zhuang Meifeng gritted her teeth and twisted her graceful and charming body to stand up, stomping her feet in a hateful voice. In the afternoon, in the prosperous commercial district of Qingshui City, a large-scale home appliance chain store. "I want the best hire refrigerator. Deliver it to." Tang Meng and Yao Rou said with pride when they came to the hire counter. Carrying 200,000 yuan, carrying a sexy and pretty nurse, sweeping shopping malls, and wherever she goes, it immediately becomes the focus of everyone's attention. I have to say, this is a great feeling. Tang Meng took Yao Rou to buy while chatting. Almost all the large items listed on the shopping list have been bought by now. Ling Yun guessed right, Tang Meng was really only responsible for selection and billing, and the delivery and installation were all left to the manufacturer. Tang Meng, does Ling Yun have a girlfriend now? Why did he buy so many things today? After checking out, Yao Rou asked Tang Meng carefully. Tang Meng kept in mind that Yao Rou might become the eldest woman, and since Ling Yun left, he never dared to look at Yao Rou. Tang Meng looked straight ahead and said as he walked, that's the boss's private matter. I don't dare to ask. If you want to know, you'd better ask him directly. Yao Rou still doesn't give up. She tugged at her nurse's short skirt, which was rubbing up a bit because she was walking, and asked, "Aren't you classmates? Why are you so afraid of him?" Tang Meng told her frankly, "It's my classmate, but he's my boss. I'm not afraid of anyone." Yao Rou smiled sweetly, "Then isn't he very powerful?" Tang Meng suddenly stood still. For the first time, he turned around and looked at Yao Judao. "It's very powerful, you can't imagine how powerful it is. I can only tell you one thing, no matter who it is, as long as you follow him with determination, you will never suffer." Yao Rou trembled slightly at Tang Meng's words, her face blushed, she bit her lower lip and nodded, "Thank you." Tang Meng looked at the time and then said, "Okay, the big ones are basically finished, and I know about the clinic. I think you are very tired, or you can go back. I go to the supermarket and buy those for daily use." Yao Rou looked forward to seeing Ling Yun again today. She said in her heart that she would submit her resignation report tomorrow anyway, and it didn't matter if she didn't go back, so she shook her head and said, I'm not tired, let's go together. Tang Meng sighed inwardly. The heart said that if you knew that this was for the boss and Zhuang Meifeng to build a love nest together, you don't know what your heart would feel like. Extending the association from this, Tang Meng said that if Ninger, Chao Shanshan and others would know? What if that stupid woman Zhuang Meina found out? Hey. After buying the big ones, those small things like oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, fruits, vegetables, fish, meat, rice, etc. seem to be a lot, but they are actually very easy to buy. The two went to the large supermarket and pushed the shopping cart around for a while, and they bought almost everything. After paying the bill, he came out and loaded everything into the car. After everything was done, Tang Meng clapped his hands and smiled at Yao Rou. Okay, I'm going to deliver the things. Are you going to wait for the boss tonight, or go back now? Tang Meng knew Zhuang Meifeng and knew the temper of that super goddess. Besides, Ling Yan had also warned him, but he didn't dare to bring this sexy little nurse to Ling Yan's place. Yao Rou blushed when she saw Tang Meng's question was so straightforward. She didn't even want to say, I'll wait for him. Tang Meng knew that you would wait, and then he asked, then where are you going to wait? I'll take you there. Yao Rou lowered her head and thought for a while, I'll go to the gate of your school. Tang Meng said in his heart that it happened to be on the way. He nodded, okay, get in the car. 20 minutes later, the Humvee drove to the school gate. Tang Meng got out of the car, pointed Yao Rou to Liu Bei, which was facing the school gate, and said, there is a milk tea house there, you can wait for the boss to finish school from there. The school's dismissal time is 5:40 in the afternoon, and there are still more than half an hour. Yao Rou smiled gratefully at Tang Meng. Tang Meng, thank you, I often come this way, you forget, I am from Jiangnan Medical University, and the school is very close. Yao Rou's gratitude to Tang Meng was not because Tang Meng was so careful, but because Yao Rou had learned some information about Ling Yan through Tang Meng during the whole afternoon. Tang Meng understood what she meant, waved his hand at her politely, and said, don't be so polite, then I'll go first. Tang Meng got in the car and turned around and went straight to Ling Yan's residence. In the car, he couldn't help but lit a cigarette and muttered, looking at Yao Rou's family, it's not a very rich family. They are hot, and they are also very well behaved and pleasant, but if you rely on these to fight with them, you will probably lose miserably. Tang Meng sighed and shook his head. When he was talking about them, he naturally meant Zhuang Meifeng, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan and others. Just a few steps away, before Tang Meng finished smoking a cigarette, the car arrived at the door of Ling Yan's residence. He threw the cigarette butt out of the car and shouted into the courtyard, sister-in-law, I'll buy something for you. This is the difference between people. Tang Meng and Yao Rou stayed together for an afternoon. Although Yao Rou was 3 years older than Tang Meng, he never addressed Yao Rou or even called her sister, but when he came to Zhuang Meifeng, he spoke. Just call my sister-in-law. Tang Meng bought the first oversized bathtub today. One was too big and heavy, and the other was inconvenient to install. Therefore, although the goods were delivered first, they were the slowest to install. Zhuang Meifeng was excited and busy this afternoon. She had just sent off the person who installed the oversized bathtub. She was happily cleaning the bathtub in the bathroom when she heard Tang Meng's voice and walked out. Tang Meng, I see why you don't grow up. Why are you so long-winded to do a job, and you've only bought it now? Faced with Tang Meng, Zhuang Meifeng naturally put on a frosty expression. Before she even walked out of the yard, she scolded her. However, the sister-in-law that Tang Meng called right from the beginning made Zhuang Meifeng's heart even sweeter than eating honey, and there was a hint of happy smile on her icy face. Tang Meng is such an exquisite person. He got out of the car a long time ago. Seeing Zhuang Meifeng wrapped in a snow-white towel, with sweat on her beautiful face, she came out of the house and ran forward immediately. Respectfully, he said to Zhuang Meifeng, sister-in-law, when did you come back from the capital? Tell your brother earlier, so I can treat you to a meal. Zhuang Meifeng was poured into Tang Meng's fascination soup. Her heart was sweeter than honey, but she still said coldly, "Don't be poor there, you don't know that my auntie is in trouble, hurry up and move things in and clean it for me." Health. Among the playboys and Miss Tianjin in Qingshui City, the number one male is naturally Li Qingchuan, and the number one female is undoubtedly Zhuang Meifeng, so they have known each other almost since childhood, but their relationship is different. The little gambler, Tang Meng, is shrewd, capable, and loyal to others. Although he is not motivated by learning, as long as it is not related to learning, he is very knowledgeable, so he is the most popular among these people. Although Zhuang Meifeng didn't like hanging out with these people all day long and didn't communicate much with Tang Meng, she never hated Tang Meng from the beginning to the end. Now that she loves Ling Yun and Wu Xia, she will not deliberately maintain that cold attitude. Since Tang Meng was here, of course he wouldn't let Zhuang Meifeng do it. He went back and forth 8 or 9 times, by himself, before moving the stuffed car into the house. "Sister-in-law, how is it?" "I bought all the things in this house. I bought the most expensive ones. Are you satisfied?" Tang Meng stood in the room, looking at the room that was empty on Sunday, and now it was stuffed to the brim. He couldn't help but feel a little proud, and he took credit and said there. "It's not the money I spent on Ling Yun. The things I bought are okay." To be honest, Zhuang Meifeng was really satisfied. Tang Meng bought so many things in one afternoon, and almost every item was bought in her heart. She went, of course she was happy at heart. "Go get to work, I'm exhausted this afternoon. I have to rest for a while." Although it was said that people were in good spirits at happy events, Zhuang Meifeng breathed a sigh of relief. She felt so tired that she couldn't straighten up. She sat directly on the sofa, and threw all the cleaning work to Tang Meng. "I'll wait for you at the gate of your school." 5 minutes before school, Ling Yan looked at the text message from Yao Rou on his mobile phone in the classroom of class 3 and 6. After thinking for a long time, he replied, "I can't have dinner with you after school, the self-study session will be very late tonight." Soon received a reply, "Waiting for many nights." The bell for the last get out of class rang. Ling Yun remembered the promise to have dinner with Xue Mining tonight. He stood up with the bell after class, got up and left. "Can we have dinner together?" Chao Shanshan asked in a low voice, like a little daughter-in-law who was angry. "Not tonight, next time." Ling Yan smiled faintly, squeezed out from behind Chao Shanshan, and swept her right hand over her back unconsciously. Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled slightly, her upper body was numb as electric, her face was blushing, and the corners of her seductive lips were slightly raised. "Can say next time, that's enough." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Brother Ling Yun. As soon as school was over, Xue Mining couldn't wait to rush out of the classroom, quickly went downstairs, and went straight to class 3 and 6 with light steps. Then the two collided head-on on the main road between the two teaching buildings. "What would you like to eat tonight?" "Tell me," Ling Yan said to Xue Mining with a smile. Under the setting sun, Ling Yan's clear eyes, straight nose bridge, chiseled outline, angular lip line, sunny smile, coupled with the deep, rippling and intoxicating dimple on the left cheek, made Xue Mining directly looked dumbfounded. It took a long time for Xue Mining to wake up from the waves of dizziness. As soon as she twisted her delicate body, she rushed to Ling Yan's side, her arms tightly wrapped around Ling Yan's arms, and her pretty nose sniffed the unique freshness of Ling Yan's body. Breathing, then coquettishly said, "Brother Ling Yun, people are not very hungry now, let's go have a cup of milk tea first, shall we?" This is what Xue Mining thought about for an afternoon. To confess, naturally, you have to choose a romantic, elegant and warm environment. Xue Mining first thought of the milk tea house at the school gate. Although the couple's room there is not very expensive, it is very romantic and warmly decorated by the shrewd boss to attract nearby students. Come here to talk about love, love me and me. Ling Yun nodded indifferently. Today is up to you. Xuanhuan happily giggled and walked outside the school while holding Ling Yun's arm, ignoring the various gazes around her. Brother Ling Yun, what are you busy with this afternoon? The two were walking, and Xuanhuan asked Ling Yun without any help. She felt extremely nervous when she thought that she was about to confess to Ling Yun, so she had to keep talking to relieve herself. Oh, I went to open an account. Ling Yun told the truth. Open an account? What account? Xuanhuan asked Ling Yun with a look of surprise. It's an account for stock speculation, do you understand? Ling Yun couldn't help being happy and proud when he thought that Zhuang Meifeng would soon be able to make a lot of money for himself. Who knew that Xuanhuan lost interest when she heard it? Also, I thought it was an account. It turned out to be a stock speculation. It's very risky. What are you doing with that? What kind of education Xuanhuan received since she was a child? Of course she has some knowledge about stock trading. Ling Yun panicked when he heard it. He looked at Xuanhuan very seriously and asked, Ninger, how risky is investing in stocks? Xuanhuan rolled her eyes at him and said, you don't even know that. Only 1 person out of 10 stocks can make a profit. And that person is also a dealer. Ling Yun was dumbfounded at the time, thinking that the risk was so great. No. After I go back in the evening, I have to make a good calculation with Zhuang Meifeng. I only have so little money at the moment, so don't let her lose everything to me. The two chatted, and unknowingly walked to the school gate. As soon as they walked out of the school gate, Ling Yun suddenly gave a warning sign. Dangerous. I don't know how many times the sense of danger is stronger than before. Appeared again. Ling Yun's brows could not help but dignified, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared in a flash. Ling Yun pulled his arm out from between Xuanhuan's hands. Instead he wrapped one hand around Xuanhuan's slender waist, and then swept the surrounding environment as if nothing had happened. Nothing unusual was seen. But Ling Yun could feel a suppressed murderous intent around him. As Ling Yun and Xuanhuan walked out of the school gate, this murderous intention suddenly became stronger. I don't know how many times. Yeah, it really came for himself and Ninger. Ling Yun couldn't tell who the other party's target was. The first time he noticed this sense of danger was when he was with Ninger last Saturday. Again. Now it was too late for Ninger to go back to school, so he could only cautiously hug Xuanhuan's waist. Arms are slightly strained. Xuanhuan naturally didn't know anything. Seeing that Ling Yun actually took the initiative to embrace her waist, she was still more and more forceful, and she felt shy in her heart. Could it be that brother Ling Yun knows that I'm going to confess to him? It doesn't seem like he's a piece of wood. The little demon girl was shy and happy, letting Ling Yun hug her graceful waist. The green light came on. Ling Yun scanned the surroundings with the corner of his eye. He hugged Xuanhuan tightly and walked across the road. Suddenly, a black car that was still parked on the side of the road started instantly and shot out. The car increased to more than 100 miles in 3 seconds, and hit Ling Yun and Xuanhuan in the middle of the road. If Ling Yun knew about cars, he should have noticed just now that this black sedan had no brand at all, but unfortunately he didn't know anything about cars. The speed of the car is faster than the arrow off the string. If they collide with Ling Yun and Xuanhuan, they are bound to be knocked over a dozen meters away. Obviously, the people in the car wanted to hit Ling Yun and the two to death at once. The people around who saw this scene were shocked and exclaimed. Some people were so frightened that they closed their eyes immediately, unable to bear to witness the tragic scene. Ah! When Xuanhuan saw the car, it almost rushed to the side of the two of them. She didn't have time to react at all, she could only close her eyes in horror and wait to die. Just at this critical moment, Ling Yun grabbed xuanhuan's waist and suddenly stretched the limit of his walking distance, leaving only an afterimage on the spot, and the two of them had already landed on the opposite side of the road. That crazy black car didn't even touch the edge of their clothes. It was only less than half a meter away, but it didn't hit it even if it was 1 centimeter away. The black car did not hit Ling Yun, but its speed did not decrease in the slightest. In the case of acceleration, it even drifted in a dashing manner, dodging irrelevant pedestrians, and quickly turned a corner and disappeared. Okay, it's all right. Ling Yun put the little demon girl in his arms gently on the ground, and gently patted her shoulder and said. He didn't chase. He was afraid that it would be very dangerous to leave xuanhuan here alone, because he was not sure who the car was going to hit. Huh, it scared me to death. Xuanhuan's tall chest rose and fell violently, her small mouth was wide open and she gasped for breath, her face turning pale. Brother Ling Yun, why does that car seem to have hit us on purpose? The little demon girl asked in horror after she became calm. Ling Yun smiled slightly. It's not like that, that car is coming for us. Most of the people closed their eyes just now, but Ling Yun didn't. After he avoided the attack calmly, it was as if nothing had happened just now. In the world of comprehension, fighting and killing almost every day, there are things that are thousands of times more thrilling than this. Ling Yun's nerves have long been numb. Ah. Then who is trying to kill us? Should I call the police? Xuanhuan naturally thought of calling the police first. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Don't be afraid of Ninger, that car shouldn't be coming for you. I guess it was coming for me. No need to call the police. Ling Yun quickly figured it out. The reason was very simple. If she hit xuanhuan with a car at such a fast speed, she only had to choose when she came out by herself. Ling Yun even felt that the drifting hand of the black car was more provocative to him. In this way, the last car accident. Ling Yun pondered secretly in his heart, and began to ponder. Ah? It's coming for you? Well, that's okay, how dangerous it was just now. When xuanhuan heard that the car was coming for Ling Yun, she was even more anxious than before. Seeing xuanhuan's anxious look, Ling Yun completely forgot his fear. He smiled slightly, pinched xuanhuan's pretty and lovely nose, and said easily, Ninger, look, I was able to dodge you just now by hugging you. If they can't deal with me, don't worry. Xuanhuan was a little relieved, but her big smart eyes were still full of worry, but she couldn't think of a good solution. Let's go, I'll invite you to drink milk tea. Ling Yun took the initiative to take xuanhuan's shoulder this time. Xuanhuan felt that the outside was very dangerous now. She actually wanted Ling Yun and her to go back to school, because she subconsciously felt that the school was the safest place. But she saw Ling Yun's calm look, but she didn't say it after all, but followed Ling Yun into the milk tea house. Yao Ro was naturally still in the milk tea house and was sitting by the window, but she was silently thinking about her thoughts, so she didn't notice the extremely thrilling scene just now. Yao Ro was sitting in a conspicuous position, facing the door, just so that Ling Yun could see her as soon as she came in, so Ling Yun saw her as soon as she entered the door. Brother Ling Yun, let's go to the small single room on the second floor, shall we? Xuanhuan said to Ling Yun as soon as she entered the room. When Yao Ro heard the word Ling Yun, she immediately raised her head in surprise, and then saw Ling Yun who was hugging xuanhuan's fragrant shoulders. The figure she was about to stand up suddenly stopped, and the smile that had just floated solidified on her pretty face, and her eyes dimmed instantly. He's too stupid, how could Ling Yun, such a handsome boy, not have a girlfriend? Yao Ro looked at xuanhuan's beautiful face, her long hair pouring like a waterfall. She was taller than herself, her pure shyness, and the noble temperament that radiated from nature, and the bitterness in her heart, cannot be described at all. As if Ling Yun didn't see Yao Ro, he smiled at xuanhuan. Okay, let's go to the second floor. Ling Yun really didn't expect Yao Ro to wait for him here, but he didn't take it seriously. He didn't talk to Yao Ro, but when passing by Yao Rou, his palm lightly pressed Yao Rou's shoulder. Then they went up to the second floor with xuanhuan. With a single touch, Yao Rou's gloomy mood brightened again. The first thing she thought of was that Ling Yan asked her to wait for him here, and then she would explain it to her. Yao Rou slightly puffed out her proud chest, and looked at her perfect body wrapped in the nurse's uniform, as well as the pair of snow-white round thighs under the table, and felt that she was no worse than the beauty just now. She bit her delicate lower lip lightly, ordered another milkshake, and began her really long wait. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. After the black car that hit the person left Shuafu Road, it was still fast. It made several rounds and stopped on a very remote side street. 100 meters above the black car, a chubby golden silkworm the size of an adult thumb also stopped following the black car, flapping its wings in dissatisfaction. Inside the black car, a very cold woman's voice sounded abruptly. How about it, Jiao Fei? Do you still think you can kill him easily now? Jiao Fei, who was still in his hands, was sweating profusely. His eyes shot an unbelievable gaze, shook his head and muttered, his speed is too fast, I'm definitely not as fast as him. Just listening to the cold woman's voice said again, according to the latest information, Ling Yan's speed and strength have reached the peak of the yellow level. If you and Li deal with him, it is almost no different from sending him to death. Jiao Fei has now seen Ling Yan's strength with his own eyes. He nodded again and again. Yes, this subordinate understands. The cold female voice smiled slightly. You let the eyeliner near Qingshui No. 1 Middle School keep an eye on him. As long as he appears tonight, Xianjiu will find a way to lead him to the mountains, then Xianjiu and I will promise. Let him go nowhere. The female killer who spoke was called Xianqi. In the killer organization, she belonged to Xian-level killers, and her status was much higher than ordinary yellow-level killers like Li Yi and Jiao Fei. Therefore, Jiao Fei's orders to Xianqi could only be obeyed. The chubby and cute golden silkworm at a height of 100 meters waited for a long time to see the car and didn't leave. The transparent gold thread, which was imperceptible at all, spat out of its mouth and shot straight down miraculously, sticking to the top of the black car. Then the cute golden silkworm twisted its chubby body, and the golden wings flew away for a while. If there are sky-level masters in the black car, they may be able to detect the existence of the golden silkworm. It's a pity that Xianqi didn't even reach the peak of the Xian level. Of course, he didn't know that their car had been marked by this golden silkworm. In the corridor of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Miao Xiaomiao, who was wearing a sexy black leather jacket and leather skirt, looked into the distance, not paying any attention to the various gazes around her. She secretly said in her heart, so that Ling Yan has such a powerful strength, it's just that, why did those killers kill him? Humph. I don't care whether Ling Yan is dead or not. If you want to kill my sister, you should be unlucky. Miao Xiaomiao's big eyes narrowed slightly. Still like a crescent moon crooked on the horizon, it flashed a sharp edge. On the second floor of the milk tea house, there is a small cubicle by the window where only two people can sit face to face. Colorful trinkets are dazzling, and the small cubicle is decorated with warmth and romance. It is indeed a good place to talk about love. Xuanhuan ordered a cup of mango-flavored milkshake. She hadn't spoken yet, but her pretty face was already blushing. Her snow-white teeth bit her lower lip lightly. The straw in his hand kept stirring the fragrant milkshake in the cup, and he was rarely overwhelmed. Ling Yan just asked for a glass of white water, and sat calmly opposite Xuanhuan, looking at her uneasy look. She couldn't help but want to laugh in her heart. Little girl has a tender face, she's far worse than Zhuang Meifeng and Yao Rou. Even Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling can't compare. Ling Yan couldn't help thinking to himself. At this point, if Ling Yan didn't know what xuanhuan wanted to do, then he wouldn't have to mess around. Ninger, bring me here, do you have something to tell me? Ling Yan giggled. Xuanhuan's beautiful little face was more than twice as red as before. She twisted and said, Brother Ling Yan. Can you be my boyfriend? Ling Yan pretended to be confused. Ninger, didn't you say that Li Qingchuan has stopped pestering you? Isn't my play over? What more do you want to play? Xuanhuan saw that Ling Yan actually regarded the matter between the two as acting. Immediately in a hurry, she desperately shouted, It's not acting. Ling Yan pretended to be puzzled, looked at Xuanhuan in confusion, and said, It's not acting, then, what does that mean? Xuanhuan was so anxious that she didn't dare to look into Ling Yan's eyes. She lowered her head and said softly, You've already kissed someone, how can it be considered acting? The little demon girl had never been so twitchy before. She suddenly gritted her teeth, straightened her delicate body, looked into Ling Yan's eyes and said, Brother Ling Yan, they want you to be my real boyfriend, not a shield. After that, his face became even redder, and he hurriedly lowered his head again. Ling Yan said in her heart that when the little demon girl had the courage to kiss me that day, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, wouldn't it be very daring? He smiled and said, Oh, let me be your real boyfriend? Why? Xuanhuan was taken aback by Ling Yan's question. She looked up at Ling Yan blankly, and said in a sullen voice, Why? People like you. You're stupid. Ling Yan finally looked straight, and said seriously to Xuanhuan, No, at least not now. Xuanhuan panicked at the time. She stood up in a hurry, and said anxiously, Why not? Ling Yan smiled lightly and turned to look at the busy traffic outside the window. Ninger, you also saw how dangerous the two of us were just now. After I have solved these dangerous factors, let's talk about relationships, okay? Ling Yan's feelings for Xuanhuan are different from that of all other women. It can be said that apart from his own sister, he really feels the best for Xuanhuan. Although it only took a few days, Xuanhuan accompanied him all the way to a strong rise. The little demon girl even cheered him on when he was running wildly on the playground with a sandbag. Although the little girl is unruly and willful, she is passionate, kind from the heart, and has her own stubbornness and persistence. What she likes is what she likes, and what she doesn't like is dislike. Everything is not hidden in her heart, and her heart is like a crystal. Clean and transparent. At that time, she was as fat as a pig, and she was poor in a tight old school uniform. She was tired like a dead dog on the playground with sandbags on her back. At that time, Xuanhuan was a little princess who was aloof. She wore a famous brand and drove a famous car. People who couldn't get together at all, but because of Xuanhuan's kindness, they were closely implicated. This golden heart, this unadulterated friendship, who can compare? She didn't consider money, status, fame, and looks. She just acted recklessly and did what she wanted to do. With Xuanhuan like this, how could Ling Yan not think she was nice? It doesn't matter whether you understand the flower language of roses, what matters in Ling Yan's heart is the most important. Sure enough, after Xuanhuan heard Ling Yan's words, her big eyes showed stubbornness and determination, and she said unquestionably, I don't care, what if there is danger? I will face it with you if there is danger. Besides, I can tell you. Grandpa, if my grandfather knew we were in danger, he could find a lot of experts to protect us. Ling Yan smiled lightly, stretched out his hands, and held Xuanhuan's two long, soft, snow-white hands, and said softly, We are talking, can you sit down and talk? That way I can't see your beautiful face anymore. How to talk about love? How could Xuanhuan endure Ling Yan's tenderness? She saw Ling Yan holding her hand affectionately, with a beautiful face and a love affair. Her little heart was pounding with excitement. If it weren't for the narrow space, she had fallen into Ling Yan's arms long ago. Xuanhuan twisted her delicate body, sat down in the most ladylike posture, and then asked Ling Yan, Brother Ling Yan, don't you like my stubbornness and willfulness? I know that boys like gentle and obedient girls. I will change slowly in the future. Xuanhuan blushed like a big apple. She let Ling Yun hold her small hand and said softly like never before. Ling Yun raised his hand and pinched Xuanhuan's pretty nose. What to change? It's Ninger's original intention to be unruly and willful. Besides, you are not unreasonable, you don't need to change it, you won't be Ninger if you change it. Xuanhuan's big eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, then, do you admit that I'm your girlfriend? Ling Yun still smiled and slowly shook his head. Xuanmei was so anxious that she was about to cry. She stomped her feet and said in a coquettish anger, what the hell is that? Ling Yun smiled and said, because you are only in the second year of high school this year, it is a good time to learn knowledge, you can't be distracted, so, I promise you, after you graduate from high school, my Ninger will be even more beautiful, you can be me again as your girlfriend, okay? It can be said that Ling Yun rarely thinks of others, except for Ning Ling Yu. Xuanhuan seems to be the first. Xuanhuan felt a sudden sweetness in her heart. She was extremely intelligent, and she immediately knew that Ling Yun was thinking of her. But she became depressed again in an instant. But now there are so many girls who like you, more than half of our class, and so many beautiful women come to you. Ling Yun sweated profusely, thinking that it was no wonder Tang Meng was so scared that he didn't dare to open a bet. It seemed that worry was really unnecessary. If he blindly called out the bet, he wouldn't even have to pay for his shorts. Ling Yun tightly clenched Xuanhuan's beautiful and slender snow-white hand and said, so, I promise, I will only let Ninger be my girlfriend, okay? The premise is that it must be after you graduate from high school. Xuanhuan finally showed a smile, her slightly heroic and beautiful face was instantly charming. Okay, but... Ling Yun asked in surprise, but what? But before I graduate from high school, you have to hug me, you have to kiss me, you have to love me, you have to take care of me, you have to give me a birthday, you have to take me home when it rains, and... The little demon girl's wish succeeded, and with her heart satisfied, her unruly energy came up again, and she even said dozens of words in one breath. Ling Yun is decisively tragic, and said in his heart that if he promises you so many conditions, it is better to be your boyfriend to save trouble. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. In any case, Xuanhuan finally got Ling Yun's recognition, although Ling Yun didn't agree to be her boyfriend immediately, but for Xuanhuan, at least she pierced that layer of window paper and her confession was successful. The little demon girl had a dazzling brilliance on her face, her big eyes kept staring at Ling Yun's eyes and face, she just felt that she couldn't see enough. She said this and that excitedly, and completely through the terrifying scene that she encountered in the milk tea house out of the sky. Ling Yun was also delighted to see her so happy. He kept smiling and talking with Xuanhuan, almost always answering any question and answering any request, so that the little demon girl could not wait to fall directly into Ling Yun's arms. Unknowingly, more than an hour passed quickly. Ling Yun realized that the two of them hadn't eaten yet. He quickly stood up and said, Ninger, it's going to be self-study in the evening in half an hour, I will bring by some food and take it home to eat. Xuanhuan was of course obedient to Ling Yun now. She immediately stepped out of the cubicle, and then smiled and stuck to Ling Yun's body in the most intimate gesture, and the two went downstairs side by side. As soon as Ling Yun walked down the 3 steps, she saw Yao Rou's graceful back sitting there quietly. She was the same as when she first saw her this afternoon. She was stared at by the wolf-like eyes shot by various men in the house. She was at ease, but she still sat there quietly, waiting persistently, and did not leave. Ling Yun's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. He took the initiative to check out the front desk of the milk tea house, then took Xuanhuan and walked away. When passing Yao Rou, he patted her shoulder again with his left hand. Yao Rugio's body trembled, and before she turned around, she saw Ling Yun hugging Xuanhuan's figure and walking out the door. Yao Ro looked at xuanhuan's graceful and delicate body that was almost slumped in Ling Yun's arms, and bit her lip with aggrieved eyes. She didn't call, she didn't shout, she still endured all kinds of complicated eyes, sitting there silently, waiting persistently. She asked for Ling Yun's phone in an almost debauched way. With great anxiety and enthusiasm, he sent a text message to Ling Yun, and then Ling Yun did whatever she said. Let her come out in a shy nurse uniform. She came out in a shy nurse uniform, without complaining, just to let the one who made her come out. The eyes of the excited boy, stay on yourself for a while. Noon. She got her wish and went further with Ling Yun and got the opportunity to work with him. And in the absence of Ling Yun, wearing high heels 8 centimeters high. Wearing such a shameful uniform, I ran for more than 4 hours with a high school student who had just met for the first time in various shopping malls. The soles of her slender feet had already developed large blisters, and her heels had also been swollen by cheap high-heeled shoes. The slightest touch would cause excruciating pain, let alone walking while standing. She resisted all kinds of strange gazes, and resisted the pain in the soles and heels of her feet. Resisting Tang Meng's indifferent gaze towards her, she kept smiling on her bright face, almost flattering and cautiously asking Ling Yun about various things. She wanted to know about Ling Yun, she wanted to ask, but she was afraid that she would ask too much, which would make the other party dissatisfied or that Ling Yun would be dissatisfied when he found out. You know, Yao Ro is a senior student. And Tang Meng was only in the 3rd year of high school. Is she cheap? She is not cheap, she just saw a boy she liked, and then desperately went to cater and pursue it. However, just after she confidently sent Ling Yun the message that she had been waiting for you all night, Ling Yun didn't even arrive 5 minutes after class. He came here with a noble and charming girl. He brought her here, and he took her away, holding her shoulders, chatting and laughing with her, not saying a word to himself, not saying a word. Just pressed my shoulder twice. Yao Ro could only sit there on tiptoes, because this way, the blisters on the soles of her feet wouldn't hurt due to the weight of her body, but she didn't dare to lift her legs up, because then people on the other side or outside would see it. The beauty of her skirt. She was wearing this outfit for Ling Yun to see, not for others to see. However, Ling Yun didn't speak, so she could only sit here and wait for him. She hoped that Ling Yun would come back suddenly, even if she only said a word to her. Ling Yun didn't come back. After Ling Yun and xuanhuan bought some delicious snacks, they protected her and went back to school, and they escorted her all the way back to the classroom. After Ling Yun delivered xuanhuan, it was less than 3 minutes before the evening self-study. He could only rush back to the classroom, holding the scallion pancake that xuanhuan bought for him. Miao Xiaomiao saw Ling Yun stepping on the bell to enter the classroom, but just stared at him as if nothing had happened, and then looked down. Chao Shanshan got up and let Ling Yun sit in, then asked with a tender smile, "What? You went out so early, and you haven't had time to eat yet?" Ling Yun chewed on the scallion pancakes, squinted at her, and said, "Schadenfreude, be careful, I will take revenge tonight." Chao Shanshan blushed and did not speak. She wrote 3 words on the notebook with a pen, "Wait." Ling Yun watched He Yile, then leaned into Chao Shanshan's ear, first blew the aroma of scallion pancakes, and then said, "Can I take 2 classes off tonight?" Chao Shanshan still refused to give in on the issue of principle. She gave Ling Yun a stern look and said, "Absolutely not. The next 2 classes tonight are mathematics, and I have to teach you the basics." Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that Chao Shanshan was doing both hard and soft to me. The whole night, Ling Yun spent studying with Chao Shanshan, sparring with him. With Chao Shanshan, the super schoolgirl, to accompany her, she spoke softly and lived happily. The 4th period of evening self-study passed by in a flash, and at this time, it was already 10:30 in the evening. After thinking about the bell after class, "Is it the right way to do this question?" Ling Yun answered a large comprehensive question on the math paper, and then asked Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan just glanced at it and said in surprise, "Yes." "How did you do it?" Ling Yun smiled, gave her a smug look, got up and left. He is a master at drawing talismans. Once he has mastered the basic knowledge in mathematics textbooks, doing these high school problems is simply easier than reciting history. "Wait." Chao Shanshan still asked in shock, "So you are not only a strong memory, this question tests the 4 major abilities of mathematics, you can do it so easily?" "This is not a question of history, geography, etc. that can be answered by memorizing it, it is mathematics. It requires strong computing ability, logical thinking ability, spatial imagination ability, etc. How could Ling Yun do it so easily?" Ling Yun thought that you should be shocked. "Anyway, I won't tell you." He smiled incomparably stinky. "How can such a simple question be difficult to live in this genius? Let's go." Chao Shanshan suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes and said in a mosquito humming voice, You won't take revenge." Before the words were finished, the extremely beautiful and fair oval face had already turned red. "Ling Yun thought that it was just a joke with you, but I didn't expect it to be serious." He deliberately lowered his head and stared fiercely at Chao Shanshan's tall breasts and said, "Hey, are you really afraid that I will eat you?" Chao Shanshan lowered her head, blushed, and did not speak. She felt that Ling Yun looked at her eyes, as if those hands were touching her tender breasts, causing ripples on her delicate body. Ling Yun just stared at Chao Shanshan's tall, fair-skinned face and kept staring, until her breathing became faster and heavier. Then she suddenly stood up straight and smiled. "I'll give you this account first. In 2 days, even the capital and the profit will be counted." After speaking, she ignored the delicate and soft Chao Shanshan and walked away. He really has too much to do tonight. First of all, he had to walk around the campus of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School to see if he could spot that faint murderous intent. Then, he had to go to the small river to see if his precious 7 Lights grass had already emerged from the water. After all, for Ling Yun, cultivation could not be delayed for a moment. Ling Yun even wanted to take a look at the Tianqing that Tang Meng mentioned tonight. If possible, he wanted to investigate the bottom of the Tianqing. With so many serious things to do, Ling Yun naturally couldn't spend his time flirting with Chao Shanshan. If he really wanted to flirt, the clear water flower at home was undoubtedly more suitable than Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun touched a leather needle bag in his arms, and then touched the magical brush that was connected to his blood, thinking that if he went to the Tianqing to investigate, he would have to bring those spikes as well, just in case. Thinking like this, Ling Yun came to the main road of the campus unhurriedly, and then he saw the snow-white figure standing at the gate of the campus. Yao Rou. She was still waiting for herself. It should be that the milk tea house was closed at this time, or she was afraid that she would not be able to see herself when she came out, so she came to wait outside the school gate. Why is she standing there in that position? Awkward. Ling Yun was slightly moved, and after a little thought, he quickly ran over. The spring is cold, and this is the time when the night begins to suddenly become cold. Yao Rou wears so little, and now she is naturally cold and hungry. She was standing in the cold air, her legs shrank and trembling, but she didn't dare to stomp because of the pain in the soles of her feet, so she could only grab her nurse's short skirt and try her best to cover her cold, almost numb legs. "Hey, why haven't you left yet?" Ling Yun quickly ran in front of Yao Rou. He took off his sportswear without saying a word, and directly wrapped Yao Rou's trembling body. I told you, I'll be waiting for you for so long." Yao Rou's face flushed red, seeing Ling Yun finally appearing in front of her. She tried her best to squeeze out a not ugly smile. "Silly woman, I patted you on the shoulder twice and told you to go back first, why don't you understand?" Ling Yun was really angry and anxious for a while. This woman was just as stubborn as Lin Menghan, but she seemed much cuter than Lin Menghan. I thought you asked me to wait for you." Yao Rou lowered her head to look at him in fright when she saw that Ling Yun was in a hurry. Don't talk about it, find a warm place first. After Ling Yan finished speaking, Yao Rou's coquettish voice seemed to be satisfied and surprised. Before the crowd came out after school, she hugged her tender body, quickly swept forward. Ling Yan galloped, sighing inwardly, I didn't expect Yao Rou, who is so obedient, to have the persistence of a small tiger. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Yao Rou's icy cold body was embraced by Ling Yan at once, her instinctual body trembled, and then her little heart immediately thumped, her heart pounding like a deer. Being hugged tightly by Ling Yan and feeling the heat from Ling Yan's body, Yao Rou felt a lot warmer in an instant. At the same time, she felt a strong sense of security that she had never felt before, which made her feel, everything I did for Ling Yan today was worth it. Yao Rou leaned her head tightly on Ling Yan's shoulder, her arms naturally wrapped around Ling Yan's neck, like a wounded cat, lying in Ling Yan's arms, motionless. Ling Yan held Yao Rou's shoulders with his right hand, and Yao Rou's round thighs and hips with his left hand. Since the hem of the nurse's skirt was originally very short, after being rubbed up, Ling Yan's left hand was directly attached to Yao Rou's smooth thighs. On it, the tentacles were slippery and cold. Ling Yan passed 4 or 5 intersections in a row, and stopped at a remote roadside. He still hugged Yao Rou's delicate body, lowered his head and asked, Where do you live? Have you had dinner yet? Yao Rou bit her lip and shook her head. The house I rented is near the municipal 9th courtyard, and I haven't eaten yet. It was difficult for her to explain, because the place she rented was only one room, about 10 square meters in size, and there was not even a decent table in the room except for an old single bed. All afternoon and one night, Yao Rou was hit by all kinds of strong and complex emotional waves, which made her body have a wonderful excitement. Affected by this excitement, before she could see Ling Yan, she simply didn't know what to do. I don't want to eat. Ling Yan frowned slightly, stared into Yao Rou's eyes and asked, Have you not eaten since noon? Yao Rou was stared at by Ling Yan's eyes, that were as deep as the vast starry sky. She subconsciously wanted to avoid Ling Yan's gaze, but she couldn't bear it, so she nodded in panic and whispered, N. Ling Yan's eyes showed a hint of reproach, but the left hand holding Yao Rou's tender buttocks couldn't help but tighten. Yao Rou's face was flushed with blush, she didn't dare to look into Ling Yan's eyes again, and buried her head deeply in Ling Yan's arms. A head full of blue silk is messy and tangled. Ling Yan's left corner of his mouth tickled slightly, and said softly, Then eat first, and I'll take you back after dinner. Qingshui City is a famous tourist city in the country. The nightlife of the citizens is rich and colorful. It just started at 10:30 in the evening and can last until 2:30 in the morning. It is very prosperous and lively. Especially the bustling business district in the city center. The lights are brilliant and colorful, and the colorful lights illuminate the night sky of Qingshui City. The light is as bright as day, the road is full of traffic, and pedestrians are bustling, more than during the day. It is not difficult to find a warm and comfortable place to eat supper in such a place. Ling Yan was too lazy to take a taxi, so he kept holding Yao Rou in the same position as he had been at the beginning, and he performed 1,000 miles of walking. He walked in with Yao Rou in his arms. It's too expensive here. Yao Rou leaned into Ling Yan's arms like a cat, and reminded him with a blushing face. Ling Yan giggled, Today we will eat the expensive ones, and we won't eat the cheap ones. Welcome. Inside the revolving door of the hotel, there were 4 tall beauties wearing tight cheongsams on both sides to welcome the guests. Seeing that Ling Yan came in with Yao Rou in her arms, she couldn't help laughing and bowing. I really don't blame these 4 well-informed beauties for laughing. Ling Yan was wearing a vest and holding a beautiful woman in a nurse's uniform in his arms. It seemed that he was only 18 years old, so he walked into the hotel with such carelessness. However, after seeing Ling Yan's face clearly, the 4 beauties were not calm, they all blushed and glanced at Ling Yan's face with big eyes. Ling Yun showed a smile that he thought was the most charming, and said lightly, I want the best two-person box, do you have one? Naturally there is. Under the leadership of the beautiful welcoming guest, Ling Yun quickly carried Yao Rou into the quiet box. After entering the box, he put Yao Rou on the ground. Hey! After 5 or 6 minutes, Yao Rou was put down suddenly, and the blisters on the soles of her feet were so painful that she couldn't hold back for a while, her legs bent involuntarily. The graceful figure twisted, groaned in pain, and was shaky. What's wrong? Ling Yan responded quickly and quickly supported her. It's all right. Yao Rou endured the heart-piercing pain in her feet. With Ling Yan's support, she limped towards the seat. When she sat down, she quietly put her toes up, letting her feet and sole disengages. Let's see. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he didn't care about the strange eyes of the waiter who followed up, and copied Yao Rou's slender legs with one hand. He gently took off Yao Rou's high heels, and then he was stunned. Yao Rou's 2 small feet are very beautiful, white and flawless, small and exquisite, soft and smooth, and they are too full to be grasped. The 10 toes are extremely beautiful. Foot. But what made Ling Yun stunned was not these, but the 7 or 8 shockingly large blisters on the soles of these 2 beautiful feet, as well as the large torn holes in the flesh-colored transparent stockings. Nonsense. Ling Yan's face was slightly angry. He raised his hand and wanted to call Tang Meng and scold him. I'm fine. For the first time, Yao Rou saw Ling Yun, who had always been calm, angry. She couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. She lowered her head and said shyly. No matter which woman has a pair of jade-footed ankles in the hands of a man, she will inevitably be shy. What's more, from Ling Yun's current point of view, Yao Rou's skirt is unobstructed. Don't put on your shoes, sit on the sofa first. Ling Yun looked up at the shy Yao Rou with a rare tenderness, gave her a touching smile, and said softly. On both sides of the expensive mahogany dining table are large and comfortable red sofas. Yao Rou only felt that her heart was filled with a huge sense of happiness, and she didn't feel any pain at all. You order first, I'll go out for a while, and come back soon. Ling Yun left a sentence, got up and rushed out of the box. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun returned to the private room with the Yunnan Bai Yao he bought, a band-aid, a pair of soft and comfortable socks and a pair of comfortable flat shoes. Have you ordered food yet? Ling Yun looked at Yao Rou with a smile and said softly. I ordered some shredded potatoes. Yao Rou was about to cry when she saw what Ling Yun was holding. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly, called the waiter in again, looked at the menu and said, no more shredded potatoes. Big lobster, sea cucumber, Buddha jumps over the wall, and another swiftlet nest. Ling Yun has never been so generous. Yao Rou was both happy and anxious to stop him and said, it's too expensive, I won't eat that. If you want to eat, you can eat. Ling Yun glared at Yao Rou, so frightened that she stopped speaking. Ling Yun is very domineering, but Yao Rou likes it very much. The waiter came out with a big smile. Ling Yun casually ordered 4 dishes that cost thousands of dollars. It's no wonder she was unhappy. 2 worlds. The lights were bright and ambiguous, there was a lot of traffic outside the window, and the pedestrians were rushing and bustling. Yao Rou only felt that she had changed from a Cinderella to the happiest princess in the world, and from the mortal world to heaven all of a sudden. She only felt that all this happiness came too quickly and suddenly, it felt dreamy and unreal, and she couldn't help but quietly curled up on her beautiful feet. Feeling the pain in my feet, I can confirm that all this is true. It was 27 or 8 degrees in the box. Yao Rou had warmed up a long time ago, her graceful and soft body sank into the soft and comfortable sofa, and her big bright and beautiful eyes stared at the big boy who seemed to be a little angry. She felt the happiness she had never felt before. That huge sense of happiness surged in the body, almost overflowing. Made her want to cry. I can only tell you one thing, no matter who it is, as long as you follow him, you will never suffer. Tang Meng's words rang in Yao Rou's ears repeatedly. He didn't lie to Yao Rou. Ling Yan looked at Yao Rou quietly with admiring eyes. He almost misread her. Slightly regret and distressed. You're stupid, you know I'm going to study at night, but you're still waiting there alone, and you don't even know how to eat. Ling Yan finally spoke, blaming Yao Judo softly. I just want to see you one more time. Yao Rou didn't drink, but she was already drunk and intoxicated. Isn't he handsome? Yes. Ling Yan laughed. He said to her softly, okay, don't do stupid things in the future, I will be very troublesome, I don't like trouble. Yao Rou was in a hurry, she just wanted to speak, but she heard Ling Yan say again, tomorrow you can rest at home, and then you can help me find 2 experienced nurses, and then you can just help me watch the clinic, nursing work, leave it to them. Also, the clinic has to be a little more presentable, don't be too petty, and don't lack money, you can arrange for Tang Meng to do it. If he dares to be like today, I will smoke him. Tang Meng is very good, in fact, he asked me to go back to rest several times today, but I myself refused to. Yao Rou hurriedly said good things to Tang Meng, because it was a fact. I know, but what this kid is thinking, I know better than you don't need to explain. Ling Yan laughed and stopped talking. The room instantly became silent, the atmosphere was ambiguous and wonderful. A few minutes later, Yao Rou couldn't bear this special atmosphere, she suddenly said softly, you run really fast. Ling Yan smiled lightly, that is very slow. That's still slow. Yao Rou was stunned for a moment, shocked. Because Qingshui No. 1 Middle School is a school, it is naturally very far from the downtown business district, at least a dozen stops away. Ling Yan took Yao Rou to the city in just 4 or 5 minutes, which was faster than a taxi, right? For Yao Rou, it is simply incredible. You will know later, but you are not allowed to ask more questions, understand? Kindness. Yao Rou is very well-behaved and submissive, she thought for a while and then asked cautiously, that girl this afternoon, isn't she? This is of course the thing that Yao Rou is most nervous and concerned about. Ling Yan gave her a teasing smile, is it my girlfriend? She's still young, let's talk about it later. Yao Rou listened to Ling Yan's ambiguous answer. She didn't know whether she should be happy or lost. She felt very melancholy for a while, and she didn't know what to say. The room fell silent again. The box door opened, and Swiftlet's nest and sea cucumber were brought up together. Ling Yan smiled slightly and said, don't leave any food left, otherwise I won't invite you in the future. It took more than an hour for the 2 to eat, and at midnight, Ling Yan took Yao Rou out of the hotel again and took her home by taxi. The place Yao Rou rented was in a big messy yard. She didn't want Ling Yan to see her place, so she said she wanted to go in by herself after getting off the car. Ling Yan smiled and hugged Yao Rou by the waist. In the darkness, he soon arrived at the door of Yao Rou's rented house. Yao Rou had no choice but to open the lock in Ling Yan's arms. After the 2 entered in the dark, Ling Yan found the switch and turned on the incandescent light before placing Yao Rou's graceful body on the single bed. Because Yao Rou is a nurse, although the room is extremely simple, she has cleaned it spotlessly and very clean. My family has been poor since I was a child. Yao Rou sat on the bedside, she didn't dare to look into Ling Yan's eyes, her eyes were full of deep inferiority, she bit her lip and said. Needless to say, I had to say it, Ling Yan had seen it, and couldn't hide it. How many people in this world look bright on the outside, but behind them are all kinds of poverty, difficulties, and burdens? What Yao Rou didn't expect was that after Ling Yan looked at the whole room, she smiled and said to her, I'm the same as you. Me too. In one sentence, Yao Rou burst into tears in an instant. She thought that Ling Yan would look down on her and would treat her with contempt from now on, but she didn't expect. trust me, you'll be different soon. Ling Yun's tall figure squatted down from Yao Rou's body, and he said softly, "Is there any hot water? Take off your socks, I'll scald your feet, and then apply medicine." Yao Rou's face turned red. A house of more than 10 square meters, lonely men and widows, at midnight, one-piece pantyhose, how can I take it off? Ling Yun smiled, "I thought you wouldn't be shy. Hurry up, I'll go get hot water." Seeing Yao Rou wearing a snow-white nurse uniform, with a delicate and soft body, her legs folded under her transparent flesh-colored stockings, and her head bowed shyly, Ling Yun laughed and got up to pour hot water. Yao Rou took advantage of Ling Yun's time to turn around and took off the pantyhose as quickly as she could, so embarrassed that she couldn't even care about the pain in her feet. He scalded his feet, cleaned the wound, sprayed Yunnan Bai Yao, and then put 8 or 9 band-aids on Yao Rou's beautiful pair of snow-white jade feet. Ling Yun put Yao Rou's slender and round legs on the bed, and said softly, "Okay, just a few blisters, it's not serious, you'll be fine after a day's rest. I'm leaving, call me if you have anything." Ling Yun smiled at Yao Rou, turned around and left. Yao Rou quietly looked at this incomparably considerate and gentle big boy in front of him. Just as he was about to walk to the door, he did not know where the courage came from, his mind became hot, and a sentence suddenly blurted out. "Stay here tonight, okay? To be continued." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. This is an era when money is paramount and material desires are rampant. This is an era when bold women can madly cry that they would rather sit in a BMW and cry than laugh on a bicycle, an era when countless mothers-in-law will not let their daughters marry you as long as you don't have a house, even if your love is dead and alive, the sea is dry and the stone is rotten. This is an era when as long as a man drives a slightly better car and waves at the gates of major schools, he can take female students to bed. This is still an era where you only need to send a few WeChat messages or chat on Facebook, and then you can hit it off and have an encounter or a deliberate one-night stand. In such an invincible and wonderful era, sleeping with a man is not a big deal for many girls, even easier than letting them cook, do laundry, make a bed, fold a quilt and knit a sweater. Yao Rou was born in a poverty-stricken mountainous area and grew up in a rural area. However, her academic performance was excellent, and she was finally admitted to Jiangnan Medical University. The children of the poor have long been the masters of the family. When Yao Rou filled out the application for choosing a university, she had already foreseen that her future life in a big city would be full of countless hardships and difficulties. Therefore, she did not choose those flashy majors, but it is a nursing major that is very easy to find a job. Yao Rou's personality and hobbies are naturally a factor in choosing a nursing major, but there is no doubt that for her, the number one priority is how to survive in this vast city with no relatives. Yao Rou is undoubtedly a very smart and self-aware girl. Remote mountainous areas, poor rural areas, and traditional education have made Yao Rou tough, stubborn, and hardworking. During her nearly 4 years of studying in college, she has also seen the bustling, eclectic prosperity of big cities and the particularity of nursing. It made her very familiar with the physiological characteristics of the human body. Exactly what this is all about. Only then did the Yao Rou that Ling Yun saw was created. She is tenacious, cautious, and has a strong independence. She is weak, inferior, but incomparably confident. She is bold, open, but firmly retains her innocence. Until Yao Rou saw Ling Yun in the municipal 9th courtyard, and she was deeply shocked by Ling Yun's excellence. And he directly established his own goal and pursued Ling Yun with all his might. Desires, feelings, and a bright future within reach made Yao Rou unable to distinguish what she really wanted, but at this moment, when Ling Yun was about to go out, Yao Rou put everything down. She decides. Whether it's because of desire or feelings, whether she has the future with this boy or not, whether she can get the results she wants, she must give her body and everything to the boy in front of her. She felt it was worth it, and she was 100% sure that she would not regret it. That's enough. Hey! The sound of the zipper being pulled open. Ling Yun suddenly turned around. Yao Rou's already blushing pretty face was as red as drunk at this time. Qiu Shui's eyes flashed with a shy but firm light, her graceful body reclining on the quilt behind her, with the zipper of the snow-white nurse's uniform unzipped, her soft and slender waist limbs, flat, smooth and firm belly. The sexy belly button is mysterious. Although the zipper is only half opened, it is more seductive than the whole. Yao Rou was sitting there. The short skirt of the nurse's uniform could not cover her round and slender buttocks, her snow-white round and slender thighs overlapped each other, flashing dazzlingly under the incandescent light. Yao Rou's delicate body trembled slightly. What a bloody uniform temptation picture. Ling Yan's Adam's apple trembled slightly, then turned around and came to Yao Rou's bed. Yao Rou's red lips were tender and charming, her sandalwood mouth was slightly open, and her breathing became rapid. She closed her eyes slightly, raised her delicate chin, and looked like she was being picked by you. However, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Continue." Yao Rou's body trembled violently again. She didn't dare to open her eyes. She raised her hand to chirp. The nurse's uniform was all pulled away. Yao Rou's graceful and moving snow-white body was finally exposed to Ling Yun's eyes. Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly praised, "It's so beautiful. This breast is on par with Xuan Meifeng's." But he continued, "It's not enough, go on." Yao Rou saw that Ling Yun meant to strip her naked, her panting became more intense, and she could not help but groan, but since she had already chosen to give her body to Ling Yun, she couldn't care less. Yao Rouchang endured the softness of her delicate body, and sat up slightly to straighten her delicate and embossed body. She grabbed the front of the nurse's uniform with both hands, and opened her arms to take off the nurse's uniform. "Ruer is beautiful. Go on." Yao Rou was too embarrassed to open her eyes now. After hearing Ling Yun's praise and encouragement, she reached behind her back with trembling hands, and gently released her. "It's so big, so white. Continue." Ling Yun still stood there admiring, without even touching Yao Rou. Ah. Yao Rou felt a little silly, and if she continued, she would become a shelled egg, not an inch of thread. Yao Rou couldn't help but feel a little resentment in her heart, thinking that this last layer should be taken off by you. How can people take off all in one breath? The most sensitive part of Yao Rou's body is her earlobe. What may make her heart surging is her pair of crystal and slender, peerless beautiful feet, which is her true death point. Ling Yun had just scalded her feet, cleaned her wounds, sprayed Yunnan Bai Yao, and put on a band-aid. Ling Yun had repeatedly tossed Yao Rou's beautiful feet for so long. Tisk, it's beautiful. Ling Yun carefully admired Yao Rou's perfect and charming body, and couldn't help but sigh. This sounded like celestial music in Yao Rou's ears. She only felt that the electricity was running around all over her body, and she was no longer able to sit there. When her delicate body was tilted, she lay flat on the bed. Ling Yun gave a narrow smile, raised his hand and grabbed the quilt, then Huadi unfolded and gently covered Yao Rou with the quilt. "That's good, you've been tired all day, you should rest well. Lie down obediently and don't move." Ling Yun smiled and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Yao Rou said with an incredible face, Don't you like me?" Yao Rou was horrified, tears suddenly overflowed from her big eyes like autumn water. Yao Rou was 100% confident in her beauty and figure. She believed that any man, after looking at her body, would jump up like a wolf like a tiger, but what she didn't expect was that Ling Yun, after watching her take off her clothes layer by layer, she just covered her with a quilt. Even the clear eyes have not changed, they are still as deep as the vast starry sky, and they are still calm and natural smiles. "I like it. Rower's face is so beautiful, her figure is so good, and she is so obedient, she is simply stunning, why don't I like it?" Ling Yun giggled. Then, why are you? Yao Ro wanted to cry without tears. Ling Yan's face turned straight and he said, "Fool, it's not easy to want to eat you. However, we have to choose a good place and a good time, understand? Ling Yan is really stupid, is he really not interested? Really out of ideas? Nonsense, looking at such a beautiful and attractive carcass, he really wants to eat Yao Ro on the spot, and choose a fart place, fart time. But not now, his pure young body must not be broken, Zhuang Meifeng can't do it, Chao Shanshan can't do it, and Yao Ro can't do it either." Ling Yan, who was struggling so hard, didn't know that he had recited tens of thousands of times in his heart. If there was no such thing as a pure heart, the current Yao Ro would have been broken by Ling Yan long ago. When Yao Ro heard Ling Yan say that she wanted to choose a good place and a good time, her heart was relieved, and she was endlessly moved. With sweet satisfaction on her face, she looked at Ling Yan with big eyes without blinking, and said moved, "You are so amazing, you can't stand it." After Yao Ro finished speaking, she shyly closed her eyes, the little daughter's expression was simply too glamorous. Ling Yan could only helplessly smile, but said in his mouth, "Remember, in the future, the nurse's uniform can only be worn by me, understand?" With a shy smile in Yao Ro's closed eyes, she nodded lightly. Ling Yan smiled lightly, took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket, put it on Yao Ro's bedside and said, "In the future, buy things according to the best, you can use this money first, and I will give it to you in a few days." Without waiting for Yao Ro to refuse, he said directly, "I'm leaving." After speaking, without stopping, he came to the door in a flash, opened the door and left the house, and flashed again, the figure had already left the yard and disappeared. Yao Ro hurriedly got up and sat up, looking at the empty room, thinking of Ling Yan's voice and smile. 2 lines of happy tears fell from her cheeks. Yao Ro only knew that she was very happy, but she didn't know that besides Ning Lingyu, she was the first woman who made Ling Yan so generous and didn't care about money. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. When Ling Yan left Yao Ro's residence, it was past midnight. He was thinking about the precious 7 lights grass in his heart. Copy address access. If Yao Ro could see Ling Yan's speed now, she would never say that he ran faster, just now. In the darkness of the night, Ling Yan's tall figure was like an oversized night owl. He was silent, his footsteps were light, and he was more than 20 meters away. According to ordinary people's eyesight, he couldn't even touch Ling Yan's shadow. Qi Yaochao was nearly 20 kilometers away from Yao Ro's residence, and Ling Yan arrived in 4 or 5 minutes. When approaching the other side of the 7 luminaries grass, Ling Yan slowed down slightly, his eyes were like lightning, and from a distance he could see that the turbulent river water had already receded, and the river water had returned to its usual height, flowing calmly and soothingly. Ling Yan's figure rose and fell a few times, and when he reached the other side of the 7 lights grass, he didn't turn his head, just glanced at the 7 lights grass with the corner of his eye, and then continued to speed ahead without reducing his speed. The 7 luminaries grass is still there, still thriving. Except for some muddy leaves on the lush grass, everything else is fine. Ling Yan didn't stop, because he found that he had just arrived by the small river, and was decorated by someone, and he was not alone. Of course, he didn't want the 7 luminaries grass to be discovered by others, so he didn't stop and galloped straight ahead. The heavy murderous intention was gradually approaching. Ling Yan once again accelerated the speed, and the direction he went was exactly Longpan Mountain. The moon is dark and the wind is high, and Longpan Mountain is inaccessible. It is a good place to kill people. Since someone wants to kill him, Ling Yan will naturally not be polite. He didn't run particularly fast. In order to let the people behind him catch up with him, he even deliberately slowed down every time he turned a corner, fearing that the people behind him would lose him. In the process of running, Ling Yan has quietly taken out the leather needle bag, the back of the leather bag. Hundreds of large needles are now densely inserted. If Ling Yun used them to kill people, it would be enough for the stalker behind him to die 100 times. He didn't have time to go back to his residence to get the spikes, for fear that the stalkers behind him would be detrimental to Zhuang Meifeng at home. 8 or 9 minutes later, Ling Yun had reached the shore of Qingshui Lake. He didn't stop, and jumped over the 2-meter-high wall directly into the Longpanchen Park. After chasing Ling Yun closely behind him, he was reluctant to give up. Of course, it was Xianjiu who Xianqi said. He didn't use all his strength, and in the process of tracking Ling Yun, he still had the leisure to pass on information to Xianqi. It's by the river, I don't know what to do. I didn't stop, just left. I guess he found me. Go to the southwest, in the direction of Qingshui Lake. He is very supportive and has entered Longpanchen Park. Inside the black car, Xianqi stared at the phone screen. The absolutely beautiful and glamorous face was as calm as water, carefully watching the information that Xianjiu sent back, and giving orders to Li Yi beside him. They are killers. The job of killers is to take money to kill people, and they pay attention to one-shot kills without leaving a single chance for the target. Now, customers who bought Ling Yun Life have raised the price from 8 million to 50 million. This is a big deal for their Heavenly Killing Organization. Therefore, the Heavenly Killing Organization attaches great importance to Ling Yun. First, they sent a few small roles at the bottom of the organization to follow Ling Yun and verify Ling Yun's strength from all aspects. Ling Yun and Shui Mining were in Zhuang Meifeng's car accident. The stalker found was one of these detectives. Then Tiansha Group sent Jiao Fei and Li Yi based on the price of 8 million offered by Ling Hao. Based on the information they had collected at that time, they believed that sending 2 yellow-level killers to assassinate Ling Yun was simply a matter of finding something. Yellow killer, to put it bluntly. That is, the killers of the Heavenly Slaughter Organization perform the most common killing tasks. They just master some common killing skills. They can complete the assassination of ordinary people without leaving any traces. But such killers, in the Heavenly Slaughter Organization, BB. All of them, once you grab a lot of them, you can't stand on the table at all. For example, Jiao Fei, if he didn't assassinate him, fighting Tai Xiaohu alone might not be able to gain the upper hand. However, Ling Yun easily defeated more than 30 Qinglong people by himself, and threw Tai Xiaohu on the school playground. After being passed back to the Heavenly Killing Organization by those stalkers, they knew that the current Ling Yun was definitely not Li Yi. And Jiao Fei can kill. The Heavenly Killing Organization told the news to Fang Linghao, who bought the life. Linghao was shocked when he found out. This kid was so ruthless and decisive that he immediately raised the price to 50 million. Because, if such an outstanding Ling Yun returns to the Ling family, coupled with his father Ling Shao, there is a fatal threat to the status of Ling Zhan and Ling Hao. Therefore, the Heavenly Killing Organization sent Xianqi and Xianjiu, and asked them to bring 4 excellent snipers to help Xianqi complete the assassination of Ling Yun in case of emergency. What Xianqi didn't know was that, in addition to the Heavenly Killing Organization, they also sent a prefecture-level killer, codenamed Diba. Earth-level killers are all supreme powerhouses whose martial arts have reached the 4th level of the acquired realm. If they deal with a level killer like Xianqi, they will be able to kill them instantly with a single move. For these 50 million, the Heavenly Killing Organization can say that it has been foolproof and leak-proof. It's just that the prefecture-level killers have always been alone, their whereabouts are mysterious, and they won't take action unless they have to, so Xianqi has thought that he is in control of the overall situation until now. In the black car, Xianqi, with a beautiful face and a sexy body, was wearing a pure black leather jacket and leather pants, which wrapped her body exquisitely and embossed, compact and attractive. She is lining up in an orderly manner. Let 2 snipers ambushed on Nangqi Peak opposite Longpan Mountain, and the other 2 snipers were ambushed on both sides of Longpan Mountain's mountain road, asking them to hit every shot. If they are not sure, no one is allowed to shoot. Li Yi, Yu and Jiao Fei are now rushing around Longpan Mountain and waiting for my order. Ling Yun has already climbed Longpan Mountain. Xuanzhou is not sure about dealing with him alone. I want to go and help. Just when Ling Yun entered Longpanchen Park, a carefully planned shocking assassination was ready. After Xianqi's arrangement was completed, she got out of the car floating, her sexy and seductive body bent slightly, and galloped towards Longpan Mountain in the night. Xianqi quickly arrived at the meeting point with Xianzhou. In a dense forest next to the mountain road in Longpanchen Park, when Xianqi arrived in front of Xianzhou, he already held a pitch-black murder weapon in his hands. Dagger. In the dark forest, the pure black short dagger is directly integrated with the darkness. If ordinary people saw Xianqi, they would think that she was barehanded. I have to say that this is indeed the best weapon for killing people. Did you go up? After Xianqi saw Xianzhou, who was waiting for her, he lowered his voice and asked. He went up a long time ago. He was very flamboyant, and his movements were fast and slow, as if he was afraid that I would lose him. Xuanzhou is a young man in his mid-20s, tall and thin, wearing a black tight night clothes. His eyes are cold and sharp. His temples are bulging high, and he is obviously a master of both internal and external cultivation. Xian Qixiumiai's cold and glamorous face turned gloomy, and she whispered softly, I'm so crazy, I don't know which apprentice from a hidden sect. Do you really think he is invincible in this world? Besides, the frog at the bottom of the well. I don't even know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. Maybe because of Qingzhu's grasp, and because of his slight anger, Xianqi's voice was a little higher, and Ling Yun, who was sitting on a tiger's cliff and admiring the night, listened to him. Oh? This world is exactly what I imagined, and there are hidden sections. It's interesting. Ling Yun smiled faintly, thinking inwardly. There are even dragons, so Ling Yun didn't feel strange when he heard that there was a hidden sect, but his interest increased greatly. Ling Yun's empty left hand lightly patted the magical brush in his arms, and his eyes flashed brightly as he swept around the shore of Qingshui Lake. A lot of people really came. Is that the legendary gun? Tai Xiaohu said that Qinglong has a gun. It seems that you have to be careful when you go to Qinglong to collect the bill. Ling Yun murmured to himself, but he only saw Li Yi, Jiaofei, and the 2 snipers lurking near Longpan Mountain, but he didn't see the 2 from Nanquifeng. Then, Ling Yun's attention was focused on the huge Tianqing with a radius of more than 300 meters. He had been observing this Tianqing for a long time just now, and was deeply moved by it. The Tianqing is located between Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng. The pit is huge, with a diameter of more than 300 meters. Because the Tianqing is located in the valley of the 2 mountains, the shape of the pit is like a big circle with 2 sides raised, a black hole. Bottomless, he opened his huge round mouth in the night, almost trying to devour the night sky. Even with Ling Yun's current vision, he could only see the 30 meters below the pit entrance. The Tianqing was deep and quiet. From time to time there were huge rocks rolling down from both sides of the pit, but there was no echo for a long time, which looked terrifying and mysterious. The reason why Ling Yun chose to deal with his opponent here was that he wanted to go to the Tianqing to investigate after he was done. Why haven't you come up yet? We all know that I have discovered you, and you still want to assassinate? Ling Yun waited a little impatiently. In the dense forest on both sides of the Longpan Mountain Road, Xianzhou gestured to Xianqi with a secret message, killing or ambush? Xianqi quickly made a few simple gestures, clearly kill. If it doesn't work, lead him down the mountain and ambush. Walk. The 2 of them flashed and swept out of the dense forest at the same time. Two black figures, a man and a woman, swept along the gray-white stone steps of the mountain road and quickly swept to the top of the mountain. 4 minutes later, the two reached the top of the mountain at the same time. "Aren't you too cautious? I've been waiting for you for a long time." The tiger crawled on the cliff. Ling Yun didn't even look back. His tone was indifferent and leisurely, without a trace of emotion. He said lightly, "To be continued. To be continued." Originally from Reading Net. When Xianqi and Xianjiao reached the top of Longpan Mountain, Ling Yun immediately realized that the faint murderous intention he felt 2 days ago was not from these two people. Because the strong murderous intent emanating from the two of them is more than 100 times stronger than that of Jiao Fei and Li Yi. Ling Yun knew that if there were number 180 lives under his hands, there would never be such a strong murderous intention on his body. Murderous intent permeated the entire Longpan Peak, and tightly enveloped Ling Yun, who was on the tiger's cliff, adding a chilling atmosphere. However, Ling Yun still did not look back. When Xianqi and Xianjiao saw that Ling Yun was so arrogant, they looked at each other, silently. Xianjiao suddenly jumped out, and he kicked a rock the size of a watermelon into the air, flying towards Ling Yun's direction. Fired up. At the same time, Xianqi's graceful and delicate body showed, and the two pitch-black daggers in his hands quickly intertwined in the air, and then opened instantly. The delicate body was like a black butterfly, rushing towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't sway his shoulders or sway, just tilted his head slightly. The flying stone whizzed past his ear, flew forward for more than 10 meters, and then began to fall down. Almost at the same instant, Xianqi's black double daggers had come to Ling Yun's back. Xianqi's shot was like lightning, stabbing the aorta in Ling Yun's neck with one hand and the back of Ling Yun's heart with the other, obviously trying to kill him with one blow. Only the top and most professional killers will have such sharp killing moves. They will not fight with you. Xianqi's arms are now like two black poisonous snakes, and the two short daggers in his hands are the fangs of the poisonous snake, and they came to Ling Yun in an instant. Incomparably fierce. Just at this juncture, Ling Yun's figure began to move, and his tall body made an inconceivable twist, slipping out from an angle that Xianqi could never imagine. What Ling Yun used this time was not the walk of 10,000 miles. According to Xianqi's speed of the shot just now, if Ling Yun used the walk of 10,000 miles, it would be impossible to dodge. This time he used the Phantom Fish and Dragon Step. Phantom Fish and Dragon Steps, the peak of the 3rd level of body training, can cast the 1st level. It is the best choice for close combat. It depends on the flexibility, coordination, and explosive power of the body. Once it is deployed, the body is flexible like a swimming fish in the water, and like a dragon circling and flying in the sky. Sometimes the fish soars to the bottom, and sometimes the dragon roars for 9 days. The figure is extremely flexible and unrestrained. When it is used to the extreme, the body can leave a trail of phantoms in place, so that the enemy can't tell which is the person and which is the phantom. It is the best footwork for close-range one-to-many combat. The highest level of the Phantom Fish and Dragon Step is to change the shape of the shadow, and you can teleport within a range of 50 meters or even hundreds of meters, and perform it in rapid succession. At most, 9981 phantoms can be left behind. That is to say, no matter how many people are around Ling Yun, he can always rely on this footwork to perform one-on-one singles. As long as he can't keep up with his speed, no matter how many enemies there are, they can only stare blankly. Escaped. Xianqi thought that it was a surefire blow, but Ling Yun did not expect it to be easily avoided. Her pretty eyes were slightly taken aback, but she immediately spread out her figure again. Pounce on Ling Yun again. Shichichi. Xianjiao had already rushed towards Ling Yun, and before anyone arrived, he raised his hand with one hand. The 3 sharp flying knives are like meteors streaking across the sky, flashing white swords in the dark night, flashing past, flying directly to the 3 key points of Ling Yun. Grass. I haven't played flying needles with you yet, but you actually played flying knives with me first. Ling Yun once again performed the phantom fish and dragon steps, and once again easily dodged, and at the same time flew upside down in the air, once again dodging Qianqi's sure-kill blow. Xianjiu didn't expect these 3 flying knives to be able to do anything to Ling Yun, and the others followed the knives and went straight to Ling Yun's back. At the same time, when he raised his hand, he pulled out the 3-edged army thorn he carried with him. This is a 3-edged army thorn made of high-quality stainless steel. It is 2 feet long, weighs 9 pounds, and has a bright silver body. It can be used as both a sword and a short stick. Ling Yun flew upside down and fell quickly. Xianjiu saw the opportunity, and raised his hand with the 3-edged army thorn, and stabbed it in the chest of Ling Yun. Want to take advantage of me? You were born 10 years too late. Ling Yun smiled in the air. With one arm, his left hand volleyed against the 3-edged army thorn. The 3-edged army thorn naturally has 3 edges, and the corners of each edge are unusually sharp. When Xuanjiu saw that Ling Yun dared to grab the thorn with his bare hands, he thought that you were courting death. Passed. Ling Yun did not dodge or dodge, and directly faced the slashed 3-edged thorns and grabbed it. The cultivation results of the Dian Star treasure art finally began to show. Xianjiu thought that a foolproof cut would definitely cut off half of Ling Yun's palm, but Ling Yun didn't even feel pain after grasping it in his hand. He couldn't help but turn pale in shock, and suddenly he was about to pull his hand back. If Xianqi wanted to take back the 3-edged army thorn, then it would not be Ling Yun. He grabbed the 3-edged army thorn with one hand, cast a heavy weight, his feet fell instantly, and his palms slid along the 3-edged army thorn inconceivably, and then clenched again, and yanked it into his arms suddenly. The 3-edged army stinging poisonous snake generally stabbed at the towering Xianqi, who was rushing behind Ling Yun. This is too cruel. If Xianqi is stabbed by the 3-edged army, it is uncertain whether he will die, but a towering and round shape will be directly stabbed. Looking for death. Xianqi scolded with shame and anger, biting his silver teeth in anger, twisting his willow waist, and his graceful body sideways dodged the 3-edged army thorns that were rushing in. Ling Yun's shoulders were quickly pierced. Hee. Ling Yun smiled, until Xianqi got old, then he let go of his left hand that grabbed the 3-edged thorn, and slid out with a phantom fish and dragon step. The 2 black short daggers stabbed at Xianjiu's chest like lightning. Xianjiu turned pale in shock, and at the critical moment, he quickly let go and leaned back. Xianqi also quickly stopped, but it was too late, and the 2 sharp short daggers still slashed from Xianjiu's shoulders. Chi. Xuanjiu's black night clothes was cut in an instant, and 2 long bloody openings stretched from the chest to the lower abdomen, and the blood was sprinkled all over the tiger's cliff. Everything happened in a flash. Within 20 seconds, within a few rounds, Xianjiu was already injured. Ling Yun turned around, raised his hand and took Xianjiu's sand-edged army thorn in his hand, but he didn't take advantage of the momentum to pursue him. This weapon is good, it's just too light. Ling Yun looked at Xianqi and Xianjiu, who were standing side by side with a playful look on his face. Said lightly, "You guys are almost done fighting me, it's my turn to play, isn't it?" When Ling Yun's words arrived, the Sanling army stabbed with a sword and stabbed out. Little phaseless swordsmanship. This is another top-notch unique skill of Ling Yun before reaching Qi practice. Xianqi and Xianjiu could never have imagined in their dreams that the Sanling army stabbed Ling Yun's hand, and there would be such a powerful force. The speed is extremely fast, not to mention, every move of the 3-edged army thorn. It's almost like a fantasy, with no trajectory to follow. But with complicated techniques, like a poisonous dragon shining with cold light, Xianqi and Xianjiu struggled to deal with it every time it stabbed. Xiao Wuxiang swordsmanship, Ling Yun has not used it for a long time, and today is intrigued, like taking Xianqi and Xianjiu to try it out. And he used his left hand to stab. Hey! Ling Yan's three-edged army stabbed through Qianqi's shoulder like lightning, and Qianqi's black and bright leather jacket instantly broke a big hole. A large area of snow-white skin was exposed, and red blood overflowed instantly. The beautiful killer, Qianqi, has blood on his shoulders. Be careful. Ling Yan smiled teasingly, and reminded Qianqi, who had raised eyebrows. Qianqi and Xianjiu looked at each other in horror, and the horror in their eyes was conveyed to each other at the same time. Ling Yan is not the strength of the peak of the yellow level, and may even reach the peak of the Xian level. If they still can't see that Ling Yan is playing with them, then don't do this, killer. Come again. Ling Yan became more and more excited as he fought. He deliberately slowed down the attack on Xianjiu and used the three-edged army stab to attack Qianqi. Hey! It was the sound of clothes being torn. Qianqi ducked for a while, and her other shoulder was stabbed by the Sanling army again. At this time, the shoulders of her sexy leather jacket had been completely torn by Ling Yan, a large area of snow-white skin was exposed in the night sky, and the deep groove on her chest was already looming. I fought with you. Qianqi was humiliated repeatedly by Ling Yan, and he was already furious. She swung two short daggers towards Ling Yan, and didn't care about the three-edged thorns in Ling Yan's hands. She thought that even if she was in danger of being stabbed by Ling Yan, she would stab Ling Yan. Just you? Ling Yan smiled faintly, but he was rude in his hand. The three-edged army stabbed in the air in a wonderful arc, and with another chirp, Qianqi's leather jacket on the front of his chest was all torn by Ling Yan. When the two snow-white towers stood tall, they were all exposed in front of Ling Yan. Nice figure. Ling Yan smiled at Qianqi, who was stunned, his right hand holding dozens of large needles into a fist, and he punched Qianqi's left chest with no pity. The most arrogant, the most overbearing Tiangang, subduing magic fist. This punch was cast extremely fast, Qianqi couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. With a sound of bang, Qianqi's snow-white towering right side was severely hit by Ling Yan, directly knocking her upside down and flying 7 or 8 meters away. Qianqi gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but he couldn't stand at all. Lying down on the top of the mountain. The game of fighting and killing, women should not play it. Ling Yan smiled coldly, no longer cared about Qianqi, who fell to the ground, and turned to look at Xianjiu, who was terrified. Don't be afraid, you will die soon. Ling Yan was never polite to those who wanted to kill him, and he was not just shouting and playing with the reputation of being decisive. These people are not the bad boys or dudes who bully others on campus, they just need to teach them a lesson. Including Qianqi, these people are killers who kill without blinking an eye. The phantom fish and dragon stalked. Ling Yan came to Xianjiu with a swipe. Xianjiu instinctively used his body technique to turn around and escape, but he did not expect Ling Yan to be more than 3 times faster than him this time. Ling Yan grabbed Xuanjiu's neck with his left hand like an iron pincer, and with his right hand pinched a large needle 2 inches long, and slammed it against the Baihui acupoint on the top of Xuanjiu's head. The big needle sank into Xianjiu's head in an instant. Giggle. Xianjiu's eyes popped out of their sockets in horror, and there was a clucking sound in his throat, but he couldn't say anything. Die. Ling Yan's voice was still indifferent and calm, as if he had done something trivial. He grabbed Xianjiu's body, raised his hand, and threw it high. Under Qianqi's terrified gaze, Xianjiu's corpse fell rapidly in the direction of the Tianking. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Watching Xianjiu's body slide through a long parabola in the night sky, falling straight into the sky like a meteor, Ling Yan smiled indifferently, then carried the 3-edged army thorn upside down and came to Qianqi's body. If there is one word to describe the current Qianqi, it is the 2 words, poor and beautiful. Very tragic beauty. Ling Yunji's just fierce Tiangang Fu Mo fist hit her bare, towering left chest without any tricks, already causing Xianqi to suffer internal injuries. She sprayed 3 or 4 mouthfuls of blood in a row. Sexy bright red blood was splattered around her small mouth. Although the scratches on both sides of her shoulders were not very deep, blood was gurgling out, flowing along her snow-white chest to her lower abdomen. Xianqi's left chest was almost flattened by Ling Yun's punch, and it was slightly tilted. The 4 purple fingerprints were clearly visible, and swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no trace of sexiness at all. Ling Yun looked down at her with a cold smile, dragged her by her hair, dragged her to the side of a boulder like a dog to death, then let go and sat on the rock by herself. Want to die or live? Ling Yun's mouth twitched slightly, giving Xianqi a choice. To tell the truth, Xianqi's appearance is not inferior to Yao Rou's, and her figure is not comparable to hers, but with the same 2 beauties, Ling Yun gently covers Yao Rou with a quilt and treats Xianqi. You're so cruel. Xianqi didn't care about any humiliation at this time. She barely raised her right arm, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said with a look of fear. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Isn't it cruel enough? At least you're not dead yet. Come on, do you want to die or live?" Ling Yun was at his leisure. Seeing that Xianqi didn't speak for a long time, Ling Yun was a little impatient, and he said, "Okay, I will ask you a question now. I will ask you a question, and you will answer one. The answer is too slow, or the answer is wrong. I will use this stab. Do you understand it? You should just kill me directly." Xianqi said coldly. The killer, especially the killer of the Heavenly Killing Organization, Xianqi knew that if he failed in his mission and Xingzong was exposed, it would be a death to go back. Might as well let Ling Yun give her a good time. "Oh? It seems that you still want to die? How about I draw a few earthworms on your face first, and then kill you?" Ling Yun had a playful look on his face. Said lightly. "You." Even though Xianqi was ruthlessly trained by the killer organization, killing people like hemp, she never imagined that the 18-year-old high school student in front of her would be so cruel. "Pities I Xiu? Lian Xiangxiu can do it, but who should be divided, and the woman who wants to harm him, Liang Xiangxiu, is definitely not Ling Yun's style. Why, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that my face will be scratched." Ling Yun smiled and stabbed Xianqi's pretty face with the 3-edged army stab. "It looks like it will be stuck at any time." Xianqi was so frightened that she hurriedly said, "You ask, I'll tell you." Ling Yun was right. Women are really not suitable for fighting and killing, and even before they started, they were already frightened out of the sky. There are women who are not afraid of death, but there are few women who are not afraid of being ugly. "What's your name?" "Xianqi." "Real name?" "Xiao Mimi." "Who sent you here?" "God Kill." "What is goddamn?" Heavenly Kill is an international killer group. It is well organized and has countless killers. Very good, let's talk about the situation of Heavenly Kill first. Xiao Mimi raised her eyes and glanced at Ling Yun, then said, "The Heavenly Killing Organization is one of the 3 major killer groups in the world. There are many branches in economically developed countries around the world, and each branch has 3 to 9 heavenly rank killers in command. Complete all kinds of assassination missions. But no one knows where the headquarters of Heavenly Death is." "Heavenly Death?" Ling Yun interrupted her indifferently and said, "What kind of killer is a sky-level killer?" This is what Ling Yun is most concerned about. Heaven-level killers are acquired 9th-level peaks or even congenital masters. "What state are you in?" "The 2nd floor peak of the day after tomorrow." "What about the dead one?" "The 2nd floor midterm of the day after tomorrow." Ling Yun pondered for a moment. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of body training, enough to kill Xianqi in seconds. That's his own strength. He still couldn't compare them, they were too weak. Actually, if Ling Yin didn't use the Phantom Fish Dragon Step, Xiao Wuxiang Swordsmanship, and Tian Gang's Demon Fist today, Xian Qi and Xianjiu would still be able to fight him, just because Ling Yan's movement skills and moves were really good. It was too tough, so the two Xian-level killers who had just fought lost their temper. Continue to talk about the situation of your organization. What level of killers are there? The killers of the Heavenly Killing Organization are divided into 4 levels, Heaven and Earth, Xuanhuan and Huang. We are Xian-level killers. Yellow-level killers mainly have complicated tasks to assassinate ordinary people. If they are a little more troublesome, they will send us to take action, and then go up to the ground level, and then it's heaven level. They seldom shoot, usually they just sit and command. Have you ever seen an earth level or sky level killer take action? How does their strength compare to mine? Xiao Mimi gave Ling Yin a disdainful sneer, but before she could finish laughing, Ling Yin had already stepped on her lower abdomen. Xiao Mimi cried out in pain, and she fell down with cold sweat. Before you want to pretend, you must first understand your situation. Say it. Ling Yin said, coldly. Xiao Mimi gasped for breath, her naked chest rose and fell violently, and the blood flowing along the valley between the 2 peaks was like a swimming red snake. White Yinghong, very charming. The strength you show now is very similar to the peak of the Xian level, but your speed is very fast. You should be able to escape in front of ordinary earth-level killers. As for the sky-level killers, they can definitely kill you in seconds. Xiao Mimi trembled and said her judgment. What is the realm of the peak of the Xian level? The 4th floor of the day after tomorrow. Xiao Mimi was very puzzled, thinking that you are at least the 4th floor of the day after tomorrow. Didn't your master tell you? However, she could only answer honestly, but did not dare to ask. Ling Yin probably knew it in his heart, that is to say, his strength at the peak of the 3rd layer of physical training should at least be comparable to the master of the 4th layer of the acquired day. What about the local masters? When Xiao Mimi heard Ling Yin asking about the earth-level masters, her face was slightly frightened. She tried her best to turn her head to look at both sides, and then said carefully, the 5th floor of the day after tomorrow to the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow should be counted as the earth level, but the gap here is too large. Bigger. Ling Yin was very satisfied with Xiao Mimi's cooperation. He finally smiled lightly, lowered his head and asked, how much money do you have now? Xiao Mimi was taken aback by Ling Yin's question, but she immediately replied, more than 17 million. How many people have you killed? 39 people. Do you know who bought my life? I don't know, we just collect money to kill people, and don't ask anything else. Are you a virgin? No. Ling Yin said in her heart that even if you didn't tell me, I knew that you were not a virgin. Okay, then you can answer me now, do you want to live or die? Ling Yin had already asked all the questions he should have asked. He wanted to finish it quickly and then go back to practice. Can you really let me go? Ling Yin said lightly, stop daydreaming, letting you live doesn't mean letting you go, you just need to answer whether you want to live or not. Although Xiao Mimi is a killer, she is first and foremost a person. She has also killed many people. If Ling Yin killed her directly, she would be powerless to resist, and she would only have to die. But now Ling Yin asked her whether she wanted to die or live. Of course she wanted to live. I want to live. Ling Yin smiled and said, is that right? You're young, you've made money from killing so many people, and you haven't had time to enjoy it. How boring is it to die? If you want to live, it's very simple. Follow me with all your heart. Your money, your people, your life, everything is mine. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Mimi is not stupid, she said simply, understood. For Xiao Mimi, who had failed the mission, she could never escape death, but now she has revealed many secrets of the Heavenly Killing Organization. Even if Ling Yin let her go, she would have to face the fate of endless pursuit. Sooner or later, she would die. It would be better to follow Ling Yun, this was her only choice. At least, Ling Yun wouldn't kill her on the spot, she could live a little longer. The biggest reason for Ling Yun not to kill Xiao Mimi is to understand some secrets that ordinary people in this world can't touch. Can you still stand up? Ling Yun looked at Xiao Mei indifferently and asked. Xiao Mimi gritted her teeth, struggled hard, and finally fell to the ground in despair, shaking her head. The domineering punch was so powerful that she couldn't bear it at all. Ling Yun smiled faintly, raised his hand and unfolded the leather needle bag, pinching out 9 gold needles. Among the information Xiao Mimi got, there was one item that Ling Yun would use acupuncture to treat illness, so she was not surprised, instead she was overjoyed. Ling Yun used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot like lightning, and entered 9 auras into Xiao Mimi's body. Now that Xiao Mimi has been subdued, he naturally wants to cure her. After the 9 needles of the spirit pivot were used, Xiao Mimi sat up quickly. She looked at Ling Yun begging and pointed to her naked left chest. Here, can you? Ling Yun laughed and said, don't worry, I have already treated you, and it will be as good as before in a few days, and both sides are guaranteed to be the same size. Then Ling Yun put out both hands and pointed at Xiao Mimi's dozens of large acupuncture points all over her body. I can't trust you now, so I will show you a little trick. Your martial arts and actions will not be affected, but as long as you don't see me for 24 hours, I promise you will live in pain death, understand? Xiao Mimi's pretty face was pale, and she nodded silently. She now understands better than anyone else that in front of Ling Yun, her status is not comparable to that of a slave. It's no wonder other people, she wants Ling Yun's life, and she is not as good as others. What else can she do other than let others slaughter? Ling Yun didn't look at her face, he just smiled lightly. Go, come down the mountain with me, all the people you brought today, not a single one. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun stood up, but instead of pulling up Xiao Mimi, who was sitting on the ground, she walked directly towards the mountain road. At the same time, Ling Yun silently counted in his heart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait! Xiao Mimi suddenly shouted behind him. Ling Yun nodded secretly in his heart, and suddenly stood still. He didn't turn his head, but said lightly, what's wrong? Can't walk? Xiao Mimi whispered, I have a better way to solve them. Ling Yun was waiting for her words. If Ling Yun counted to 9 and Xiao Mimi still didn't say those words, Ling Yun would turn around without hesitation and kill Xiao Mimi on the spot. Ling Yun turned around and looked at Xiao Mimi with a smile. What can I do? Talk about it. Xiao Mimi pondered for a while, and finally looked into Ling Yun's eyes and said, actually, I am the person in charge of this mission. I can trick them all to the mountain, and then I can solve them together. Ling Yun nodded lightly, and then said nonchalantly, then how do you need my cooperation? Xiao Mimi made such a crazy move, it was already equivalent to taking the initiative to be hostile to the Heavenly Killing Organization. To Ling Yun's side, it was actually a vote of honor. In this case, from now on, unless the Heavenly Slaughter Organization is completely wiped out, Xiao Mimi will have to follow Ling Yun's path. You just need to hide. As long as they all come up, you can subdue them all. Xiao Mimi now finally understood her own situation and began to use honorifics when speaking to Ling Yun. Ling Yun reminded Xiao Mimi, what if they didn't come up together? Xiao Mimi is thoughtful, she has thought of this level herself, she already has a plan. I will let them meet at the foot of the mountain first, and then let them come up together. Okay. Ling Yun smiled with satisfaction, and with a movement, he quickly hid behind a tall rock. Xiao Mimi issued a series of orders, first let Li Yi and Jiao Fei, and the 4 snipers in ambush all meet at the foot of the mountain. After 20 minutes, Xiao Mimi issued another order again. Let 6 people come to the top of the mountain together to discuss matters, but no reason is given. In the Heavenly Killing Organization, the 4 snipers are at most equal to Jiao Fei and Li Yi, and even 3 are inferior to the 2 Huang-level killers, while Xian Qi and Xiao Mimi are Xian-level killers, so this order, although they felt a little strange, they had to implement it. The 6 killers are well trained. They went up the mountain silently and only took 10 minutes. They have all reached the top of the mountain. Xianqi, has the idea been solved? Where did Xianzhou go? As soon as Jiao Fei went up the mountain, he saw Xianqi sitting on a stone with his chest covered, and asked first. It's solved. Ling Yan spooked out from behind the tall rock like a ghost. The phantom fish and dragon stride to the limit, taking advantage of the 6 people's stunned time. His fingers continued to point Puo. In less than 10 seconds, the 6 people all fell to the ground softly. Xianqi. You betrayed us. Jiao Fei's body couldn't move at all. He struggled to widen his eyes, and his eyes were about to shoot out fire. Xiao Mimi had nothing to say, and she had nothing to say. She just looked at the 6 people who fell to the ground indifferently, with a sad look in her eyes. They are killers, not friends. It's just that they are arranged to perform tasks together. If they succeed, they go back to get the money. If they lose, they will either be killed by the target's people or their own people, and the outcome will be the same. Killers will die at the hands of others sooner or later. The difference is just 1 day earlier or 1 day later. Ling Yan smiled and took the pistol in Li Yi's hand, who had been unresponsive all the time. After playing with it for a long time, he asked Li Yi, "How do you use this thing?" Li Yi told Ling Yan how to use the pistol without hesitation. In fact, it was very simple. Ling Yan took it and took a look at the boulder he was hiding just now. Then he picked up another sniper rifle from a sniper. Still asked Li Yidao, "You should also use this, right?" Li used to be a mercenary, of course he knew how to use it, but he told Ling Yan honestly, but he shut up after speaking, and didn't say more. Ling Yan was sniping and aiming at the huge rock in front of him, thinking that if this thing really wanted to shoot himself, he really couldn't dodge if he wasn't prepared. After Ling Yan had played enough, he lowered his head and said to the 6 people who fell on the ground, "I tell you, now that Xianzhou has been killed by me, Xianqi has completely obeyed my orders. You are already a group of dead people in my eyes, but God has the virtue of good life. I know you are on a mission, so I don't want to kill you." Seeing the hope of life, the 6 people's ashen expressions immediately regained some radiance. They all looked at Ling Yan eagerly, waiting for his next words. These people are all people who kill for a living, which one doesn't have more than a dozen lives in their hands. When they murdered, the target faced the fear of death and begged for mercy. It was not that they had never seen it before. Now that they were there, they naturally knew that Ling Yan must have conditions. Ling Yan turned to look at Xiao Mimi, and asked lightly, "Forgot to ask you, how much is my life worth?" Xiao Mimi didn't want to answer directly. "When you came, it was 50 million, but if you know that you have such skills, if you don't have 200 million, the Heavenly Killing Organization will not be able to connect." Ling Yan laughed happily, thinking that he was so valuable. He turned his head again and said to the 6 people on the ground, "I'm not difficult for you. If you want to save your life, hand over your money, and then I'll let you fend for yourself. As long as you don't come to me, I won't make it difficult for you." Ling Yan was willing to let them buy their lives with money, which was already a great gift for them, so the 6 of them hurriedly agreed. Ling Yan smiled playfully, shook his head, and said in his heart, "Life and death, the most difficult thing to see is life and death." Ling Yan looked at Xiao Mimi again and asked, "What account do you keep your own money in?" Xiao Mimi said, "Each of our killers has their own separate account in a Swiss bank, and they can transfer money with just a phone call." Ling Yan squatted down and used the same technique that he used to show Xiao Mimi to the 6 people in a row, and then said lightly, "Now, transfer all the money to Xianqi's account. After the transfer, I will let Xianqi check to see if your money is enough to buy your life." Ling Yan knew that it was late at night on the Huasha side, so naturally it was daytime on the European side, and the transfer was just right now, so he didn't delay at all and struck while the iron was hot. In fact, the operation of such accounts by Swiss banks does not distinguish between day and night, and it is basically a 24-hour service. Take your time and fight one by one. The 6 people dealt with it very quickly. After less than half an hour, they were all processed. Every time a transfer was completed, Xiao Mimi would take the initiative to report the number to Ling Yun when she received the information. Ling Yun roughly calculated that the sum of the 6 people's money would be about 33 million if converted into Huaxia coins. In this case, plus the money on Xiao Mimi's account, Ling Yun has made nearly 50 million in total. 50 million, in Qingshui City, where every inch of land is so precious, was more than enough to buy 2 or 3 luxury villas, which made Ling Yun a little overjoyed. Well, my mother has one set, and my own set. The rest of the money is reserved for buying precious medicinal materials for alchemy. However, Ling Yun also had some regrets. If he had known earlier, he would not have killed Xianjiu so quickly. He estimated that Xianjiu had at least 18 million on him. Ling Yun turned to look at Xiao Mimi, and asked lightly, "Is it all confirmed?" Xiao Mimi looked at Ling Yun carefully and nodded lightly. Now, in Xiao Mimi's heart, Ling Yun is even more terrifying than the devil. Only then did Ling Yun smile proudly, and he started to lift half of the bands on the 6 people one by one. He did what he said, and after getting the money, he really let them live and let these people fend for themselves. Ling Yun stood up and said to the 6 people who were still lying on the ground, 10 minutes, you can move freely in 10 minutes, I warn you, don't try to deal with the people around me, otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Then he continued, I only unlocked half of the restrictions on the 6 of you. This will allow you to be normal in 3 months. Today, 3 months later, if you are still alive, you must go to Qingshui City. Come to me, or you will surely die. Of course Ling Yun wanted to keep a hand. If he just let these 6 killers go, they turned around and killed his mother and sister, and then flew away, wouldn't he be worth the loss? 3 months later, Ling Yun had already reached the Qi training period. Not to mention these people, even if someone who was 100 times stronger than Xian Qi came, he was fully capable of protecting his relatives. Ling Yun finished everything, then turned to Xiao Mimi and said, let's go down the mountain. After he finished speaking, he came to Xiao Mimi's side in a flash, picked her up with one hand, performed 1,000 miles, and disappeared into the dark night after a few ups and downs. Now, Xiao Mimi is worth 500 million, Ling Yun really had to protect her before she transferred the money to his account. Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the others could only lie there, looking at each other, the panic and fear on their faces were obvious. Either to kill others, or to be killed by others, or to be chased by others, or to be chased and killed by others, this is their fate. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning, so it was naturally impossible for Ling Yun to practice again tonight. He decided that before Xiao Mimi transferred the 50 million to his account, he would not leave her for half a step. After going down the mountain, Ling Yun left Longpension Park with Xiao Mimi in his arms, and flew towards the place he rented. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Xian Qi, also known as Xiao Mimi, would never have dreamed that she, along with Xianjiu, had brought 6 killers, but under careful planning, Ling Yun was able to bring down 10 guilds. In more than an hour, get them all. Xianjiu's life, plus 7 people's total of 50 million funds, were all taken away by Ling Yun. As for himself, he was now caught in Ling Yun's arms, galloping in the direction of Qingshui Zheng. The front of her leather jacket was completely ripped apart by Ling Yun's 3-edged thorns, and the 2 shy snow-white balls were tightly pressed against Ling Yun's chest. The internal injury was healed by Ling Yun, but the trauma was not so easy to get rid of. However, for a killer like Xiao Mimi, in order to perform the mission, it is possible to sleep with the target person, so she does not feel any special feeling when she is held in Ling Yun's arms. After killing 39 people, her nerves have long been numb. Aren't you reconciled? Ling Yun galloped like lightning and still had time to talk to Xiaomimi. No, we are killers, we are wandering between life and death every day. If the mission is successful, we will live one more day and enjoy one more day. If the mission fails, we will die if we cannot escape. There is nothing to be reconciled to. Xiaomimi said lightly, she was telling the truth. For those who live in darkness and face death at any time, money or anything is no longer important to them. For them, the important thing is to live a day and enjoy a day, because after death, there is nothing left. You did a good job just now. As long as you are obedient in the future, I will make you 10 times stronger than you are now. Ling Yun said to her lightly. Xiaomimi can only nod obediently, yes. 8 minutes later, Ling Yun hugged Xiaomimi and jumped into the yard he rented. The lights were on in the yard, and Zhuang Meifeng was obviously not asleep. Squeak. Ling Yun pushed in the door, and then said directly, I'm back. Zhuang Meifeng was wearing pajamas and ran out excitedly, then she was stunned. Is this too diabolical, isn't it? Does Ling Yun bring a woman back every night? Ling Yun casually put Xiaomimi on the ground. Zhuang Meifeng and others saw Xiaomimi's chest clearly, and suddenly felt embarrassed. Ling Yun, what are you doing? Why did you bring another woman back? Oh, she's bleeding, what the hell is going on here? Ling Yun blocked Zhuang Meifeng's mouth with just one sentence, she is the killer sent by the killer organization to kill me. Ah? Zhuang Meifeng was so frightened that her face turned pale. Cover your mouth and exclaim. She just froze for a moment, then pulled Ling Yun's arm. With a nervous expression on his face, he looked left and right, looked around Ling Yun back and forth, and when he saw that Ling Yun didn't look injured, he said in horror, are you all right? Don't scare me. Ling Yun saw Zhuang Meifeng's nervous expression from the bottom of his heart, and couldn't help but feel warm. He gently embraced Zhuang Meifeng's tender body, and said lightly, don't worry, I'm fine. She's the only one. At this time, Zhuang Meifeng couldn't care less about Xiaomimi's naked chest. She glared at Xiaomimi and said, husband, since she wants to kill you, why did you bring her back? Ling Yun put his arms around Zhuang Meifeng's slender waist, came to sit on the sofa, and then said to Xiaomimi who was standing there quietly, in the future. She is your master, and what she said is no different from what I said, you understand. Yet? Xiaomimi sighed in her heart, thinking that she was a master at the peak of the acquired 3rd floor, but she was reduced to the point of being a maid for an ordinary woman. This life is really. But. Better to be alive than dead. Just listen to Ling Yun continue, from now on, you are responsible for protecting her safety. If she is hurt by someone else's hair, I will cut off one of your fingers, do you understand? Among the people around Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng is the most dangerous now, and now let Xiaomimi protect her by Zhuang Meifeng's side. This would make Ling Yun feel a lot less worried. Do you guys know that I live here? Ling Yun asked Xiaomei again. Xiaomimi quickly shook her head and said, no. Ling Yun didn't think there would be any, because he had only moved in for 2 days. He was usually quick in moving in and out, and he was extremely cautious. If any stalker dared to follow him, Ling Yun would have discovered it long ago. Okay, go to the bathroom and clean yourself up, wash yourself before you come out. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he ignored Xiaomimi, and then said to Zhuang Meifeng gently, Sister Meifeng, look, she has no clothes to wear, will you go get her a top and put it on? Zhuang Meifeng's soft water snake's waist twisted slightly, acting like a spoiled child, call me my wife. Ling Yun was helpless, he could only shake his head and said, okay, wife, will you go and get her clothes? Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yun a charming glance and said, of course you have to take it, otherwise you will see the cheapness. Then she twisted her body and stood up, shouting to the bathroom, "You are not allowed to take a bath in that big bathtub." Then I went to the bedroom to get a bra and a shirt of my own, and sent them to the bathroom. After Zhuang Meifeng handed the thing to Xiao Mimi, she immediately ran to Ling Yun's side lightly, sat directly in his arms, and asked coquettishly, "Husband, tell me, what the hell is going on tonight? Is there any danger?" Ling Yun said plausibly, "Of course there is." Then he talked about the whole process of the whole thing, making Zhuang Meifeng so frightened that he screamed again, and her slender hands tightly covered her chest. However, when Zhuang Meifeng heard that Ling Yun had received 50 million, she sat up from Ling Yun's arms in shock. 50 million? Zhuang Meifeng stared at Ling Yun dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. 50 million is really a small amount for Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, but for Ling Yun, it is a leap to the sky. Ling Yun smiled and pinched Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful nose, and then asked her, "I want to buy 2 best villas in Qingshui City, is 50 million enough?" To Ling Yun's shock, Zhuang Meifeng shook his head. "Not enough?" This time it was Ling Yun's turn to be in a daze. Zhuang Meifeng smiled and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "Husband, it depends on how big a villa you want. There are indeed several of the best villas in Qingshui City, but they are all single-family homes. They are not in one place. As far as I know, several ultra-luxury villas near Qingshui Bay, which were just completed last year, each start at more than 30 million yuan. The living water swimming pool in front of the villa is more than 400 square meters in size." Zhuang Meifeng knew very well about the villa situation in Qingshui City, because of her father, Zhuang Tianda. "I love buying villas." Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that it was just a house. "Why is it so expensive?" Ling Yun was slightly embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Then, let's buy a big one near Qingshui Bay, and then buy a smaller one from Qingxi Villa, how about that?" Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yun a charming glance, and looked at him thoughtfully. "You bought such a big villa, who are you going to live in so many villas?" Zhuang Meifeng knew that her father was buying a villa outside to raise a woman, so she began to be wary of Ling Yun secretly. Ling Yun smiled. "One is going to be for my mother and my sister, and the other is naturally for us." The corners of Zhuang Meifeng's sexy mouth evoked a sweet smile. Gently kissing Ling Yun's cheek, he said with a smile, "It's almost the same." Only then did Ling Yun raise his eyes and look around at the situation in the room. Then he smiled and said to Zhuang Meifeng, "Tang Meng bought these things. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Zhuang Meifeng giggled and said, "I'm satisfied, of course I'm satisfied, you really are. Why do you buy such a big villa? I think living here is more like home." Ling Yun shook his head decisively and said, "This is a rented house. After all, it belongs to someone else. It doesn't make much sense. Ling Yun is a cultivator. He lives here, for the sake of the 7 luminaries grass, by the small river. It is convenient to practice here. Another is that he had no money at that time, otherwise, he would not live here. I think, let Tang Meng do the job of buying the villa. You will be affected tonight. Help me pick the best. Remember, you want the best." Ling Yun said that he would buy it without any ambiguity. When he remembered that his mother lived in that low bungalow, he felt extremely unhappy in his heart. Zhuang Meifeng twisted her body and acted coquettishly in Ling Yun's arms. "Husband, will you accompany me to pick?" Ling Yun was proud of the spring breeze tonight. His big hand gently slid over Zhuang Meifeng's chest, causing Zhuang Meifeng's delicate body to tremble, and then said with a wicked smile, "Buying a house, such a big thing, of course we have to choose it together." The two chatted about their respective affairs today. Ling Yun naturally avoided talking about Shui mining and Yarou, and had to stop the conversation until Xiaomei came out of the bathroom. This made Zhuang Meifeng very unhappy, and she wondered when will she have the opportunity to be alone with Ling Yun. In fact, with Xiao Mimi's ear, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng heard every word of the conversation in her ears, even if the shower in the bathroom was turned on to the maximum. Ling Yun looked at Xiao Mimi wearing Zhuang Meifeng's snow-white shirt and her own black leather pants came out of the bathroom. He raised his hand and pointed to the other bedroom in the room, and said to Xiao Mimi, "Tonight you will live in that bedroom with the bedding. It's all ready made, let's make it one night first." Xiao Mimi nodded silently, and then walked directly towards the bedroom Ling Yun pointed to. "You should bandage your wound yourself, right?" Ling Yun said behind her. Xiao Mimi's footsteps paused, and she answered honestly, "I will." Then she turned around and walked into the bedroom. Xian-level killers would not only bandage their wounds, but also wear good gold sore medicine on their bodies. "Husband, why does she listen to you so much?" Zhuang Meifeng asked Ling Yun in surprise. Ling Yun smiled lightly, "Because she doesn't listen to me, she will die immediately." "Then what happened to her left breast?" "I think it's blue and purple, swollen, so big." "Hey, that was punched by your husband, do you want to try it?" "Fuck you, you necrotic you." Zhuang Meifeng blushed, thinking about how hard Ling Yun's punch was to beat Xiao Mimi's chest like that. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. "Husband, I want you to accompany me to buy clothes tomorrow, okay?" Zhuang Meifeng was 3 years older than Ling Yun, but now she was snuggling in Ling Yun's arms like a bird, calling her husband one after another, but she didn't feel nauseous at all. The washing machine was bought. Zhuang Meifeng's first thing today was to wash the dress that was wet in the rainstorm, but it has not dried yet. The emergency clothes that Ling Yun bought for her were lent to Lin Menghan and to Xiao Mimi today. She didn't even have a change of clothes for herself. Ling Yun was really rich now, and he answered simply, "Okay." Zhuang Meifeng happily put her hot and attractive body on Ling Yun's body. She suddenly said shyly, "Husband, you are tired after a busy day, can I wait for you to take a shower?" Ling Yun was even happier, he nodded again without even thinking about it, "Okay." Zhuang Meifeng was both ashamed and joyful. She happily ran to the bathroom, scrubbed the oversized bathtub with swift hands and feet, and then started running hot water. When the hot water was almost finished, she blushed and called Ling Yun into the bathroom, then gently closed the door. Ling Yun raised his hand and was about to undress, but Zhuang Meifeng stopped him with a blushing face and said, "Husband, I will serve you." More than 2 hours ago, Ling Yun watched Yao Rou take off her clothes one by one, and now she was taken off by Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng's nervous hands trembled slightly and she panted violently. Her pajamas were bare and naked, and the pajamas rubbed against her sensitive parts, causing Zhuang Meifeng's body to ripple like an electric shock. This was the first time in her life that she was waiting for a man to undress, so she was naturally very nervous. It took a long time for Ling Yun to take off all of Ling Yun's shirt, revealing Ling Yun's strong and sturdy upper body. Now, the fat on Ling Yun's body has completely disappeared, and replaced by the muscles that have been transformed by the Dianjuxing Baojue. The body is radiant. Looking at Zhuang Meifeng's heart, she felt dizzy. "I'll bring the pants myself." Ling Yun stood there. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't take off his pants, so Ling Yun took off his sweatpants and stepped into the bathtub. I saw Zhuang Meifeng blushing and whispered, "Take off your underwear too." Ling Yun gave Zhuang Meifeng a strange look. But nothing was said. He smiled faintly, bent down and raised his legs. "Just strip yourself off." Zhuang Meifeng suddenly saw Ling Yun's place. She closed her eyes in shame, and exclaimed in a low voice, her face was already blushing. "Too big." "And that's just the natural state." Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but muttered in her heart, thinking that no wonder she thought it was so big that day. If this is what, can you bear it?" Zhuang Meifeng's heart pounded like a deer, her delicate body trembled, and she was too frightened to open her eyes. Ling Yun laughed. "Entering the bathtub directly, the hot water is slightly hot, but soaking in it is extremely comfortable and relieves fatigue. This bathtub is good. Ling Yan straightened his legs comfortably, rested his head on one end of the bathtub, and slowly closed his eyes. Then he heard a rustling sound. An hour later, the two finally washed. Go home and sleep. As for such boring things as choosing a villa, the two of them have long since left out. Ling Yan was not worried that Xiaomimi would escape at all. Sure enough, when Ling Yan walked out of the bedroom the next day, Xiaomimi was already sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for him. Xiaomimi's face was a little haggard, obviously. She didn't have a good rest last night. Her new owner, the stunning beauty named Zhuang Meifeng, was making too much noise. It was so noisy. Ling Yan was full of energy and in high spirits. He smiled and asked Xiaomimi, "How are you feeling now?" His eyes swept unscrupulously towards Xiaomimi's chest. Xiaomimi felt Ling Yan's gaze, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Internal injuries are no problem at all. Traumatic injuries are almost healed, thank you. Ling Yan nodded. That's good. Can we do the transfer now? Xiaomimi thought for a moment and said, there must be no problem with the Swiss bank. I think it's the transfer of funds, so there shouldn't be a big problem in China. Ling Yan smiled and said, that's good, then you can do the transfer now. I'll use the money today. Ling Yan took it out of his pocket, took out an ICBC bank card, and threw it into Xiaomimi's hand. Just transfer to this account. Then Ling Yan came to the courtyard, picked up the phone and called Tang Meng. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan would look for him at any time, so now he didn't even turn off the phone to charge. He picked up the phone in a daze. Hey. Who is it? Ling Yan smiled and said, your boss. I will give you 20 minutes, come to my place. Ling Yan is going to give it up today, as long as Xiaomimi's money is not in the account. He would rather fight this morning not to absorb the fire of the great sun, and wait for Xiaomimi to transfer the money to her account. This is 50 million, and her desire to buy a villa is all on her hands. If something goes wrong, wouldn't it be a chicken and egg fight? Let the cooked duck fly, that's not Ling Yan's style. When Tang Meng heard that Ling Yan was looking for him, he was so frightened that he jumped up from the bed and got dressed and got out of bed at an unprecedented speed. Bird's nest, directly downstairs, to drive. 18 minutes later, Tang Meng parked the car at Ling Yan's door. Boss, I'm here. Tang Meng got out of the car and shouted into the courtyard before pushing the door and walking in. Ling Yan was standing in the yard while practicing the Dianju Xingju while waiting for him. Seeing Tang Meng's arrival, he laughed at Tang Meng, and then took him directly into the house. Tang Meng suddenly saw an unfamiliar and stunning beauty in the room, and was stunned at the time. He thought he had not woken up, and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Boss, who is this? Who is this? Tang Meng was a little stunned, thinking that the boss is too powerful, and the family lives in Qingshui City's Bawenghua, so the boss dares to bring a woman home? Did Zhuang Meifeng leave? No, I looked at her yesterday, and it seems that she intends to live here for a long time. Ling Yan rushed to Tang Meng with a smug smile. Girl. Ah? Tang Meng was completely stunned. These days, at most, there are babysitters and confinement nanny. Where are the maids from? Ah, what? Hurry up and sit down with me, there are so many things for you to do today. Ling Yan raised his hand and gave him a shudder when he saw that Tang Meng didn't wake up. Tang Meng was suddenly knocked by Ling Yan, and his mind seemed to be a lot more awake. He grunted and glanced at Xiaomimi, who was sitting still on the sofa. Heart said that this is even sexier than yesterday's female nurse, how to dress like a female agent. Today's focus is on two things. Ling Yan began to say, first. You need to help me go to the Lydian Hotel to investigate. How are the people involved in the accident now, and where are they? I will take you in Thai. Xiaohu goes to collect the bill. Second, go buy me 2 villas and come back. Ga. Tang Meng glared, his eyes bigger than a bull's eye in an instant. The first thing, Tang Meng, as the son of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, has heard of it. Although this incident was deliberately suppressed by all aspects of the city, Tang Meng still knew that more than a dozen men were kicked overnight. Become a eunuch. But he still doesn't know who has the courage to step on Qingyun film and television, which connects the capital to the sky. But after hearing Ling Yun finish the first sentence, Tang Meng felt that 80% of the matter was done by the boss, and he couldn't help but shudder. The first thing was enough for Tang Meng to ponder for a long time, but compared to the second thing Ling Yun said, it wasn't quite as exciting. 2 villas? In Shimizu City. Even 2 ordinary villas can't add up to more than 10 million, right? Where did the boss get so much money all of a sudden? Or do you want me to borrow money from my mother? When did the boss become so impatient? Ling Yun saw Tang Meng's excited and demented expression, and couldn't help but laugh a little. Don't worry, I'll give you 50 million, buy me 2 best villas, and come back. Tang Meng was completely stunned. 50 million? Does he think he really hasn't woken up yet? Is it all a dream? Tang Meng pinched his thigh fiercely. His throat jumped up in pain. It wasn't a dream. Even Xiao Mimi couldn't help but slightly raised the corners of her mouth when she saw Tang Meng's shocked expression, revealing a pretty smile. Boss, 50 million? 50 million nai. Did you rob the bank last night? Let me tell you, if you really want to rob the bank 50 million, don't say it's my father. It's my father and my grandfather. Coupled with the relationship of Li Qingchuan's family, they can't save you. It is estimated that the only one who can save you is Ninger's grandfather. Tang Meng didn't want to be good. He thought about cowardice first, for fear that Ling Yun would really commit such a heinous crime. Ling Yun heard it and said it was good, so even if I rob the bank of 50 million, Ninger's grandfather can save me? How old is this old Chinese doctor? Ninger's grandfather is very good. Ling Yun still knows that, if he is not good, can he live in such a big villa in Qingxi Villa district? If it's not good, Ninger can make a phone call casually. Does she need such a good mobile phone number? Ling Yun recalled what Ninger had said yesterday afternoon, that she could ask her grandfather to find some experts to protect them. Now that Tang Meng said that old man, Shui, had such great strength, he couldn't help but be moved slightly. He blurted out and asked, Tang Meng, what is the origin of Ninger's grandfather? How can you save me by robbing a bank for 50 million yuan? Boss, isn't it? Don't you know? Tang Meng cried out strangely. He was about to say that Ninger's grandfather was the #1 doctor in China, but when he thought of a stranger beside him, he immediately closed his eyes with vigilance. On the mouth. This kid knows better than anyone what to say and what not to say. Ling Yun understood Tang Meng's worries. He glanced at Xiao Mimi, who was beside him, and said with a smile, my own person, speak up, there is nothing to hide. When Tang Meng saw Ling Yun saying that this woman was his own, he immediately let go. He looked at Ling Yun with some puzzlement and said, Boss, I thought you already knew that Ninger's grandfather is the #1 in China. Divine Doctor, sighed Bien K. Ling Yun didn't notice much when she heard it, but Xiao Mimi on the side heard it, but she was really moved. It was obvious that she had heard the name of China's #1 genius doctor before. Oh, what do you mean by the #1 genius doctor in China? Ling Yun asked again, casually. It's our Huaxia, the best doctor. No matter what disease gets into his hands, there's nothing that can't be cured. Ling Yun nodded indifferently, but immediately shook his head. It turns out that he is the best genius doctor in China, and his medical skills are average. I am the dividing line of happiness. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. From Tang Meng's point of view, if it was Ling Yun who had kicked more than a dozen men from Qingyun film and television into eunuchs, then according to Ling Yun's ability, it was not impossible to find a way to rob a bank and get tens of millions of dollars. Tang Meng and Ling Yun had a very short contact time. Although they had a certain tacit understanding when working together, it did not mean that he understood Ling Yun. Not to mention him, Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng, Yao Rou, who knows Ling Yun by now? What each of them saw was just one side of Ling Yun. Ling Yun's attitude and intimacy towards each of them, and even the way he got along with each of them, were all different, even far from each other. Yao Rou showed the temptation of the nurse's uniform in front of Ling Yun, and then stripped off one by one, waiting for Ling Yun to eat her, but Ling Yun just gently covered her with the quilt. Chao Shanshan wanted to pinch Ling Yun's thigh, but accidentally hit the passenger car. In a panic, she wanted to let go, but Ling Yun held her down, deliberately training or seducing him, and asked Chao Shanshan to give him a flight for a lesson. Shui Mining took the initiative to ask Ling Yun, and boldly made a confession to Ling Yun, and offered to be Ling Yun's girlfriend, but was rejected by Ling Yun in every possible way, and finally agreed to wait for her to graduate from high school. Zhuang Meifeng is obsessed with Ling Yun, implying that he expresses various positions. Ling Yun pretends to be confused but refuses to all Zhuang Meifeng's actions, except for the last step. Zhuang Meifeng is already his person. Needless to say, Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun treated her as a younger sister from the beginning to the end, more than others treated her own younger sister. Even the greedy and even shameless Maserati, who forcibly obtained Murong Feishue, but Yao Rou, who is the most inconspicuous relative to the poor and weak, has never been so generous. In a fit of anger, he told the beautiful and stunning police flower Lin Menghan to get out of the way, but he took care of Lu Li, who was pregnant with Liu Jia, and took the time, money, and energy to save her whole family. But, no matter what, these women are lucky. They see Ling Yun being shameless or greedy, arrogant and domineering or gentle and considerate, but they have not seen Ling Yun's decisive and ruthless killing. And the stunning sexy killer Xiao Mimi. However, he knew how terrifying this big boy with a calm and handsome face, who always had an indifferent smile on his face, was in front of him. An 18-year-old boy who killed himself, without even blinking, said that when he sent you to see the King of Hell. There is still a calm smile on his face, as if to coax you into sleep. After the murder, there was no unpleasant reaction, so when he got home, he took Zhuang Meifeng and took a bath together. Xiao Mimi remembered. She had gone through so much cruel training, but after her first mission to kill, she spit out all the bile, and for 2 days and 2 nights no water and rice entered. Of these people, until now, which one really understands Ling Yun? These women are all choosing their own way to contact Ling Yun and get close to Ling Yun, but who can understand the real Ling Yun? Tang Meng and Ling Yun were only together for 4 or 5 days. Although he had a hazy impression of Ling Yun in his mind, and he had also seen all kinds of inconceivable and magical performances of Ling Yun, when it came to truly understand, he knew that he was still 1,000 miles away. However, there is no doubt that the calm and inexplicable smile on Ling Yun's face, the calm attitude when encountering things, the kind of arrogance and domineering displayed in the calm and leisurely manner, the kind of high-spiritedness without any scruples, left a deep impression on Tang Meng. These, all combined, gave Ling Yun a strange and mysterious charm in front of all these people. In addition, he completed the transformation from a fat man like a pig to a sunny big boy next door with amazing speed, which brought a great shock to everyone who came in contact with him. The combination of this charm and this shock constitutes a fatal attraction, making Ling Yun like a huge black hole, attracting the eyes and moods of everyone who touches him, and it is difficult to extricate himself. Now Tang Meng was speechless when he heard Ling Yun say that Dr. Shue's medical skills were average. But then relieved. Li Qingchuan's disease, Shueshini, couldn't cure it. Ling Yun raised his hand and cured it. The night before yesterday, he was very drunk, and nothing happened. Not to mention Li Qingchuan, it was Ling Yun who cured him of the old disease in Shueshini himself. What happened to Shueshini's general medical skills? Ling Yun has that qualification. But Tang Meng didn't have time to think deeply now. He was most concerned about Ling Yun's 50 million problem. He calmed down, swallowed hard, looked at Ling Yun again and asked, "Boss, you're 50 million. Ling Yun raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a shudder. "Okay, you don't need to think about it with your pig brain." "Your boss, am I the kind of person who is boring enough to rob a bank?" Xiao Mimi, who was sitting on the sofa, listened. Her sexy mouth twitched, "Thinking that you didn't rob the bank, but you stole all the money from the 7 of us." Ling Yun turned to look at Xiao Mimi, and stared at her with a questioning look. Xiao Mimi raised her slender right hand like a spring onion, made an okay gesture to him, and said coquettishly, "The transfer was successful, but it's all in US dollars. You need to go to the bank to exchange it for Huaxia coins, and you can use it." Hearing Xiao Mimi's charming and moving voice, Tang Meng couldn't help but tremble slightly. Tang Meng had never heard such a soft and penetrating voice. Ling Yun gave Xiao Mimi a thoughtful look, but did not speak. Then he asked Tang Meng lightly, "What time does the bank go to work?" Tang Meng bit the tip of his tongue forcefully, and then suddenly regained consciousness. He quickly said, "Ah? Oh, it's 9 o'clock." Ling Yun frowned slightly, took out his phone, and called Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan had just woken up, and was wearing a 3-point style in the room, repeatedly comparing 2 dresses. Both dresses were low-cut, even lower than the one she wore yesterday. One was fuchsia, the other was white and purple. The red ones are too bright, and the white ones are a bit transparent, which makes Chao Shanshan very distressed. The phone rang suddenly, which made Chao Shanshan a little upset. Because of the jet lag, her cousin in the United States called her almost every morning, which annoyed Chao Shanshan to death. She casually tossed the fuchsia dress in her hand onto the bed, then walked over to look and answered the phone without looking at it, and said in a distraught, "I said you're crazy? Don't be so punctual every day, okay?" Ling Yun was a little stunned when he heard it on the other end of the phone, thinking that this is the first time I've called you, how can it be called every day? He was too lazy to think about it, and immediately said, "I want to ask for leave, I can't go to class this morning, and I will talk about it in the afternoon." When Chao Shanshan heard Ling Yun's voice, she was first surprised, then delighted, and then she frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Chao Shanshan first took the phone to her eyes and glanced at it, seeing that it was indeed Ling Yun's coquettish 2069, then put the phone back to her ear and whispered, "I'm sorry, I thought it was someone else calling." "Yes, don't be angry." She then whispered again, "Ling Yun, you just had a day of class yesterday, why are you asking for leave today?" Chao Shanshan's mind is very complicated now. She is afraid that Ling Yun will be unhappy if she is serious, and she is afraid that she will not be able to deter Ling Yun if she is serious. She can't figure out her position in front of Ling Yun for a while. The squad leader is still a girlfriend, which is indeed a very troublesome position. Ling Yun casually said, "Nonsense, I'm sick." Chao Shanshan was shocked when she heard it, and hurriedly said on the phone, "You are sick, what is it? Is it serious?" Ling Yun saw that she believed her to be true, so he smiled and said, "My eggs hurt." I have to say that this disease is really weird for him. Tang Meng in the room almost spit out when he heard it, but Xiao Mimi glared at Ling Yun with a seductive wink, and then looked away with a blushing face. Chao Shanshan's face turned red. She suddenly thought of the matter of handjob to Ling Yun yesterday, and asked in a trembling voice, Are you okay? Chao Shanshan was thinking in her heart, seeing Ling Yun as if something happened yesterday. Why did she suddenly feel pain? Chao Shanshan wasn't sure whether Ling Yun's balls hurt or not, but her wrist was really hurting, and it was only after a whole night of hot compresses that she felt a little better. Ling Yun knew that Chao Shanshan had thought about what happened yesterday. He said casually, let's take a rest in the morning and have a look. Don't say I'm absent from school. I've asked you for leave. I'm hanging up. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. If the 50 million were not in place for a second, Ling Yun would not be at ease for a second. He didn't even go to practice. Of course, it was impossible to leave Xiao Mimi for the sake of class. Ling Yun was not worried that Xiao Mimi could solve his trick and leave, but Ling Yun was worried that Xiao Mimi was killed by someone else. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng, I want to buy a best villa in Qingshui Bay, and then I want to buy a villa in Qingxi Villa area. Do you have any way to save money? When Tang Meng saw that the boss was really here, he immediately became energetic. He smiled and said, Boss, if you want to buy a house, look for Li Qingchuan. His biological aunt is the deputy director of the Bureau of Land and Resources, who is in charge of land approval. Yes, I usually love Li Qingchuan the most. You saved Brother Chuan's life. She will definitely help. Ling Yun was immediately happy when he heard it. Okay, then you hurry up to find Li Qingchuan this morning and ask him to help. If you can handle this matter, I won't ask you for the money from the phone number card. Gah, Tang Meng couldn't help being stunned, thinking that he was still short of 50,000 yuan. How could the boss still remember it? Tang Meng's tears could only flow into his heart silently. This matter finally came to an end. After a while, Tang Meng remembered the first thing Ling Yun arranged for him, and then asked, cautiously, Boss, is it you? Ling Yun squinted and glanced at Tang Meng, then the corner of his mouth twitched. That's right, it's me. After hearing this, Tang Meng almost rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Tang Meng couldn't help but faint. More than a dozen big men were kicked into eunuchs in an instant. This is definitely an earth-shattering big case. Tang Meng's father, the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao, is going crazy now. I didn't go home after knowing what happened. As the saying goes, good things don't go out, bad things travel thousands of miles. Although all the heads of the city have been pressed and pressed, this shocking case is still spreading in Qingshui City at an alarming speed like a flu virus. Moreover, the more pressure on the top, the less you let it be said, the more powerful the spread below, especially on the top. All kinds of gossip in the Qingshui bar are flying all over the sky. When people meet and chat in private, the first sentence is, Li Tian, something happened to the hotel. Tang Meng is a good boy. He also asked the uncles and uncles in the police station about what happened at the Lydian Hotel, but these police officers who used to tell Tang Meng generously no matter what happened, this time, but he kept his mouth shut and kept his mouth shut. The reason why Qingyun Film and Television dares to be so unscrupulous and arrogant in Qingshui City is because they have a background. The water of Qingyun Film and Television is very deep, and it leads to the sky through the capital. Otherwise, the superiors will send a stunning beauty like Lin Menghan to come down, dress up as an ignorant girl, and go to great lengths to break into Qingyun Film and Television to collect evidence of their various crimes. The Qingshui City Public Security Bureau is not a vegetarian, let alone a fool. They will let Qingyun Film and Television run rampant in Qingshui City for so long? If it was so active, it would have been taken directly. It would not have been so troublesome to take down a film and television company that sells dog meat. Of course, there is another factor in the city's desperate efforts to suppress this matter. That is, this matter is related to the reputation of the stunning police flower Lin Menghan. For high-level figures in Qingshui City, Lin Minghan's reputation is more than the case is even more important. Her background is really too big. If the characters in Lin Minghan's family were irritated, even if a random thunderbolt came out and stomped his feet in anger, it would be enough for the entire Qingshui City to wander. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng's shocked and dizzy look. He couldn't help laughing. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao Mimi, thinking that I killed people last night, and kicking more than a dozen people to maim is a big deal. Tang Meng calmed down, took a few deep breaths, and then scratched his head and said seriously to Ling Yun, "Boss, this is a big deal. If it doesn't work, it will be very troublesome. This is a major event that affects the whole body." For Tang Meng, a third-year high school student. No matter how good his brain is, he still doesn't know how to deal with it. Tang Meng still didn't know that Ling Yun had also kicked Go Junfa's old man, Go Lianqing, into a eunuch. If you know it, you probably even want to die. As for Go Junfa, this kid had no time to implement Ling Yun's conspiracy and tricks, and he went to his father's bed to cry bitterly as soon as he left the hospital. Ling Yun is not afraid of things when he does things. He was chased by international killers last night. This is not worth mentioning to him at all. Besides, there is Lin Menghan, the best witness. He handed all these troubles to Lin Menghan, and he didn't think much about it at all. He chuckled and said, "Trouble, those people are all criminals. Treating them like that is considered light. They are considered lucky. If they get into my hands in another 2 months, 2 more months." Ling Yun had reached the Qi training period, and Ling Yun had a way to make these people evaporate directly from the world, so that the police could not find even a trace of it. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Yun didn't kill the 6 killers last night, because he didn't have the means to destroy the corpse and destroy the traces, and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself for no reason. Tang Meng thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with a clue. When the soldiers come to block the water and come to the earth, let Ninger's grandfather come out and make sure that it will be done in minutes and everything will disappear. Then what do you mean, boss? Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun in confusion. He remembered that Ling Yun had just said that he would take him and Tai Xiaohu to collect the bills from Qingyun Film and Television. Ling Yun frowned and looked at Tang Meng and said, "Did I say you're scared and stupid? How can you get along with me with just such a little courage?" Tang Meng scratched his head. With an embarrassed look on his face, he is a playboy. Although he adheres to the theory of the futility of learning and disdains such boring things as learning, he can deal with other things, but he is able to take into account all aspects of things, which is very thorough. If the person sitting in front of Ling Yun is Tai Xiaohu, he promises to ask Ling Yun when he will go without saying a word, because Tai Xiaohu has been doing the work of collecting bills for the past 2 years, which is his specialty. Tang Meng felt a little embarrassed and said, "Boss, I'm not trying to think more about you." Ling Yun smiled lightly, and he said directly, "Today, I will take you and Tai Xiaohu to be arrogant, and I will bear it when the sky falls. You don't need to think about anything, just do the work of collecting bills with me." When Tang Meng heard Ling Yun's words, his arrogance rose sharply. He threw all his worries aside, patted his chest, and said, "Understood." The boss doesn't care what he thinks so much about, really. Both things were settled. Ling Yun took another look at Xiao Mimi, and then said to Tang Meng, "Okay, you go and inquire about buying a villa first. I will call you before 9 o'clock, remember, the sooner the better." Ling Yun was going to take Shuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi out for a while. One was going to the bank and the other was going to the shopping mall. Neither of them could see the light now, so of course they had to use Tang Meng's car. Tang Meng did not hesitate, and left with a reply. Ling Yun clapped his hands, smiled at Xiao Mimi, and said to her, "I'll buy you clothes today." Then he returned to his bedroom. Shuang Meifeng was still in a deep sleep. Her sleeping appearance was very bad. She was skinless, white and smooth, her graceful and charming body slanted on the bed, lying on her side towards the place where Ling Yun was lying, her beautiful white back shone brightly. Crystal sheen. Zhuang Meifeng's plump, seductive, slender, round legs are still on the body of Ling Yun, which no longer exists, and the other leg is naturally straight, which makes Ling Yun, who pushes the door in, directly see the layers of pink between her legs. Stacked, ravines several. Her head is covered with countless blue silk sprinkled on the sheets, entangled in a mess, exuding a strange and sexy charm and light all over her body, which is definitely a rare beauty in the world sleeping in spring. Zhuang Meifeng was tossed by Ling Yun until 5 o'clock in the morning last night, and she couldn't bear it anymore. She fell into a deep sleep. Ling Yun looked at Zhuang Meifeng's sleeping picture, couldn't help but smiled and shook his head, then turned on the computer. It was the first time he turned on the computer. Zhuang Meifeng's shopping list. There is a computer desk and a very comfortable boss chair, which had been put in place yesterday. Ling Yun is now sitting on the boss chair and feels very comfortable. After the computer is turned on, it will automatically connect to the network. The speed of the landlord's installation is 4 megabytes. Not too fast, but not too slow either. Follow the memory in your mind. And after watching Ning Lingyu's demonstration, Ling Yun quickly got started. He began to browse the pages one by one. After 7 or 8 minutes, Ling Yun stopped. He couldn't help muttering, "This thing is similar to our communication jade slip in the world of cultivation." The communication jade slip of the great world of comprehension, the most advanced, can not only transmit information, but also transmit images and sounds. Speaking of which, it is really similar to the computer network of modern society. Just like Ling Yun reached the tribulation transcendence stage, the communication jade slips he produced contained all-encompassing information, all-embracing. If you really want to compare it, even computers in modern society can't compare. But these things, including Ling Yun's body, the fairy, the Tao, the treasure, the various elixir, the magic, the space ring, etc., all the scum that was destroyed by the terrifying robbery when Ling Yun was robbed is not left. Now Ling Yun is horrified when he thinks of the calamity that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, and he thinks that I am provoking who to provoke me. How can such a terrifying calamity be brought to me? However, Ling Yun still studied all kinds of computer knowledge seriously. Of course, he could only drag the mouse to browse the pages. As for typing, he really can't, he doesn't have any memory of this in his mind. Chao Shanshan sat in the car that the official family took her to school, and couldn't wait to call the head teacher Kong Shiru on the way. "Mr. Kong, I have to tell you something. I thought that Ling Yun's mathematics foundation was very poor, and it was impossible to catch up in a short time. But last night he did a difficult large-scale comprehensive problem. I found that he not only did it right, but also used a better method than me." Chao Shanshan is not stingy with her compliments, of course these are facts. Kong Shiru was moved when she heard it, and she immediately asked Chao Shanshan, "You mean, Ling Yun's math scores won't be that bad?" Kong Shiru would of course be excited, because in her and Chao Shanshan's view, mathematics is the most difficult for liberal arts students. Once this subject falls, it is impossible to catch up in a short period of time. No matter how well you remember, it is useless to memorize all the formulas. In this case, mathematics will inevitably become Ling Yun's shortcoming, which will cause him to fail to get into a first-class university even if he tries his best. But if what Chao Shanshan said was true, then Ling Yun's math score would not be a shortcoming, then the possibility of him being admitted to a first-class university would be greatly increased. As the head teacher of class 3 and 6, Kong Shiru cares about her teaching performance the most, and the biggest reflection of her teaching performance is the admission rate. A student who is determined to slow down her class's enrollment rate now has the hope of being admitted to a first-class university. It's no wonder she's not excited. Chao Shanshan smiled proudly on the other end of the phone and said, "Mr. Kong, in my opinion, Ling Yun's math score may be the best." According to what I know about him, his biggest shortcoming should be yours. Subjects, English. Kong Xiuru said excitedly without thinking about it, very good, very good. Don't worry, as long as Lingyun's memory is as terrifying as you said, the teacher is sure to let him catch up within a month. English is nothing more than memorizing phonetic symbols, reciting words, and just a few grammars that come and go. As long as your memory is good enough, listening, speaking, reading, and writing are no problem. Speaking of which, English is a homework that relies purely on memory, provided that you can read. Lingyun's biggest problem now is that he can't read, even phonetic symbols. Can he not have a headache? A dog bites a hedgehog and has nowhere to go. Now, there is no doubt that Kong Xiuru's top priority is to help Lingyun remove the thorns from the hedgehog's body as soon as possible. Just when Kong Xiuru was so excited thinking that her admission rate had increased by 2%, she just heard another sentence from Chao Shanshan. Teacher, Lingyun is asking for leave today. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. What? Lingyun is on leave again? What's the reason? Kong Xiuru became anxious as soon as she heard it. If Lingyun had been put in the past, she would be a useless person who couldn't kick a fart in 80 feet. Not to mention Lingyun's request for leave, she would ignore her even if she didn't come to class for 3 months. This is not to say that Kong Xiuru is irresponsible, on the contrary, as Lingyun's head teacher, she has already done everything she should do. She took the initiative to talk to Lingyun countless times, communicated, encouraged, and persuaded her in a good way. She even approached Ning Lingyu many times because of Lingyun's lack of motivation, and even asked Ning Lingyu to call her mother Qin Qiuyue to the school to communicate face-to-face. Pass. However, although Lingyun's mother Qin Qiuyue was so beautiful that Kong Xiuru was ashamed, what she said was really strange, making Kong Xiuru very speechless and helpless. Qin Qiuyue just smiled faintly and said to Kong Xiuru, "Don't worry about him, just let him go." The emperor is not in a hurry for the eunuch, so what else does Kong Xiuru have to say? In the last semester of high school, Kong Xiuru even went to Lingyun's house for a home visit in a hurry, but Qin Qiuyue was still calm and calm. From Kong Xiuru's point of view, it seemed that everything about Lingyun in the school had nothing to do with Qin Qiuyue. Child relationship. Since then, Kong Xiuru has completely given up on Lingyun. According to what Qin Qiuyue said, whether Lingyun is in class or not, as long as it doesn't affect the study of other students, she will just let it go. In Kong Xiuru's heart, she was very dissatisfied with Qin Qiuyue, thinking that Lingyun was not Qin Qiuyue's biological child. It was really pitiful for a child without his own mother. But things are different now. Lingyun has already shown his great potential, possessing such a terrifying memory, and now he has made up for the shortcomings of mathematics, so he is undoubtedly a good candidate for the university entrance examination. Qin Qiuyue doesn't care about Lingyun, Kong Xiuru doesn't care, but Lingyun is her student, she must be responsible to the end. Do not abandon. Not giving up any student is the biggest belief of Kong Xiuru, who upholds the words of being a teacher. Therefore, as soon as Kong Xiuru heard that Lingyun was asking for leave for no reason, could she not be in a hurry? Chao Shanshan sat in the back seat of the car, remembered the reason Lingyun gave her, blushed suddenly, and replied softly, "Teacher." Lingyun said he was sick and needed a morning rest. Kong Xiuru thought about it seriously. Feeling that the former Lingyun was useless, but she had never lied, she could only nod her head, and then said to Chao Shanshan on the phone, "Oh, it turns out that he is ill, then let's see if he will come to class in the afternoon. If he doesn't come to class in the afternoon, if you come, give me his phone number, and I will call him personally to ask what's going on." Hang up. Chao Shanshan transferred Lingyun's mobile phone number from her phone, and said fiercely to Lingyun's name on the phone, "Humph, it hurts, you hurt ass." "Auntie, it's true that my hand hurts." "Lingyun's egg hurts, it's fake." However, there are indeed some people in Shimizu City who are very painful today, at least a dozen people. They were not only very painful, but also very painful, extremely painful, heart-piercing. Even if the doctor gave them calm, they still rolled on the bed in pain. It feels like a man's lower body is being kicked to pieces. Absolutely unpleasant. Golian City is very uncomfortable right now. He rolled on the bed in pain, not only in pain, but also in distress. Hard ashes. Go Lianqing woke up from a coma and was completely stunned after hearing what the doctor said to him. Shocked to forget the pain at all. In fact, there is no need for the doctor to tell him that the first thing he did after waking up was to reach out and touch his lower body, and then he found it sadly. As a symbol of a man, gone. Really gone. A cucumber and 2 eggs, all gone. So, to be precise, Golian City is not a pain in the egg, but the wound that has just been bandaged due to the removal of the lower body is only painful. At that time, Ling Yun was in a rage, and he was the most ruthless to Go Lianqing, Director Zheng, and Manager Wang. The situation of these 3 people was exactly the same. Golian City, as a wealthy real estate rich in Qingshui City, can be said to have a prominent reputation. Especially in the past 10 years or so, after Go Lianqing entered the real estate industry, it has to be windy and rainy, and the total assets of the family have reached terrifying billions. Although Golian City, as a newly emerging local tyrant in Qingshui City, is not as good as the richest man in Qingshui City, Zhuang Tianda's Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, but in the past 2 years, under his painstaking efforts, he has already kept pace. Otherwise, his only son, Go Junfa, couldn't be so mad and domineering in Qingshui No. 1 middle school. Go Lianqing is thoughtful, insidious, and cunning. He does things without trace. He likes to hurt people with secret arrows. He can use any means to achieve his goals. Whoever stands in his way, then there is only one dead end. However, on the bright side of Golian City, he did not leave any quarrels. He walked in the same way as Xie Zhenyan of Qingshui No. 1 middle school. He gave the impression of being kind-hearted, friendly, rich but benevolent, and even also pretend to do a little charity. On the bright side, he has only one problem, and that is lust. Golian City is so cute. And he is not ashamed, but proud, and never hides this. In his own words, men, if you don't play with women in your life, you won't be called a man. In addition to the crazy money-making in Golian City, the rest is to work tirelessly towards the goal in his words. Golian City was full of girls at night. At his best, he used to have 13 girls in the night. Before Ling Yun kicked him out, he had already accomplished a quarter of his goal. Golian City has a great feature of playing with women, that is, never prostitutes. He never touches young ladies. He only plays with good family women, female artists, female models, female doctors, female teachers, female flight attendants, female students, a married woman. Anyway, as long as he likes it, he will either go out in person, or let his subordinates take action, and try his best to get it for him for his enjoyment. Of course, Go Lianqing's wife is also Go Junfa's biological mother. That is also a strange thing. 2 people play their own way. No one interferes with the other, and no one disturbs the other. Go Lianqing often walks by the river and never gets his shoes wet, but he never imagined that it was just the night before. When Lin Menghan was at his fingertips, let someone break in to rescue him. He even smashed his life with one kick. The cycle of heaven and retribution is unhappy. This is simply the most perfect interpretation. Now, Go Lianqing is lying naked in the most advanced independent ward of the provincial hospital, enduring the burning pain in his lower body, staring at the ceiling sluggishly. His cloudy eyes are empty, he doesn't know what he is thinking, and he wants to cry. No tears. Cry? He didn't dare cry. Because Ling Yun not only kicked him once, but also kicked his lower abdomen dantian with the second kick. Even if he took a deep breath now, he had to take it slowly and carefully, let alone cry aloud. "Dad, do you know who that person is? If you do, I'll take someone to chop him up and feed the dog right now, to avenge you." Go-jun's eyes were blood red. His eyes were full of red bloodshots, and his face was twisted like never before. He said with hatred. This is no different from the revenge of killing his father. For Go-junfa, who must be avenged, it is no wonder that he can bear it. Go Lianqing didn't speak, and still stared at the ceiling dully. Slowly shook his head. Go-junfa can generally understand the father and son's heart, Go Lianqing's current mood. Seeing that his father doesn't know anything, he can only meditate and say bitterly, "Dad, don't worry, this hatred is never shared. Even if you spend 100 million, you will find that person, and then burn him to ashes, so that he will never be born." Go Lianqing's crime was at most an attempted whoring/prostitution, and because of his huge relationship, the police didn't make it difficult for him. He didn't even ask for a fine. Therefore, Go Lianqing is different from the people from Qingyun Film and Television. There are no police guards outside his current ward. Otherwise, Go-junfa would never dare to speak like that. And Go Lianqing's wife, when he had an accident, was traveling in Europe with 2 male models, and has not come back yet. That person is very powerful, cough. Go Lianqing said suddenly, but because of the severe pain in his lower abdomen, he couldn't help coughing twice. Although his lower body is abolished, but his eyes are still there and his brain is still there. If Ling Yun can kick him like this, he can naturally see and imagine that Ling Yun is definitely not an ordinary person. Go-junfa gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, I don't care how powerful he is, we want money, and people, and we have to repay this hatred." Go Lianqing stared at his son silently, was speechless for a long time, and lay down with 2 cloudy tears down the corner of his eyes. At his age, when something like this happens, he won't simply attribute it to bad luck. He's played with so many women, and he spends money on other people's husband. Now there is a person who refuses to admit it, and naturally it is his turn to be unlucky. There is nothing to say. "Dad, do you know the name of that bitch, that night? We can start from here." Go Lianqing has a high IQ, and Go-junfa is naturally not stupid. He quickly figured out the idea. The woman Go-jun asked was naturally Lin Menghan. After a long time, Go Lianqing said in a very low and very slow voice, "Son, I don't think this matter is as simple as I imagined. Don't act rashly these days, first listen to the movements in all aspects." Although Go Lianqing has tried his best to calm down his tone, but after he said so many words in one breath, he was still a little weak, and after speaking, he coughed again and again. Go Lianqing remembered what Ling Yun said when he was about to leave, saying that he would take the interest first and return it to collect the account, so he wanted to stop by stillness to see who this mysterious young man with martial arts was. Although he suffered such a big loss and had a rootless hatred, Go Lianqing still adhered to his own principles of doing things, and responded to changes without change. Go-junfa still admires his own father. Seeing what Go Lianqing said, he knew that he already had a plan in his heart, so he could only temporarily hold back the humiliation and hatred in his heart, and nodded silently. There is no other way to do this kind of thing than to find a way to get revenge. Because Golian City suffered a sudden disaster, Go-junfa's plan for Ling Yun was naturally postponed. Of course, if Go-junfa knew that the person who kicked his father into such a situation was Ling Yun, he would not be able to sit still here long ago. In the same provincial hospital, there are more than a dozen surgical wards filled with police officers, watching doctors and nurses keep coming in and out of the wards. This is naturally the ward of the people from Qingyun Film and Television. They have no need for reproductive or urology at all. All the doctor can do for them is to treat them as trauma, to bandage them, to remove them, but they can't save them at all. Not one can be saved. Huang Feiyang, the general manager of Qingyun Film and Television, is now sitting in Director Zheng's ward in the name of a visit, silently watching Director Zheng, who is sweating profusely in pain on the hospital bed. His face is very gloomy. Huang Feiyang was very frightened. The night before yesterday, if he hadn't rushed back to the capital to report for work, he would probably be no different from Director Zheng before him. Because the police were standing at the door, Huang Feiyang didn't ask too much about Director Zheng on the hospital bed. He had already learned about it from the police, and Huang Feiyang knew that this incident was also the focus of the police. If he doesn't handle it well this time, he will definitely be in big trouble, and it's not impossible to even go in and squat for a few years. You should take good care of your injuries first. I will handle this matter myself. Huang Feiyang was silent for a long time, and finally spoke up, speaking slowly to Director Zheng, who was struggling in pain on the hospital bed. In Huang Feiyang's eyes, a wicked murderous intent flashed. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. At 8:30 in the morning, Ling Yan looked back at Zhuang Meifeng, who was still asleep, smiled and shook her head, then turned off the computer, stood up and walked out of the bedroom. Ling Yan remembered that, after more than an hour of hard work, he was able to use the computer proficiently. Very lightly, he brought Zhuang Meifeng to the bedroom door. Ling Yan didn't even look at Xiao Mimi, who was sitting lazily on the sofa, and fluttered out of the courtyard. He walked to the gate of the courtyard, took out his mobile phone and called Tai Xiaohu. He only said one sentence, "Come to my residence before 9 o'clock and follow me to collect the bill." Sure enough, when Tai Xiaohu heard that Ling Yun was going to collect the bill, he simply said okay, and then hung up the phone. What did you say? Ling Yun wants to buy a big villa? Or two? Did I hear it right? 30 meters outside the compound of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, in Tang Meng's Hummer, Li Qingchuan looked at Tang Meng as if he was insane, with an incredible expression on his face. Tang Meng raised his hand and flicked the cigarette ash out of the car window, then took a sharp puff of cigarette, all of which was sprayed on the front window with a snort, and then slowly said, "Brother Chuan, you heard it right, it's true. Yes, buy it today." Li Qingchuan was stunned for a long time with his mouth open, and then he murmured, "Cow, is he really too awesome?" Tang Meng smiled awkwardly, thinking that Brother Chuan is older than me. This kind of reaction is simply much better than mine. After Li Qingchuan was shocked, he twitched the corner of his mouth and shook his head, and asked Tang Meng, "What do you mean by coming to me?" Tang Meng didn't need to beat around the bush when talking to Li Qingchuan. He said directly, "Brother Chuan, you don't need to ask, the boss gave me all such a big job, didn't I come to you to learn the scriptures?" The wise man didn't need to speak too clearly. Li Qingchuan nodded thoughtfully, only to hear Tang Meng say again, "One set in Qingshuiwen, one set in Qingxi Villa, both are the best. You can get it at a minimum discount. Arrive?" Li Qingchuan thought about it very seriously, and then said in an uncertain tone, "I have to ask my aunt myself about this, or maybe I have to say hello to my father first, but I don't think it will be more than 40% off." Tang Meng was overjoyed when he heard this. If the total value of the two luxury villas is 40 million, the 40% discount is 24 million. Li Qingchuan's words saved Ling Yun at least 16 million. Li Qingchuan looked at Tang Meng's excited look. He couldn't help pouring cold water on him and said, "I said it's too early for you to be happy. I'm just guessing right now. Everything has to wait for me to ask clearly." Tang Meng smiled and nodded his head. Suddenly his expression turned serious, staring at Li Qingchuan very solemnly and seriously. "Brother Chuan, there is something I need to tell you, no matter how much, more or less, but boss money we can't make." Li Qingchuan was annoyed when he heard it. He raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a big shudder. "Fuck, I think you only have Ling Yun in your eyes, right? You take me as someone, Ling Yun is me. My savior, our family is discussing inviting him to be a guest at home. How could I pump water here?" Tang Meng knew that Li Qingchuan would say so, and this big shutter would suffer as well. But he had to remind Li Qingchuan. Tens of millions of funds, no matter which layer it is, as long as you move your mouth or hands and feet a little bit, there will be hundreds of millions of oil and water. Although this amount is not big for Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng, it is related to Ling Yun's opinion on Tang Meng. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was someone who would not suffer no matter what. If there is something tricky in this matter, once Ling Yun finds out, then the relationship between Tang Meng and Ling Yun will basically come to an end, so he has to guard against it. Tang Meng smiled shyly. Brother Chuan, you don't know how many times I have, it's the first time I've worked on such a big project. It's inevitable that I'm a little panicked. Growing up wearing a pair of pants, Li Qingchuan certainly knew what Tang Meng was thinking. He looked at Tang Meng with some amusing and said, I think you are looking for Ling Yun now, and plan to follow him all the way to the dark. Let's go on like this. In the future, for Ling Yun, you might even dare to turn your back on Uncle Tang. Tang Meng's face turned red when Li Qingchuan saw him. He scratched his head and quibbled, that's what the score is. Li Qingchuan laughed, okay, don't say that you came to me in person, even if Ling Yun called me casually, I have to do my best to handle this matter for him, just wait for my call. Tang Meng nodded hurriedly, then he smiled and said, then Brother Chuan, I'll go first, I still have a lot of things to do today. Li Qingchuan pushed the door to get out of the car, closed the door for Tang Meng smartly, waved his hand and said, get out. Tang Meng started the Hummer, and the Hummer quickly turned around and left quickly. Li Qingchuan watched Tang Meng's car go away, his face full of contemplation. After a while, he shook his head and sighed, it's amazing, tens of millions, without power and power, how did Ling Yun get it? After speaking, Li Qingchuan took out his mobile phone and made a phone call while walking to the compound of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. It took Tai Xiaohu less than 20 minutes to arrive at Ling Yun's residence. He didn't take a taxi, but came running. Come in. As soon as Tai Xiaohu ran to the entrance of Ling Yun's courtyard, he heard Ling Yun's voice faintly ringing in the courtyard. Tai Xiaohu entered the courtyard. Ling Yun raised his head and glanced at him. He couldn't help but nodded secretly in his heart, thinking that this kid is really a genius of cultivation. The tower-like Tai Xiaohu stood in the yard, and Ling Yun could see that, not only had Tai Xiaohu mastered all the dying gathering star treasures that he had taught him, but he had also been able to do both. Stop running this exercise, and absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars to temper your body. Now, the muscles on Tai Xiaohu's body are still protruding like a horned dragon, but the lines are softer and smoother. They are no longer rock-like like before, but hard lumps. Such muscles will undoubtedly be more flexible. Sex and explosiveness. The arrival of Tai Xiaohu also attracted the attention of another person. That person was naturally Xiao Mimi, who was bored sitting on the sofa in the room. She only glanced at Tai Xiaohu, and couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart, the day after tomorrow, the first floor peak. Ling Yun smiled in satisfaction and said, you came here? Tai Xiaohu ran for more than 10 kilometers in 10 minutes. His face was not red or he was out of breath, and his heartbeat was the same as usual. Tai Xiaohu was quite proud of his cultivation achievements in the past 2 days. He had been practicing hard at home for the past 2 days, just to give him a surprise when he saw Ling Yun again. Tai Xiaohu nodded heavily. Do you feel it now? How do you feel? Ling Yun continued to ask. It feels so wonderful. Tai Xiaohu murmured for a long time, and finally came up with a more appropriate word. That's good. How does it feel to ask people for money? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Very cool. Tai Xiaohu didn't even hesitate this time. He grinned and said with his eyes shining. Ling Yun nodded again, come in with me. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the house. Entering the room, Ling Yun pointed at Xiao Mimi on the sofa and said to Tai Xiaohu, in the future, let her teach you how to kill. Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly at Tai Xiaohu, but did not get up. She still snuggled up on the sofa in an extremely lazy posture. Tai Xiaohu suddenly saw Xiao Mimi's charming smile, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Mimi's haunting eyes, and hurriedly lowered his head. Say it directly, yes. Tai Xiaohu is crazy about martial arts and doesn't like beauty. Naturally, he is not as unbearable as Tang Meng, but he doesn't know why. Even so, Xiao Mimi stared at him casually, and his liver still trembled. Ling Yan stared at Xiao Mimi thoughtfully again, but still didn't speak. Xiao Mimi avoided Ling Yan's gaze with an unnatural expression. You two get to know each other first. Ling Yan said lightly. Went back to the bedroom again. This is the largest bedroom in the house, and it is the master bedroom. Between the bedroom and the living room, there is a corridor that can only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. The corridor is 2 meters long, just enough to block the sight of people in the living room. Therefore, Ling Yan pushed the door directly and entered, not worried at all that Tai Xiaohu and Xiao Mimi saw Zhuang Meifeng sleeping. Ling Yan came to the bed and leaned over gently. Facing Zhuang Meifeng, who was still lying on the bed, her blushing, smooth and delicate face became cloudy, and then she said gently, Don't pretend to be asleep, get up and buy you clothes. Zhuang Meifeng still tightly closed her beautiful Danfeng eyes, but her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her soft and full lips suddenly evoked a charming smile, and 2 snow-white pink arms stretched out at the same time. All of a sudden, it wrapped around Ling Yan's neck and pressed his head against his plump and soft towering body. Bad husband, how do you know that people are awake? Zhuang Meifeng said lazily and coquettishly with her sexy lips. Ling Yan's face is now completely suppressed by Zhuang Meifeng's fullness. How can he still speak? He raised his empty palm and patted Zhuang Meifeng's round buttocks with amazing elasticity. Hearing the crisp sound he heard countless times last night, he managed to escape from Zhuang Meifeng's embrace. Your breathing betrays you. Unconscious breathing during sleep is different in sound and speed from deliberate breathing after waking up. Ling Yan explained with a smile, and then said to Zhuang Meifeng, When you wake up, get up quickly, I can hear the sound of Tang Meng's Hummer engine. I didn't get enough sleep, I really don't remember. Zhuang Meifeng said that, but she propped her arms up, sat up from the bed, shook her head lightly, and then rubbed her Danfeng eyes with her white and slender hands. The long blue silk on his head covered his shoulders and beautiful back, and there were so many strands that blocked the undulating waves, before they were full. The unbearable water snake's waist twisted slightly. All trembled violently. This scene couldn't help but remind him of the madness of the 2 last night. If it weren't for the fact that the body of pure yang was really indestructible, Ling Yan would definitely eat Zhuang Meifeng last night. Husband, why are you going today? Zhuang Meifeng put on her underwear naturally and was stared at by Ling Yan's fiery eyes. Although her face was blushing uncontrollably, she didn't have any intention of dodging. Go to the bank first, and then buy you clothes. Ling Yan said with a smile. Okay, after you get up, wash up quickly, Tang Meng is here. After he finished speaking, he hugged the tender body Zhuang Meifeng took the initiative to bring to him and kissed, and walked out of the bedroom to pick up Tang Meng. Boss, I have already told Brother Chuan about the villa, and he will write to me soon. Tang Meng jumped out of the car after parking the car, and rushed into the yard yelling. Come in, we'll be leaving right away. Ling Yan waved at Tang Meng. After Tang Meng entered the house, he briefly told Ling Yan about the purchase of the villa. 20 minutes later, Zhuang Meifeng had finished washing up, and the 5 people rushed out of the nest, all got into the Humvee, and drove towards the worker. Tang Meng drove, Tai Xiaohu sat in the co-pilot, Ling Yan sat directly behind Tang Meng, beside Zhuang Meifeng with beautiful eyes, and on the other side of Zhuang Meifeng was the charming Xiao Mimi. So far, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu both literary and military, have all been taken under Ling Yun's command. With Ling Yun as the center, the two have formed an iron triangle that will frighten all the forces in China in the future. Today, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu appeared beside Ling Yun at the same time, followed Ling Yun to Qingyun Film and Television to collect the bills, and started the legendary life of the three of them proud of China. Ling Yun gently embraced Zhuang Meifeng's graceful and slender waist, and smiled at her gently. After I finish my business at the bank, I'm going to buy you clothes. Have you decided where to buy it? Zhuang Meifeng bit her lip lightly, and gave Ling Yun a charming glance. Her heart was filled with joy, and she said shyly, "It depends on whether you are willing to spend money." Ling Yun laughed. "Don't worry, today is the big day for us to buy a villa. Do we still care about how many clothes? You can buy whatever clothes you want, and you can buy as many clothes as you want." He got 50 million overnight, and was served by Zhuang Meifeng in every possible way last night. Ling Yun was in a better mood and full of confidence. "That's what you said, don't you regret it?" Zhuang Meifeng drew a circle on Ling Yun's chest with her slender hands, as if there was no one else around. The other three people in the car were all looking at their noses and their hearts, thinking about their own affairs and pretending they didn't see it. "I will never regret it." Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun had a lot of things to do today. He drove the car very fast, and soon arrived at the largest business hall of ICBC in the city center, and parked the car at the door. All 5 people got out of the car. Ling Yun took Zhuang Meifeng's waist, and walked into the business hall first, followed by Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu from left to right behind him. Sexy stunner Xiao Mimi habitually observed the surrounding environment, and then also followed in. At this time it was already 9:20 in the morning, and the staff in the bank had just gone to work. When they saw such 3 men and 2 women swaggering in, they were so imposing, they couldn't help but look sideways. No way, any of these 5 people is enough to be eye-catching, let alone 5 standing together. Ling Yun took Zhuang Meifeng to the front of the counter, handed in the bank card in his hand, and smiled at the staff inside the counter. "Check the account." The 3-minute wait was so long for Ling Yun, but 3 minutes later, Ling Yun heard the shocking and trembling voice of the female staff inside the counter. "Hello sir, you have a deposit of $8.1 million in your account, which is equivalent to about 50.5 million Chinese currency." The voice of the staff was more than a grade worse than that of Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi, but now that Ling Yun heard it, it was no less than the most beautiful voice in the world. 50.5 million, is he really cool? To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun and his party of 5 had different identities, and they were all people who had seen money and big money. When the 5 people heard that the staff of ICBC said that Ling Yun's account had $8.1 million, equivalent to 50.5 million Chinese dollars, the 5 people had different reactions. Tang Meng was stunned at first, followed by ecstasy. Although he went to Li Qingchuan for help according to Ling Yun's instructions, he still felt uneasy in his heart, because 50 million, even in Tang Meng's view, was definitely not a 1. With a small number, Ling Yun has no power, how could there be 50 million overnight? But now he heard the confirmation from the bank staff and knew that Ling Yun had more than 50 million in his account. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground immediately, and he immediately thought of how to do the things that Ling Yun arranged for him. Not only to make Ling Yun satisfied, he had to be perfect and save the boss as much money as possible. Under the stimulation of 50 million, this kid's mind became alive like never before. In this world, rich people have rich ways to play. The same 1 million can be used by rich people to do 10 things, but only 1 million people can only use it to buy 1. Just a house and a car. Tai Xiaohu was shocked for a while, but it was only a shock. The corner of his mouth twitched twice, and there was no other reaction. Money and women don't seem to be very important to Tai Xiaohu. What he really cares about is his own strength. When Xiao Mimi heard that the $8.1 million was finally transferred to Ling Yan's account, she only felt that the huge burden in her heart finally fell to the ground, and she felt a lot more relaxed all of a sudden. Xiao Mimi knew better than anyone that if the $8.1 million could not be received, Ling Yan would kill her without hesitation and would not give her any chance. Therefore, hearing that the $8.1 million had finally reached Ling Yan's account, Xiao Mimi only sighed in her heart, but her charming and moving face brightened like never before. Zhuang Meifeng's family, as the richest man in Qingshui City, naturally couldn't see the 50 million yuan in her family. But the shock and excitement in her eyes were stronger than anyone else's. What shocked her was not the money, but Ling Yan's ability. Because Ling Yan's ability to make money is really fast. On the first night Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yan were together, Ling Yan took out a check for 1,600,000 in cash. The second night, Ling Yan brought back a cash box and finally confirmed it. There was not much cash in the cash box, just 300 bundles. 3 million. And when he came back last night, Ling Yan said that he had made 50 million. Today, he went to the bank to check the account, and he really had 50 million. What a horrible speed of making money. It's almost like stealing money. The fact is, other than the million check, Ling Yan's other money was really stolen or fraudulently obtained, no matter if it was big or small. Sir, what other services do you need? We will do our best to meet your requirements. The staff member's attitude towards Ling Yan suddenly changed, and he was simply frightened. This is a big customer of the bank, and a small staff member of hers can't afford to offend her. Ling Yan was amused. He turned his head to look at Zhuang Meifeng, who was looking at him with admiration in his arms, and said with a smile, I don't understand this, what should you do? Zhuang Meifeng is an internationally certified public accountant and financial actuary, and is simply the best personal advisor. Don't ask her who? In front of everyone in the bank lobby, Zhuang Meifeng smiled and offered a kiss to Ling Yan. After a long while, she panted slightly and said, leave $1 million in the account, and all other funds will be exchanged for Huaxia coin. Hello, sir. I am the vice president of our branch of ICBC. This is my business card. How can I help you? A middle-aged man in a black suit, who looked particularly prudent and sophisticated, walked out, said very politely to Ling Yan, and handed over his business card with both hands. Ling Yan took the business card handed over by the vice president with a smile, and handed it over to Zhuang Meifeng, who was in his arms, and gave her a questioning look. Zhuang Meifeng took the business card and glanced at it lightly, then smiled lightly. President Li, we do have a few business needs to be handled. President Li was afraid that they would have no business, so he immediately smiled enthusiastically. Please wait a moment. He turned around and instructed the staff member at the counter, then turned around and said to Ling Yan and the others, may I ask you to move over and talk to my office, it's quieter there. Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yan a mischievous look, which meant to ask him if he would go. Ling Yan nodded lightly, and followed President Li with 4 people to go inside. There is no doubt that with the amount of funds in Ling Yan's card, he has become a super VIP customer of this branch, and the treatment is naturally extraordinary. After several people came to Mr. Li's office, Mr. Li poured tea and water for them himself very enthusiastically, being polite and thoughtful, and meticulous. After a simple greeting, Zhuang Meifeng smiled and said to President Li, I would like to ask, according to our current funds of your bank, what kind of treatment can you enjoy from your bank? President Li looked at Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng like the god of wealth, and said with a smile, according to the amount of Mr. Ling's deposits, he is now a Diamond VIP customer of our ICBC, and he can exclusively enjoy all the benefits of our Diamond VIP customer. Zhuang Meifeng nodded, and the very professional Ying said with a smile, then thank you, President Li, we are here today mainly to exchange all the $7.1 million in the account into Huaxia coins, and the other is the future payment from our bank card. There will be a lot of exchanges, and I hope President Li can open your bank's green channel for us. In this case, it will save us the trouble of going to the bank every time. President Li nodded and smiled. I will arrange for someone to handle the exchange now. As for the green channel, these are the services that Diamond Supreme VIP customers should enjoy. We will open it for Mr. Ling today. For Diamond Supreme VIP customers, the bank will have special financial management personnel to provide them with services such as financial management and investment. Of course, Ling Yun has Zhuang Meifeng by his side, so he naturally does not need these. Zhuang Meifeng wants a green channel, and the main purpose is a convenience. With this green channel, Ling Yun can handle transfers and remittances or other businesses in the future, just by calling or sending a text message to his dedicated wealth management account manager, and he will hardly need to go to the bank in person in the future. He cuts out a lot of unnecessary trouble. ID card, mobile phone number, setting various passwords, filling out the form and signing. President Li arranged for the account manager to enter and exit, but Ling Yun never stood up. After half an hour, all the business was completed. During this half hour, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to bring in the 3 million in the car and deposit it in the bank card, saving the trouble of carrying so much cash. Are you okay? Let's go if it's okay. Ling Yun originally wanted to change all the money into huaxia coins and walk away after he finished checking the accounts. After a delay of more than 20 minutes, he was already a little impatient. Tang Meng, who had been sitting there quietly, suddenly said, "Boss, aren't we going to buy a villa today? Do we want to apply for a loan?" Ling Yun directly gave Tang Meng a blank look. He frowned and said, "For a fart loan, you pay such a high interest rate?" No. In one sentence, Tang Meng's plan was completely defeated, and he could only stick out his tongue and make a face. The 5 people came out of the bank and all entered the Hummer. Tang Meng started the Hummer and asked Ling Yun, "Boss, where are we going next?" Ling Yun glanced at Zhuang Meifeng, who was wrapped around him like a beautiful snake, and smiled. "I'll leave it alone now, don't ask me about it." Tang Meng was very sensible. He looked back at the charming Zhuang Meifeng and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm your full-time driver now, where do you want to go?" Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Tang Meng and said, "Stop pretending to be confused, where else can you go to buy clothes?" Pedestrian Street. Okay. Tang Meng turned his head, the Humvee backed up, turned around, and headed toward the pedestrian street. In the car, Xiaomimi suddenly spoke and said to Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, I think you should open an account with a Swiss bank as soon as possible. This will be very important to you in the future." Xiaomimi knew that Ling Yun was very powerful, and in Xiaomimi's opinion, Ling Yun didn't understand the secrets of this world at all, so after thinking about it, she put forward her own suggestion. Ling Yun didn't say anything, just looked down at Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes, you really should open a Swiss bank account." Ling Yun's money came too fast, causing a lot of trouble. Once some domestic forces wanted to deal with him and directly freeze his account, no matter how much money Ling Yun had, he would be in the blink of an eye. Become a pauper, so have to guard. After listening to the suggestions of the 2 beauties, Ling Yun thought for a moment and nodded. He asked Xiaomimi, "Can a Swiss bank account be opened in China?" Xiaomimi shook her head and said, "This should be difficult, it's best to go to Switzerland in person." Ling Yun couldn't help frowning when he heard this. If he wanted to go to Switzerland, he would have to wait at least 2 months later. It didn't matter if he was absent from school, but Ling Yun couldn't see the 7 luminous grass for a day. Zhuang Meifeng seemed to have thought of something. She stared at Ling Yun with bright eyes and said, "Isn't it just a trip to Switzerland? The plane is very fast. After your college entrance examination, I will accompany you." "It is good." Ling Yun finally nodded in agreement. Taking advantage of the 2 people in front of him not paying attention, he lightly swiped Zhuang Meifeng's 36D tower with his left hand, causing Zhuang Meifeng's graceful and delicate body to tremble slightly. Xiao Mimi saw this scene out of the corner of her eyes, and the corner of her sexy mouth evoked an ecstatic smile. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. A pedestrian street in the center of Qingshui. Right here, stop. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly pointed to a large shopping mall and shouted to Tang Meng. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at it. He was happy. He had been here before. It was the same mall where he bought clothes with the little demon girl xuanhuan last Saturday. Ling Yan patted Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful back and smiled. Okay, take your maid to buy clothes, both of you buy more. Summer is coming soon, it's best to buy all summer clothes together. It saves so much trouble every time. When Xiao Mimi heard Ling Yan calling her a maid in front of the three, she pouted her sexy lips at Ling Yan with a bit of grievance. Her eyes were very resentful. Zhuang Meifeng also felt that it was too much for Ling Yan to call Xiao Mimi so. She shook Ling Yan's arm and said coquettishly, "Husband, don't do this." Tang Meng was sweating furiously. Tai Xiaohu turned his head to look at the pedestrians outside the car. Xiao Mimi was a little grateful to Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yan shook his head helplessly. All right. He turned his head and said to Xiao Mimi, "You accompany her in. I'm happy today. You can buy whatever clothes you want without worrying about money." Xiao Mimi nodded unceremoniously this time. She could feel that Ling Yan's attitude towards her was different from before after confirming that the 50 million yuan had been received. Zhuang Meifeng frowned suddenly and said, "Husband, won't you accompany me in?" When a woman goes shopping, she likes to accompany her beloved, otherwise, who will show it when she tries on clothes? How can you arouse the jealousy of others without the act of a man who spends so much money for you? Besides, Zhuang Meifeng came today to buy clothes for herself, but her main purpose is to buy clothes for Ling Yan. With Ling Yan's thinness, his current clothes have long been ill-fitting, and they are fat and big. Although Ling Yan doesn't care, Zhuang Meifeng has now regarded herself as Ling Yan's wife. Can she not care? Ling Yan and xuanhuan had a painful experience together, and he was a little terrified when he thought of going shopping with a woman. What's more, this time I want to accompany two women to the mall. Ling Yan smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, you two are shopping for clothes. I don't think there is any need for us big men to follow, right?" Cough. After speaking, Ling Yan coughed twice on purpose, reminding the two brothers in front of them to show their support, but Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu actually pretended to be deaf and dumb at the same time, as if they didn't hear them. No one backed up. It's the lice on the head. Obvious thing. How desperately Zhuang Meifeng wants Ling Yan to go shopping with her. Tang Meng can naturally see that if he speaks for the boss at this time, then he will not have a good life in front of this eldest sister. As for Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yan had said that if the Xiao Mimi behind him would teach him how to kill, then there was no need to ask. This person in front of him must be the legendary beauty killer, so he would not provoke him. Ling Yan coughed for a long time. Seeing that the two of them were completely motionless as if they were stupid, I couldn't help but scold the two of them for being unscrupulous. At this time, Zhuang Meifeng wrapped her entire graceful and plump body around Ling Yan. She looked at Ling Yan with pleading eyes, and said softly, "Husband, this is the first time you accompany others to buy clothes, how can you not accompany them? Go up?" Ling Yan's side did not get the support of his brother, but Zhuang Meifeng got the support of Xiao Mimi. Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly and said, "That's right. We don't buy clothes for you to see. If you don't go, why do you like what we wear?" Xiao Mimi's words are really level, very ambiguous, but there is no trace. Not only helped Zhuang Meifeng, but also implied a hint of temptation. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu heard Xiao Mimi's voice, their shoulders trembled at the same time. This voice was too soft to the bone. Women are the most sensitive, and Zhuang Meifeng naturally heard the subtext in Xiao Mimi's words, but for the sake of Xiao Mimi speaking for her, she didn't have the embarrassment to lower her face to care. In fact, she was a little afraid. Xiao Mimi was someone who dared to assassinate Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng knew very well that what Xiao Mimi was afraid of was only Ling Yun, not her. When Ling Yun saw that there was nothing he could do, he had no choice but to smile bitterly and say, "Okay, then I'll accompany you. You two can come in with me." Ling Yunxin said that if I die, I will also have two backs on my back, and then I will just pay the bills, carry clothes, and run errands, and I will leave them all to you. Zhuang Meifeng's wish succeeded, and she took the initiative to lie on Ling Yun's body and give him a sweet kiss, and then got out of the car with a blushing face. So, the 5 people rushed into the mall in a mighty manner and started their crazy sweep. $7.1 million, a total of more than 44 million Huaxia coins were exchanged, plus the newly deposited 3 million, a total of 47 million. Ling Yun can be said to be rich and powerful now, and spending 1,800,000 does not feel bad at all. The last time he came here with the little demon girl Xuanhuan, he could only watch Xuanhuan swiping his card to pay the bill, but this time, he finally realized the ultimate refreshing feeling of buying it regardless of money. This is a feeling of being respected by the owner and salesperson of each store as the god of wealth. This feeling is enough to make people enjoy it, linger, forget the fatigue of the body, and the passage of time. However, Zhuang Meifeng was distressed like never before, because she found that no matter what clothes she and Xiao Mimi bought, the 3 men would look at Xiao Mimi first, and then look at them after they changed out of the fitting room. To her. This is true even when 2 people come out wearing the same style of clothes. In terms of body shape, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi's body can be said to be on the same level, each with its own merits, but in terms of face, Zhuang Meifeng is confident that her face is better than that of Xiao Mimi. She really can't understand why. Finally, when the 2 entered the fitting room again, Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help blushing and asked Xiao Mimi in a low voice, "How did you do it? Why do they all look at you?" Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly. She glanced at Zhuang Meifeng, then put her mouth to Zhuang Meifeng's ear, and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "I can seduce." After Zhuang Meifeng heard this, she couldn't help but tremble, her beautiful face blushed. She first glanced carefully outside the fitting room, and then said in disbelief, "Merchandising? What is bewitching? Technique?" Xiao Mimi glanced at Zhuang Meifeng with her big charming eyes, and the corner of her mouth evoked a soul-sucking smile, and explained to her in a low voice, "Seduction is naturally the ability to seduce men, including every look, every movement, how to twist your waist, how to lift your hips, etc., as well as your voice. As long as you do it properly, you can attract the attention of men." Zhuang Meifeng blushed and nodded thoughtfully, but asked suspiciously, "But I don't see anything special about your movements?" Xiao Mimi smiled again. She glanced at Zhuang Meifeng's hot and sexy body and said, "Those are all very subtle details. Your mind is now on Ling Yun. Of course you won't notice me. Look at us now." Standing position. Zhuang Meifeng finally took a serious look at Xiao Mimi's standing movements, and she found a lot of differences, which she would not usually pay attention to. She finally couldn't help opening her small mouth, and a shocked look appeared in her beautiful eyes. "It's really different." Xiao Mimi smiled and said, "Actually, your standing posture is also very good-looking, with great temperament and demeanor, coupled with such a good figure. If you stand there by yourself, you will naturally attract everyone's attention, but in my opinion, your standing is really too casual." Zhuang Meifeng couldn't hold back from what Xiao Mimi said. She suddenly blushed and asked in a low voice, "Is this a seduction technique? How did you do it?" Xiao Mimi said bluntly, "I am a female killer, and seduction is also one of the best means of killing people. She has undergone very cruel training, including every step you take, the height of your arms swing, how much your waist is twisted, how much your hips need to be, how high you raise your knees, how far your knees are bent, how big your steps are. These are all strict requirements, plus the expression on your face and the speed of your voice, etc. Of course, the most difficult thing is the eyes." Zhuang Meifeng was slightly moved. She remembered that Ling Yun would not enter her body no matter what, maybe because she was not attractive enough, so she couldn't help but shyly said, Can you? Xiao Mimi chuckled and nodded, as long as you are willing to endure hardship, I can teach you. If Xiao Mimi wasn't teaching Zhuang Meifeng, why would she tell Zhuang Meifeng all this? She has already seen that Ling Yun is really good to Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yun is now Xiao Mimi's master and asked her to protect Zhuang Meifeng. Of course, she must find a way to get closer to Zhuang Meifeng. This will only benefit her in the future, not harm. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly thought of a question. She looked at Xiao Mimi with some vigilance and said, Then will you seduce Ling Yun with seduction? Xiao Mimi said in her heart that I wanted to, but that person in your family has to eat my way. She gave Zhuang Meifeng a funny look and said, Can't you see my current situation? If Ling Yun wants to kill me, he only needs to move his finger. If he wants my body, I have to give it to me anytime, anywhere. Does he still use seduction? Besides, he already knew that I can be seductive, and I am useless to him at all. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help sighing in her heart. She remembered that when Ling Yun brought Xiao Mimi back, the two towering snow-white clusters on Xiao Mimi's chest were exposed to the air, and she didn't even want to cover it with her hands, and Ling Yun was even more so. He didn't even bother to look at her. Who are these people? Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but secretly ask herself in her heart. In the city, Zhuang Meifeng is undoubtedly a stunning goddess who looks down on the prosperity of the world, but after getting to know Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng found that the world she was familiar with began to change. For Zhuang Meifeng, the crazy experience of the past few days was nothing short of turbulent, which made her dizzy at all. She even sometimes felt in a trance, thinking that Ling Yun had brought her into another world. Take a good grasp of him, he is really a man so good that people can't even feel jealous. Xiao Mimi looked at Zhuang Meifeng with a thoughtful face and said quietly. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wuxian only represents the author's point of view. If you find that its content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only dedicated to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. The two tried on two different styles this time. They were floor-length dresses similar to evening dresses. They were the two most expensive and best clothes in the store. After Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi got dressed, they looked at each other and walked out of the fitting room with a smile. Zhuang Meifeng is wearing a long red dress that drags the floor. The whole dress is designed with originality, pure and eye-catching red, with a low chest and a deep V, and the waist is narrowed, tightly wrapping Zhuang Meifeng. The slender waist of the water snake looks like it is wrapped in strips. It is very tight and attractive. The buttocks are neither fat nor thin, just wrapping her round buttocks, and the knees are just right narrowed, which makes Zhuang Meifeng walk. It perfectly shows her two slender and round thighs. Now Zhuang Meifeng is standing there, like a delicate and embossed red vase, elegant and beautiful. Xiao Mimi was wearing a pure black floor-length dress, which perfectly complemented her already snow-white, dazzling skin. This floor-length dress was not low-cut, except for the neck and two pink arms. The other parts were tightly wrapped, which of course covered the scratches on Xiao Mimi's shoulders very well, but it added a mysterious and attractive temperament to her. The right collar wraps Xiao Mimi's snow-white neck, making her neck more slender and attractive like a swan. Xiao Mimi's body is hot, except for the skirt. The whole black floor-length dress is as tight as it is tailor-made for her. She is wrapped around her hot and sexy body, one point is too fat, and one point is too thin. A black dress that adds to the mystery, she wears a charming and moving taste. As soon as the two came out this time, they instantly killed everyone on the entire floor of the shopping mall. The exclamations and sighs were endless, and they were all deeply shocked by the stunning and sexy appearance of the two. Ling Yun stared at these two stunning beauties without blinking. After a long comparison in his heart, he couldn't decide the winner or loser, so he could only nod his head in admiration. Beautiful, so beautiful. These two clothes are really suitable for the two of you. How much money do you want? Ling Yan's voice just fell. Suddenly, a very tempting aroma came from the elevator. At this time, Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu seemed to sense it too. They followed Ling Yan's gaze and looked there. Soon they saw a tall and slender girl dressed in bells and whistles. Behind him, a large group of people who looked like bodyguards followed Hula La, who had just walked down from the elevator in the shopping mall. The tall slender girl got off the elevator. He just said arrogantly, "Today I'm going to buy all the beautiful clothes here." The voice was very clear and sweet, but it was very pleasant. What a hot body. This girl's body fragrance is so tempting. Ling Yan couldn't help but praised in his heart. It's just that the girl's face was painted with very thick smoky makeup, and she couldn't tell her beauty or ugliness at all. When Tai Xiaohu saw the person coming, his face changed suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was really unlucky. When he came to buy clothes with the boss, he ran into Long Wu. When did she come back? Long Wu, the daughter of Long Kuan, the boss of the Qinglong gang. I am 17 years old this year. I have lived in the United States since I was a child, and only returned to China for about 3 months every year. Long Kuan never let Long Wu ask about Qinglong, so Long Wu didn't know Tai Xiaohu, but he was a little old in Qinglong, and there was no one who didn't know that Long Wu was the pearl of Brother Kuan's palm. As soon as Long Wu went upstairs, he was attracted by Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi. She exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, the clothes on those two models are so beautiful, let's go and have a look." After she finished speaking, she took 2 long and slender legs and rushed towards the store where Ling Yun was. Long Wu was wearing a low-cut dress that couldn't be lower, and the collar seemed to be unable to wrap the 2 buds above her towering height. As she ran, 2/3 of the snow-white towering jumping up and down, it seemed like she would be thrown out at any time, but she didn't care at all. After Long Wu came over, he didn't even look at it, so he shouted to the shop owner, "Boss, I bought all the clothes on these 2 models, please let them take them off." As soon as Long Wu approached, Ling Yun felt the scent on her body even more tangy, but Ling Yun was 100% sure that the scent emanating from this girl was not the scent of any perfume, but her body scent. More than a dozen bodyguards behind Long Wu also ran over to her, closely surrounding Long Wu, watching Ling Yun and the others with vigilance on their faces. After the bodyguard leader saw clearly the people on Ling Yun's side, he was stunned and blurted out, "Tiger, brother who?" Tai Xiaohu was a little embarrassed, but his expression soon returned to normal, and he said lightly, "I'm no longer from Qinglong, you guys are busy with your business, don't look at me." The head of the bodyguard looked at Tai Xiaohu and frowned slightly. He seemed to have something to say to Tai Xiaohu, but now was obviously not the time, so he could only give up temporarily. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other, and they thought that it was really an enemy, and they met Qinglong's person again here. Ling Yun was very satisfied with Tai Xiaohu's words, he smiled and nodded at Tai Xiaohu. When Xiao Mimi heard Long Wu say that she was a model, the murderous intent in her eyes was fleeting. Zhuang Meifeng also frowned slightly. The boss saw that the new girl was Hulala behind and followed by a large group, all of them wearing suits and sunglasses, so scared that their hearts were jumping, and said cautiously, This lady, you misunderstood, these 2 beauties are not models in our store, they are our customers who are trying on clothes." When Long Wu heard that the 2 were not models, she immediately frowned, and walked towards Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi with the corners of her mouth hooked. "Hey, you 2 don't have to try, take off your clothes quickly, I want both of them." Tang Meng laughed and said, "I'm sorry, you're late, we have already bought these 2 clothes." With Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu around, Tang Meng certainly wouldn't take Qinglong's dozen people in his eyes, so he directly joked. "You have to take it off after you buy it. Do you know who I am? If you don't want to die, hurry up. I made my auntie angry, don't blame me for being rude." Ling Yan smiled and walked up to the arrogant Long Wu. He ruthlessly sniffed the strange and alluring body fragrance on Sniff Long Wu's body, and then said intoxicated, "It smells so good." Then he smiled and said to Long Wu, "I said, these two clothes are not suitable for you at all, these two clothes are too tightly wrapped, and you can't play your advantage at all." When Long Wu first saw Ling Yan's face, she couldn't help but stare at Ling Yan disdainfully. "What are you? Why do you say these two clothes are not suitable for me?" Ling Yan did not answer. He just smiled and glanced at Xiao Mimi, and said lightly, "Zhang." Xiao Mimi's graceful and delicate body, which was perfectly wrapped in a pure black long skirt, moved slightly, and she came to Long Wu at once. "Papa." Two voices suddenly stunned the arrogant dragon dance just now. When Tai Xiaohu heard Ling Yan's slap in the face, he just wanted to say something to persuade him. Let Long Wu not cause trouble, but it's too late. Xiao Mimi's movements and moves were too fast, except Ling Yan, no one could see how she got to Long Wu's side. Long Wu covered her face in a daze, and after a long while in a daze, she said in shock, You dare to hit me?" She was so ashamed that she rolled her eyes, turned her head and shouted to the bodyguards in a daze, "What are you still doing? Hit me and kill them." The group of bodyguards finally woke up from their daze. They saw that Brother Kuan's daughter was beaten by Xiao Mimi. There was no need for Long Wu's orders at all, and they didn't care that this was in a shopping mall. All of them rushed towards Ling Yan and Xiao Mimi like wolves and tigers. Tai Xiaohu showed his body, and his tower-like body suddenly came to Ling Yan and Xiao Mimi. He blocked his arms and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, then take Long Wu and leave. It's not for you here. A wild place." Tai Xiaohu is actually very difficult to do now, because Qinglong didn't feel sorry for him. He just decided to follow Ling Yun after he was completely overwhelmed by Ling Yun and admired Ling Yun's martial arts. Anyway, Brother Kuan knew after Tai Xiaohu left Qinglong. In the past 2 days, I didn't send anyone to look for Tai Xiaohu. Although Tai Xiaohu didn't know why, since Brother Kuan didn't move him, it means that the love is still there. Long Wu and his bodyguards didn't know who Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi were, but Tai Xiaohu knew, so he had no choice but to do this now. The only choice. Otherwise, if Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi were to make a move, either of them would turn these people into a rolling gourd in an instant, and the pain would be unbearable. Do you know me?" Long Wu asked Tai Xiaohu in confusion when he saw that the tower-like Tai Xiaohu stopped his own people. The head of the bodyguard rushed to Long Wu's ear and whispered a few words in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Long Wu became even more angry after hearing this. "You are Tai Xiaohu? How dare you betray Qinglong?" Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly, and he said lightly, "Betraying or not betraying Qinglong, that's my business. Long Wu, your father won't let you inquire about Qinglong's affairs. You don't care about this matter. I kindly advise you in a word, take your people out of here quickly, or no one can save you." After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he stopped talking. He quietly retreated to Ling Yan's side, and then looked at Ling Yan apologetically. Ling Yan rushed to Tai Xiaohu with a slight smile, indicating that he did the right thing and handled it well. Of course, Long Wu would not be frightened by Tai Xiaohu's words. She covered her hot face and was about to give another order, but the head of the bodyguard came close to Long Wu's ear again and said to Long Wu, "Miss Long, the group of us can't beat Tai Xiaohu together. The woman just now seems to be more powerful than Tai Xiaohu. I think we might as well go first, go back and report to Brother Kuan before making plans for revenge." Bodyguards do the job of protecting people. They are not afraid of being hit or injured, but if they know that they can't beat each other at all, and they don't retreat in time, they will push Long Wu into the fire pit. Long Wu is Long Kuan's daughter. Although she is arrogant, she is not stupid. She thought about it and turned her head to Ling Yun and snorted coldly, "You wait for me. Let's go." Long Wu just returned to China for vacation last night. As soon as he woke up this morning, he couldn't wait to bring people to the mall to make some crazy purchases, but he didn't expect to buy anything, so he was slapped twice. Long Wu stared fiercely at Ling Yun, who had been beaten to her, snorted from her nostrils, and left with a fragrant wind. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Is she the daughter of Brother Kuan? It's quite arrogant, but fortunately, the head is not stupid. Seeing Long Wu twisting her sexy little man's waist and leaving with anger, Ling Yun said with some humor. DODTW. In the eyes of Ling Yun and others, the matter of Long Wu, apart from her attractive body fragrance and her extremely revealing dress, was just a trivial episode, and even Tang Meng didn't take it seriously. Thing. Only Tai Xiaohu's sharp hawk-like eyes showed a faint worry. Although he left Qinglong, if Ling Yun only injured 7 or 8 of Qinglong's gangsters, Tai Xiaohu believed that he could take credit for this matter in Qinglong. It was settled, but after playing the dragon dance today, everything became confusing and difficult to deal with. Long Wu is the jewel in Brother Kuan's palm. Brother Kuan has been reluctant to touch one of her fingers since he was a child. Now Ling Yun slaps her twice because of her rudeness. How can Brother Kuan not be angry? Hey, Tai Xiaohu, aren't you afraid? Or are you distressed? Tang Meng lightly bumped Tai Xiaohu with his shoulder, and lowered his voice as he teased. Go away, when have you ever been afraid of me? Tai Xiaohu glared at Tang Meng angrily. Tang Meng was boring, thinking that the day the boss beat you up, weren't you so frightened and submissive in the end? Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi went back to the fitting room talking and laughing, and put on their original clothes. Ling Yun directly bought these 2 floor-length dresses and asked the store to pack them. At about 11:30 in the morning, the 2 beauties finally bought all the clothes they wanted to buy. At this time, although Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu had gone to the car outside the mall to put clothes twice, they were still carrying large and small bags with both hands. All of them turned into human-shaped hangers, and even Ling Yun carried 2 shopping bags in his hands. Ling Yun made a secret calculation in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel a pain in the flesh. In less than 2 hours, 1 million was gone. But it's not over yet. The 2 beauties finished buying their own clothes, and they were excited to help Ling Yun pick out new clothes. Seeing their expressions, they seemed more excited to buy clothes for Ling Yun than for themselves. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were speechless, so they could only go back to the car and put down all the clothes, and continued to accompany the 2 beauties on their shopping frenzy. The eyes of the 2 beauties are very good, and the 2 of them choose clothes for Ling Yun alone. Of course, much faster: suits, casual wear, sportswear, t-shirts, shirts, panties, socks, shoes, and so on. As long as it is suitable for spring and summer. They swept across directly, without even blinking an eye. Ling Yun is indeed thinner now. He is only 90 kilograms at most, and he is 1.8 meters tall and less than 180 jeans. At the beginning, the 2 beauties also asked Ling Yun to try it on, but in the end they didn't let him try it at all. They only picked the style, said the size and model when they were optimistic, and then bought it. At 12:30 noon, 5 people, including Ling Yun, all had shopping bags full of large and small bags. They left the mall and returned to their cars amid welcome back voices from all the shopkeepers. Can you not welcome? In less than 3 hours, Ling Yun spent more than 2 million yuan in the largest shopping mall on this pedestrian street. This is because the shopkeepers of each brand saw that they bought a lot, and in order to win them over next time, they gave them a very low discount. Otherwise, Ling Yun would have to spend 3 million today. Zhuang Meifeng was bored at home for several days. Today, she got out of the cage and was accompanied by her most beloved person. Not to mention her excitement. She walked for 3 hours without feeling tired at all. After getting in the car, Zhuang Meifeng ignored the stunned expressions of the other 3, and hugged Ling Yun like a wild kiss. She doesn't care about money, she doesn't care about things, what she cares about is Ling Yun. The 5 people found a place to have lunch nearby, and at the time of the meal, Tang Mei received a call from Li Qingchuan. After he finished the call, he excitedly said to Ling Yun, "Boss, Brother Chuan has done it, 2 villas, they can be sold to us at 50% off the original price, and now we just need to choose a house, and after choosing a house, we can sign a contract to buy it." Ling Yun was a little unbelievable, and asked Tang Meng in disbelief, 50% off? Half price? Tang Meng couldn't hide his excitement, he nodded heavily and said, "Yes, 50% off, half price." Ling Yun was very satisfied, thinking that Li Qingchuan is a great kid, this way is too fierce, right? Okay, it seems that his life was not saved in vain, not bad. Since it was such a big thing to choose a villa, Ling Yun naturally wanted to see it in person. It was worth tens of millions, and no one else could be his master. Ling Yun even wanted to call Ning Lingyu and take her to choose a house, but after hesitating for a long time, he finally decided that it would not affect Ning Lingyu's study. Because there were a lot of things to do in the afternoon, the 5 people quickly finished their lunch, and then drove directly to the Qingxi Villa area. On the way, Tang Meng couldn't wait to introduce to Ling Yun, "Boss, there are 4 areas in the Qingxi Villa area, Ninger lives in the first area. The villas over there are all the style of 6 or 7 years ago. If we want to buy, just buy the 4 districts that were just built last year, what do you think?" Ling Yun nodded without thinking, "Okay, just do it like this, go straight to the 4th district." After the group of 5 arrived at the 4th area of Qingxi Villa district, Ling Yun got out of the car and fell in love with this place. There is no other reason. This place is about 3 kilometers away from the villa group where Shueshini lives. All villas are close to Qingshui Lake. Very far, the 2 villas are at least 300 meters away from each other. None of this is important to Ling Yun. The important thing is that this place is too close to Qingshui Antique Market. According to Ling Yun's estimation, the distance from here to the antique market would be no more than 3 miles at most, which would undoubtedly bring great convenience to his future cultivation, provided that he lived here. "Boss, there are a total of 18 villas here and there. You and your sister-in-law can choose slowly. As long as there is no one living there, you can choose as you like." Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to drive him around and pull him around. He quickly settled on a large villa next to Qingshui Lake, which can be said to be the largest villa in the group. The walls of this villa are white and the roof is beautiful red tiles. The villa is on a slightly higher terrain, surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers and plants. It looks like a miniature version of an exquisite park. There is a gourd-shaped living water swimming pool in front of the villa, with an area of about 400 square meters. Just jump in and take a dip. According to Ling Yun's sense of consciousness at the peak of the 3rd floor of body training, he already knew that apart from the sound of birds and flowers, this villa was very quiet and no one lived there, so he raised his hand and pointed, "This is it." Then he looked down at Zhuang Meifeng in his arms, and asked with a smile, "Let's just buy this one, how about it?" Zhuang Meifeng was overjoyed, she hugged Ling Yun's body tightly, and said with a tender smile, "I like it too, it's so beautiful." After the selection was made, the 5 people did not stay. They drove directly to the villa sales office, and signed a contract on the spot to buy the villa. The price was 36 million, and the half price was naturally 18 million. "Sir, you are really insightful. This is the #1 villa in the Qingxi Villa district. Many people have come to inquire about it, but because of the price, there has been no transaction. I didn't expect you to use it at such a low price in the end. Bought it for the price. This villa is a relatively rare supermansion in China. It covers a total area of 4,800 square meters and is close to Qingshui Lake. The villa has 2 floors and a total of 1,300 square meters. Not only is there an open-air swimming pool outside, but also the indoor swimming pool and gym, as well as a huge private garden. The interior decoration is not only top-level luxury but also very complete, except that the area is a little smaller than the independent villas in Clearwater Bay. Other places are not inferior. Moreover, we have always had someone to clean this villa every day. You can buy it and move in at any time. When signing the contract, the sales manager of the 4th district of Qingxi Villa District gave a lot of compliments to Villa Number 1. After signing the contract and debiting 18 million from the account, Ling Yan got the keys to the villa. He weighed the large set of keys in his hand, then smiled and said to Tang Meng, "How about it? I said the college entrance examination. Can I buy a villa before?" What else does Tang Meng have to say? This kid is so excited now that he watched Ling Yan buy a villa, and he felt even better than buying a villa himself. Zhuang Meifeng's tender body was softly attached to Ling Yan's body, and she couldn't leave her at all. The tenderness in her eyes almost turned into the spring water of Qingshui Lake, and she wanted to drown Ling Yan. "Boss, let's go to Villa Number 1 to have a look now," Tang Meng said excitedly. Ling Yan smiled lightly. "I've already bought it, so what else are you looking at? Let's go directly to Clearwater Bay, and then go buy a set." The 5 people got into the car again. 40 minutes later, they came to the Qingshuiwen Villa complex. This time, they did not directly look at the villas, but directly found the sales office. The distance between villas and villas here is 1 kilometer. It seems too troublesome for each building. It is better to listen to the direct introduction of the sales staff. In fact, every villa is similar. The biggest feature of Qingshuiwen villas is that they are large. Each building covers an area of more than 8,000 square meters. The villas are built on the mountain, facing the sea on 3 sides, and each has a private garden of more than 1,500 square meters, very atmospheric and beautiful. As for other facilities, indoor and outdoor swimming pools or gyms, they are almost the same as those in the Qingxi Villa area. These villas are very private and independent, with very good private living space, and few people come all the year round, which is very suitable for leisure vacations, and so on. After being introduced by the sales manager, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng chose a villa worth 50 million, bought it on the spot, signed the contract, paid 25 million in one go, and got the keys to this super villa. After Ling Yun got the key, he glanced at the sunny and blue sea from the window of the sales office, and said with great pride, "Is this the legendary day facing the sea and spring flowers blooming?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu quietly looked at Ling Yun, who was standing in front of the window so proud and full of emotion, they couldn't help being shocked. They thought of one word at the same time: courage. Absolutely courageous. After lunch, it only took less than 2 hours to buy 2 super villas in one go, from start to finish, without even blinking an eye. Copy address access. The 2 mansions cost a total of 43 million, plus the more than 2 million spent on clothes. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than 45 million was spent. This is really a tsunami of money coming to the mountains, and the money is falling apart. Is this still the boss who regards wealth as his life, wants big money and little money, does anything for money, and is greedy and shameless? Zhuang Meifeng bit her red lips lightly, her eyes soft as water. She walked gently to Ling Yan's side, took Ling Yan's arm naturally, and stood quietly with him. Ling Yan looked at the account information from ICBC on his mobile phone, and found that the balance of Huaxia currency was 1.8 million, and the US dollar account was still 1 million. He just smiled. This time he didn't feel any pain. Not a trace. Because this is a house he bought for his mother and sister, he wants them to live in a villa in the future, so that they can earn more money when they run out of money, but a beautiful and comfortable life is just one more day. Ling Yan still managed to figure this out. At this moment, Ling Yan's cell phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence in the room. Ling Yan saw that it was Chao Shanshan who was calling, and he picked it up immediately. "Hey, Ling Yun, why haven't you come to class this afternoon? Are you there, haven't you?" Although Chao Shanshan had already determined that Ling Yun was lying, she could only ask. "Well, it's not good, I might not be able to go to class for a day today," Ling Yun said lightly. Chao Shanshan frowned, bit her lower lip and said nothing for a while, and finally she said to Ling Yun, "Our head teacher has asked for your mobile phone number, she may call you this afternoon, you have to think carefully about what to say." Although Chao Shanshan was anxious and angry for Ling Yun's unprovoked absence from school, but he still couldn't bear to see him being criticized and scolded by the head teacher, so he kindly reminded him. Ling Yun smiled slightly, "I see, thank you." Then hung up the phone. "Let's go, I'll take you back," Ling Yun suddenly said, hugging Zhuang Meifeng's water snake waist. Ling Yun still didn't go to the newly bought villa to take a look. The 5 people left the Xuanhuan villa area and went straight to the house that Ling Yun rented. When they got there, Tang Meng stopped. The 4 of them started to carry the bought clothes and shoes into the room. Ling Yun stood at the door of the rented house. "Couldn't help but feel emotional. Compared with the 2 villas I just bought, this place is simply a thatched cottage. There is a huge gap between rich and poor." After all the 5 people returned to the house, Zhuang Meifeng looked at the things he bought yesterday, and couldn't help but feel reluctant. "Hey, the things I just bought yesterday are more than 100,000. Ling Yun smiled. "Why, you are reluctant to leave?" "Don't worry, we are not moving now. I have to wait until after the college entrance examination." "Don't move?" Zhuang Meifeng was full of doubts. Ling Yun said in his heart that compared with his own 7 luminous grass, what are those 2 villas? "Of course, I can't move it. If I want to move it, I have to wait for the 7 luminous grass to mature, and then I will talk about it after I reach the Qi training period. When the time comes, don't worry about it, and then move out completely. Without strength, how about living in the best villa? Eat, use, live, no matter how good it is, what's the point of being killed when someone raises his hand?" Ling Yun left Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi at home, holding the keys to the 2 villas and the house purchase contract. They led Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to leave by car. "Where is that Maserati now?" Ling Yun asked Tang Meng, who was driving. Tang Meng replied, "Boss, it's in my garage." Ling Yun turned his head again and asked Tai Xiaohu, "Can you drive?" Tai Xiaohu nodded and said, "Yes." Ling Yun smiled and said, "That's good, let's pick up the car first, and then I'll take you 2 back to my house." The 3 came to Tang Meng's garage. Tai Xiaohu drove into the Maserati, and followed Tang Meng's car to the civilian clinic on Linjiang Road. On the way, Ling Yun called his mother, Qin Qiuyue, to confirm that her mother was in the clinic, and then waved Tang Meng to hurry up. After the Hummer and Maserati left the outer ring road, both Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu drove very fast, and soon reached the civilian clinic, and then stopped the car. Ling Yun got out of the car first and rushed directly into the civilian clinic. He saw Li Hongmei in the store next door, chatting with his mother there. He smiled and greeted her, then put the contract for purchasing the villa and 2 sets of villa keys in Qin in front of Qiuyue. "Mom, I bought 2 villas today, can you see which one do you want to live in?" Ling Yun said to his mother, Qin Qiuyue with a smile. His usual calm expression was inevitably a little excited. "Ah? This. Qin Qiuyue has not made a statement yet. Li Hongmei first stood on the spot. "What? Villa? 2 more sets? How much does it cost to buy this?" Li Hongmei was stunned for a full half a minute, then suddenly picked up the 2 house purchase contracts on the table, just glanced at each of them and was completely dumbfounded. "Qingxi Villa, Qingshui Bay Villa. The total value is 43 million. Li Hongmei almost fainted on the spot. "This is too incredible. Who in Qingshui City does not know Qingxi Villa and Qingshuiwen Villa? This Qin Qiuyue has reached the sky in one step. Qin Qiuyue didn't react much, she just glanced at Ling Yun with approval, and then said slightly annoyed, "You really are a child, can't you keep it for yourself if you have money? How can I buy such a big villa, and let my mother be alone?" Live? There was still almost no reaction at all. Ling Yun couldn't help scratching his head, turned his head to look at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, who came in, and thought that I would buy 2 villas for my mother in 2 days, why not just a little no reaction at all? Look at Auntie Li Hongmei, she was so excited that she was speechless for 2 minutes. "Mom, I remember you drove a taxi, and I brought you a car back, Maserati." Ling Yun was finally able to call out Maserati's name now, he said somewhat reluctantly. "Ning Lingyu can't drive yet. Anyway, Maserati is idle, so it's better for her mother to drive." Qin Qiuyue smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Okay, it will be more convenient for Mom to go anywhere in the future." Ling Yun took the Maserati key from Tai Xiaohu and put it in front of Qin Qiuyue, and then said to Qin Qiuyue in a puzzled way, "Mom, which set are you going to live in?" Qin Qiuyue glanced at Ling Yun angrily, raised her hand to pick up the contract for the Qingshuiwen Villa area, and smiled sweetly, "To live in this set, my mother likes quietness, it is suitable to live here." Ling Yunxin said that my mother was really rude, and she even picked the big one. "Hello Aunt." "Hello Aunt." Only then did Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu greet Qin Qiuyue respectfully. Ling Yun quickly introduced Qin Qiuyue, "Mom, this is Tai Xiaohu." Qin Qiuyue raised her head, looked at Tai Xiaohu a few more times with interest, then nodded with a smile, and turned to Ling Yun and said, "Tai Xiaohu. He is also your classmate, right? Both of them are good, you should take care of them in the future." Them. After speaking, Qin Qiuyue stared at Ling Yun with burning eyes, and said angrily, "Did you come back from school?" Ling Yun couldn't lie, he could only nod his head honestly. Qin Qiuyue smiled slightly, "Mom, no matter what you are busy with outside all day, don't delay my studies. You must be admitted to the same university as your sister, you know?" Seeing that his mother finally set a fairly high goal for him, Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded hurriedly, "Mom, don't worry, I promise to be admitted to the same university as my sister." "Oh, Qiuyue, you really are." Ling Yun is a smart and filial child, and he is so capable. It's not easy to get into a university like Ling Yu. Look at Ling Yun, how old is this? "Oh my god, I'm handsome again." Li Hongmei finally reacted. Seeing Qin Qiuyue's work in just a few days, she has reached the sky one step at a time. All of this is due to this son who was adopted by others, so why not praise Ling Yun to death? However, Li Hongmei just wanted to break her head, but she couldn't understand, what the hell did Ling Yun do outside, and why did Tian'er change from the inside out? However, these are no longer important now. For Li Hongmei, it is true that she quickly hugged Qin Qiuyue's thigh. Although she was stunned just now, she heard the truth. Ling Yun not only bought 2 villas for Qin Qiuyue, but also drove back a Maserati. This is 50 million if you add it casually, not to mention the appreciation of the 2 villas in the future. Of course Li Hongmei didn't know that if Ling Yun sold the 2 villas, even if they couldn't make 40 million yuan, there would be absolutely no problem if they made 20 million yuan. Ling Yun put away the set of keys of Villa number 1 in Qingxi Villa area, and said to his mother, "Mom, I think your clinic is also closed. You quickly finish the affairs here, and then move to Qingshuiwen Villa. Stay, you can see what you need, and Tang Meng and I will buy it for you." Ling Yun desperately hopes that his mother can enjoy more happiness. If he counts the $1 million now, there are still tens of millions of Chinese dollars, and what is the point of letting his mother open this civilian clinic here? Qin Qiuyue agreed very happily, "Okay, my mother will go to the Qingshuiwen Villa area tomorrow and call you." "Well, Mom, then I'll go first, I still have a lot of things to do today." Ling Yun finished the most important thing and said goodbye to Qin Qiuyue. Let's go, be careful outside. Qin Chuiyue stood up, smiled, and sent the three away, carefully telling Ling Yun. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Chuiyue, why did you say Ling Yun, a child, suddenly became so capable? Looking at his previous appearance, it is unbelievable to say it. After watching the three of Ling Yun leave, Li Hongmei praised Ling Yun incessantly. With that attitude, it seemed that all the good words of the world were used on Ling Yun, and she felt that she was using it less. Look, that's Maserati, right? I think it's worth several million, right? I'll drive it back for you. This child is really filial. Li Hongmei pointed at the dazzling Maserati parked in front of the civilian clinic, and said with admiration and envy. Qin Chuiyue's eyes were far away, and she watched Ling Yun's Humvee leave until she could no longer see it, and then she turned around and gave Li Hongmei a faint smile. This child is filial piety. Oh, it's not just filial piety. Look at the two villas, more than 40 million. That's a lot of skill. Isn't this the god Erlang from heaven? Li Hongmei just pointed to the two house purchase contracts and a set of villa keys on the table in the civilian clinic, but did not notice that when she said the last sentence, Qin Chuiyue's eyes that were as bright as autumn water flashed. The strange light, her graceful and attractive body, also trembled slightly. Then, in Qin Chuiyue's beautiful eyes, two crystal-like pearl-like tears welled up, and the expression on her beautiful face could not be seen as sadness or joy. Oh, Chuiyue, look at you. When my son was there, I didn't even say a word of praise. When my son left, I cried with joy. You will really fall into the honeypot in the future. Ling Yun left the two house purchase contracts, the key to the Qingshuiwen villa, and the Maserati to his mother, and left the house with only the key to the Qingxi villa area. He originally thought that his mother should choose the villa in the Qingxi villa district and leave the big one to him. But for some unknown reason, my mother chose the Qingshuiwen villa outside the city. That's fine. If you live in it in the future, it will be much more convenient to go to the antique market to practice. As long as the antique market is not demolished for a day, the aura there will be there, no matter how much. Anyway, it can continue to provide him with the spiritual energy needed for cultivation. This is just one of them. If Ling Yun reaches the peak of the 6th level of body training, he is completely able to take the entire Villa number 1 as his eye. Set up an oversized spiritual gathering formation. In this way, those auras in the antique market will be absorbed by this oversized spirit gathering formation, providing a steady stream of powerful spiritual energy for Ling Yun to hit the last 3 layers of the training period. This is Ling Yun's main plan. Boss, where are we going now? The car was silent for a long time. When the Hummer was about to drive to the outer ring road, Tang Meng asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun said lightly, "Do you know where Qingyun Film and Television is?" Tang Meng shook his head and said, "I've never paid attention to Qingyun Film and Television before. I'm not too interested in entertainment. I really don't know where their company is." Tai Xiaohu suddenly said, "I know." Ga? Ling Yun and Tang Meng were stunned at the same time, thinking how could Tai Xiaohu know where Qingyun Film and Television was? Tai Xiaohu smiled, and he said a little embarrassedly, "Boss, have you forgotten what I am? I have a little brother who went to Qingyun Film and Television to collect protection fees, but he was beaten out. At that time, I wanted to bring someone back to the place, but was stopped by Brother Kuan." "Oh? What's the matter?" Ling Yun came to be interested. Tang Meng continued, "It seems that Brother Kuan's news is very well informed. I know that Qingyun Film and Television is covered by someone, isn't it? Qingyun Film and Television is basically the entertainment circle in the capital, and it is for some boss-level characters and beautiful women. Who in China doesn't know that Qingshui produces beautiful women?" Ling Yun smiled. Then he said decisively to Tang Meng, "Then let Tai Xiaohu lead the way, Tang Meng drive quickly, and try to get there before they get off work. Tang Meng stuttered, "Boss, are you really going to collect the bill?" "But we have no reason?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "Your boss, I will collect the bill." "When do you need a reason?" "I am unhappy is the reason. Is this reason enough?" Tai Xiaohu gave Tang Meng a disdainful look and said, "Don't go if you're timid. You drive me and the boss to the door of Qingyun Film and Television, and then go back to have a pacifier." This is really hurtful. One sentence hurt Tang Meng. His face was red and his neck was thick. He raised his foot and slammed on the accelerator, squinted at Tai Xiaohu and said, "Fart, when I started messing with the boss, you didn't know where you were. Playing with pee and mud. If I don't destroy Qingyun Film and Television today, I will not be a little gambler." Ling Yan watched Tai Xiaohu quarrel with Tang Meng, sat in the back seat and couldn't help snickering, thinking that Tang Meng's last sentence was right. This time he wanted to remove Qingyun Film and Television. What rubbish, using Lin Menghan as an ignorant girl to find evidence. Is the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau blind? Ling Yun saw it with his own eyes, and this is ironclad proof. Since Qingyun Film and Television has caused him trouble, then Qingyun Film and Television will have to be removed from the list, nothing more. The Hummer turned east and west all the way, stop and go, and finally stopped in front of a large luxury office building. Tai Xiaohu got out of the car, raised his hand and pointed to the top of the office building, and said indifferently, "It's there, on the 19th floor, but I don't know if there is anyone else." It is natural to have the momentum of collecting bills. Tai Xiaohu has collected countless bills. Now that he came to the outside of the company, he naturally changed into a fierce and killing spirit, and the whole person seemed to have become a fierce giant. Hammer, domineering and powerful. Ling Yan couldn't help but nodded secretly, thinking that this kid could become a great person in the future, and when he stepped on the mountain gate in the future, he would definitely scare people to the core. Tang Meng saw that Tai Xiaohu suddenly changed into such an aura, he couldn't help being secretly surprised. He said with a little teasing, "I said Tai Xiaohu, you haven't seen anyone yet, why do you become like you want to kill people? Already?" Tai Xiaohu gave him a disdainful look and said, "You know the shit, this is to collect the bills, not to fall in love with the girls. If you don't understand, talk less and learn. Walk." After speaking, Tai Xiaohu took the lead and strode directly towards the office building. Ling Yan followed slowly, smiled and looked at the embarrassed Tang Meng and said, "In this regard, you have to learn from Tai Xiaohu in the future." Tang Meng's face turned red when he said that, and he nodded in panic. The three entered the office building and took the elevator directly to the 19th floor. Tai Xiaohu looked at the sign on the floor, then turned his head and walked in. "What are you doing?" The two security guards saw Tai Xiaohu's aura and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Tai Xiaohu smiled, "The one who collects the bill, go to Qingyun Film and Television and lead the way for Lao Tzu." Oh, that domineering, that arrogant, Tang Meng's blood boiled when he saw it. He quickly rushed to Tai Xiaohu's side, and said arrogantly to the two stunned security guards, "If you hear me, we'll collect the bill, hurry up and call the steward out." The two security guards said what happened to Qingyun Film and Television. A dozen people were just kicked into eunuchs the night before yesterday, and someone came to collect the bill today? This is really a leaky house, and it has been rained all night, and the ship is broken and the wind is blowing. It is not good for the fleeting years. Well, we Qingyun Film and Television are not going to work today. If you collect the bills, come back another day. Among the two security guards, a thinner one said boldly that he was doing his best to perform his duties as a security guard. Tai Xiaohu didn't bother to stop at all. He raised his hand and pulled the two security guards aside, and then rushed directly into Qingyun Film and Television Company. "I'm here to collect the bills today. Is there anyone in charge who comes out and farts? If there is no one, I'll smash this place to pieces today." Ling Yan saw the joy in his heart, and said in his heart that Tai Xiaohu was the demeanor of collecting bills. Is Qingyun Film and Television in charge now? Have. Huang Feiyang, the general manager of Qingyun Film and Television, stayed at the provincial hospital until more than 10 o'clock in the morning, and rushed back to the company to preside over the overall situation. He has already injured more than a dozen people, but Qingyun Film and Television cannot be chaotic. Once there is chaos, Huang Feiyang definitely has a reason. I believe that the foundation of Qingyun Film and Television in Qingshui City will definitely be uprooted by the Qingshui City police, and even implicated in the capital. In that case, he will definitely become a complete scapegoat. This result is definitely not what Huang Feiyang wants to see. He was frantically making phone calls in his office to deal with all kinds of things, but when he saw his secret suddenly rushed into the office, he said in a panic, "Mr. Huang, someone came to our company to make trouble." "What did you say?" Huang Feiyang's brows were stunned for a moment, and then he became inexplicably angry. Although Qingyun Film and Television is now in danger, it is not just a person who can come here to be wild. Huang Feiyang's face was ashen, and he stood up directly from the sofa. "I'll go out and have a look." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the office. "You Qingyun Film and Television are selling dog meat. How badly has my girlfriend been deceived by you? Not to mention delaying her studies, not to mention ruining her family, and being forced to sell her body and soul, and now she has become a complete lady, you say. How should this account be calculated?" The one Tai Xiaohu said was a man with a nose and eyes. His bronzed face was a little distorted with excitement, and it looked like his girlfriend had been unfortunately killed. Tang Meng watched Tai Xiaohu perform there with a face full of incredulity. He said in his heart that he really didn't see it. How could this guy with the big 5'3" ruff have such talent for acting? "Friend, be careful when you speak. We Qingyun Film and Television is a legitimate company, and we will never do the indecent activities of those male thieves and female prostitutes." Huang Feiyang listened to Tai Xiaohu's painful confidence, and was secretly surprised, and said to his heart, "Which girl's boyfriend went crazy this time?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Seeing someone coming out, Tai Xiaohu immediately stopped his blood-filled talk, and suddenly stared into Huang Feiyang's eyes and said, "Who are you?" Huang Feiyang was stared at by Tai Xiaohu's eagle-like sharp eyes for a while. He swallowed sharply, and then insisted, "I am the general manager of Qingyun Film and Television, Huang Feiyang." After speaking, he smiled reluctantly. "Friend, I think you must have made a mistake. Look, our Qingyun Film and Television is a regular film and television company. How could it be possible to do the kind of thing you said?" After he finished speaking, he quickly leaned into his secret ear and whispered, "Quickly call someone, the more the better." Intuitively, Huang Feiyang felt that these people who came today were not easy to deal with. Although Huang Feiyang's words to the secret were very low, he was heard by Ling Yun at the door. He couldn't help but laugh a little. He said in his heart that he would not be afraid of calling people. How much to destroy? The secret was even more confused. She put her mouth close to Huang Feiyang's ear and whispered, "Do you want to call the police?" Huang Feiyang was almost stunned by this sentence. Qingyun Film and Television is now being watched so tightly by the police that it is too late to escape, and call the police a fart. He shook his head without hesitation, extremely resolute. Tai Xiaohu's tower-like figure took 3 steps towards Huang Feiyang. "Regular film and television company? It's impossible to do that kind of thing? Fart. Then tell me, what's wrong with my girlfriend? Do you want me to take her now? Call, let's have a face-to-face confrontation?" Tai Xiaohu didn't dare to let him really call people, so he said decisively. Huang Feiyang was stunned when he heard it. He knew better than anyone what Qingyun Film and Television really did. If he really called someone now, and they called the police again, this would be hard evidence. The police could definitely take him away on the spot. Even if Huang Feiyang didn't die, he would still be half-crippled. Huang Feiyang rolled his eyes in the panic, and he smiled awkwardly. 3. Shall we go to my office to talk first? Let's see what misunderstandings are there. If there is any problem, it is the people below. I, the general manager, will definitely handle it seriously. Seeing that Huang Feiyang had used the strategy of delaying the army, Tai Xiaohu smiled coldly. What are you talking about in your office? Let me tell you, I have come to pay compensation in a few days, and my girlfriend is now in ruins. Waiting for the money to detox, nothing you say today will help. If I don't see Qian Laozi, and don't leave, I have to smash you here. Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but gave him a big thumbs up, thinking that Tang Meng is really a professional, and what they have collected is like a stick that hits 7 inches. When Huang Feiyang saw that the other party was not willing to eat, he was a little impatient. He asked Tai Xiaohu, you said that your girlfriend was persecuted by our company, what evidence do you have? Can you tell me her name? I also want to help you check to see if our company has ever had such an employee. Huang Feiyang still wanted to delay time. His current idea is to drag it until his reinforcements arrive, and then beat these 3 ignorant guys and throw them out. He still doesn't know that the person standing at the door who has been silent all the time is Ling Yun, who has kicked Qingyun Film and Television up and down, and even the leader and a dozen security guards have been kicked into eunuchs. If he knew, he would definitely regret what he did. Huang Feiyang was impatient. Tai Xiaohu was even more impatient. He said with a cold smile, Cha, if I can check, I will use Laozi to come to you in person? You said that as long as my girlfriend behaved well, I would sign a contract with her, but she was sold by you in the end, did not get the contract you promised, you tell me. How do you check? Huang Feiyang was shocked, and he was speechless, because every sentence of the other party poked into their weakness. These practices are basically the consistent practice of Qingyun Film and Television. The so-called cheating death is not worth their lives, and they are really looking for even a little evidence. Not. Huang Feiyang was guilty of being a thief. If it wasn't for Qingyun Film and Television, such a big thing happened overnight. He would definitely not tolerate Tai Xiaohu to such a degree now. He had already called the police to take him away. But now, the criminal evidence of Director Zheng, Broker Wang and others has been grasped by the police. If this incident on his side becomes more serious, it will be completely over. Huang Feiyang counted the time silently in his heart, and at the same time turned his beliefs. He finally smiled awkwardly. Friend, I think maybe some subordinate of my company did something illegal and might hurt your girlfriend, although I don't know. But since it's our company's business, I, the general manager, have the responsibility, so tell me, what do you want to do with it? Tai Xiaohu saw that Huang Feiyang finally accepted the softness by default, and he thought that you should have said this earlier, wouldn't it be over, and waste so much saliva with Laozi? How to deal with it? It's very simple. You are a big company, I'm just a small person. I only have one request. As long as you are willing to compensate my girlfriend's youth loss, physical injury, mental damage, etc., this matter is over. Now, I promise I won't come to you a second time. When Huang Feiyang saw Tai Xiaohu's tongue shining like a lotus flower, he said every sentence in an orderly manner. He said in his heart that if he came to the door with someone to ask for money, it would be fine. He wanted to give Tai Xiaohu 350,000 yuan. He dismissed the matter. Huang Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Yes, you say the number, I will try to pay. Tai Xiaohu smiled lightly, raised his right hand, and stretched out 3 fingers. Huang Feiyang saw it, and his heart was settled. He hurriedly greeted his Xiaomi and waved to her, go to the finance department now and bring 30,000 yuan to this brother. Fart. Tai Xiaohu cursed before Huang Feiyang could finish speaking. He kicked a stool and said, who said it was 30,000? Huang Feiyang was shocked at the time, thinking that this kid wants 300,000 yuan. Looking young, I didn't expect it to be very cruel. Then you? Huang Feiyang looked at Tai Xiaohu with a questioning face. Not much, 30 million. Tai Xiaohu said indifferently, word by word. When Huang Feiyang heard it, he almost didn't sit on the ground. He grabbed a partition in the office with his hand, and raised his other hand to wipe the cold sweat on his head. 30 million? Qingyun Film and Television Company's account is only 10 million in running water. Where can I get 30 million? Besides, for the Chinese people, if one person loses his life, he will only lose 1 million, but he will only lose his life. This black big man is crazy about money, right? Have you thought about it? Hurry up and transfer the money to me when you have thought about it. I still have to wait. Tai Xiaohu said, took out a bank card that had been prepared a long time ago, and approached Huang Feiyang again. In 2 steps, Huang Feiyang was already within an arm's reach. If Huang Feiyang dared to say no more, Tai Xiaohu would kick him away and never let him stand in front of him again. He has said enough. His task is to let Huang Feiyang ignore it. As long as Huang Feiyang admits that it is their company's fault, then Tai Xiaohu will fight or kill, depending on his own mood. 30 million, it's impossible. Huang Feiyang said without hesitation, but seeing Tai Xiaohu had already bullied himself in front of him, he was still taken aback by Tai Xiaohu's tall and mighty aura. Tai Xiaohu snorted coldly and stopped talking nonsense. Just as he was about to kick Huang Feiyang, he heard a mess of footsteps outside the company's door. At the same time, a stern shout rang out, "Who is he so short-sighted? He actually bullied my brother Biao's head. Are you tired of living in crooked?" While he was talking, this arrogant brother Biao had already rushed into Qingyun Film and Television Company in the lead, and the mighty people behind him did not know how many people followed. Ling Yin smiled and stepped aside. He didn't stop a single one. He could put in as much as he came in. Now he was only allowed in and not out. More than 40 ruffian-looking people with iron rods, daggers, and other weapons hidden on their bodies rushed into Qingyun Film and Television, and in an instant, the company's office was stuffed with water. Brother Biao's figure was similar to Tang Meng's, with colorfully dyed hair and a cigarette in his mouth. He rushed in and stopped directly in front of Huang Feiyang. "Brother Huang, my brother came a step late, which surprised you. You can rest first and leave it to me here." This brother Biao obviously received a lot of benefits from Qingyun Film and Television, and was very polite to Huang Feiyang. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Tai Xiaohu. Boy, because of his size, he thought of Qingyun Film and Television to make trouble? You? Don't open your dog's eyes to see who is covering this place. Tai Xiaohu smiled. His smile was brilliant. This brother Biao didn't enter the stream at all in Qingshui City, and he didn't even know Tai Xiaohu, so can he enter the stream? He smiled and said, "Brother Biao, you brought so many people here. I don't think it's enough, do you? Do you want to call some more people?" Brother Biao raised his hand and pulled out the iron rod that was as thick as an arm in his arms. He pointed at Tai Xiaohu's nose with an iron rod more than 2 feet long and said, "Oh, I think you are really tired of living. Today is not a good day. If I teach you a lesson, you don't know how many eyes Ma Wang has." After speaking, Brother Biao whistled, "Brothers, give me a shot. Hit me to death." While Tai Xiaohu and Brother Biao were talking, Ling Yin had already dragged Tang Meng to the door. These people were all armed with swords and sticks. He didn't want Tang Meng to accidentally get hurt. The little ruffians brought by Brother Biao almost swarmed up, holding iron bars in their hands and smashing them at Tai Xiaohu. "Boss, what should I do?" Tang Meng couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw that there were people in such a narrow space. Tai Xiaohu was surrounded by people. Ling Yin laughed and said, "Don't worry, Tai Xiaohu promises nothing, we will just wait for the bill to settle. If you don't fight, the money may not be easy to collect. Only if you win the fight, you are afraid of bloodshed, and if you collect money at this time, others will be honest and obedient. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. It's too late, it's too soon. When Tai Xiaohu saw that Brother Biao took the lead and smashed it down with an iron rod, he sneered and said disdainfully, "Play with me with a knife and stick. Are you worthy?" Tai Xiaohu really didn't brag. Brother Biao's stick in front of him was almost like a pig butcher playing a big knife in front of Guangong. Tai Xiaohu didn't dodge or dodge, he jumped up to meet him with one hand, grabbed the iron rod smashed by the volley, and then slammed into his arms. How strong is Tai Xiaohu? He took Brother Biao into his arms at once, then grabbed his body with the other hand, like dancing a waltz, and spun in a circle. Well, the 7 or 8 iron rods were no tricks, they all smashed onto Brother Biao's body. Brother Biao was in pain and couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. Tai Xiaohu said, casually, "It really doesn't deserve a beating." Ling Yun, who was watching the battle from a distance, frowned slightly, thinking to himself, when did this kid learn his style of play? With his arms raised, he threw the miserable Brother Biao to the volley. In just one round, Brother Biao was seriously injured, and was thrown out by Tai Xiaohu and thrown more than 4 meters away. When he fell, he was impartial, his crotch was stuck on a wooden partition in the writing room, and the painful ow was again. A voice. Shimizu City has another egg pain. The younger disciples brought by Brother Biao were all stupid all of a sudden. It wasn't a big deal when he saw a flower in front of him, and Brother Biao was thrown out by someone? Tai Xiaohu took advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned. He raised the iron rod he had snatched from Brother Biao, and waved it like a windmill. Yes, not smashing, but pumping. Tai Xiaohu didn't want to hit these little ruffians ruthlessly. Although he shot like electricity, the only places where he would hit the little ruffians were the shoulders, backs, and most of the buttocks. That speed, that precision. Tang Meng couldn't help but cheer loudly. Tai Xiaohu actually still had time to smile at Tang Meng. He knocked down 13 or 4 people in almost a minute. The space in the writing room was cramped, and Tai Xiaohu's subordinates didn't have a single general. It was like a tiger entering a sheep. The group is general, whoever comes to the front will fall. There was a bleak wind and mist in the house, and the ghosts were crying and wolf howling. Huang Feiyang and his female secretary were secretly happy just now. I thought that when Brother Biao came, as long as he beat these people and scare them, he would just give the big man a little money to send him away. But I didn't expect Tai Xiaohu to be so awesome. Tai Xiaohu knocked down another 7 or 8. He was really rude to the daggers in his hands, and he directly pulled their wrists with an iron rod, so that these stunned boys could learn a lesson. In the end, Tai Xiaohu was too lazy to use the iron rod, so he threw the iron rod in his hand, and then lifted his thick legs like a big iron pillar. Bang bang bang. Tai Xiaohu's legs were the most domineering. Although he only used 3 or 4 points of strength, he still knocked 3 or 4 down with one kick. The little ruffians are a bunch. A pair of 40 is better than a stroll in the courtyard. When a few ruffians saw Tai Xiaohu, they looked like a giant spirit. They were so frightened that they hurriedly threw away the weapons in their hands. Tang Meng was jealous when he saw Tai Xiaohu playing a big role there. He specially blocked the door to stop people, and whoever rushed in front of him, he raised his foot and kicked them back with one kick. 4 minutes later, Tai Xiaohu kicked and threw, and more than 40 little ruffians filled the writing room. It's just that no one is standing, and they're all humming and rolling on the ground, crying and struggling. Huang Feiyang, his female secretary, an accountant and a cashier, who ran out of the financial room, were all dumbfounded. He muttered to himself that it was impossible. After Tai Xiaohu knocked everyone brought by Brother Biao to the ground, he felt that it was not enough. He rushed in front of Huang Feiyang, grabbed Huang Feiyang's collar with one hand, and lifted him up on the spot. How dare you ask someone to come up with a knife and a stick, and I will send you to the police station. Go. Tai Xiaohu held Huang Feiyang with one hand, just like he was carrying a chicken. He said he was going, but he threw Huang Feiyang directly in front of Ling Yun, and Huang Feiyang's body fell. At the same time, he also knocked over a little ruffian who was just about to sit up from the ground. Ling Yun looked coldly at Huang Feiyang, who was so frightened that he didn't even intend to kick him, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the face of true strength, any conspiracy, any rhetoric are useless and powerless. Huang Feiyang didn't fall hard. He heard that Tai Xiaohu was going to take him to the police station, and his face turned pale with fright. If he intervenes, isn't he dead even worse than Director Zheng and Broker Wang? Huang Feiyang got off the ground with a real, oh no, sat up from the person who fell down, with a smile even more ugly than crying on his face. Brother, we have something to say, something to say. Tai Xiaohu was unforgiving. He said lightly, what are you talking about? I have been reasoning with you just now. You and him are delaying time to call someone to beat me. What else is there to say? Do you still dare to say that your Qingyun Film and Television is a legitimate company? Tai Xiaohu raised his hand and pointed at the little ruffians who were rolling and struggling on the ground, and said sharply. This. The cold sweat on Huang Feiyang's body oozes out at once, only to feel that his back is cold for a while, and his head is dazed for a while. Up to now, people have completely eaten him to death. Tang Meng cooperated very well. He smiled and said to Huang Feiyang, who was sitting on the ground, my friend, I have recorded all the process since we came in. Do you want to watch it? I think, if you send this to the Public Security Bureau, I'm afraid you won't be able to settle it with 30 million yuan. Tang Meng smiled and said while looking at Huang Feiyang, who was sweating profusely. Huang Feiyang completely confessed his failure, thinking that these two evil spirits came from where? Why is one more ruthless than the other? He sat on the ground and said with a pale face, tell me, I will do whatever you say, and let's keep this matter private. He especially emphasized the word private, because if the other party publishes the whole process just now, let alone him, the entire Qingyun Film and Television will be completely finished. Yeah, isn't there such a thing as being so obedient? Hurry up, 30 million, let the financial transfer. Tai Xiaohu shook his wrist. Like flying poker, he threw the bank card in Huang Feiyang's face. Huang Feiyang shuddered when Tai Xiaohu's bank card hit him. He shook his head violently, and then asked his finance department, how much money is still in the company's account? The female accountant who had been frightened and trembling all over said, there are more than 13 million. Huang Feiyang felt a sudden pain in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Tai Xiaohu. The begging in his eyes was self-evident, and he said, the company only has these funds flowing. You see. Tai Xiaohu didn't look at him, but swept his gaze to Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He secretly stretched out a finger and pointed to Huang Feiyang on the ground. Tai Xiaohu immediately understood. He bent over and lowered his head, grabbed Huang Feiyang by the collar, and grabbed him on the spot. Then a fierce light shot out from his eyes, and said coldly, the company only has 1,000 people. More than 3 million yuan, what about your own money? You have to take out your own money to pay for the rest, and write an IOU to Lao Tzu. If the IOU exceeds 10 million, then I don't want the money, let's just go to the police station. Huang Feiyang shivered violently by Tai Xiaohu, and he quickly said, yes, yes. But I only have more than 5 million yuan, and there is really no more. I beg you. Ling Yun smiled inwardly and gave Tai Xiaohu a wink, thinking that it should be almost the same. Tai Xiaohu didn't let go of Huang Feiyang, but grabbed him and went straight to the financial room, and said to Huang Feiyang, before the bank gets off work, transfer money to Lao Tzu immediately. Quickly. Qingyun Film and Television Company's more than 13 million funds, plus Huang Feiyang's own more than 5 million, made up 19 million, and in the blink of an eye, it was transferred to Tai Xiaohu's account. Tai Xiaohu tasted the sweetness of the collection. He said to Huang Feiyang, whose face was ashen, "How much cash does your company have now?" Huang Feiyang glanced at his accountant blankly, and the accountant said directly, "Mr. Huang, our salary for March has not been paid. Now we have 340,000 in cash." Tai Xiaohu said lightly, "Mr. Huang, what do you think should be done with the 340,000 yuan?" Huang Feiyang was already in despair. He sat on the ground like a deflated ball. "All for you." At this time, Huang Feiyang had already made up his mind. As long as he sent these evil spirits away, he would fly away immediately. Of course, his bank balance would not be as little as 5 million. Tai Xiaohu took over the black plastic bag containing 340,000 yuan and threw it into Tang Meng's hands. Then he smiled and said to Huang Feiyang, "Okay, Mr. Huang, hurry to your office to pay the IOU, I have to wait to go." "Oh, can't stand up, right? I'll support you." Tai Xiaohu stretched out one arm and lifted Huang Feiyang from the ground, and he came to the general manager's office in a few big strides. Ling Yan also followed Shiran and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Let him write Qingyun Films IOU, his signature, the fingerprints that should be pressed, the company's official seal, and the financial seal, and make it clear that with Qingyun Film and Television as the mortgage, if the money is not enough, you will receive Qingyun Film and Television." Ling Yan could see that Huang Feiyang was going to run, but the monk couldn't run away from the temple. Huang Feiyang's decision has been made, and he didn't play any tricks when he owed the IOU. The format of the IOU was even more standard than the one who really owed money. The company's debt of 11 million was signed and stamped, and then handed over to Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu took the IOU and read it carefully twice, then gave a fierce bow and said coldly, "This is life-saving money. Do you all owe so much to him? What a legitimate company. Fart. Let's go." Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu came to the door of Qingyun Film and Television. Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a slight wink. Tang Meng turned around with the money bag and walked out. The three quickly left the office building where Qingyun Film and Television was located. After they quickly got into the car, Tang Meng immediately started the Hummer, and after driving 7 or 8 kilometers in one breath, he parked the car on a secluded road. "I mean, Tai Xiaohu, I never thought that the feeling of collecting the bills is so refreshing. Really, he is so refreshing." Then, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other, then turned back to Ling Yan at the same time. Ling Yan covered his stomach with his hands, his body trembled violently, and he was already laughing so much that his tears came out. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. When Ling Yan came to Qingyun Film and Television today, he didn't think about how much he would charge. He just wanted to completely destroy Qingyun Film and Television and let out a sigh of anger for himself, so he laughed, not for the 19.34 million he just got. Copy address access. What he was laughing at was Tai Xiaohu's shocking performance in Qingyun Film and Television Company just now. Ling Yan saw the two of them turn around. He was out of breath and pointed at Tai Xiaohu and smiled. "Tai Xiaohu, who is he? If he thinks that you are a stupid big stunner, then he deserves 8 lifetimes of blood mold." That Huang Feiyang, laughing at me to death. Tai Xiaohu blushed, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Boss, didn't I just learn this from you?" Ling Yan was exposed, he glared and said, "Fuck you, you said that your girlfriend was forced to go there, and she also took drugs. This is what I learned from me? Ha 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 ha." Tang Mei remembered the miserable Tai Xiaohu said about his girlfriend in Qingyun Film and Television just now, and pointed at Tai Xiaohu's nose and laughed. Tai Xiaohu was a little embarrassed by Ling Yan and Tang Meng's laughter, but he could only helplessly laugh with him. There was a lot of laughter in the Humvee for a while. I don't know, I thought the 3 people in the car were going crazy. After 2 or 3 minutes, Ling Yan gradually withdrew his smile and returned to his usual calm appearance. He asked Tang Meng lightly, how is the arrangement of the gambling? When Tang Meng heard Ling Yun talking about the business, he quickly looked solemn and said in a deep voice, Boss, I let out the wind last night on the top. I'll go back and have a look at the top tonight, I should have everything. Ling Yun nodded, and then said, have you got any ideas about opening the clinic? Tang Meng immediately said, it's not difficult to handle the clinic, it's nothing more than 3 things, rent a storefront, purchase some necessary medical equipment, and then complete all kinds of documents, and you can open. Ling Yun thought for a while and said, now we are not short of money, you make the appearance more decent. To be like, don't be too petty, about the qualifications to practice medicine, I guess Ninger will be able to give me news in the next 2 days, those you and Yao Ro will discuss the purchase of medical equipment. After a pause, Ling Yun suddenly said coldly to Tang Meng, Tang Meng. I said you're fine, I'll let you consult Yao Ro about opening a clinic. You're good, you ran with them for an entire afternoon, did you see her wearing high heels? Tang Meng was obviously unhappy when he saw Ling Yun's face, which made him nervous at the time. Tang Meng quickly explained, Boss, I really didn't let her follow me. After I asked about the opening of the clinic, I told her repeatedly to let her go back to rest first, but she just wouldn't leave. Ling Yun waved his hand. He said lightly, okay, remember in the future, how you treat Zhuang Meifeng, and how you treat Yao Ro to me, if this happens again, be careful I kick you. Oh. Tang Meng didn't dare to say nonsense, he answered cautiously. The heart said, well, no matter which woman appears next to the boss in the future, you have to take care of it. Tai Xiaohu, if you have nothing else to do in the past 2 days, you can work with Tang Meng on the clinic. Yes. Tai Xiaohu replied succinctly. Also, in the future, as long as Qinglong doesn't trouble you first, you should not interfere in Qinglong's affairs. Ling Yun thought of the scene where Tai Xiaohu faced Qinglong this morning, and said to Tai Xiaohu with a smile. Tai Xiaohu suddenly sweated profusely, Boss, if Longwu doesn't listen to my advice today and force his bodyguards to take action, I will definitely take action. Ling Yun nodded and said with a faint smile, I know. But since you decided to mess with me, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll handle Qinglong's affairs myself. Tai Xiaohu's eyes showed a trace of gratitude, thank you boss. Ling Yun heard that Tai Xiaohu had also started to call him the boss like Tang Meng. He couldn't help frowning slightly. I said you too, we are all hard-working high school students now, okay? Those people are like the boss on the left and the boss on the right, what do you think of me? Ga, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were stunned at the same time. Diligent? Eager to learn? It seems that none of the 3 of them has anything to do with hard work, right? Ling Yun smiled and said, don't call me the boss in the future, just call me Brother Yun. I'll just say it this time, do you understand? Yes. Brother Yun. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu glanced at each other while holding back their smiles, then lowered their heads and shouted at the same time. Well, this sounds much more pleasing to the ears. Ling Yun laughed, took out his phone and checked the time. Tang Meng, do you know where there are LVs? The most expensive and most expensive ones. Ling Yun spent more than 1 million yuan on Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi today, but he hasn't bought anything for Ning Lingyu yet. Brother Yun, you are asking the right person. I know a LV store, and the goods there are absolutely genuine. Chao Shanshan and Zhuang Meina bought their LVs from there. Tang Meng's eyes lit up, and he quickly said to Ling Yun that this kid changed his mind very quickly. After Ling Yun said it, he immediately stopped calling the boss. Hurry up and drive over, hurry up, school will be over in 40 minutes. Ling Yun was a little anxious. It's very close, at most 7 minutes. Tang Meng patted his chest dashingly, and as soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the Humvee rushed out. In fact, it only took 5 minutes to arrive at the Louis Vuitton store. The storefront is not on the pedestrian street, but in the northeast corner of the downtown square. The window is bright, and various colorful LV bags are placed on transparent glass. On the shelf, it attracts the attention of passers-by. Boss, there are also LVs on the pedestrian street, but there are many high imitations, and it is hard to tell whether they are true or false, but this one is absolutely true, even limited editions, but the prices are super expensive. Tang Meng told Ling Yun when he stopped. Said. Ling Yun bought something for Ning Lingyu. Of course he would not think it was too expensive, he said with a faint smile, buy it according to the most expensive one. Under the introduction of the enthusiastic shop owner, Ling Yun bought 4 ladies' LV bags and 2 ladies' LV wallets in one go, all of which were limited editions. Tang Meng couldn't help but stuttered secretly, thinking that the boss really doesn't care about money today. This money was spent. After Ling Yun bought bags for his mother and sister, he turned his head and asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, would you two like to have one? I have. No. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu both shook their heads and refused. Seeing that neither of them wanted it, Ling Yun didn't force it any further, swiped the card to pay the bill, and went out again for 800,000 yuan. This is because the shop owner saw that Ling Yun bought 6 limited editions in one go and gave him a 15% discount. Otherwise, the 900,000 won't be enough. The shop owner smiled and sent Ling Yun and the 3 to the car, and sincerely welcomed Ling Yun to come again next time. Ling Yun nodded in response, then the 3 of them got into the car and went straight to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. 10 minutes before school ended in the afternoon, Tang Meng parked his car at the entrance of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to carry 6 bags and followed him to Class 1 of Senior 3. Tang Meng didn't get out of the car because he thought about the gambling, but chose to wait in the car. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu were in tandem, and soon came to the door of the classroom of Class 1 of Senior 3. Ling Yun first glanced at the classroom of Class 1 of Senior 3, his eyes were like lightning, when he saw Ning Lingyu was working hard, so she smiled slightly, avoided the door, and lied on the railing of the corridor with Tai Xiaohu, waiting for school. In the last class of the 3rd grade, the teacher was not there, the students were seriously reviewing, and the classroom was very quiet. However, Ling Yun showed that face just now, and was seen by several students in Class 1 of Senior 3, which broke the silence in the classroom almost instantly. The students began whispering and whispering. Look, Ling Yun. It's Ling Yun. Ling Yun is so handsome. Wow, he came to our class. Is he looking for Ning Lingyu? I want to ask Ling Yun for an autograph. I think I saw Tai Xiaohu at the door. Zhuang Meina, who was already very irritable, heard that the classmates suddenly talked about Ling Yun, and she felt even more irritable. She slapped the pen in her hand on the desk fiercely, and turned to look at Ning, who was not far behind. Lingyu snorted coldly from her nostrils. Zhuang Meina's sister, angered the super family Sun family in the capital. Now she doesn't know where to hide. Now the Zhuang family is struggling with this matter. Sun Xing's mother, Niao Finjiao, goes to her house every day to point at her parents' noses. She scolded loudly, and the words she scolded were even more disgusting than the cow dung that was poured out. She is not only bothered by this, Ling Yun's performance has been getting worse and worse in the past few days, and now she has no confidence in Xie Zhenyin's dealing with Ling Yun at all. This is what is more annoying to her. Moreover, since Xie Zhenyin quarreled with himself, he has ignored him today, with a worried look on his face, which made Zhuang Meina even more unable to come down on stage. Lingyu, your brother Lingyun is at the door of our class. Ning Lingyu's tablemate gently touched Ning Lingyu's elbow and whispered. Ning Lingyu was overjoyed, but she quickly pouted her delicate red lips and frowned with a pair of beautiful eyebrows. She muttered helplessly, really, my brother must have skipped class again. However, she heard that Ling Yun came to the door of the classroom, and she was in a state of confusion. I don't know if the roses I gave to my brother are still there. Ning Lingyu's beautiful and fair face flushed slightly, biting her charming lower lip, a pair of water cuts that were as bright as autumn water. The pupils kept blinking, and the long eyelashes trembled gently, which was very moving. If there is still one person in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School who can compare with the new Miao Xiaomiao, then this person must be Ning Lingyu. When Ning Lingyu watched the dragon absorb water, she absorbed more dragon aura than Lingyun, which greatly improved her temperament and made her look more dreamy and ethereal, which made her think of Chona in the sky, but not so much. After Ning Lingyu waited for a long 5 minutes, the sweet bell finally rang. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. As soon as the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, because of Ling Yun's arrival, the anxious students in Class 1 of Senior 3 who had been waiting for a long time almost rushed out of their nests and rushed out of the classroom like a swarm. Copy address access. Not for anything else, just to take a look at the super handsome god of war in their minds, the elder brother of super school flower Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu, who had just stood up, was stunned by the performance of her classmates. Now she was rushing out desperately. The corridors between the desks were filled with classmates, and there was nowhere to walk. Xuanhuan took the lead in rushing out of the corridor between the desks because she was seated in the front. She was squeezed by the crazy classmates beside her and almost fell on the podium. Xuanhuan has never seen Ling Yun since Ling Yun beat up Tai Xiaohu and took away the police flower Lin Menghan. She wanted to see what Ling Yun, who is now rumored to be a god, has become, and is he really as handsome as the legends say. Ning Lingyu frowned at the beautiful Yuanshan eyebrows, glanced at the door of the classroom angrily, and said in a low voice, "Brother is also true, just send me a text message, you have to engage in such a big battle." Wow, Ling Yun is so handsome. I'm fascinated. God, Ling Yun is so handsome, I really like the dimples on his face. What Tai Xiaohu is carrying is, wow, LV. Really, it's really LV, is Ling Yun here to give LV to Ning Lingyu? Because most of the girls were petite, they were arranged at the front of the classroom, and they rushed out the earliest and fastest, so after they rushed out, there were various exclamations soon. A female classmate who was usually close to Ning Lingyu even shouted from the door of the classroom, "Lingyu, come out soon, your brother has brought you a LV." She was afraid that the world would not be chaotic. For the past 3 years, Xuanhuan, relying on her family's wealth, usually made things difficult for Ning Lingyu, sneering and ridiculing all day long. This female classmate has long been disliked by her, but now Lingyun is not only useless. She also became super good at fighting, and was so handsome that she couldn't catch up with 10 Xiaojunyans. She was naturally happy for Ning Lingyu, and took the opportunity to severely suppress Xuanhuan's arrogance. After most of the classmates had gone out and people could leave in the aisle of the classroom, Ning Lingyu left her seat. He walked lightly to the outside of the classroom. After she came to the door, many students who were blocking the door of the classroom naturally made way for her. Let Ning Lingyu walk in front of Ling Yun without hindrance. Not to mention the current Ling Yun, even Ning Lingyu herself is worth doing so by the classmates of the 3rd grade, that is the super school flower of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. In addition, Ning Lingyu's study has always been the first in the whole grade. She is deeply favored by the school leaders and teachers in the class. She is usually not arrogant or impetuous and willing to help others. She gets along very well with her classmates. At this time, Ning Lingyu, come out to see her brother, can we all get out of the way? Brother. Ning Lingyu was stared enviously by so many classmates with fiery eyes. Pretty Wu Shuang's face couldn't help but blushed a little. She came to Ling Yun's face, stood up straight with her graceful and delicate body, stared at Ling Yun with big watery eyes, and shouted softly. Ling Yu is much prettier. Ling Yun praised Ning Lingyu without hesitation, not to mention in front of a few people in the 3rd and 1st class, but in front of tens of thousands of people. He still bragged about it. Many of the students around couldn't help but chuckle kindly. Ning Lingyu was not as thick-skinned as Ling Yun, and her face turned red when she brushed it. "Brother." Ning Lingyu bowed her head in embarrassment and refused to obey. Ling Yun smiled and took the initiative to grab Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders. He turned to look at Tai Xiaohu and said, "Did you see it? My brother bought you a limited edition LV bag and a wallet. Pick two. I like the ones I like, and I'll take the rest back to my mother." Ning Lingyu's eyes could not hide the surprise, but she gave Ling Yun a charming look, and then frowned slightly. He said anxiously, "Brother, what are you buying these bags for? How much is it to buy so much at one time?" In fact, Ning Lingyu didn't want to ask how much these bags cost, but rather complained. However, Ling Yun pretended to be confused and deliberately whispered, "How much money is this?" "It's more than 800,000 in total." Gah, not only Ning Lingyu was stupid, but everyone in the first class of the third year except Xuanhuan and Xie Zhenyan was stupid. They know that LV bags are extravagant and expensive, but they didn't expect it to be so expensive. For small ladies' handbags and two exquisite wallets cost more than 800,000 yuan, and the average cost for a co-authored one is 130,000 to 40,000 yuan. Wow, so expensive? My God, if I go to work in the future, how long will it take me to earn 800,000? I can't do it anymore. I love Ling Yun to death. If only someone could send me such a good bag, not so many, just one. There was a lot of exclamations and discussions, and the first class of the third year was completely boiling. Ning Lingyu stood there stupidly, not knowing what to say for a while, but her delicate body couldn't help trembling slightly, and her beautiful big eyes were already full of tears. Ling Yun patted Ning Lingyu's trembling shoulder gently, grabbed it with a big hand, and grabbed two delicate LV wallets from Tai Xiaohu's hand. "Lingyu, pick one." Ling Yun smiled faintly. Except for the different colors, there is no obvious difference between the two. Ning Lingyu didn't want to stay here and be watched. She grabbed one and said shyly, "This one." "Okay. Then this one is for my mother." Ling Yun put the other one back into Tai Xiaohu's hand, and then brought the 4 LV bags over. "Choose two." Ling Yun said with a smile, red mouth and white teeth, deep dimples, very bright, and fascinated the girls in the third grade. I don't know if it was because of his handsomeness or because of his generous. "Just one is enough." Ning Lingyu was shy, she didn't pick one, she just took one. Anyway, these 4 handbags are only used by her mother, and they can't get out of the hands of outsiders, so what else can you choose? Brother is true too. Ling Yun pretended to be annoyed and said, "Which one will do? Why do you have to use one in rotation? The pattern of this bag is more suitable for you, here's it for you." Ling Yun helped Ning Lingyu choose a black shiny pure black handbag, and put it into Ning Lingyu's hand. "Bring it up and show it to my brother." Ling Yun was not satisfied, and jokingly looked at Ning Lingyu, who was blushing, and said deliberately. Ning Lingyu is very obedient. She picked up a LV handbag. Ning Lingyu's small hands are delicate and slender, her graceful and delicate body is slender, and the black and bright LV is exquisite and beautiful. All of a sudden Ning Lingyu's temperament raised to bursting. Wow, Ning Lingyu is so pretty. It's so beautiful. Now she's a real goddess. Chao Shanshan can't compare. More than that, in my opinion, even the new one called Xiaomiao is not as beautiful as Lingyu. A heartfelt exclamation sounded instantly, all kinds of envy and excitement, just because of Ning Lingyu's position in the class. Many girls at most were envious to the level of jealousy, but they didn't hate it. Except for Zhuang Meina. She has no envy, no jealousy, only hate. This time, she didn't say anything, because she just glanced at it and knew that the 6 LVs that Ling Yun brought to Ning Lingyu were all genuine and absolutely limited editions. But what made xuanhuan feel strange was that she hated her, but felt that her hatred for Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun had diminished a little today. She couldn't control her own heart, because she found that she really liked Ling Yun's handsome face that fascinated people and didn't pay for her life. Ling Yun looked at his sister's perfect and moving appearance, and finally nodded with satisfaction. He laughed and said, "That's right, this is my sister." Ling Yun's eyes are really vicious. Ning Lingyu hasn't modified it much, just put on a LV. The noble and dreamy temperament on her body overwhelms Chao Shanshan in an instant, and even shares it with King Shuizi Washwing Meifeng a fight. A natural spirit body is a natural spirit body, plus Ning Lingyu is the daughter brought out by Qin Qiuyue. The temperament is definitely not bad. Regardless of her beauty, if it really compares to her temperament, Qin Qiuyue definitely surpassed any woman Ling Yun had ever seen, not even Lin Menghan, Zhuang Meifeng and Murong Feishue. Ling Yun raised his hand and grabbed 5 or 6 bundles of brightly colored 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Then he pulled the LV bag that Ning Lingyu was carrying, stuffed all the tens of thousands of dollars into it, and then put the LV bag. "Pack up." Without waiting for Ning Lingyu to speak, he smiled faintly. "Lingyu, my brother is too busy today to apply for a card for you. You can use this cash first, and I will take you to the bank to apply for a card in 2 days, save a few million and spend it as you want." God. All the students in Class 1 of Senior 3, including Xie Zhenyan and xuanhuan, were all dumbfounded when they heard what Ling Yun said, and they were all dumbfounded. Everyone's mouth opened into a big O shape, and the eyeballs of the glasses fell to the ground. Tens of thousands of dollars, and it's just this little cash? Save a few million? Pocket money? This is really too defiant, too sturdy. All the students in the first class of the 3rd year are crazy. I just heard Ling Yun continue to smile and say, "Sister, brother came here today, just to tell you one thing. From now on, don't study so hard, learn what you want, don't learn what you don't want to learn. There's no need to waste precious time on boring college entrance examination scores. From now on, don't do what you want to do, and don't force yourself again, do you understand?" An awesome person can do whatever he wants, but Ling Yun is even more awesome, making Ning Lingyu not do what he wants to do, which makes people feel really pained. How far must this go against the sky to say such arrogant and domineering words? Not to mention the classmates in the first class of Senior 3, Ning Lingyu herself could not help her heart tremble after hearing Ling Yun's arrogant words. She really couldn't bear this sudden and huge happiness, and could no longer restrain herself. The surging fiery emotion in the body suddenly slammed, and the whole body was drilled into Ling Yun's arms, and he sobbed softly. Elder brother. The entrance of the first class of the 3rd year of high school was surrounded by dozens of students, but at this moment, it became extremely quiet, and everyone could only hear Ning Lingyu's sobbing. Except for Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu, everyone is stupid. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The school bell has been ringing for 4 or 5 minutes. Because it is the afternoon, the campus of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School is full of people and it is very noisy. However, the door of the classroom of Class 3 of Senior High School is now undoubtedly the place with the largest population density. But also the quietest place on the entire campus. Everyone, as if stunned, opened their mouths, stared at the handsome Ling Yun, who was slag, and the beautiful Ning Lingyu. The stormy waves in their hearts could no longer be described in words. In less than a week, Ling Yun has gone from being a super poor, fat as a pig, to a super useless person. A gorgeous person has become a handsome and sunny, and the rich is a super powerhouse with millions of pocket money. In addition to studying, Ling Yun has already left Xie Zhenyan, the proud son of heaven in their class, 100 blocks away. No matter which aspect is compared, Xie Zhenyan can't keep up with the horses. He finally has one thing that can't be done. Xie Zhenyan himself thought that Ling Yun had been compared in all aspects, and he found his own balance in his heart. Unfortunately, Ling Yun's academic performance is not good, otherwise, it would be perfect. There were many girls who couldn't help but feel sorry for Ling Yun. Those hearts were so heartbroken, it was like knowing that they had failed the college entrance examination. However, Ling Yun has already said that in the future, if you don't want to do it, you won't do it. Naturally, this also includes studying for the university entrance examination. Think about it, too, such a person, is there any use for the university entrance examination? Zhuang Meina's two big eyes stared desperately at Ling Yun's handsome face. She only felt that her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and she couldn't control it, and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Zhuang Meina likes Xie Zhenyan. What she likes is his handsomeness, his demeanor, and his family background. Now, everything Ling Yun shows has undoubtedly trampled Xie Zhenyan to death. This made Zhuang Meina unable to control the idea of empathy. For Ling Yun's poor study, Zhuang Meina didn't take it seriously at all. For people of their class, if it wasn't for the sake of face, studying sincerity would not even be considered a fart. Ling Yun Jinzhen saves people, a pair of Qinglong 30 people, and Tai Xiaohu is taken as a younger brother. Now handsome makes people crazy, rich people envy. The generosity is shocking, all this is eroding Zhuang Meina's mind, making her unable to extricate herself. Zhuang Meina is obviously a girl who is prone to empathy. When Li Qingchuan returned to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, she was also a member of the army of sluts who desperately went to see Li Qingchuan. And Ling Yun is now no better than Xie Zhenyan. She's more handsome than Li Qingchuan, so it's no wonder that Zhuang Meina can't move her heart. If Ling Yun was strong, but only ordinary strong, Zhuang Meina would still choose Xie Zhenyan without a doubt. So she would be jealous of Xie Zhenyan's infatuation with Ning Lingyu. But now Ling Yun is strong enough to make Zhuang Meina's heart move. Xie Zhenyan likes Ning Lingyu or not, and what does it have to do with her Zhuang Meina? This is a very delicate girl's mind, so not only has Zhuang Meina surprisingly not sneered at the two brothers and sisters, but she herself began to blush and heartbeat. She couldn't help but imagine Ning Lingyu, who was sobbing happily in Ling Yun's arms, as a how good should you be? Being jealous of Ning Lingyu is naturally still jealous, but now it has nothing to do with love. Zhuang Meina couldn't help squinting at Xie Zhenyan, who was standing not far away. In his heart, besides having a little power at home, what other point is he stronger than Ling Yun? Xie Zhenyan's thoughts were just the opposite. After watching this scene, the battle flame in Xie Zhenyan's heart burned for the first time in his life. Zhuang Meina was just Xie Zhenyan's plaything, and he couldn't pursue Ning Lingyu. He had to fall back on the next choice, or a trick to stimulate Ning Lingyu, so Xie Zhenyan didn't take Zhuang Meina seriously at all. Ling Yun, in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, under Xie Zhenyan's nose, has been coquettish for several days, and it is enough to throw off his coquettish 100 streets. Xie Zhenyan, the current leader of the four great dudes, has become a laughingstock in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Many people are saying that Xie Zhenyan just didn't meet Ling Yun now. If he dared to provoke Ling Yun, he would definitely be the same as Go Junfa, only to be stepped on. Although Xie Zhenyan is insidious and cunning, he likes the tricks of the officialdom to hurt people with secret arrows, and he is quite patient, but this does not mean that he has a good temper. How can a person who likes to abuse have a good temper? After working hard for 3 years in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, the name of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School's public lover, which was replaced by it, was taken away by Ling Yun almost overnight. Xie Zhenyan really couldn't stand it. Xie Zhenyan has been suffocated to the extreme now, and his patience has reached the limit. If he doesn't do anything to Ling Yun, he will really go crazy. Especially when he saw that Ning Lingyu brought the LV bag into his hand, the noble and charming temperament displayed in an instant, which made him have an unprecedented desire to conquer. Xie Zhenyan's Adam's apple couldn't help shaking for a while, and even Zhuang Meina was looking at him with disdain. For the same thing, everyone has their own thoughts and opinions. The reason why Ling Yun is so public at the door of the first class of the third grade is because he is here to pretend. Of course he didn't act for himself, he didn't need to act, he was for Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun must tell Ning Lingyu clearly that from now on, she will wave goodbye to her previous life, no longer have to struggle, no longer have to worry about such dirty things as money, and no longer have to look at anyone's face. He wanted to let Ning Lingyu live peacefully and peacefully. Do what you want, don't do it if you don't. Don't live for money. Ling Yun felt all kinds of strange and fiery eyes shot from around him. He just smiled lightly, patted the shoulder of Ning Lingyu who was still sobbing, and said softly, "Sister, you are busy with your work. Well, brother has something else to do, let's go first." Only then did Ning Lingyu suddenly raise her head, her big watery eyes looked at Ling Yun. She didn't even have time to wipe the tears from her pretty face. She looked at her elder brother and said, "I'm not busy, elder brother, I want to please eat." Ling Yun laughed when he saw it, and said in his heart, "Today's hundreds of thousands of dollars are not in vain." Ling Yun turned his head, gave Tai Xiaohu a wink, then hugged Ning Lingyu's shoulders and said, "My sister invited me to dinner, of course I have to go, tell me, where to eat." Ning Lingyu smiled mischievously, raised her slender and snow-white little hand, stretched out her index finger like a spring onion, pointed in the direction of the school cafeteria, and said softly, "There." "Okay, it's up to you." Ling Yun shook his head and scratched Ning Lingyu's pretty nose, and wiped the tears on her pretty face, then said lovingly. Ning Lingyu took Ling Yun's arm naturally in front of everyone in the third grade, and then pressed her delicate body tightly against Ling Yun's body, and went downstairs with him. Ling Yun's goal has really been achieved. Ning Lingyu's mood is unprecedentedly calm and peaceful now. She no longer cares about the various looks that people around her are shooting at her. She is calm and leisurely. An unrequited authenticity. This is a kind of mentality that people who want to cultivate must have, and this is the ultimate goal of Ling Yun doing all this today. Obviously, this is for Ning Lingyu to embark on the road of self-cultivation, to remove the obstacles in his heart, and to pave a smooth road for her. Tai Xiaohu also followed Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu downstairs, but instead of going to the school cafeteria, he walked out of the school and went to see Tang Meng at the school gate. Tai Xiaohu came to the school gate, got into the Hummer that was parked aside, and said to Tang Meng who was puffing up the clouds, "Brother Yun and his sister are going to dinner." "What? Eat with Lingyu? Where did you go? Why didn't I see them come out?" Tang Meng was immediately excited when he heard that he could see the goddess in his heart. Tai Xiaohu smiled lightly, "School cafeteria." "Gah," Tang Meng was stunned for a moment. The boss is still going to the school cafeteria to eat something, really? Tai Xiaohu didn't take Tang Meng's words again. Ling Yun's thoughts were wild, and he couldn't guess or see through. "Then what do we do?" After Tang Meng was stunned for a while, he asked Tai Xiaohu in a daze. "Do whatever you want, go eat first." "I'm hungry." Tai Xiaohu put the 3 LVs in his hands on the back seat of the car, and then leaned comfortably on the passenger seat. Tang Meng launched the Hummer. "Who treats you?" Although there were hundreds of thousands of fraudulent cash in the car, the two of them had no intention of spending it all. Tai Xiaohu smiled. "You are driving a Hummer, who do you think is a treat?" Tang Meng said with a bitter face, "Who said that driving a Humvee is a must? Tell you, my money is almost stolen by the boss, and now my pocket is cleaner than my face. I tell you, the boss told me, you got Go Junfa's grandson 20,000 yuan, I think it should be you who asked for it." Tai Xiaohu was too lazy to bother with him, nodded and said, "Come on, drive, and tell me what happened to that bet." School cafeteria, 2nd floor. When Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu came to the 2nd floor of the restaurant, they found that there were already a lot of people here. Ning Lingyu glanced at the table where they ate last time with beautiful big eyes, and found that there were already 2 boys sitting there, suddenly looked a little sad. That day, on that table, Ling Yin charged Tang Meng and Chao Shanshan a total of 11,000 yuan, stunned Ning Lingyu, and made Chao Shanshan so angry that she didn't even eat. Ning Lingyu thought that her brother was doing it occasionally after a facelift, but he didn't expect that it was just a small, insignificant beginning. Compared with the current Ling Yun, what happened that day was not worth mentioning at all. "Brother, wait for me." Ning Lingyu smiled and said to Ling Yun, then twisted her waist and ran to the corner. "Hello, classmates. Excuse me, can you give me this dining table?" Ning Lingyu was slim, smiling, pretty and unpretentious, speaking out of Huangying, and said to the two classmates who were smashed by the pie that fell from the sky. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Seeing the school's super flower Ning Lingyu suddenly appear in front of him, the two classmates who had ordered and were about to eat were as excited as they had won the jackpot. So that they didn't hear Ning Lingyu's request to them at all. "WH. What's the matter?" The two classmates were excited for a long time, and one of them asked in a daze. Ning Lingyu didn't take it seriously, she still smiled sweetly. "I want to eat at this table with my brother. Can I trouble you to let me go?" "Your brother? Ah, Ling Yun." Not to mention Ning Lingyu's face as a super schoolgirl, it's just Ling Yun, which also made the two classmates excited and nodded quickly. Seat gone. They are all big fans of Ling Yun now. Ning Lingyu smiled and said thank you, then waved to Ling Yun, "Brother, come quickly." Ling Yun said in her heart that her sister was quite nostalgic, and she had to sit here to eat here. In such a big restaurant, there are so many empty seats, where is it not to sit? But he didn't want to spoil his sister's good mood, so he walked over with a faint smile. "Brother, sit here and don't move, or I'll order food, okay?" As soon as the two brothers and sisters went to the second floor of the restaurant, they immediately attracted the attention of all the classmates who ate here, but this time Ning Lingyu was completely different from the last time. She looked at all the eyes around her, even a little shy. And sullenness never existed. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Ning Lingyu said the names of the dishes. She has a good memory, and it was exactly the same as the dishes she ordered last time, even in order. Never went wrong. After ordering the dishes, Ning Lingyu walked back to the dining table in the corner and sat down with light footsteps, her big eyes filled with hope, and she looked at her brother Ling Yin affectionately. "Brother, you skipped class again, didn't you?" Ning Lingyu suddenly gave Ling Yin a coquettish glance. Whispered. Ling Yin was madly sweating, thinking that his sister was going to settle accounts with him in the autumn, but he had his own way of dealing with it. Lingyu, this time I'm not skipping class, I'm asking for leave." As soon as I heard that Ling Yun was on leave, Ning Lingyu stopped talking about it. She put on an anxious face and said to Ling Yun, "Brother, you must catch up with your homework. I want to go to the same university as you." Ling Yun smiled lightly, "Don't worry, today I have promised my mother that I will go to the same university as you." Ning Lingyu was stunned when she heard it, and she said blankly, "Brother, did your mother call you today?" Ling Yun shook his head and said, "No, I went home today and met my mother." "Going home? What did you go home for?" Ning Lingyu said with wide eyes and puzzled expression. Ling Yun deliberately looked around. Then he said mysteriously, "I sent that Maserati back to my mother. You don't need it now anyway. Let my mother drive that car first, which is convenient." Ning Lingyu looked at Ling Yun's expression and movements and found it quite amusing. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Then mother must praise you?" Ling Yun smiled proudly and said, "That's right, I not only sent a Maserati back to my mother. I also bought 2 villas today and gave my mother back 2 house purchase contracts." Ah? Ning Lingyu was really stupid this time. God, no wonder my brother bought 6 LVs in one go without even blinking, co-authoring and buying 2 villas today? how much does that cost? Ning Lingyu thought so in her heart, and asked subconsciously in her mouth. It's not expensive, we bought it at half price. We got the 2 sets for a total of more than 40 million. Ling Yin said, casually without caring. Ning Lingyu was completely shocked. She just thought that the happiness of life is nothing but this, but now it seems that there is even greater happiness. She was in this dreamlike happiness, but she soon found herself a little inexplicable sense of loss. Because she found that she suddenly lost her goal, she didn't know what else she could fight for. Villa, sports car. The famous brand, money, the goal that I worked hard to study and strive for, my brother got it all in a blink of an eye. It was only now that she really understood what her brother said, don't force yourself to learn what you don't want to learn, and don't do it if you don't want to do it. Then, brother, Happiness came too quickly and suddenly. Ning Lingyu was surrounded by all kinds of emotions, she didn't know what to say. Ling Yin understood her feelings, and after waiting for 5 minutes, Ling Yin said to Ning Lingyu, who gradually calmed down, sister, don't worry, as long as you can buy things with money, they are all external things. It's not worth mentioning, my brother will teach you more important things, you adapt to it for a few days, don't work so hard in the future, and study for the sake of the bullshit score. Now, Ning Lingyu just goes home to play every day, does not study anything for 2 months, and can easily be admitted to Yenqing University. Ling Yun continued to say lightly, it's enough to be admitted to the ideal university, there is no need to strive for the first place. Remember the dragon we saw on Huzhu Cliff? I said, this world is not what you see. That way, this Sunday, my brother will take you around and teach you some fun new things, okay? Ning Lingyu Bingxue is smart, she seems to be beginning to understand her brother's intentions, she thought for a moment, and then nodded very obediently. What does Ning Lingyu want to know most now? It is Ling Yun's power and mystery. She knew that this was her brother's secret. As long as Ling Yun didn't tell her, she would obediently choose not to ask. Hearing her brother and her say these words alone today, Ning Lingyu naturally understands that maybe her brother will tell him the answer soon. The 2 brothers and sisters were chatting and laughing as they waited for the food to be served. Just when the first dish was served, Ling Yun saw 3 people coming in at the door of the restaurant on the 2nd floor. Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Miao Xiao Miao. Ling Yun was shocked, thinking that this was broken, and he was directly caught. He asked for sick leave. Called on sick leave, but now eating dinner on the campus of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School? Miao Xiao Miao has already been invited to 2 meals by Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling. After school this afternoon, Miao Xiao Miao took the initiative to invite Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling back. The 3 beauties came to the 2nd floor of the campus cafeteria to have a meal while chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered the door, Zhang Ling couldn't help but whisper softly, Shanshan, look, isn't that Ling Yun? Chao Shanshan looked in the direction of Zhang Ling's finger, she was suddenly overjoyed at first, and then slightly embarrassed. Chao Shanshan stomped her feet fiercely, and said in her heart, didn't you say that hurts? Why are you sitting there eating like you're doing nothing now? Humph. Let's go. She took the lead and came to the front of the 3, walking directly towards Ling Yun's position. Zhang Ling and Miao Xiao Miao looked at each other and followed Chao Shanshan. Yo, my senior squad leader is also here for dinner? Please take a seat. Ling Yun couldn't hide after seeing that. Before Chao Shanshan walked in front of him, he grinned and made an inviting gesture. Chao Shanshan is now sullen towards Ling Yun, but she doesn't dare to show it on her face, because she knows that if Ling Yun doesn't care, she will definitely do something that will stop her. But now Ling Yun was at a loss. Since she took the initiative to let her sit down, of course she would not be polite. As soon as she twisted her delicate body, she sat down next to Ling Yun, just like in class, she sat on the outside and Ling Yun sat in the corner. Shanshan, hello. Ning Lingyu greeted Chao Shanshan very enthusiastically when she saw Chao Shanshan coming. Lingyu, you are so beautiful today. Chao Shanshan sat diagonally opposite Ning Lingyu, so she naturally wanted to say hello to Ning Lingyu first. After she was stunned for a moment, she couldn't help but praise her sincerely. At the same time, she glanced at Miao Xiaomiao who was following her, wondering why Ning Lingyu's temperament had changed so much all of a sudden. Even Miao Xiaomiao didn't compare her. Thank you Shanshan, you are also very beautiful today, this white dress suits you very well. Ning Lingyu accepted Chao Shanshan's compliment calmly this time, neither humble nor arrogant, and her expression was very calm. Chao Shanshan finally chose the white dress in the morning. Although it was a little sheer, it could add a lot to her. Although Chao Shanshan was secretly surprised, she kept a bright smile on the beautiful goose egg and nodded lightly. Then she turned her head and said to Ling Yun gently, "How is it? Can I go to self-study tonight?" Ling Yunqin said that he couldn't run this time. He smiled without embarrassment. "Yes, of course, I'm going back to school to eat now, just to go back to the classroom for self-study after eating." Chao Shanshan chuckled and said with a tender smile, "That's good, let's go back to the classroom together in a while." Chao Shanshan didn't point out the fact that Ling Yun used such a painful excuse to ask for leave. It was a secret between the two of them, and only a fool would point it out. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao and Zhang Ling had already come over. Miao Xiaomiao didn't speak after coming over, but just stood there quietly, but Zhang Ling kept looking at Ling Yun's face with a pair of big flexible eyes. With a blushing face, he said, "Ling Yun, would you like to invite the three beauties of us to dinner together?" Ling Yun has nothing to say. He casually glanced at Miao Xiaomiao, who had been silent for a long time, and then happily said, "Of course, there is a new classmate in our class, it would be too rude for me not to treat me. Come, let's sit down and eat together." The five of them sat down like this. Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun sat at the dining table, Miao Xiaomiao and Ning Lingyu sat side by side. Zhang Ling still took the initiative to move a chair to hit him. After Chao Shanshan introduced Miao Xiaomiao to Ning Lingyu, she smiled and said to Zhang Ling, "Please call the waiter, we will order a few more dishes." Then her beautiful eyes flowed, and she looked at Ling Yun in a dazzling manner and said, "Can you do it?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. How can a man say no? Ling Yun decided to be generous today. He said with a smile, "Okay, pick the best point, don't save me money." Chao Shanshan gave Ling Yun a charming glance, and said charmingly, "It's almost the same, Zhang Ling, order." With the arrival of Chao Shanshan, Miao and Xiaomiao, the entire restaurant on the second floor was completely boiling. Who is sitting at Ling Yun's table now? Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, and Miao Xiaomiao, the new top class, stunning and sexy beauty from class 3 and 6. Of course, it is not these super school beauties who are the most popular right now, but the super handsome guys who are surrounded by stars and the moon. Ling Yun, the idol god of war in the hearts of most boys in Qingshui #1. At this time, who has time to eat? They all focused their attention on this small corner, and couldn't help but whispered to the beauties. Three top school beauties appearing beside Ling Yun at the same time. This scene is definitely not easy to see. You said, which of these three school beauties is the most beautiful? I'm dizzy when I see it, and I can't tell the difference at all. Also, your vision is not good. Brother, I will tell you, have you seen Ning Lingyu? That dreamy face, that absolute temperament, can definitely be ranked first. No, I see that the newcomer next to Ning Lingyu is so beautiful, with a hot body, that black leather jacket and skirt blinded my eyes. It's so sexy. I don't think Chao Shanshan is much worse. Her face is gorgeous, and the white dress she wears today is so deep. Chao Shanshan has never worn such a low-cut dress. I don't even dare to think about those three. I think we should be more realistic. Those three beauties are beautiful, but they are all fairies in the sky. Zhang Ling is at least a mortal beauty, her breasts are so big. I like. Everyone was trying their best to express their opinions and judgments, but they were intimidated by Ling Yun's power, but no one dared to make a loud noise. At Ling Yun's table, because 2 dishes have already been served, they have already started to eat. After Ling Yun lost weight quickly, because of the need to practice, his current appetite has been greatly reduced, not half of what he used to be. So eat slowly, and enjoy the beauty in front of you. The so-called beautiful and delicious, really nothing more than that. Ning Lingyu has an unparalleled temperament, Miao Xiaomiao is hot and sexy, Chao Shanshan is radiant, and Zhang Ling smiles sweetly. Of course, among the 4 beauties, Ling Yun paid the most attention, intentionally or unintentionally, to Miao Xiaomiao. Because only he knows. Miao Xiaomiao is a rare expert. According to Ling Yun's estimation, his current skills are at best on a par with Miao Xiaomiao's. What Ling Yun wondered most was, where did this Miao Xiaomiao come from? Why did you just stuff it into your own class? What is the purpose of her coming to the 3rd and 6th grades of high school? Is it for yourself or just happen to be arranged in your own class? Some of these. Ling Yun was at a loss as to what to do, so he could only be on guard in his heart. Miao Xiaomiao is a stunning beauty, but Ling Yun, whether he came from the world of cultivation, or came to this world, has seen too many beautiful women, so he doesn't catch a cold. Otherwise, it is also impossible for Ling Yun to be so rude to Xiao Mimi, and he almost flattened her left chest with one punch. It is estimated that it is difficult for ordinary men to do it. When Ling Yun was watching Miao Xiaomiao secretly, Miao Xiaomiao was also watching him secretly. In fact, after secretly escorting Xuan Mining home last night, Miao Xiaomiao also went to the black car driven by Xian Qi, but when she found it, she only saw an empty car. She didn't even see half a figure, because she wasn't interested in Ling Yun's life or death, so she went straight back to her residence to rest. According to Miao Xiaomiao's estimation, those killers definitely went to assassinate Ling Yun last night, but now, when she saw Ling Yun appearing here as if he was nothing, she couldn't help being secretly shocked. Since Ling Yun is all right, what about those killers? Could it be that they were all killed by Ling Yun? If this is the case, then this Ling Yun is definitely a murderous and decisive character. Seeing how her younger sister Xuan Mining treated Ling Yun, Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but secretly guarded her heart, saying that she must be on guard against Ling Yun in the future, and not let him do things that would be detrimental to Xuan Mining. After Ling Yun gave her a huge shock and surprise, Ning Lingyu returned to her true nature and peace. No matter how many people were around her, she calmly dealt with it and took it lightly. Chao Shanshan's meal was full of miscellaneous flavors. She sat next to Ling Yun. She didn't know why, but the scene of her self-study yesterday morning kept reappearing and reappearing before her eyes, like a demon that lingered, made her face red, and she didn't even know what was in her mouth. Zhang Ling seems to be carefree, with a quirky yet casual look, but she really has something on her mind right now. In the past few days, Zhang Ling has asked himself countless times whether he really likes Ling Yun, whether he is qualified to like Ling Yun, and whether he wants to pursue Ling Yun boldly. Every time the answer is different, but the answer to one question is the same every time, that is, she really likes Ling Yun. I like it from the bottom of my heart. As for whether she is qualified or whether she wants to pursue it boldly, she has no idea, and finally chose to let it go for the time being and let it develop freely. The 5 of them each had their own thoughts, and spoke very little during the meal. When all the dishes were served, all 5 of them were full. Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan and the 3 of them with a laugh and said, "The 3 of you owe me a meal, because this meal is a treat for Ling Yu." This is extremely unscientific. Since it was Ning Lingyu's treat, how could the 3 of them owe him a meal? But the 3 beauties didn't know why, but none of them objected, and they nodded in agreement at the same time. Lingyun didn't rush to pay for Lingyu. He knew that his sister invited him to dinner this time out of his heart, and Lingyun didn't want to go against Ning Lingyu's wishes. After Ning Lingyu settled the bill, the four beauties walked out of the restaurant under the leadership of Lingyun. Lingyun smiled at Ning Lingyu. "Sister, remember what my brother said to you, this Sunday will save time." "For brother?" Ning Lingyu smiled sweetly and nodded obediently to Lingyun. Lingyun laughed happily, and then smiled. "Then brother is going back to the classroom to study, you can go and do your business." After so long, Lingyun absorbed a lot of the spiritual energy that escaped from Ning Lingyu's body, and felt refreshed. Ning Lingyu said goodbye to Chao Shanshan and the others with a smile, and then went back to the dormitory with 3 LV bags. It was a LV bag. If you didn't like it, it would be a lie. Lingyun watched Ning Lingyu leave, then stretched out a big waist, and said with a laugh, "Let's go, 3 beauties, I will study harder tonight and make up for all the homework I missed in the day." When they heard that Lingyun wanted to study harder, Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Miao Xiaomiao's mouth evoked a charming smile, and a pair of beautiful big eyes squinted into the crescent shape on the horizon. At this time, outside Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Xuanhuan Building, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu sat facing each other by the window in the 0-point hall of the Xuanhuan Building. There was wine and vegetables on the dining table. The two of them had already eaten a pound of white wine. "Ning Lingyu, you know? That's what you saw just now." Xie Zhenyan is eyeing Ning Lingyu. "I know better than anyone what kind of bird this kid is. The boss wants to make a gamble to deal with him. And go Junfa. It's been almost 3 years since he bullied the boss. The boss has been holding back. The last time he beat him was a lesson. I didn't expect him to ask you to deal with the boss. Get angry and prepare to teach him a lesson." What did Tang Meng say? He didn't hide it from Tai Xiaohu when it came to gambling. Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly. "Didn't Brother Yun say, don't call him the boss in the future, just call him Brother Yun?" Tang Meng laughed happily. He pointed at Tai Xiaohu with his chopsticks and said, "You are so nimble and domineering when you collect bills, how come you become so rigid when you talk about the boss?" The second day I started contacting the boss, I've been calling him the boss all the time, and I haven't seen him say anything. Hee, it's better to call him the boss." Tai Xiaohu smiled and didn't say anything. He took a bite of the dish and said, "Then how are you going to play this gamble? Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa are not fools. Are they willing to suffer this kind of loss?" Tang Meng's face straightened and said, 3 steps, let the wind out, excite the generals, and then come to the door to open a bet. If they don't dare to take it, don't think about being mad in front of me in the future." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu really belonged to 2 different worlds, and they were 2 completely different worlds. Tang Meng was a playboy who was born with a golden key in his arms after the general door. However, Tai Xiaohu was born in poverty, with a rough family background and suffered from scorn since he was a child. His life trajectory is closer to Lingyun, but after entering Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Tai Xiaohu chose to join Qinglong, and then he became prosperous. These 2 people, one white and one black, one literary and one martial, are indeed Lingyun's rare right-hand man, and their perspectives on things don't match at all. After Tai Xiaohu heard Tang Meng's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I see, gambling is gambling, why are you going around those corners? If I go to the door directly, I will ask them if they dare to bet on this shop. If you dare to gamble, you can place a bet directly. If you don't dare, point to your nose and say it's a tortoise, isn't it all right?" Tang Meng was stunned when he heard it, and then he murmured, "This, so direct. This is too simple, right?" Tai Xiaohu took a sip of wine leisurely, then laughed and said, "Sometimes, the easiest way is often the most effective way." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading net. Tang Meng was stunned for a moment, thinking that this guy Tai Xiaohu is really bad when he is bad, and he is really straight when he is straight. The things that he thinks about in his heart every day will be finished with a few words from him. Copy address access. But he pondered for a while, and then said, I can't make up my own mind about this, I have to ask the boss and talk about it later. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun insisted on engaging in this gamble now, not for money, but for Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa to suffer a big loss. Otherwise, these two grandsons have been bouncing there all the time, which is really frustrating to watch. Tai Xiaohu nodded, and then asked, what are you going to do about the boss opening the clinic? Tang Meng smiled and said, what about opening the clinic? Let me tell you, we can only run errands on this matter, and everything has to be arranged by Yao Rou. After being pointed out by Ling Yun, Tang Meng was completely obedient, and he didn't dare to care anymore. Of course Tai Xiaohu knew about Yao Rou. He saw Yao Rou earlier than Tang Meng saw him. Tai Xiaohu remembered how Yao Rou looked at Ling Yun when he was in the Municipal 9th Academy, and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He said to Tang Meng, well, since she understands everything, let's listen to her arrangements, and we can save ourselves from worrying about it. While the two were talking, Tang Meng received a text message from Ling Yun, I have to go to self-study tonight, don't wait for me, go get yourself busy. Tang Meng looked at the text message and immediately said to Tai Xiaohu, hey, why don't we go to Yao Rou together after dinner? In this case, no matter what you do tomorrow, you will have a plan. Tai Xiaohu shook his head decisively and said, I'm not going. I have something to do tonight. You can go by yourself. Say hello, I'll just run errands with you tomorrow. Tonight's night is so good and the stars are full of stars, Tai Xiaohu will naturally not miss such a good opportunity to practice. Tang Meng scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, I said, Lao Tai, you are too boring, right? Let me tell you, I am alone with Yao Rou. It's really awkward. From Tang Meng's point of view, the relationship between Yao Rou and Ling Yun is very ambiguous. He ran to see Yao Rou alone at night, what's the matter? Tai Xiaohu smiled and said, then you can wait until tomorrow and daytime, we will discuss on the spot to solve it on the spot, anyway, I won't go tonight. Tang Meng had no choice but to give up his plan to find Yao Rou. Anyway, he is not idle tonight, he still has to see Li Qingchuan. All of a sudden, it saved Ling Yun 40 million, which is not a matter of words. Ling Yun rental office. After Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi finished eating, they cleaned up everything. Xiao Mimi said to Zhuang Meifeng, I didn't expect your meal to be so delicious. This morning, after the two went shopping together, they got along very well. If Xiao Mimi didn't appear as a killer, she would really be a near-perfect woman, not the kind of cold-hearted person. Zhuang Meifeng smiled lightly and said, thank you, but it's actually normal. I usually like to cook and eat when I have nothing to do, besides studying those financial data. Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly and said, then you need to study more about how to cook in the future. If you want to grab a man's heart, you must first grab a man's stomach. Zhuang Meifeng blushed a little, I always think Ling Yun is too powerful, I'm afraid. Xiao Mimi knew what Zhuang Meifeng was thinking, she gave Zhuang Meifeng a thoughtful look, and said with a smile, what are you afraid of? Zhuang Meifeng said depressedly, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch him. Over the past 2 days, Zhuang Meifeng almost did everything she could, and even used all the skills she had secretly learned from school to Ling Yun, but Ling Yun was as stable as a rock and was determined not to get into her body. This made her a little pissed off. Xiao Mimi suddenly brought her sexy little mouth close to Zhuang Meifeng's ear, and said softly, I heard about the two of you last night. Zhuang Meifeng was horrified when she heard this. Her face blushed, and her delicate body trembled, what? You. Zhuang Meifeng was so tactful last night, she was crazy and fierce, she said so many shameful things to Ling Yun, and did such shameful things, if this is heard by outsiders. Zhuang Meifeng said in her heart that she had tried her best to keep her voice down. How could Xiao Mimi still hear it? There are 2 doors and a living room in the middle. Xiao Mimi was unmoved. She giggled and said, "Isn't that the kind of thing between men and women? There is nothing to be ashamed of. I will be all that you know, and I will also be if you don't. Why are you ashamed?" Zhuang Meifeng's face is not as thick as this female killer. She snorted in dissatisfaction and stomped her feet involuntarily. Xiao Mimi saw Zhuang Meifeng's unintentional shyness and beauty, and she thought that such a stunning stunner would throw her arms in her arms, and Ling Yan could even hold on to it. It was really against the sky. She continued, "You should know by now that Ling Yan is a person with peerless kung fu. Let me tell you, the reason why Ling Yan is determined not to touch your body, I think he must be practicing a type of exercise, this type of exercise. He's not allowed to do that with women, so, don't get too frustrated." Xiao Mimi is a cultivator. Although she can't reach the level of self-cultivation, she also knows that some mysterious exercises are forbidden for men and women to have sex. Zhuang Meifeng was slightly overjoyed when she heard this. She had indeed heard Ling Yan say that she could touch and touch, but she could not enter the bridal chamber. "Then, what should I do?" Zhuang Meifeng asked shyly. Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly and coquettishly. "This kind of thing, there is no other good way other than waiting for his cultivation to become successful." Then she said to Zhuang Meifeng in a seductive voice, "But during this period, it also happens to be your chance. You can learn the art of seduction well. In this case, when he achieves great feats, once your unparalleled seductive art is used, he will even have no matter how big your ability is. I can't do without you." Zhuang Meifeng gave Xiao Mimi a shy look, and she asked cautiously, "Well, can I really learn? Then will he blame me when he finds out?" Xiao Mimi smiled, raised her hand and grabbed a hand from Zhuang Meifeng's towering and attractive chest. "You stupid, what man doesn't want his woman to be charming and charming?" Zhuang Meifeng was caught by Xiao Mimi, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally made up her mind. "Okay, I will learn." Grade 3 and 6, in the classroom. Ling Yan was reciting history there seriously. Although he didn't have classes these days, he had already memorized all the history textbooks, only the last one, which was only a dozen pages away. He not only recites history texts, he even recites some of the key essay questions or analysis questions on the history test papers, and he only needs to read them once anyway. Ling Yan is now completely sure that if someone brings a mock exam paper for the historical college entrance examination, with a perfect score of 100, he will definitely be able to score above 95. Chao Shanshan can't learn at all now. She is actually what Ling Yan asked Ning Lingyu to achieve, the kind of life that she can't do whatever she wants. In addition to their own hobbies and interests, there is nothing to ask for, and there is no need to ask for it. The kind of person who is born. Chao Shanshan was staring at the words that Ling Yan occasionally wrote on the paper, in a daze. She was secretly thinking, if she compares the words written by her grandfather, who is very fond of FA, and compares them with Ling Yan, will they be able to compare with Ling Yan's words? No way. Ling Yan's writing is really beautiful. Every swipe, every vertical is so handsome and straight. After putting it together, it makes people feel comfortable and beautiful. Chao Shanshan has practiced the FA. She can't tell what style Ling Yan wrote, nor can she tell which style Ling Yan wrote, but she is beautiful, majestic, natural, powerful, and natural. Chao Shanshan's strangeness is natural, because Ling Yan is using writing to practice his sword intent. Ling Yan's cultivation is not as simple as just sitting and meditating. He believes that life is cultivation. Because Ling Yan had once reached the terrifying stage of transcending the calamity, and he was only one step away from successfully transcending the calamity, becoming an invincible existence under the immortals of the Desheng stage. Therefore, he understands better than anyone else that cultivation is a matter of cultivating against the sky, and it definitely does not mean that you can improve your strength. What he really trains is the heart. Ling Yun's way of self-cultivation is not the way of heaven, but the way of the heart. Everything depends on the original heart, not to things, not to heaven, not to people, not even to oneself. Ling Yun didn't know, when he encountered such a terrifying calamity when he crossed the robbery, was it because he was too much in his heart, so he was not tolerated by the world. In this reincarnation, he still chooses the way of the heart, still cultivates his heart, and cultivates his original heart. Because he cultivated the Tao of the heart, he used various methods to break the shackles and even the shackles of her obsession with the surrounding environment, life experiences, and various mortal affairs before Ning Lingyu was ready to teach her self-cultivation. Back to the truth. This is why he deliberately pretended to be the ultimate force at the entrance of the first class of the third year of high school, so that after the extreme shock, Ning Lingyu untied all the knots in his heart and began to return to the truest and purest self-mentality. He succeeded. Ning Lingyu not only possesses the most powerful natural spiritual body, but also possesses a very strong perception, which makes Ling Yun very happy. Hey, Ling Yun, the last 2 self-study classes are in English. Have you figured out how to explain it to her for our class teacher's class? Chao Shanshan saw that Ling Yun ignored her for almost 1 class, and couldn't help but feel a little disillusioned, and even took the lead in whispering. Auntie was wearing such a sexy low-cut, semi-transparent dress. She waited all day just to show you, but you didn't even look at it? Ling Yun frowned slightly. He turned his head and stared at Chao Shanshan's snow-white chest and said, "Didn't I ask for leave? What else should I explain?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan was stared at her chest by Ling Yun's gaze. She was suddenly ashamed, but more joyful. Her delicate body trembled slightly, then bit her lower lip and said, "You forgot, you only asked for 1 morning." Fake, but he didn't come for a whole day. It's strange that our head teacher didn't ask you to ask clearly. When Ling Yun heard this, he really said in his heart, hey, if it wasn't for his sister, he wouldn't have come to school today, so he would have saved so much trouble. Originally, what Ling Yun thought was really similar to what Tang Meng thought. He wanted to go out to meet Tang Meng after delivering the bag to Ning Lingyu, and then take Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to pick up Yao Rou and have dinner together at night. And discuss about opening a clinic. But Ning Lingyu was so happy that she insisted on taking him to eat. After such a delay, Chao Shanshan, who was going to eat on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, was caught in the face. She had no choice but to obediently come to the classroom to study. Ling Yun thought about it for a while, and then simply thought about it. The head teacher is not a fake, although she is very serious, but didn't he just ask for a leave of absence? At most he was criticized, it was no big deal. When the time comes, I will try to practice my own yin and yang art, and I will practice the yin and yang of Dantian, and 10 minutes and 20 minutes will pass. He smiled and said, I just said that my body was not in good shape in the afternoon, and it really wasn't very good. It still hurts there, don't believe it? You touch. Chao Shanshan's face was embarrassed, but now she really didn't dare to do it again. Seeing that Chao Shanshan blushed and did not dare to respond, Ling Yun smiled slightly. He quickly read the last book of history, then put the history aside and began to study geography. Chao Shanshan whispered, this is a history class. Be careful, Wu Gaoling catches you. Ling Yun laughed and said in a low voice, I'm not afraid to catch me. My current knowledge of history is definitely better than Zhang Ling's. Chao Shanshan glanced at Ling Yun in surprise, then asked in disbelief, really? Ling Yun gave her a disdainful look, and was too lazy to answer. The 2 self-study classes passed quickly. The 3rd self-study class has begun. After the class bell rang, Kong Shuru had long hair, a shawl, a snow-white shirt, and a black knee-length skirt. Transparent flesh-colored stockings, stepping on a pair of white high-heeled shoes, walked into the classroom. with a beautiful and enchanting face. With an unsmiling, serious expression. Chao Shanshan couldn't help but glance at Ling Yun, who was calm beside her, secretly worried for him. After Kong Shuru entered the classroom, he handed out a stack of English test papers to the two female classmates, and then said to the classmates, "In these two self-study classes, let's do this exam paper." After finishing the arrangement, Kong Shuru coughed lightly, then raised her hand to make a move at Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, bring your English textbook, Volume 1, and come out with me." Ling Yun hurriedly rummaged through the boxes to find the first volume of the English textbook. To be honest, he had already recited almost the history, geography, and politics. He even learned Chinese and mathematics very well, but he rejected English. He almost didn't even bother to read it, and he didn't know where the first volume of the English textbook was. It was Chao Shanshan who took out her English textbook and handed it to Ling Yun. "Use mine first." "Thank you." Ling Yun smiled, holding the textbook and forcibly squeezed out from behind Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan felt the bulge between Ling Yun's legs. Another burst of heartbeat. Kong Shuru had already gone outside the classroom, so Ling Yun had to follow him out of the classroom. "Follow me." Seeing Ling Yun coming out, Kong Shuru didn't say any nonsense, and directly led Ling Yun downstairs. Kong Shuru didn't speak, and Ling Yun naturally didn't speak either, holding Chao Shanshan's English textbook in her hand. "Follow Kong Shuru forward." After walking for a long time, he realized that something was wrong, then he coughed lightly and asked, "Mr. Kong, where are we going?" Kong Shuru said lightly, "Go to my dormitory." Ling Yun was sweating profusely, madly sweating, and sweating profusely. "Halo, you are so sexy and sultry, take me to your dormitory so late." "I'm afraid it doesn't sound good." Ling Yun stopped decisively. "That. Teacher, what are you doing in your dormitory?" Kong Shuru frowned slightly and said lightly, "I'll give you extra homework. If you go to the English group office, it will affect the work of other teachers." Ling Yun snorted, thinking that it was a supplementary lesson, "So go ahead." Kong Shuru had been having a headache for an afternoon about Ling Yun. She made up lessons for Ling Yun, which was not suitable in the classroom or in the English group office. In desperation, she finally chose her own single dormitory. Although this kind of place is more likely to give people ambiguous reverie, Quan Qingshui No. 1 Middle School knows his temper, so there should be no problem. Kong Shuru's dormitory was on the campus, only 400 meters away from the classrooms of Class 3 and 6, so he arrived quickly. "Teacher, do you live on the 5th floor?" Ling Yun asked boredly as he watched the elevator go directly to the 5th floor. "N." Kong Shuru replied lightly. On the 5th floor, Kong Shuru opened the door, let Ling Yun into the room, and then closed the door. Kong Shuru is one of the most outstanding teachers in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Therefore, although she lives in a single dormitory, the house is not small. The whole room is a full 120 square meters, with 3 rooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. All furniture is readily available. There is no shortage of anything in this room except for men. Because there are 3 rooms in the room, and Kong Shuru can't live in that many by herself, so she designed a bedroom as a room for working at home. The room was very quiet, clean, comfortable, and warm. As soon as he entered, Ling Yun felt warmer, and his affection for Kong Shuru increased a lot. "Come to this room." Kong Shuru's expression was as serious as in the classroom, and she did not change the expression on her face just because she returned to the dormitory. After Ling Yun entered, Kong Shuru said straight to the point, "Ling Yun, why did you ask for leave today?" Ling Yun said in his heart, and he said seriously, "Teacher, I'm feeling a little sick. Maybe it's because I lost weight too fast these days, so I didn't come to school." This was the reason Ling Yun came up with casually, but it worked without a doubt, Konshiru breathed a sigh of relief, and said lightly, "The college entrance examination is about to happen. Even if you are in a hurry to lose weight, you must pay attention to your body, otherwise it will affect your body." The college entrance examination, then the gain outweighs the loss. Yes, teacher. Thank you. Although Konshiru's expression was indifferent, there was a deep concern for Ling Yun in her words, so Ling Yun sincerely thanked her. "Okay, I will start to help you with your homework now. The teacher knows that your English is very poor, but I heard that you have a good memory, so we will start from the most basic knowledge of junior high school to help you." With such an excellent teacher taking him back to the dormitory to open a small stove, Ling Yun couldn't justify not learning, so he nodded seriously and agreed. Konshiru took out the English textbook for junior high school and started teaching directly from the 26 English alphabets. She wanted to see if Ling Yun's memory was really as strong as the legends say. Konshiru was shocked immediately. Ling Yun's memory is more than powerful? It's terrifying, unbelievably terrifying. Konshiru only taught the 26 English letters once. When taking Ling Yun test again, there was no problem in listening, speaking, reading and writing. Even the pronunciation was very standard, exactly the same as Konshiru's standard pronunciation. As for writing, the English letters written by Ling Yun, whether uppercase or lowercase, are no different from those in the textbook. This is really how to teach and learn, just like copying. Unbelievably, Konshiru messed up the order of all the English letters, and let Ling Yun read it again, but there was still no problem at all. Konshiru was shocked. She immediately began to teach Ling Yun to recognize 48 English phonetic symbols. English phonetic symbols are an important tool for reading new words by herself. After learning phonetic symbols, Ling Yun can read all English words by herself in the future. What shocked Konshiru was that Ling Yun learned all of them after only one use. Just like learning the 26 English letters, he was proficient in listening, speaking, reading, writing, and asking questions. Konshiru tried to flip the high school English textbook to the word list at the end, and asked Ling Yun to spell some long English words like Christmas, 12 months, international, congratulations, etc. Ling Yun took a look at the phonetic symbols. The annotations are red, and there is no need to identify them. Konshiru was completely speechless. Her student was too strong. Not only a genius, but a monster. She really couldn't keep her calm this time, and Konshiru was so excited that she couldn't keep her serious expression. She started to ask Ling Yun to memorize the words and gave Ling Yun half an hour. After learning English, after learning the alphabet and phonetic symbols, the most important thing is the words. As the saying goes, the English for the college entrance examination depends on how many words you have mastered, which is similar to the recognition of Chinese characters. Konshiru did not disturb Ling Yun. She went to pour a glass of water for Ling Yun, and then quietly placed it next to Ling Yun, and went out to think about the most effective way to teach Ling Yun. Such a genius, don't tell Konshiru that she has seen it, she has never heard of it, which made her secretly wonder if this kid Ling Yun has been mixing pigs and eating tigers for the past 3 years. Half an hour later, when the third self-study get out of class of Qingshui No. 1 middle school was over, Konshiru came to her room and made Ling Yun stop memorizing words. She could no longer keep a serious expression on her face, and finally saw a rare smile. "How is it? How much have you remembered?" Konshiru asked with anticipation in her eyes. Her expression was similar to that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl who confessed to a boy who was excited for the first time. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, "The time is too short, so I can only write down all the words in the textbooks for junior high school and senior one." "What? Did you write it down? You can read it?" Konshiru was shocked. Does this mean that if Ling Yun is given 2 more lessons, he will be able to memorize all the words involved in high school English? Ling Yun was amused and said with a faint smile, "There should be no problem in reading, writing, listening, and writing." If you don't believe me, the teacher can test me at will to see if it is right. Ah? This, Kong Shuru was dumbfounded. This memory is really. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from. Reading Net. Kong Shuru considers herself a genius in learning foreign languages. Her memory has always been very good. She has her own method of memorizing words, and in the process of daily teaching, she imparts it to her students little by little. However, Kong Shuru discovered only now that comparing her memory with Ling Yun, she was not even a scumbag. Once again. Just once. After reading it, you will know that there is no problem with listening, speaking, reading and writing. Is this still a human being? Can you describe it as a genius? He has such a terrifying memory, why did he have to wait until the college entrance examination to show it? Why so low-key? Kong Shuru still couldn't believe that Ling Yun really remembered more than 1,000 words so quickly. She brought over the English textbook from the first year of high school and began to pick some difficult words for Ling Yun to read. This time, I didn't find it from the vocabulary list at the back of the text, but Kong Shuru randomly ordered it from the text. The fact is, Ling Yun can not only read it out very well, but also can immediately say what he means, and then write the word in the notebook with a pen. Kong Shuru tried 17 or 8 times in a row, and they were all like this, without exception. Kong Shuru didn't believe it. She just asked Ling Yuning to translate from Chinese to Chinese, as well as to read and write. Now she has a textbook on the occasion. She speaks the meaning of Chinese and asks Ling Yun to translate from Chinese to English. And she believed it. When she spoke a Chinese word, Ling Yun could immediately translate it into an English word, and when she was reading, she easily wrote the word in the notebook. 20 or 30 in a row, all right, none of them wrong. No one is hesitant. Kong Shuru was dumbfounded. She felt that she couldn't stand up, so she no longer let Ling Yun stay in the room, but let him come out and sit on the sofa. Then she just looked there, glanced left and right, looked at Ling Yun's hair straight, and wondered if she was acting too against the sky. Kong Shuru knew. The current Ling Yun learns English, it is no less than half an hour or a class, if he is given one day, let him memorize and master all the English words in high school or even 4 years of college, it will not be a problem at all. If that's the case, teach him the grammar by himself, and let him memorize all English texts from high school and even college. College entrance examination? There is no problem with taking the TOEFL directly. Ling Yun, you are amazing. Kong Shuru said suddenly. What's behind the shock? Shock is followed by worship. Heartfelt shock can produce heartfelt worship. Kong Shuru repelled men again and dismissed them again, but she was still a woman after all, and she was still a virgin. Ling Yun smiled, it's SOSO, mainly because the teacher taught well, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to learn so fast. Kong Shuru blushed suddenly, thinking that your memory is so terrifying. What does it have to do with me, teaching you the basics of English? However, she felt a little sweet in her heart. She felt that Ling Yun could master English so quickly, and she was very honored as a teacher. Ling Yun, the teacher will teach you some common sentence patterns in English, such as past perfect tense, present, continuous tense, etc. After you have learned these, you can learn English by yourself. As for listening, you only need to listen to the recording several times. The teacher believes that there is absolutely no problem with your hearing. Ling Yun said, listening in the heart. The thing I'm most afraid of is hearing, and now I'm too far away to speak. I could hear clearly what was happening within a 30-meter radius. In English, whether to speak plainly or memorize words, how well you can achieve depends entirely on how many words you have mastered. The teacher has a requirement for you. Kong Shuru said while thinking about it, and followed Ling Yun's advice. Hey. Feel free to say what the teacher asks, as long as I can do it, there will be no problem. Ling Yan laughed and said leisurely. Kang Xiaoru looked at herself, who seemed to be the most talented student she had been teaching for 6 years, with mixed feelings in her heart. She said softly, Ling Yan, with your memory, you can memorize 5,000 words in 2 days. No problem, the teacher wants you to memorize all English words from high school, including college. Ling Yan thought about it for a while. He had memorized thousands of words in half an hour, and 5,000 words in 2 days. There was no problem at all, so he smiled brightly and said, no problem, but teacher, I don't have a college textbook. Kang Xiaoru smiled and said, don't worry about this, the teacher has it at home. However, she suddenly smiled narrowly and said, if you really remember how amazing you are, would you dare to memorize the Oxford English Dictionary? Lingyun Xuanhuan, I thought my beautiful head teacher, you are not playing with me, are you? How thick is the Oxford English Dictionary on Chao Shanshan's desk? Lingyun has seen it before, so why don't you memorize it? Even if he has that ability, he doesn't have that time, and even if he has that time, he doesn't have that kind of mood. As for patience, for Ling Yan, who is cultivating, he is really not lacking, but what are the things that are useless? Seeing that Ling Yun didn't answer, Kang Xiaoru knew that her request was too much. She couldn't help but despised herself for a while, and then said, if you can follow the teacher's requirements in the next 2 months, the teacher believes that you can take the college entrance examination English well. You can get full marks. Ling Yun also has this confidence. Now that he knows phonetic symbols, English words are no longer a hindrance. First, memorize all English words, and then memorize all high school English texts, like history texts. What grammar is not grammatical, not anymore. If you are familiar with 300 Tang poems, you can recite them even if you don't know how to recite them. That's the truth. Ling Yan smiled lightly and said, teacher, please rest assured, I will follow your request. Kang Xiaoru looked at Ling Yan with a pair of clear eyes. For a moment, she was in a trance, and then she quickly calmed down and said, the 4th session of self-study has begun. In this class, the teacher will teach you English grammar and sentence patterns. 10 minutes before the 4th session of self-study. Kang Xiaoru nodded to Ling Yun with satisfaction. She said lightly, okay, let's finish the tutoring tonight. You have already mastered the basics of English, you have almost mastered it. If you need to tutor a few more times, the teacher trusts you. The results will improve by leaps and bounds. In fact, in less than 2 classes, Kang Xiaoru had already discovered that Ling Yun had mastered more than 80% of high school English. Learning English grammar and sentence patterns requires not only memorization, but also comprehension, but Ling Yun's comprehension is not much worse than his memory. If it was just basic English, Kang Xiaoru really couldn't teach Ling Yun anymore. Next, Ling Yun only needed to memorize the words, memorize the text, and do a few mock exam papers for the college entrance examination, but for some unknown reason, Kang Xiaoru wanted Ling Yun to come to her house to make up the lessons. Therefore, she temporarily changed her tune, changed Ling Yun's complete mastery to almost mastered, and said to let him come to tutor a few more times. Ling Yun was quiet and indifferent. He was very focused and conscientious in his studies. He exuded a very fresh aura. Kang Xiaoru somewhat liked the feeling of being with this talented student. Ling Yun got up, thank you teacher, I will try my best. Then, I will go back to the classroom first, goodbye teacher. Kang Xiaoru smiled slightly and said, goodbye? The teacher has to go back to the classroom to collect the test papers. Let's go together. Oh. Ling Yan was speechless. What he thought in his heart was that he left Kang Xiaoru's house and smeared oil on the soles of his feet and slipped away. He never thought that Kang Xiaoru would go to the classroom. It is very likely that Ling Yun will cross the barrier of the 4th floor of body training tonight, so he can't wait to go to the river. Kang Xiaoru closed the door and entered the elevator together with Ling Yun. The two walked out of the staff dormitory and walked side by side to class 3 and 6 of senior high school. Ling Yun, I heard Chao Shanshan say, your math is catching up now? Kong Shouru asked while walking. Ling Yun replied casually, it's okay. In the future, try to take less leave and learn more. The teacher has high expectations for you now. Maybe you will be admitted to Yanqing University, which is the best university in China. Ling Yun said in his heart that he had already promised Ning Lingyu to go to Yanqing University, but he still smiled lightly, I will try. Well, it's good to be confident, the get out of class is about to end, let's go to the classroom quickly. Kong Shouru couldn't help but patted Ling Yun's shoulder lightly. The two returned to the classroom. Ling Yun had just sat down in his seat when the bell rang for the fourth session of evening self-study. Ling Yun immediately stood up as if his butt was on fire. He threw the textbook on the table and was about to leave the classroom. Chao Shanshan suddenly looked at Ling Yun with a blushing face and said, Ling Yun, can you send me? Ling Yun glanced at Chao Shanshan in surprise, thinking, why did you let me send you off at this time? However, after the two became the same table, Chao Shanshan helped Ling Yun a lot, and Ling Yun really couldn't refuse at once. He could only sit back in his seat again, looked at Chao Shanshan thoughtfully, and said, I really have something important to do tonight, can I change another day? Chao Shanshan took the initiative to ask Ling Yun to send her off, and she has gathered up a lot of courage. Although Ling Yun has refused, but seeing Ling Yun willing to sit down for her again, in a negotiating tone, she is still sweet in her heart. Well, since you have something important to do, let's go another day, I'll wait for you. Chao Shanshan fiddled with her pen in her hand, and said squirmily. Okay, then I'll go first. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he gave Chao Shanshan a bright smile, stood up and motioned for Chao Shanshan to give way. Chao Shanshan's heart was sweet, she laughed, stood up shyly and timidly, left the seat, and let Ling Yun go out. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun's leaving back, and muttered to herself, it's really hard to get back what I lost. After Ling Yun left the classroom, he went straight to the school's playground. He pretended to run for half a lap, and when he reached the black light and blinded the fire, he jumped over the school fence, and then performed thousands of miles in the dim light, go straight to the river. My darling Qianko, brother wants to kill you. Ling Yun had not used Qianko to practice for 2 nights, and was naturally anxious. It was useless for even 2 minutes. Ling Yun came to the other side of the 7 Lights grass, and then he saw a snow-white white fox sitting next to the 7 Lights grass. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun suddenly stood still, his eyes were like electricity, and he looked at the snow-white white fox on the other side of the river, next to the 7 Lights grass. Copy address access. This petite and exquisite white fox has a snow-white body, and there is not a single miscellaneous hair on the whole body. The ears are pointed, from the ears to the nose, the whole fox face is completely a gorgeous all, with smooth and soft lines, naturally seductive. To say that it is petite and exquisite is relative to the body of a human. If compared with an ordinary fox, the body of this white fox is too large. It squatted there and was nearly 1 meter high. The white fox's 2 front legs are straight and slender, and it looks very beautiful. A thick and long snow-white tail exceeds the length of its body. I don't know if it was intentional or not. For most of the circle, it was as if an arc-shaped snow wall had been built for the 7 luminaries' grass. Different from ordinary white foxes, this white fox has a narrow and long fox face at the front, and its nose is not black, but a touch of pink, as if a red strawberry is embedded on top of the fluffy snow white, which is delicate and charming. What attracted Ling Yun's attention the most was the 2 big black pearl-like eyes on the charming white fox's face. The 2 fox eyes were round, and the tail of the fox's eyes was slightly longer and narrower, making this white fox look like a white fox. Fascinating doubled. Ling Yun couldn't help secretly stunned when he saw it, thinking that if this white fox was transformed into a human form, it would definitely charm all beings, no less than the Su Daji who charmed King Zhou of Shang and collapsed the Shang dynasty. Lingji really opened, and it was actually breathing the aura released by the 7 luminaries' grass. Ling Yun was staring at the white fox, and the white fox was also staring at Ling Yun. The pair of big black pearl-like eyes had the meaning of grief and begging, so pitiful. This white fox didn't run away this time, because it was at a critical juncture right now, and it couldn't even move its body, let alone run away. There was a knowing smile on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. He glanced left and right, and found that the surrounding night was dark, let alone pedestrians. Even the passing vehicles were not seen, so he nodded slightly, performed phantom fish and dragon steps, and crossed the river in an instant, and came to the side of the white fox. There is actually an internal injury? Ling Yun looked down at the white fox, who was doing his work, frowned slightly, and then sat down with his knees crossed, not far from it. He has no ill will towards this white fox. What is not my race, its heart must be different. It doesn't work here at Ling Yun, it's more bullshit than bullshit. After Ling Yun sat down with his knees crossed, he said lightly, "You can cultivate as you wish. I will protect you." When the white fox saw Ling Yun's figure, he came to him with a flicker. He thought that he would be doomed, but his 2 big black pearl-like eyes were terrified, and the look of pity multiplied, and he was about to give up. But after it heard Ling Yun's words, the frightened look in those big, charming eyes slowly faded away. It turned into a sincere expression of gratitude, and it began to concentrate on breathing. Ling Yun's body is now full of spiritual energy. If he doesn't hit the 4th level of training, he doesn't need to absorb the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries' grass. Now this white fox has reached a critical juncture in his practice. He did not compete with it for spiritual energy, but silently watched the white fox breathe. Wholeheartedly protect the law. I can already understand people's words. It seems that I have opened my mind, and I will be able to transform into a human form soon. He quickly saw a trace of the doorway, and couldn't help but secretly surprised. This white fox is not cultivating a demon cultivation method, but a human cultivation method, and it is still very powerful. Where did this white fox get such a practice? Not only does this white fox have no body odor. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the whole body is overflowing, and he has the cultivation method of human beings, so Ling Yun can't help but become more interested. You must count how many tails it has in a while. If it has less than 3 tails, it will not be a big climate due to the limitation of talent. In other words, if Ling Yun can say such words, the 3-tailed fox is hard to find even in the world of cultivation, let alone on Earth. However, Ling Yun was in the world of comprehension. He had seen too many magical beasts in the world. He really didn't like foxes with less than 3 tails. Ling Yun watched the white fox's breath for a while, then stopped paying attention to it, but sat cross-legged in the grass, practicing his own yin and yang art. From the 4th level to the 6th level of body training, in the middle stage of body training, the major is Dantian. Ling Yun is now the pinnacle of the 3rd level of body training, and the distance from the 4th level of body training is to lift his feet, so he is not in a hurry, but chooses stability. The cultivation of one's own realm lays a solid foundation for the cultivation in the middle stage of body training. He can now more easily mobilize the spiritual energy absorbed in the body, and when the exercises are run a little, the spiritual energy hidden in the body will flow out one after another, and keep gathering towards the Dantian. The density is also getting bigger and bigger, and it is gradually thick enough to show signs of atomization. By the end, Ling Yun's Dantian was already filled with dense spiritual energy, and the entire Dantian seemed to be a milky white chaos. Even with divine sense it was not easy to see through. However, towards the end, it became more and more difficult for Ling Yun to mobilize his spiritual energy. It was not as easy and casual as it was at the beginning. It was like you pumping air into a car tire with a gas tube. Fortunately, what Ling Yun lacked the most was patience. He was not in a hurry. He continued to mobilize the spiritual energy hidden in all parts of his body like squeezing toothpaste, and slowly transported it into his dantian. At the same time, he also tried his best to run the first layer of the yin-yang art of Wen Qi, so that the spiritual energy that finally entered the dantian was stabilized, and no longer overflowed from the dantian, and only waited for the spiritual energy to completely fill the dantian. Good time. Just after midnight, Ling Yun stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes, only to see that the white fox had already stopped breathing and came to Ling Yun's side, with a pair of big black pearl-like eyes flashing in his eyes. Grateful and surprised. It saw Ling Yun suddenly open his eyes, and he was so frightened that he swiped, turned his head and sped out a few meters away, looking like a white lightning bolt. Ling Yun didn't get up either. He stared at the white fox for a long time, and then smiled slightly. Since the practice is over, why don't you leave? The white fox's two big black eyes turned, and his hind legs landed on the ground. Then he hugged his two front legs and bowed to Ling Yun, with a big fluffy tail swaying behind him. Is cute. Ling Yun knew that the white fox was thanking him for not killing him and protecting the Dharma. He waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile, "You have already opened up your intelligence. You can be considered successful in cultivating demons. If you can transform into a human form in the future, remember not to harm the world, go ahead." The white fox looked at Ling Yun suspiciously, tilted its head as if thinking about something, then walked carefully to Ling Yun's body, raised its head and stared at Ling Yun with a pair of seductive fox eyes. His eyes were full of begging. The fox is suspicious. This white fox has been in such a short period of time. It was not easy to dare to walk in front of Ling Yun. When Ling Yun saw it approaching, he suddenly smiled narrowly, his right hand stretched out like lightning, grabbed the white fox's tail, and then suddenly hugged the white fox into his arms. It's quite heavy. The white fox's fur was thick, flexible, smooth, and unusually smooth. Ling Yun's palm touched it. It's like sliding over silk satin. The white fox was suddenly hugged by Ling Yun, and instinctively wanted to hide, but its speed was not as fast as Ling Yun's hand, and it was still hugged by Ling Yun. Under the panic, the white fox struggled hard, and there was a faint shyness on the charming white fox face. The big tail of the white fox swayed and swept in the night sky. From a distance, it looked like someone was dancing with a 1-meter-long white silk. Don't move. You have an internal injury, I'll see if I can heal you. Ling Yun said so, but his right hand grabbing the white fox's tail suddenly lifted up, and then slid towards the base of the white fox's tail. Then Ling Yun was stunned. Nine-tailed fox? Ling Yun couldn't help but be stunned. The nine-tailed celestial fox was in the world of self-cultivation. They are all top-level spirit beasts, and it would be even more difficult for countless cultivators to see one, let alone catch one. In fact, Ling Yun didn't find the other 8 tails of the white fox. He only found one tail that had just emerged. Around the thickest tail, except for the second small tail that had just grown white fur. The other 7 places are just 7 small protrusions, evenly distributed on the base of the white fox's tail. Although Ling Yun can only see the white fox's tails, one big and one small, there is no doubt that Ling Yun is 100% sure that this is the nine-tailed celestial fox. Nine-tailed celestial fox, once all 9 tails are fully grown, it will be comparable to the existence of Qinglong, white tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanhuan. If Ling Yun wasn't surprised, he would be surprised. He discovered that there are dragons in this world on the tiger crest of Longpan Mountain. He has never been so shocked. Dragons are easy to find, but nine-tailed foxes are hard to find. This white fox can't speak because it can't transform into a human form yet, but it is obvious that it already has a mental intelligence similar to that of an adult. Feeling that Ling Yun was stroking the base of its tail without any scruples, the white fox's fox face became a little unnatural, and a seductive shyness appeared faintly in the pair of black pearl-like eyes. No wonder you couldn't move at all. It turned out to be the critical moment when the second tail was just formed. Ling Yun couldn't help being funny and angry. He asked lightly, "Your internal injury is very serious. Why are you so anxious to give birth to a second tail?" The white fox stared at Ling Yun with its fox face raised, curled up in Ling Yun's arms like a wounded cat. The big tail no longer swayed at this time, but rested on his snow-white body, with endless sorrow in his eyes. What kind of character Ling Yun is, needless to say, this white fox must have been bullied. He wants to cultivate as soon as possible to improve his cultivation, and then avenge himself. "What did you mean just now? Did you want me to heal you?" Ling Yun asked lightly. The white fox nodded gratefully. Ling Yun slowly shook his head and said, "Not now. I have also reached a critical moment in my practice, and the spiritual energy in my body is not enough. If I treat you now, it will not only harm you, but also me." Although Ling Yun's 9 needles of the spirit pivot can heal a white fox's injuries, this white fox is a 9-tailed celestial fox. It is by no means comparable to ordinary spirit beasts, and it is not comparable to ordinary human beings. Treating a white fox's injuries is not something that can be done in a day. Work, so he can only refuse first. If it wasn't for the 9-tailed celestial fox, Ling Yun would have given it a needle long ago. As soon as the white fox heard it, the expected light in the fox's eyes suddenly dimmed and lost, and with the white fox face, people couldn't help but feel pity. Ling Yun looked at him and said that he really deserved to be a vixen. He laughed and said, "You don't need to do this for me. I can only stop your injury first. After 2 days, I will break through, and then I will treat you with all my heart." After speaking, Ling Yun put the 9-tailed celestial fox, curled into a ball in his arms, to the ground, and began to concentrate on absorbing the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass. He didn't lie to this white fox. For more than an hour just now, Ling Yun has been practicing the yin-yang art of Wen Qi, and the spiritual energy in his body has basically gathered in his dantian. Now he is just like running against the current in the river, to consume the spiritual energy. Except for his dantian, the rest of his body is empty. A touch of spirit. This is the benefit of being able to practice meditation, and it is also the benefit of reaching the 4th level of body training. In the future, he can finally not have to consume all the spiritual energy that he has absorbed so hard to use in a way that is almost self-abuse. To start absorbing again. The white fox heard that Ling Yun could temporarily stop its injuries, but didn't leave, and began to squat beside Ling Yun, waiting for Ling Yun to heal it. It took another full 2 hours before Ling Yun completely filled himself with spiritual energy. He opened his eyes again, lowered his head and smiled slightly at the white fox, who was looking at him. "Lie down by yourself, I will heal you now." When Baihu heard Ling Yun let him lie down, a girlish shyness flashed in his eyes. The flirtatious state appears naturally. It quickly fell on the ground obediently, then turned over, and even closed a pair of fox eyes shyly. Ling Yun knew that as long as this white fox grew a 3rd tail, it could transform into a human form, so he was not surprised at all about these feelings of people now. He raised his hand and took out the leather needle bag, showing it in the air, and quickly pinched out 9 gold needles. Then Ling Yun held his breath and concentrated. Start to cast 9 needles of the spirit pivot on the white fox. The internal injury of the white fox is more serious than expected. This time Ling Yun really used his housekeeping skills. He forgot how many times he used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot in a row. The aura of the grass, while using the aura to heal the wounds of the 9-tailed celestial fox. For over an hour. Ling Yun was so tired and sweating profusely that he finally stopped. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then frowned and said, "It's such a powerful technique to injure your monsters. If you can escape your life, you will be considered lucky." but fortunately, your injury has been stopped by me and will not worsen for the time being. The white fox had a gold needle stuck in his body, and his body could not move for a while. It could only nod to Ling Yun gratefully. Ling Yun absorbed the aura of the 7 luminaries' grass for more than half an hour, and then gradually recovered. He raised his hand and pulled out the 9 golden needles on the white fox, and said, "Okay, you can leave on your own, wait for me in a few days. Break through the realm, and then heal you." After speaking, Ling Yun put away the golden needle, put the needle bag carefully, and then absorbed the spiritual energy in his body to a full state again, and then got up and stood up. After several tossing, it was already around 5 in the morning, and now, it was the darkest time before dawn. Ling Yun turned his head and saw that the white fox hadn't left, and was still standing beside him quietly, with its big snow-white tail swaying and dancing in the air. Ling Yun smiled lightly. "I'm leaving, you go back. I can't use the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries' grass alone. If you cultivate, you can come over at any time." Not only did the 9-tailed celestial fox keep shaking his head. Ling Yun scratched his head, and then said to the white fox in a negotiating tone, "Otherwise, you can follow me first, and after I have completely healed your injury, let's go to your enemy to avenge." The white fox nodded sharply when he heard it, and let out a pleasant scream. His body flashed, and it circled around Ling Yun like lightning for a dozen times, dragging out white afterimages around Ling Yun. Obviously, it's hilarious. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly, and after the white fox stopped, he smiled lightly. "Since you are following me for a while, I will always have a name for you. Since you are so white, I will call you Xiaobai in the future." Jiawei Tianhu tilted his head to think for a long time, and finally nodded obediently at Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought that going back to his residence now would disturb Zhuang Meifeng's rest. He suddenly said to Xiaobai, "Where do you live?" Xiaobai glanced at Ling Yun vigilantly after hearing this, which made Ling Yun unable to help but secretly slander, "Thinking that I had stopped your injury with such great effort, yet he was still so guarded against me. If I wanted to kill you, when I gave you the needle just now, it was enough to kill you 100 times. However, Xiaobai is a fox, and it is his instinct to be suspicious of a fox, so Ling Yun didn't really blame him." Xiaobai just hesitated for a moment, then rushed to Ling Yun's body, raised his head and bit Ling Yun's sleeve, then brushed it. His figure sprang out like lightning. Ling Yun knew that Xiaobai was going to take him to the place where he lived. Ling Yun's figure showed, and he used his mileage to walk, and galloped away with Xiaobai in a leisurely stroll. Ling Yun and Xiaobai were extremely fast. They quickly left Xiaohe and headed southwest. Could it be near Qingshui Lake? Ling Yun secretly guessed in his heart. Sure enough, it only took 7 or 8 minutes for Xiaobai to bring Ling Yun to the valley between Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng. It is said to be a valley, but the terrain is more than 100 meters higher than Qingshui Lake. It is outside the tourist attractions and inaccessible. After going through 7 turns, there is no way. Xiaobai led Ling Yun into a dense forest, and then stopped in front of an old tree that the two of them could not embrace. After Ling Yun stood still, he walked around the old tree and saw a hole about 30 centimeters in diameter under the old tree. "So you live here?" Ling Yun muttered to himself, then looked thoughtfully at the huge Tianqing 200 meters away. The Tianqing with a radius of more than 300 meters is in the darkness before dawn, like a ferocious monster with a big round mouth, eager to devour the night sky. It's kind of interesting. After seeing the entire terrain of this valley, Ling Yun's eyes were filled with radiance, and the divine light flashed violently. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Who in the world has such a great handwriting, to set up a Yinyang Lock Dragon formation with Qingshui Lake, Nanquifeng and Longpanchen as the eyes? Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly exclaimed in his heart. Ling Yun is not a geographer who finds dragons and acupoints, nor is he a tomb robber who digs graves, but he is an out-and-out formation master. Observing the mountains and rivers, observing the terrain, stabilizing the spiritual meridians, and arranging the formation to break the formation are definitely his strengths. In the great world of cultivation, Ling Yun relies on the formation skills of the sky. It can be said that not only has he found countless spiritual meridian magic weapons, but also saved several times. Take your own life and your friends' lives. If it weren't for this, when Ling Yun was looking at geography, he couldn't have just glanced at the Great Wall from the geography textbook and concluded that it was a huge dragon vein. If Ling Yun's expectations are not bad, the valley between Nanquifeng and Longpan Mountain should be a large tomb that is rare in the world. This kind of terrain embraces the yang and the yin, and guards the yin and the yang. If it has not been artificially transformed, it is already a dragon burial cave. Whose tomb will it be? Ling Yun thought to himself. He immediately wanted to rush to the top of Nanquifeng, and look at it from a different angle. But at this moment, Ling Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. The valley was completely silent, except for the whistling mountain wind, not even the chirping of insects. Xiaobai suddenly heard Ling Yun's cell phone ringing, and was shocked, and he slid into the hole. Ling Yun frowned slightly, thinking that this was when everyone was asleep, who would call at this time. He immediately took out his mobile phone, and instantly understood that Zhuang Meifeng was calling. Zhuang Meifeng's original mobile phone number has long been out of use. This new number was given to her by Tang Meng when she went to the mobile store on the day she went shopping. Ling Yun picked up the phone. What's the matter? I just heard Zhuang Meifeng anxiously say on the other end of the phone, Husband, Xiao Mimi is in so much pain all of a sudden. She told me that the ban you gave her is starting to work. Ling Yun was shocked when he heard this, thinking to himself how he had forgotten about this mess. Count the time, shouldn't it be time to lift the ban on Xiao Mimi? You let her hold on for a while. I'll go back right away. Ling Yun didn't even have time to hang up the phone, and the whole person was ejected. Xiaobai stuck his head out of the cave and saw Ling Yun rushing towards the outside of the valley. His two big black pearl-like eyes wandered around in a circle. He also rushed out of the hole in an instant. His body turned into a white lightning bolt, and quickly caught up with Ling Yun. He walked silently behind him. Ling Yun knew his own methods, and he knew that Xiao Mimi could not endure the pain of the meridians going retrograde. Therefore, while performing the 10,000 miles walk, he also occasionally performed the phantom fish and dragon step, which jumped more than 20 meters away, raising the speed to the limit, and soon left Qingshui Lake and went straight to his residence. Ling Yun was fast, but the speed of the nine-tailed celestial fox Xiaobai was not slow, and he almost followed Ling Yun's figure, never leaving. A few minutes. One person and one fox traveled a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and soon returned to Ling Yun's residence. When he was far away from where he lived, Ling Yun had already heard Xiao Mimi rolling frantically on the bed, screaming loudly, and it sounded even more painful than a woman giving birth to a child. Xiao Mimi was a female killer, and she had naturally undergone cruel training to endure pain. That night, Ling Yun used a three-edged army stab to cut two bloody openings on her chest. She didn't snort in pain, but now she couldn't bear Ling Yun's restraint, which showed how terrifying Ling Yun's methods were. When Ling Yun entered the yard, Xiao Mimi was already sweating profusely in pain. Bean-sized sweat beads kept rolling down from her smooth forehead and beautiful face, and the messy hair on her forehead and ears was wet with sweat. Sticking tightly to her ears and face, the tears from the pain had already wet the sheets. Zhuang Meifeng stood beside Xiao Mimi's bed in a hurry and kept spinning in circles. She was helpless and didn't know what to do. Her beautiful Danfeng eyes were not only full of anxiety and worry, but also a trace of inexplicable fear. Just 7 or 8 minutes of work. Her long fingernails were already on her body, and there were bloodstains on her legs, which looked shocking and scary. What kind of pain must this be, to make Xiao Mimi crazy to the point where she would rather self-mutilate her body? Ling Yun jumped into the courtyard without saying a word, and a phantom rushed to the door of Xiao Mimi's bedroom, then pushed the door directly in. I'm back. The voice was faster than the voice. Ling Yan had already come to Xiao Mimi's bed before the words could finish. His left hand stuck out suddenly. He pressed down on the bed with pain, and Xiao Mimi, who was rolling violently, then swallowed with his right hand. The two middle fingers pointed together like swords, and it was a sharp point at a dozen acupoints on Xiao Mimi's body. The technique was dazzling and extremely fast. The ban was temporarily lifted, and most of the pain on Xiao Mimi's body was instantly eliminated. It had reached a level that she could barely bear, and Xiao Mimi slowly calmed down. It was only at this moment that Ling Yan noticed that Xiao Mimi was completely naked, with no wisps. Her face was pale, and she was dripping with sweat, as if she had just been fished out of the water. She did not lose to Zhuang Meifeng's pair of snow-white towering and violent ups and downs. The graceful and delicate body was as motionless as ooze. Obviously, the painful struggle just now had consumed all her strength. Xiao Mimi was lying flat on the bed with her naked body. She didn't care about the gazes of Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng looking at her. Her eyes were usually filled with infinite charm, shooting murderous gazes at Ling Yan. Frost. If Xiao Mimi knew that Ling Yan gave her this kind of restriction, she would rather stab herself to death with her 2 daggers than endure this kind of pain. Ling Yan, I hate you. After a while, Xiao Mimi's snow-white and graceful body trembled slightly, and she said to Ling Yan without any hesitation. Ling Yan didn't speak. He turned his head to look at Zhuang Meifeng. Go out first, get a basin of warm water, and wipe her body for a while. Zhuang Meifeng looked at Xiao Mimi, who was naked on the bed, and then at Ling Yan, who was calm in her eyes. She had a complicated look, didn't speak, and walked out silently. Ling Yan had already pinched the 9 golden needles in his hand. If Ling Yan's restraint was not lifted before the attack, it would be a trivial matter for Xiao Mimi to endure the pain for a while, and her skill would definitely be greatly reduced. Ling Yan held the 9 golden needles and said apologetically to Xiao Mimi, I'm sorry, I'm back late, I'll treat you now to help you recover your power. As he spoke, he was going to cast 9 needles of the spirit pivot for Xiao Mimi. Xiao Mimi stared at Ling Yan with hateful eyes and said, I'm dying, I don't want to endure this kind of pain a second time, you should just kill me. Ling Yan frowned slightly. He pondered for a while, then shot and stopped Xiao Mimi's acupuncture points, and began to use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot for her. Of course, treating Xiao Mimi was not as troublesome as treating Xiao Bai, and it was done quickly, and then he untied Xiao Mimi's acupuncture points. Ling Yan said to Zhuang Meifeng, who came in with a basin of warm water, you help her wash her body. Then Ling Yan got up and walked towards the door without turning his head. When he reached the door, Ling Yan froze. I have no grievances or enmity with you, but if I can't beat you, I've already become your dead soul by now, and you can carry my head to get money, right? In an hour, you will be back to normal, and then I will lift all restrictions for you. After speaking, Ling Yan swayed and left Xiao Mimi's bedroom. Xiao Mimi was taken aback by Ling Yan's first sentence, Xiao Mimi was delighted by the second sentence, and then she was at a loss for a while. Yes, Ling Yan is right. If he couldn't beat me, he would have already been killed by himself. He would just harvest the straw and take other people's lives. Wouldn't it be okay for others to impose restrictions on him? Is it because he is a murderer and makes a living by killing people? Zhuang Meifeng saw Ling Yan's methods for the first time. In addition to being shocked, she also had many inexplicable and complicated thoughts. In terms of appearance, although she is above Xiao Mimi, in terms of the means of seducing men, Zhuang Meifeng asks herself that she is definitely not Xiao Mimi's opponent. But whether Ling Yan restrained her or rescued her when she faced her naked just now, the clarity and calmness in his eyes moved Zhuang Meifeng very much. Zhuang Meifeng could see it. Ling Yan looked at Xiao Mimi's eyes, and didn't take her as a woman at all. Ling Yan didn't seem to see Xiao Mimi's heart-piercing pain, that sexy and sultry body. Zhuang Meifeng wiped Xiao Mimi's body silently, and couldn't help thinking of the time when Ling Yun healed Lin Menghan of spring poison. This is a stunning beauty that doesn't lose to him. Could it be that Ling Yun can't see it? What is his heart doing? For a time, Zhuang Meifeng's thoughts were surging, her heart was overwhelmed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Ling Yun came to the outside of the courtyard and looked at Xiao Bai, who had been quietly staying in the corner of the courtyard after entering the courtyard, not saying a word for a long time. Of course, Ling Yun could see the change in the expression in Zhuang Meifeng's eyes, but he felt a little annoyed. Ling Yun knew that Xiao Mimi's painful appearance today frightened Zhuang Meifeng. However, Xiao Mimi was a killer, someone who raised her hand to kill her. If she didn't use a restraint on Xiao Mimi, Ling Yun would not be able to protect the people around him. If Ling Yun is kind and soft-hearted, doesn't care about Xiao Mimi, and takes revenge on her mother, sister, or classmate based on what she knows about herself, what will she do? Xiao Bai seemed to see Ling Yun's annoyance. It walked gently in front of Ling Yun, and swept his body lightly with its thick and big white tail. Ling Yun sighed slightly in his heart, and leaned over to look at the nine-tailed celestial fox, with wide intelligence, and said, "Xiao Bai, tell me, am I a good person or a bad person?" Xiao Bai didn't make a statement, just stared at him quietly with a pair of black pearl-like fox eyes. Ling Yun leaned over and touched Xiao Bai's soft white hair, feeling the satin-like smoothness of his body, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, the eastern sky already has a hint of fish, ma white. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun has a special sense of intimacy and recognition for Xiao Bai, the nine-tailed celestial fox, because so far, apart from the missing dragon, the nine-tailed celestial fox is the only cultivator, although it is not a human being, just a spirit fox. As for Miao Xiaomiao, Xian Qi, or the dead Xian Jiu, they were just experts who knew martial arts, not cultivators at all. Just now, Xiao Bai took Ling Yun through the mountains, and let him see the majestic yin and yang lock dragon formation, which made Ling Yun seem to have returned to the world of self-cultivation, and relived the happy days of stepping on the mountains and rivers and watching the vicissitudes of life. Although Ling Yun has tried his best to integrate into the urban life of this world, but seriously, Xiao Bai and Ling Yun truly belong to the same world. He smiled lightly, stood up straight, turned his head to look in the direction of Xiao Mimi's bedroom, then began to gather his mind, and began to run the great essence-gathering star treasures. The Dian Juxing treasure art is a method for transforming one's physique. If you deliberately cultivate it or let it run on its own, the effect and speed of cultivation are naturally vastly different. After Ling Yun washed the tendons and cut the marrow several times, his body had already reached the realm of being invulnerable to cold and heat, and invulnerable to swords and spears. Coupled with the practice of the Dian Juxing Baojue, he was able to catch the three-edged army thorns cut by Xian Jiu with his bare hands. But not cut. The stronger the physique, the more spiritual energy Ling Yun can absorb in the same realm, and the greater the effect on him after he reaches the middle stage of body training, so Ling Yun will not delay his cultivation for a moment. Xiao Mimi's bedroom. Zhuang Meifeng thought about her thoughts silently, and helped Xiao Mimi wipe the sweat and blood stains on her delicate body. Because of her lack of concentration, her hand became slightly stronger, which hurt Xiao Mimi's own wound. Xiao Mimi couldn't help but frown slightly. Frowned. "Ah. I'm sorry." Zhuang Meifeng was shocked, and quickly apologized embarrassedly. Xiao Mimi propped herself on the bed with one hand and sat up all of a sudden. The two snow-white towering masses on her chest followed her movements, a wave of waves rippling. Shaking violently, the two delicate buds trembled and fluttered, making Zhuang Meifeng suddenly shy. "Why do you like to sleep naked?" Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Xiao Mimi and said, "She said the truth." Ling Yun saw the body of a beautiful woman again. Xiao Mimi stretched out her arms, snatched the towel from Zhuang Meifeng's hand, and wiped her proud twin peaks and mysterious private parts for herself. Indifferently said, the killer is usually subject to too many constraints. It's hard to relax and sleep for a while. Why are you still tying up your body? Looking at Xiao Mimi's indifferent expression, Zhuang Meifeng asked with a blushing face, You were seen by Ling Yun just now, why didn't you react at all? Xiao Mimi was silent, and after a while, she said quietly, My body is different from yours, I'm just a murder tool. In Ling Yun's eyes, my body is just a shell, just like a vase and porcelain. And you, in his eyes, are a woman, a complete woman. Xiao Mimi emphasized the phrase a complete woman, which made Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but feel a little warm in her ears. She thought about it and asked Xiao Mimi, Do you really hate him? Xiao Mimi slowly shook her head and said lightly, I don't hate it, because what he did was right. He placed such a ruthless restriction on my body in order to protect his relatives and you. It's me, I may be more ruthless than him. Xiao Mimi thought for a while if she was Ling Yun. After getting the 50 million, he would have killed himself without hesitation. How could he still take it to buy millions of clothes? Then you just said. Zhuang Meifeng widened her beautiful Danfeng eyes in disbelief. Xiao Mimi smiled bitterly, It's just because it's too painful. I didn't expect him to have such a cruel method. Can't I scold him? Zhuang Meifeng said in her heart that if she was subjected to this unbearable torture, she would probably be the same as Xiao Mimi. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Mimi, whose face was gradually returning to rosy, with some pity. Confused, oh. When Ling Yun answered your call, he should have been far away from here. After he received the call, he should have run back at the fastest speed, probably because he was worried that I would not be able to bear it and die. While wiping her body, Xiao Mimi said to herself, In his bones, he is actually a very good person, but he hides it so well that ordinary people can't detect it. After Xiao Mimi wiped her body, she raised her hand and tossed it at will, then threw the warm towel back into the basin on the ground, and then she looked at Zhuang Meifeng thoughtfully and said, Did you scare you just now? Zhuang Meifeng blushed and nodded lightly. Xiao Mimi continued to ask, Are you afraid because of my pain, or because of Ling Yun's cruelty? Zhuang Meifeng was stunned for a moment, a little dumbfounded. Xiao Mimi pouted out the window, and then said lightly, Ling Yun has seen everything you did just now, and it's a big blow to him. Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful face turned pale, and she said in a panic, Then, what should I do? Your reactions are normal, Ling Yun shouldn't take it to heart. Xiao Mimi looked at Zhuang Meifeng, whose face was pale and her beautiful big eyes were full of remorse. She sighed in her heart and comforted her. I'm sorry, I'll go out. Zhuang Meifeng sat there in a daze for a while, then suddenly stood up and rushed out of the bedroom in a panic. Her feet and slippers kicked on the basin, the water splashed all over, but I didn't feel any pain at all. Zhuang Meifeng rushed out of the living room with 3 steps and 2 steps, and the graceful figure came to the yard where the sky was already slightly bright. Husband. Zhuang Meifeng only had Ling Yun in her eyes at this time. She didn't see Xiao Bai beside him at all. She rushed into Ling Yun's arms desperately. Ling Yun suddenly turned around, looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was full of horror, and said, What's wrong? Zhuang Meifeng was about to cry. Ling Yun saw that she was wearing only one pajamas and ran into the yard, afraid that she would catch a cold, so he picked her up and went straight to his bedroom. Xiao Bai looked at these inexplicable 2 people. He tilted his head to think for a long time, and a hint of shame suddenly flashed on the charming white fox face. After entering the bedroom, Ling Yun gently placed Zhuang Meifeng on the bed, then smiled at her, and asked gently, What's the matter? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun with a face full of remorse, bit her lower lip and said, Husband, just now I. Ling Yun instantly understood what was going on. He waved his hand indifferently, Don't think too much, you will experience a lot in the future, just get used to it. However, Ling Yun knew very well in his heart that he and Zhuang Meifeng were people from 2 different worlds. It was just the beginning. When she killed herself in the future, it would be even more difficult for her to accept it. For no other reason, the worldview is different. Ling Yun came from the world of cultivation. He didn't care about the law and order at all. He paid attention to the fact that a big fist was the last word, and he was decisive in killing. But Zhuang Meifeng is the daughter of the city. She can't get around the worldview that society has instilled in her. She thinks that killing people must always go through arrest, trial, and shooting. This is a reasonable and legal procedure. In the future, Ling Yun will save a lot of people and kill a lot of people. Zhuang Meifeng doesn't know. If she knows or sees it, who knows what she will think. But of course Ling Yun wouldn't say these words. He smiled faintly to comfort the terrified Zhuang Meifeng, and then said, "Wake up so early, take a good sleep and go back to sleep, I have to go out to practice." After he finished speaking, he got up and came to the yard again. In the morning light, he continued to practice his great evolution and gathering star treasures. If it was normal, Ling Yun would at least give her a kiss, and at the same time use two big hands to grab the soft and towering softness on her chest, and then go out contentedly, but this time, Ling Yun did not. Zhuang Meifeng stared blankly at the empty bedroom, and suddenly felt that there was an irreparable gap in the seamless and intimate relationship between herself and Ling Yun Tian. Zhuang Meifeng sat on the bed in despair. Her beautiful face was miserable. She seemed to hear the sound of her heart breaking. The feeling between people is the most subtle. Sometimes it only takes a look or an action to communicate with each other, and sometimes, just a look or an action will make a very sweet and harmonious relationship, and it will be impossible. Make up the cracks. An hour later, it was already 6:30. Ling Yun stopped cultivating and came to Xiao Mimi's bedroom with his hands behind his back. Seeing Xiao Mimi reclining on the head of the bed, playing with the ends of her hair on her chest, Ling Yun couldn't help frowning. "Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Xiao Mimi glared at Ling Yun angrily. "You're the only man, you've already seen it all anyway, so what to wear?" "Auntie, I haven't gotten up yet." "Come on." Ling Yun saw that Xiao Mimi was still in the sun. How dare she be so arrogant to herself? He stared at Xiao Mimi's graceful and delicate body, and smiled coldly. "If you dare to talk to me like this, are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Xiao Mimi's delicate and attractive shoulders shrank back, her graceful waist twisted, then she sat up straight, and pushed the two huge and towering Snow Whites with force, and said to Ling Yun with disdain, "Kill it, my aunt has killed 30 people. 9 people, it's already enough. If you kill me, and I frown, I won't be called Xiao Mimi." Ling Yun sweated profusely, thinking that this person is not afraid of death. It is really difficult to deal with. He smiled, walked over and leaned over, grabbed Xiao Mimi's towering, and squeezed hard. "Hey!" Xiao Mimi's mouth let out a soft whisper, and she was about to fall into Ling Yun's arms as her delicate body trembled. At this time, Ling Yun shot like electricity, repeatedly tapping Xiao Mimi's acupuncture points, and lifted all the restrictions for her. "Forget I'm afraid of you, now I have lifted all your restrictions, you can go." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun lifted the restriction for Xiao Mimi, but saw that Xiao Mimi not only didn't leave, but also put her charming and hot body on Ling Yun's body and couldn't get up. "Let's go? You've robbed everyone of their money, and you can't be a killer to make money. If you go out, you will be chased and killed. You have food and shelter here, why should I leave?" Xiao Mimi saw Ling Yun take her hand away from her towering body. Her pink arm was light and comfortable, and when she grabbed it with her slender hand, she held Ling Yun's hand down and put it on her snow-white towering body again. Ling Yun felt Xiao Mimi's bean-sized pink protrusion vibrating very regularly, and rubbed the palm of her hand lightly, knowing that Xiao Mimi had used seduction techniques on her intentionally or not, but this feeling was undoubtedly beautiful. Of course he wouldn't refuse. Ling Yun smiled lightly, really decided not to leave? His mouth was relaxed and leisurely, but his pair of big hands were not honest. This was a bargain that was brought to the door, and it was not taken for granted. Xiao Mimi's snow white and creamy, weak and boneless, her delicate and embossed body twisted like a snake in Ling Yan's arms, the tip of her tongue stretched out 2 fragrant lips and swiped. She looked at Ling Yan with a coquettish look, panting and snorted, "With a man like you here, I can't bear to leave." Ling Yan's eyes were clear, looking directly into Xiao Mimi's eyes. He could see that Xiao Mimi was completely convinced. "Surrender." "Okay. As long as you try your best to protect the people around me, I will protect you." Ling Yan said lightly. The 2 fingers of his right hand reached into Xiao Mimi's lower body, where there was already a vast ocean, extremely wet and warm. Xiao Mimi was attacked suddenly, but instead of dodging, she moved her delicate butt forward slightly, so that Ling Yan's fingers could enter deeper, and the tip of her dexterous pink tongue had already licked towards Ling Yan's neck. In Ling Yan's bedroom, Zhuang Meifeng tightly covered her head, face, and ears with 2 quilts and a pillow, crying silently. In the yard, the charming white fox swayed its thick and long snow-white tail irritably. It kept tossing around in the air, and suddenly made a strange sound like a cat meowing. Then, it flashed and rushed out of the courtyard. After a few vertical jumps, it jumped hundreds of meters, and then squeaked. Climbed to a very dense French plane tree. 20 minutes later, Xiao Mimi pulled her sweet and sexy mouth from Ling Yan's body. The charming and spring face is full of worship and hunger. "You're amazing." Xiao Mimi licked her numb and aching lips with the tip of her pink tongue, and gasped as she frantically kneaded her mass of snow white towering with one hand. Ling Yan was happy. Looking at Xiao Mimi proudly, she smiled and said, "Your seduction skills are not yet at home. When I feel better someday, I will teach you the real sutra of the women, that is the supreme double cultivation method." Done. Ling Yan silently recited a few words of pure heart, and when his body returned to normal, he put on his pants and left Xiao Mimi's bedroom. He first went to the bathroom to take a cold shower, then dried his body, and entered his bedroom floating, putting on his newly bought casual clothes. Ling Yan looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was covering herself with the quilt, and said, "I'll go buy you breakfast." Just listening to the sound of breathing, Ling Yan knew that Zhuang Meifeng was definitely not asleep. Xiao Mimi's voice was so loud. If Zhuang Meifeng couldn't hear it, he would be a ghost. Ling Yan didn't say anything. He dodged out of the bedroom and went to buy breakfast for the 2 of them. After Ling Yan left, Zhuang Meifeng finally stuck her head out of the quilt. Her beautiful Danfeng eyes were already red and swollen. His eyes were sluggish. He sat there in a daze for a long time, suddenly got up and got out of bed, and rushed into Xiao Mimi's bedroom. "You! How can you?" Zhuang Meifeng opened the door of Xiao Mimi's room and pointed at Xiao Mimi, who was lying on the head of the bed with a trembling finger. "Don't blame me. If he doesn't want to, it's useless what I do." Xiao Mimi seemed to have no idea. She looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was trembling with anger, and said with some pity. Xiao Mimi didn't stop. She still said lightly, "If he wants, I have to give it. I think you should understand." Zhuang Meifeng rushed into Xiao Mimi's bedroom at once, raised her hand to lift a thin blanket from her body, and was stunned. On Xiao Mimi's naked body, almost every inch of her skin was covered with blue-purple handprints, especially the 2 towering snow-white clusters on her chest, which seemed to have been deformed. Xiao Mimi let Zhuang Meifeng watch. She smiled indifferently. "You don't need to be jealous," I said, in his eyes. "Our bodies are different." Ling Yan quickly bought it and came back early, then greeted the 2 beauties who didn't come out of the bedroom, and called them out to eat. At some point, Xiaobai had returned from outside and followed Ling Yan into the living room. It was Zhuang Meifeng who walked out of her bedroom first. She suddenly saw a pure white animal in the room, and couldn't help but exclaimed in fright, "Ah!" Xiaobai also jumped at her sudden exclamation, and with a swipe, he got into Ling Yan's arms. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't care less. All of a sudden, she pointed at Xiaobai in Ling Yan's arms, and asked in shock, what is this thing? Where did it come from? Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, don't be afraid, it's just a fox, a white fox. I picked it up from outside last night, and it was because of it that I came back late. At this time, Xiao Mimi also dressed neatly from the room and came to the living room. After she saw Xiao Bai, she just glanced at her in surprise and went to the bathroom to wash up, not even bothering to ask a question. Xiao Mimi is well informed and has killed dozens of people, so naturally she doesn't care about a fox. The atmosphere of the meal this time was really weird. There were 3 people and 1 white fox, and everyone didn't speak. They ate their own food and thought about their own thoughts. After eating, Ling Yun left the 2 stunning and a white fox at home and went straight to school. Xiao Bai's current ability is still higher than Xiao Mimi's, so Ling Yun doesn't have to worry at all. As soon as Ling Yun arrived in the classroom, she saw that Chao Shanshan had come to the classroom early. She was wearing a low-cut floral knee-length dress, which looked charming and fresh, very enchanting. When Chao Shanshan saw that Ling Yun was not late today, her mood suddenly brightened. She got up with a smile and let Ling Yun enter the seat. Hey, how was your tutoring last night? After the 2 sat down, Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun and smiled. Ling Yun smiled and said, thanks to you, it's all right. I'm studying English exclusively today, and I won't learn anything else. Chao Shanshan said in surprise, oh, aren't you the most repulsive of English, why are you so interested in English all of a sudden? Chao Shanshan said in her heart that it seems that the head teacher is still very good. After only 1 night of tutoring for Ling Yun, his interest in English has doubled. Ling Yun laughed and said to Chao Shanshan, lend me all your English textbooks, to use? Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly, took out all the English textbooks from the 1st to the 3rd grade, and put them all in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun found the 2nd volume, and was about to start memorizing words when Chao Shanshan suddenly asked in a low voice, Ling Yun, Zhang Ling suddenly told me last night that Tang Meng posted on the campus that he had made a gamble, betting against you. Can you be admitted to Yenqing University? Are you 2 playing tricks? Besides studying, the first thing Zhang Ling does every day when he goes home is to go to the campus of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School and stroll around in the post bar of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, for nothing else, just to see the latest news of Ling Yun. Ling Yun squinted at Chao Shanshan, what does Zhang Ling want? Ling Yunqin said that Zhang Ling must not cause trouble for me. If she goes crazy and spends 50,000 yuan on a bet that she will be admitted to Yenqing University, then she and Tang Meng will have to lose their pants. In fact, Zhang Ling is not that crazy, she just mentioned that to Chao Shanshan after seeing it. Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly and said, what can she do? She just wants to know if you and Tang Meng are playing tricks. Others don't know the relationship between Ling Yun and Tang Meng. How could Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling not know? Ling Yun smiled and said mysteriously, don't worry about whether it's a joke or not, just listen to what I have to say, you can just wait and watch the fun, don't participate. As soon as Chao Shanshan heard it, she knew that it was indeed these 2 people who were making trouble. She thought that Ling Yun was really necrotic. As far as she knew Ling Yun, it was no longer a problem to get a first-class undergraduate degree. If it were a few more months. Chao Shanshan also lowered her voice, approached Ling Yun and said, you are the hottest person in our school now. The news about Tang Meng came out last week, and various analysis and prediction posts started flying all over the sky. Guess what everyone thinks now? Ling Yun also wanted to know the reactions of all parties. He asked Chao Shanshan curiously, what do they think? Chao Shanshan blushed, gave Ling Yun a charming glance and said, according to Zhang Ling, 60% of the people said that you will definitely be admitted to Yenqing University. Another 25% think that you will definitely be admitted to a first-class university, but it is hard to say whether you can be admitted to Yenqing. Chao Shanshan's wonderful eyes stared at Ling Yun tightly, not hiding the love in her eyes. Ling Yun frowned slightly, raised his hand, and scratched his head. How could this be? Chao Shanshan chuckled. Who made you behave so badly these days? Just talk about you. I haven't seen you for one night. I think you've lost weight again. As Chao Shanshan said that, she raised her slender hand affectionately and took the initiative to touch Ling Yun's long-sleeved t-shirt. Her index finger and thumb inadvertently swept the muscles on Ling Yun's arm, her heart beating wildly. This is obviously going to eat Ling Yun's tofu. Ling Yun didn't have time to pay attention to this. He was thinking in his heart, no wonder Tang Meng dared not open this gamble. It turns out that there are really many people who bet that he can be admitted to Yenqing University. If this does not set the threshold of the amount, then it will really have to be paid to the grandma's house. Looking at Chao Shanshan's shy and timid expression, he suddenly smiled narrowly and said softly to Chao Shanshan, "Hey, if I have nothing special tonight, will I take you home?" When Chao Shanshan heard this, it was as if her heart had been hit by a sledgehammer. Her whole body suddenly froze, and there was an indescribable surprise in her eyes when she looked at Ling Yun. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Really? Chao Shanshan couldn't help but shyly lowered her head and glanced at her long floral dress while she was excited. She secretly regretted that she only cared about dressing up beautifully today, but she didn't seem to be very sexy. Ling Yun saw Chao Shanshan's excited look, he nodded lightly, then turned the English textbook to the end, and began to memorize the words. Chao Shanshan saw that Ling Yun was quickly sinking into the study, but she herself couldn't calm down for a long time. She suddenly bit her lower lip and secretly moved her seat to Ling Yun's side. The second get out of class in the morning had just ended. During the big break, Gu Yuanlong, who had just walked out of the classroom, suddenly returned to the classroom and shouted to Ling Yun, who was still memorizing words, "Brother Ling, Teacher Ma is looking for you." Ling Yun raised his head, thought hard for a long time, and thought, Teacher Ma, which Teacher Ma? A flash of light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered, which Teacher Ma could be. Isn't that the one Ma Tianfeng Ma who had to encourage him to practice sports on the day he was running on the playground? Ling Yun shook his head, thinking in his heart that he didn't expect this Teacher Ma to not give up until now, so he could only stand up and walk out of the classroom. "Hello, Teacher Ma." As soon as Ling Yun walked out of the classroom, he saw Ma Tianfeng standing at the door of the classroom, smiling at him with a smile. When Ma Tianfeng saw Ling Yun come out, he immediately waved his hand and took Ling Yun's shoulder. "Come, let's go to the gym and talk to me." Ling Yunqin said that he didn't have the time to practice any bullshit sports. He forcibly broke free from Ma Tianfeng's arm, and then politely said to Ma Tianfeng, "Mr. Ma, I'm really sorry, I really don't want to practice sports, I don't have the time, I appreciate your kindness." Ling Yun had already shown his abilities several times on the playground, and Ma Tianfeng had naturally heard of them. He came to Ling Yun now, but not for him to practice any sports. Ma Tianfeng was not angry when he saw Ling Yun broke free from himself. He just said with a smile, "Ling Yun, I heard that you played with iron tigers on the playground that day, is it true?" Ling Yun Xian said that if you don't believe me, I can throw you for a run twice, but he laughed and said, "It seems to be the case, what's the matter?" Ma Tianfeng suddenly said mysteriously, "Ling Yun, since you are so powerful now, the teacher wants you to do me a favor, I wonder if you can agree." Ling Yun thought, what can I do for you? However, his impression of Ma Tianfeng has always been good. So he smiled and asked, "Teacher, how can I help you?" Ma Tianfeng smiled and said, our province's annual spring games is about to start, and it will be held at the Qingshui Olympic Sports Center. The teacher wants you to represent our school, as long as you participate in a few sports. Hearing this, Ling Yun shook his head like a rattle. He had no interest in competing with ordinary people. Wouldn't that be bullying? Whether it is power or speed. These ordinary people are 108,000 miles away from him, so comparison is not interesting at all. Ling Yun shook his head and said, "Teacher, I don't think it's good, it doesn't do any good. I don't want to waste my time on these things. I have to work hard to get into college." When Ma Tianfeng saw Ling Yun's refusal, he became anxious at the time, and he dragged Ling Yun to a place with few people. He said to Ling Yun, who said there is no benefit. "If you can win a few gold medals at the provincial sports meeting, the teacher has a way to ask the school to recommend you to Yanqing University. Besides, the city and the school will also send you a message." The bonus. When Ling Yun heard that there was a bonus, he was slightly moved. He smiled and asked, "How much is the bonus?" Ma Tianfeng froze for a while after hearing this, thinking that what he was doing with this stubborn thing, only a bonus of tens of thousands of dollars, the current Ling Yun really does not necessarily take it seriously. With an embarrassed smile, Ma Tianfeng quickly changed the subject and said, "Ling Yun, the amount of the bonus is not important, the important thing is that you win honor for our school. Besides, the school will recommend you to go to Yanqing University." As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he knew that the bonus would not be much. He suddenly became a little disappointed, and said lightly, "Mr. Ma, I'll take a look at this later. I'll go back to study first." After speaking, Ling Yun nodded slightly to the dumbfounded Ma Tianfeng and went back to the classroom. Can Ma Tianfeng not be dumbfounded? There are only a few days left to sign up. He must get Ling Yun's consent, and then report Ling Yun's name, and then he can let Ling Yun participate in the competition. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun didn't care about the honor and the chance to send him to Yanqing University at all, so what could he do? Ma Tianfeng watched Ling Yun enter the classroom. He suddenly felt that it was a bit reckless to come to Ling Yun directly. He thought about it a little, and smiled confidently. After school at noon, Ling Yun had just walked out of the classroom when he received a call from xuanhuan. "Brother Ling Yun, my grandfather has completed your TCM qualification certificate. Now he is with me." "Where are you?" Ling Yun was overjoyed when he heard it, and he said directly, "I'll go downstairs to your teaching room right away. Go down and wait for me." Ling Yunqin said that old man Shua's efficiency was really high, and in just 2 days, he was qualified to practice medicine. He happily went downstairs and went straight to the West Teaching Building, where he saw xuanhuan already standing there waiting for him from a distance. When xuanhuan saw Ling Yun running over, her pretty face was happy at first, and then she said coquettishly, "Brother Ling Yun, is it because you never look for me first if I don't look for you?" Ling Yun sweated profusely. He raised his hand and scratched his head, embarrassedly said, Ninger, you know, I'm not busy studying for the college entrance examination, and I'm also busy opening a clinic. Besides, I'm also afraid of the hole. If God finds you and affects your studies, it will be bad." Ling Yun was in a hurry and found 3 major reasons at once, before he could deal with it. Xuanhuan is now not afraid of the sky and the earth. In the uproar, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Ling Yun lightly, and smiled coquettishly, "You have a good reason." Then xuanhuan took out the Chinese medicine qualification certificate in the bag, but did not give it to Ling Yun directly, but said softly, "Brother Ling Yun, is the rose flower I gave you that night still there?" Ling Yun's heart was broken when he heard it. How could he forget about this shit? That night, after Ling Yun took back the roses that Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan gave him, he found 2 vases and put them in it, but since Xuan Meifeng went, he seemed to have never seen it again. However, his thoughts changed, and he pretended to smile and said, "Of course, it's still there, it's beautiful. Do I dare to throw the flowers that Ninger gave me?" Xuanhuan stared at Ling Yun's eyes for a long time, but didn't notice any difference. Then she smiled coquettishly, "It's almost the same, here it is." After speaking, the little demon girl handed the certificate in her hand to Ling Yun. Ling Yun took it over and glanced at it casually, but he didn't pay much attention to the content of the certificate. Anyway, he wanted to cure the disease and save people, so it was enough to have such a thing. Because Ling Yun was in a hurry to call Tang Meng, he said to xuanhuan, "Ninger, I still have a lot of work to do, so I won't have dinner with you at noon today." When xuanhuan heard this, she pursed her delicate cherry lips, and her two heroic eyebrows frowned slightly. But after thinking about it, she suddenly smiled and said, "That's good, but Brother Lingyun, my grandfather wants you to come to sit at home. When are you free?" Lingyun also wanted to find a time to see how the old man's body was doing. He smiled lightly and said, "After my clinic opens, I will accompany you to visit the old man, okay?" Xuanhuan gave Lingyun a glamorous look, and said coquettishly, "Brother Lingyun, you are stupid. If your clinic opens, my grandfather will definitely be there to cheer for you. What are you doing at home then?" Lingyun didn't understand for a while that his clinic opened, why xuanhuan had to join in, but he smiled and said, "Then I will visit his old man with you before opening, so the head office is okay." After listening to this, xuanhuan finally smiled sweetly. She smiled like a flower, and she said with a smile, "That's right." After Lingyun separated from xuanhuan, he walked directly outside the school, calling Tang Meng while walking and asking Tang Meng to pick him up at the school gate. In fact, if Lingyun went to Tang Meng directly, it would undoubtedly be much faster than Tang Meng driving, but it was broad daylight. Lingyun didn't want people to look at him like a monster. Tang Meng didn't ask Lingyun to wait any longer. He drove a Hummer to the school gate in about 10 minutes. As soon as Tang Meng stopped the Hummer on the side of the road, Lingyun opened the door and got into the back seat of the car. Then Tang Meng stepped on the accelerator immediately and left the gate of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. "So all three of you are here?" As soon as Lingyun got in the car, he saw Yao Rou, who was beautiful and refined, in the back seat of the car. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Yao Rou, the three met early in the morning, and then started walking around the city to find a suitable place for Lingyun's clinic. In the morning, they found a total of 4 more suitable ones. They just waited for Lingyun to decide. Just now, Lingyun asked Tang Meng to come and pick him up. Yao Rou naturally couldn't wait, so the three of them came to pick up Lingyun together. Yao Rou dressed up very smartly today. She put the blue silk on her head into a beautiful bun, and a strand of blue silk with just the right length came down from the forehead, making her pretty face more feminine. The light blue lady's shirt, casual, the lady's slim-fitting trousers are beautiful and capable, not like the hot nurse's uniform that day. Yao Rou saw Lingyun getting into the car, and she didn't care about Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu in front of her. Her fiery body immediately wrapped around Lingyun. Lingyun was very satisfied with Yao Rou's outfit today. He took Yao Rou into his arms rudely, and said lightly, "Did you miss me?" Yao Rou was hugged by Lingyun. She felt Lingyun's big fiery hands. She was intoxicated, her delicate body trembled slightly, and Huang Ying said, "I want to." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu in front of them listened to Lingyun and Yao Rou's hot and bold dialogue. Are the two of them at this point? If Tang Meng knew that Yao Rou had stripped off her clothes one by one in front of Lingyun, and let Lingyun taste it, he didn't know how he would feel. Because it was broad daylight, Lingyun just got close to Yao Rou and put her aside, and didn't mess with Yao Rou's body. He took out the medical qualification certificate and directly handed it to Yao Judao. "How about this certificate?" Yao Rou was stunned when she took a look at it. She trembled with her hands and said, This is a certificate that can be used all over the country. This is great. Where is this done? It can be used all over the country, that is to say, as long as Lingyun holds this certificate, no matter where in the country he goes to open a clinic to practice medicine, it will be unimpeded. xuanhuan is really unambiguous in his work. He just made a phone call and got such an awesome certificate. When Lingyun heard Yao Rou's words, he couldn't help but be deeply grateful to xuanhuan twice in his heart, and said in his heart that it seemed that old man Xue treated him well. He laughed and said, "Of course it was done by someone else. Now that I have the qualifications to practice medicine, what's the next step?" Yao Rou held the medical certificate like a baby, and smiled at Lingyun Yenran. We have been looking for a place this morning, and we are just looking for you to decide. Tang Meng also turned his head and said, Boss, we have found 4 or 5 places in total. Would you like to take you around and take a look? When Ling Yun heard Tang Meng calling him the boss again, he frowned slightly and said, Didn't I tell you, don't call me the boss in the future. This is not an example. Tai Xiaohu couldn't help laughing when he saw Tang Meng touched his nose. Ling Yun coughed lightly and said lightly, I don't have time to accompany you around. First of all, you can tell me a few things about it. I'll listen. Tang Meng briefly explained the general situation of several places to Ling Yun, and Ling Yun pondered after listening. He said to Tang Meng, You said just now that there is a place close to Qingshui City Government and Qingxi Villa No. 1? Go there first. Tang Meng responded and turned right at the intersection ahead. Speed up and drive towards the Qingxi Villa district. 15 minutes later, the Humvee drove to a bustling intersection, and Tang Meng stopped at the northeast corner of the intersection. Boss. This is the shop. Tang Meng pointed to a large store in the corner and said. Ling Yun didn't look at the store, but asked Tang Meng directly, How far is it from Qingshui City Government? Tang Meng said without thinking, about 3 kilometers. How far is the Qingshui Antique Market? Less than 4 kilometers. Ling Yun calculated silently. It was less than 3 kilometers away from the Villa No. 1 he bought in the 4th district of Qingxi Villa district. For him, if he went back to live at night, it would not take even 2 minutes. Ling Yun raised his head and said with a smile, You don't need to look elsewhere, this is the best place. Is this store for takeout or sublease? Tang Meng had already asked, and he hurriedly said, Brother Yun. They are planning to sell it, and they are going to do business in other places. Ling Yun said with a smile, That's right, then we'll buy it, go in and have a look. This store is a clothing store with an area of about 200 square meters. There are 2 floors up and down. The store has been closed for a few days. The store manager and the salesperson have all left, and only the store owner is here waiting for the transfer. The store is now empty, except for a pile of closed boxes in the corner that I haven't had time to get rid of. Ling Yun fell in love with this store as soon as he entered the room, and he winked at Tang Meng. Tang Meng smiled and said to the shop owner who came to greet him, Boss, we are back again. How much is your transfer fee for this shop? The owner of the shop was a northerner. He looked to be in his 40s, he was quite bold and cheerful, but his face was a little sallow and haggard. He saw that Tang Meng and the others had come back again, so he smiled and said, I have a total of 4 people here. 118 square meters, the location of this street-side house can be said to be too good. 1 square 30,000 yuan, I don't think it is too much. Tang Meng knew that the price the boss said was fair, but of course he couldn't just buy it without bargaining. He smiled slightly and said, Boss, I admit that the location and decoration of your house are good, but you are selling it now. If you follow the price you said, I am afraid it will not be so good, right? Asking prices all over the sky and paying back the money on the spot is a matter of course, so the shop owner smiled and said, Little brother, can you tell me a price? Tang Meng pondered for a while and was about to ask for a counteroffer, but Ling Yun, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said to the shop owner, May I ask what your surname is? The shop owner looked at Ling Yun and said to his heart that this young man is really a talent. Ling Yun nodded with a smile. He carefully looked at the owner's face again, and then said to Boss Wang, Boss Wang is in such a good location, with such a big deal, why do you suddenly have to switch stores? Boss Wang's expression darkened, he pondered for a while and then said, it's mainly because I've been out for too long, I want to go back to my hometown. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, Boss Wang, I'm afraid you have something to hide? I see that your face is sallow, your steps are sluggish, your tongue is blue, and your intang is black. I'm afraid you have something. When Ling Yan said this, he deliberately paused and did not continue. When Boss Wang heard this, his face changed greatly, and he quickly said to Ling Yan, "Little brother, how did you see it? You can see a doctor?" Ling Yan smiled lightly, "Don't care how I see it, I can not only see it for you, but also cure your problems." When Boss Wang heard this, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou listened to Ling Yan's words, and they all stared at the shop owner, but they could not only see that Boss Wang's face was a little sallow, the tongue coating was blue, and the seal was black. Cannot tell. After a long while, Boss Wang came back to his senses. He glanced around and said to Ling Yan, "Can you take a step to talk, little brother?" Ling Yan nodded slightly. Boss Wang gave Ling Yan a wink and walked towards the stairs. Ling Yan said to the three behind him, "You guys are waiting for me here." After Boss Wang and Ling Yan came upstairs together, he lowered his voice and whispered to Ling Yan, "Little brother, can you really see what's wrong with me?" Ling Yan laughed, and said leisurely, "Of course, you were tricked by someone, and the other party wanted to kill you." He saw the horrified look of Boss Wang. He continued, "Do you have abdominal pains like cramps every night around midnight? You can't sleep all night because of the pain? Have you vomited up after eating anything recently, and even when you drink water, you have to vomit out your bile and pain?" After listening to Boss Wang, his eyes were full of surprise and joy. He suddenly bowed to Ling Yan, "Please save my life. As long as you are willing to save me, you are my great benefactor of xuanhuan. Don't say this store, as long as I have it. I'll give you what you want." Seeing him kneeling down, Ling Yan dodged and ducked aside, refusing to accept his bow, then raised his hand and pulled him up. "Boss Wang, to tell you the truth, this store is really what I want to buy. I bought it to open a clinic to treat patients and save people. Of course, I can't have your store. I just don't have enough money right now. I would like to ask you to raise your hand and give a little lower the price." Wang Hongyuan was poisoned by a competitor's poison, and he was already heartbroken. He sold the property and went back to his hometown to wait for his death, but now that he heard that he was saved, how could he ask for any money? He said repeatedly, "Little brother, this is really impossible. I know that this life can no longer be saved. If you say that I endong zai zai, how can I dare to accept your money?" Ling Yan couldn't talk to him for a while, and he said lightly, "Tell me what's going on first." Wang Hanyuan hurriedly said, "Little brother, I have been doing clothing business here for 10 years, and I have been doing it smoothly, and the business has become bigger and bigger, but it started last year, opposite me, on the southwest corner of the intersection. A clothing store. I heard that it was opened by Xiangxi people. As the saying goes, peers are enemies, and the two sides began to compete. Little brother, I'm not trying to brag about you, I'm not losing to anyone in business. Their store has been unable to compete with me for half a year. When they were about to close their doors, I suddenly found my body, something went wrong. My symptoms were not obvious at first, but I had a stomachache at night, and sometimes I would vomit after eating, but because I was busy with business, I never cared about it. Just a month ago, my symptoms worsened. Well, it's really just like what you said, the abdominal pain is like a cramp at night, and I vomit whatever I eat, but the strange thing is that people are not thin. I thought I had some incurable disease, so I went to major hospitals to check, but no matter how I checked, I used all kinds of advanced equipment, but the doctor said I was not sick. Later, I went to a Chinese medicine doctor, but I met an old Chinese medicine doctor who told me that I had been killed by someone and that I had been involved in sorcery. People, I can't understand it at all. I know it must be someone from Xiangxi who has poisoned me, because they can't compete with me in business. Let me find those people. Where can I find them? Later, I really couldn't bear the pain, so I took the initiative to go to their store to beg for mercy, but no matter what I said, they just said they didn't know. And in desperation, I can only accept my fate, so this is why I closed the door and closed the business. I am going to transfer the shop, go back to my hometown and wait for my death. so as to protect my wife and children. Ling Yan almost heard it. He walked slowly to the window on the second floor, then pointed at the clothing store at the southwest corner of the intersection with his chin, and said with a faint smile, "Is that the one?" Wang Hongyuan was already frightened. He didn't dare to go to the window, he just nodded in horror. Ling Yan smiled indifferently, glanced at the clothing store opposite, and said to Wang Hongyuan, "Okay, I'll start saving you now." Ah? Wang Hongyuan didn't expect Ling Yan to save him when he said he would save him, so he thought that he didn't prepare something or something? Ling Yan was relaxed, raised his hand and took the leather needle bag in his hand, and pinched out 9 gold needles at once. "Boss Wang, just find a place to sit down." Wang Hongyuan stared at the golden needles of different lengths in Ling Yan's hands, nodded blankly, found a stool and sat down. Ling Yan said to Boss Wang, "Don't be afraid, 10 minutes at most." After he finished speaking, he asked Boss Wang to take off his shirt, and began to perform the 9 acupuncture points on his lower abdomen and the acupuncture points around his stomach each time. After the display was completed, Boss Wang spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood in succession. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning. He saw that there were actually 2 blood-red bugs about 1 centimeter thick in the 2 pools of black blood, squirming in the black blood. "Roll over, it looks disgusting." "Boss Wang, do you see that? These 2 blood-red bugs are making trouble in your body." When Wang Hongyuan saw the 2 squirming and rolling bugs, he turned his head in disgust and began to vomit violently. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and regardless of Boss Wang, he picked up 2 large needles from the leather needle bag, and threw them on the marble floor. Puff! 2 large needles were nailed to the heads of the 2 blood-red goo worms. The entire large needle sank into the marble floor, and even the needle's eye could not be seen. The 2 blood-red goo worms were directly nailed to death by Ling Yan, and they slowly struggled and wriggled on the marble floor for 2 minutes before they didn't move completely and died. At the same time, on the second floor of a clothing store run by a native of Shaanxi, a skinny 60-year-old dry old man, looking eerie, suddenly shook, and spit out blood with a wow. "No, that surnamed Wang actually found a master and broke my goo. He obviously suffered a lot of backlash." Ling Yan put away the leather needle bag, and then smiled coldly, thinking that this goo worm is 108,000 miles away from the goo worm in Divine Dr. Shue's body. When Ling Yan was at the first level of body training, he could already use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to seal the mind-devouring goo that Miao Phoenix planted in the body of Divine Dr. Shue, not to mention his current level of cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level of body training. "How does Boss Wang feel now?" As if Ling Yan had done nothing, he said calmly to Wang Hongyuan, who was still vomiting. There was nothing in Wang Hongyuan's stomach, and he vomited for a long time without spitting out anything, but at this moment, he felt extremely hungry as he had never felt before, and of course he knew that he was healed. Wang Hongyuan didn't even stand on the stool, he just slipped to the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yan. Of course Ling Yan couldn't let him knock down this time. He gently lifted Wang Hongyuan to sit on the stool with one hand. "Boss Wang, it's not over yet, what are you anxious about?" Then Ling Yan shouted to the downstairs, "Tang Meng, rower, come up, Tai Xiaohu is guarding the door, ready to fight." To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Although there was a big crossroads, Ling Yan had already heard the chaotic footsteps. He knew that the Shaanxi people saw that Wang Hongyuan's poison had been cracked and his deeds were revealed. He was going to take revenge. Tang Meng and Yao Rou came upstairs obediently, and Tang Meng immediately asked, "Brother Yun, what's wrong? Why are you still preparing to fight?" Ling Yan smiled and said to Tang Meng, "You take care of Rower and Boss Wang upstairs, I'll go down and play with Tai Xiaohu with them." After speaking, Ling Yan walked around the 2 of them in a flash, and soon came downstairs, and then he saw Tai Xiaohu blocking the door like an iron tower. Damn, there are only 7 or 8 little characters here. Why are you so nervous? Ling Yan sat directly on Wang Hongyuan's chair, and looked at the 7 or 8 people who rushed over with sticks on the opposite side. A spooky old man of about 10 years old. Gu technique? I don't know if Lao Tzu is in the world of comprehension. Does he specialize in breaking sorcery? Ling Yan laughed inwardly. He wasn't afraid that the dry old man would cast a Gu technique on him, but he was afraid that if Tai Xiaohu got hit, it would be troublesome for him to heal. The 7 or 8 people quickly crossed the distance of more than 30 meters and came to the door of Wang Hongyuan's store. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, we're looking for the surnamed Wang, a man with an iron rod in his hand yelled at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu stood at the door like an iron tower. Naturally, he had the aura of being one man, and he laughed coldly and said coldly, "If I let me go, I won't be standing here. It's noon now, and this is a bustling urban area. There are many people coming and going." When they saw that there was going to be a fight, pedestrians stopped to watch. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu would not let the iron stick, he turned his head to the other people beside him and said, "Come on." Tai Xiaohu smiled and waited for the one with the iron stick to rush forward. He met the falling iron rod with one hand, grabbed it, raised his foot like lightning, and with a bang, kicked the man out 3 or 4 meters away. This group of people are all Southerners, and they are thin and small, so naturally they can't pose any threat to Tai Xiaohu. After the man fell to the ground in pain. He couldn't get up again. Others saw that Tai Xiaohu was so domineering. Suddenly they didn't dare to go forward, they turned their heads and looked at the old man who was following. "Young man, I advise you to get out of the way, otherwise, if you are young, there is nothing to do, then your big man will be in vain." Tai Xiaohu remained silent, still standing there, coldly, without taking a step back. Just wait for the old man to shoot at him. When the old man saw that Tai Xiaohu really refused to let go, his gloomy face became even more gloomy. His triangular eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers tucked in his cuffs flicked 3 times in a row. Tai Xiaohu had never seen Gu poison before, so he naturally didn't know that the old man was using the Gu technique on him, so he didn't react for a while. Ling Yan's leather needle bag had already been unfolded and placed on the desk in front of him for some time. He saw the old man without saying a word and cast the Gu technique. Immediately, he smiled disdainfully and raised his hand. Shichichi. The 3 large needles shone with 3 white silver lights in the sun, directly meeting the 3 blood-red worms, pinning them on their heads with great precision, and then pinning them all died under the steps. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the dry old man. Suffered a backlash again. Gu worms are not easy to raise. This old man has no more than 12 blood-red Gu worms in total, and now Ling Yan has nailed 5 to death in the blink of an eye. It's no wonder that the dry old man doesn't feel distressed. It turned out to be you. After the dry old man spat out a mouthful of blood, Ling Yan said calmly while sitting behind the desk with trembling fingers. Ling Yan smiled brightly at the dry old man. "Yes, it's me." "Done." He said to Tai Xiaohu, "Tai Xiaohu, you can't play with him now, come in, I'll play with him." Tai Xiaohu saw the 3 blood-red Gu worms that were nailed to the ground by Ling Yan. His heart was dark, he didn't dare to take big steps, he walked to Ling Yan's side and stood still. "Boy, you are young and your skills are good. Why don't you understand the rules of the rivers and lakes and break my—" Because there were already many people outside, the dry old man certainly couldn't say the words about the intoxication of the tiger. Ling Yan smiled leisurely, "Because you are disrespectful to the old man, business matters must be resolved from the business field, competition can only be negotiated, what kind of skill is it that you kill people? It's fine if I can't see it, since I've seen it, and there's no reason to ignore it." Ling Yan's words were dry and the old man was speechless. His gloomy thin face turned red and white, but he was doing it for his nephew. Now that the 2 sides have reached this stage, they can't compete. The dry old man said coldly, since you dare to intervene, don't blame me for being rude. Before he finished speaking, the dry old man flicked with both hands, and 7 blood-red goo insects flashed 7 strange red lights in the sun, flew towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun was still sitting still, with a slight smile on his handsome face. He threw out 7 big needles, and pinned them at the 7 goo worms. The technique Ling Yun used this time was the same as the technique he used in his mother's civilian clinic last time. It was his original technique of flooding the sky and raining flowers. Right now, what he was flying was just a big needle. If Ling Yun could handle the sword in the future, he could throw it. Only this time, he only pinned 5 of them. It wasn't because he was not accurate enough, but 2 goo worms suddenly changed direction inconceivably when the big needle was about to pin them, and flew towards Ling Yun again. Come. Needle is dead, goo is alive. Under the control of the dry old man, it can naturally turn around. In the blink of an eye, 2 blood-red goo worms had already flown in front of Ling Yun. One only needed to drill into Ling Yun's eyes, the other only needed to drill into Ling Yun's nostrils. Ling Yun said in his heart that it was ruthless. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he slammed the table with his hand. Chi-chi. The 4 large needles miraculously flew upwards at the same time, and at the speed of lightning, they were nailed to the bodies of the 2 goo worms. Dead on the ceiling. Wow, the dry old man was seriously injured this time. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row, and a strange red light flashed on his face. Only then did he stop the injury. In fact, the 2 have not been in contact yet, but only they know that life and death were really hanging in the balance just now. The passers-by didn't see anything at all except for the sound of a large needle being shot into a hard object and a few small blood-red bugs on the ground. Those dead blood-red goo worms immediately turned dark brown when the noon sun shone, and they were not much different from ordinary caterpillars, so passers-by couldn't see the doorway inside. Ling Yun smiled coldly and said, if you have any other tricks, just use them. I'll follow them. When the dry old man saw that all his 12 goo worms had been killed by Ling Yun, he felt a little crazy in distress. In a flash, he rushed to Ling Yun's desk. His hands and 5 fingers were shaped like eagle claws, and he grabbed Ling Yun's shoulder fiercely. When passers-by saw that this dry old man had such a fast speed, they couldn't help but open their mouths and exclaimed. Ling Yun could see clearly. The belly of the fingers of the 10 fingers of the old man's hands were grayish-white, and the nails of the 10 fingers were long and curved, showing a dark brown color. He knew that the old man's hands were extremely poisonous. Ling Yun was not afraid. He did not dodge or dodge. Allowing the old man to grab his shoulder, he raised his foot under the desk and kicked it violently, hitting the old man's dantian lower abdomen. Just as the dry old man grabbed Ling Yun's shoulders, he gave a sinister laugh, and his fingernails pierced into Ling Yun's shoulders. From his point of view, Ling Yun was definitely dead. However, before he finished laughing, that gloomy smile solidified on his face, because he found that his fingernails were like stabbing into steel, and he couldn't penetrate it at all. Just when he was about to retreat, Ling Yun's foot came and kicked him more than 10 meters away, hitting the indoor wall heavily. Then fell down and sat down. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and the old man's face was slumped, knowing that he had lost. It's a pity that I got a new t-shirt today. Ling Yun's face was full of pity. He slowly stood up, and walked towards the dry old man, calmly and leisurely. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Ling Yun looked at the terrified old man, and said lightly, I advise you to go back to where you came from. For business affairs, let them deal with business affairs. How come you haven't been poisoned? The dry old man stared at Ling Yun's shoulder and asked sullenly. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and did not explain, not to mention that the old man's nails couldn't pierce his flesh. Even if they did, he wouldn't be poisoned at all, at least not from this old man's poison. Ling Yun turned his head and said to Tai Xiaohu, let them come in and carry this old man away. let's get down to business. The few people outside the door came in nervously, and carried away the dry old man. Ling Yan's kick just now had already abolished the old man's dantian. At least he should never use his martial arts again. After the Shaanxi people left, Ling Yan returned to the table, put away his leather needle bag, and went back upstairs. Boss Wang, I've already driven those people away for you. In the future, you will do business here, and you don't need to sell this store. Ling Yan smiled brightly at Boss Wang and said leisurely. It was very quiet upstairs. The three people upstairs had been holding their breaths, listening nervously to the battle situation below. Now that Ling Yan came up safe and sound, Yao Rou and Tang Meng's nervous expression suddenly relaxed. Yao Rou plunged her head into Ling Yan's arms, and without being shy, she hugged Ling Yan's waist tightly with both arms and did not let go. Ling Yan felt Yao Rou's heartbeat twice as fast as usual, and said happily, "Why, are you worried about me?" Yao Rou buried her head deeply in Ling Yan's arms, and said softly, "No, it's just. The battle of iron and blood is over, followed by the tenderness of the bones." At this time, Wang Hongyuan didn't know where he had seen a master, so he turned his head and bowed, "Little brother Ling Yun, your great kindness, I, Wang Hongyuan, will not be able to repay you in this life." Ling Yunqin asked why this northern man likes to kowtow so much. He frowned and winked at Tang Meng. Tang Meng quickly pulled Boss Wang up and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, my brother Yun is such a person. Lu Jian is not flat and draws his sword to help. How can Sure En be able to report it? Please stop kneeling. Boss Wang is really hungry right now. He hasn't eaten a normal meal for a long time. Now that all the worms that have plagued him are gone, what he wants most is to eat a big meal. That, little brother Ling Yun, I'm really starving now. Can we go have a meal together? Let's chat while eating?" Ling Yun did not refuse. He was afraid that Wang Hongyuan had not eaten for a long time. Now that he could eat it all at once, it would be troublesome if he continued to eat it, so he nodded, "Okay, then let's eat." So the four of them went downstairs together. Wang Hongyuan couldn't walk because he was hungry, so he had to be supported by Tang Meng. After going downstairs, Wang Hongyuan pointed not far away, his eyes glowed green and said, "There is a big seafood building there. How about we eat seafood in the past?" Wang Hongyuan was born fond of seafood, but now he was hungry and greedy, and he also wanted to spend more money to entertain Ling Yun and the others, so he directly said to eat seafood. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, "Boss Wang, seafood is mostly cold. You must not eat seafood until your body has fully recovered. Let's find a place to drink porridge. Let's have porridge. You can only eat porridge today." Wang Hongyuan saw that Ling Yun was thinking about himself everywhere, and the gratitude and emotion in his heart were really incomparable. The five people left Wang Hongyuan's store, found a Liang's kanji shop, ordered the food and started to eat and drink. The four of Ling Yun only ate a little and it was almost the same. Only Boss Wang drank a large amount of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. He wanted to drink more, but was stopped by Ling Yun. "Boss Wang, in the next 3 days, you need to eat less and more meals. If you eat too much, I'm afraid there will be some root cause of disease, which will be bad for your stomach." Wang Hongyuan now admires Ling Yun's medical skills. Only then did he remember what was going on. Without waiting for the four people to speak, Wang Hongyuan took the initiative to say, "Little brother Ling Yun, you saved my life and drove away the enemy who came to my door. My old king can't report it. If you like the store just now, if you like it. If so, how about I give it to you?" Ling Yun waved his hands again and again, he shook his head and said, "Boss Wang, I saved you mainly because I was angry, but they were too deceiving. This matter is just a small effort, don't take it too seriously." After a pause, he continued, "If Boss Wang doesn't want to continue doing business here, I'll buy this store. Again, you just need to give a lower discount." Tang Meng told Ling Yun that the location of this store is so good, with more than 400 square meters on the upper and lower floors. It is absolutely impossible to get it without 10 million. Ling Yun's plan was to let Wang Hongyuan make a slight concession, so that he wouldn't suffer too much. But Wang Hongyuan became anxious when he heard it. He almost swore at the lantern in a hurry, blushed, and said, "Rough neck, little brother Ling Yun, you don't know. I bought this store 10 years ago. According to the price, even 2 million, was not used up. For me, it is just like picking it up for nothing. You have been so kind to me. If I ask you for money again, I will not be able to do this business in the future. It's gone. Little brother Ling Yun, you see how your brother Wang's life is worth 2 million, right? If you say it's not worth it, you look down on me." What else does Ling Yun have to say? He looked left and right at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, and then said to Wang Hongyuan, "So, what does brother Wang mean? I'll give you this storefront. Not only will I give it to you, but I will also give you a decent decoration according to your requirements. Guarantee your satisfaction." Wang Hongyuan's chest slapped loudly. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun saw that Wang Hongyuan had already said this, so he no longer pushed back, and it would be hypocritical to push back. From the tone of his speech, Ling Yun could tell that Wang Hongyuan was the kind of person who was not bad for money. 18 million people didn't take it seriously at all. What's more, Ling Yun also saved Wang Hongyuan's life. Even if you are rich, but you don't have a life to spend, what's the point? Since Boss Wang is so sincere, should I be ashamed but disrespectful? Ling Yun smiled indifferently. There was no special joy on his face. He accepted Wang Hongyuan's gift calmly. "Little brother Ling Yun, you are my great benefactor. You don't need to say such polite words as you deserve, but are disrespectful. I feel awkward listening to this." When Wang Hongyuan saw that Ling Yun finally accepted it, he was happier than earning tens of millions. Money can be earned at any time, but if his life is gone, don't talk about making money. After Wang Hongyuan confirmed that he had been attacked by the Gu technique, it can be said that he did everything possible to save his life. For this, he even went to the Xiangxi people to compromise and beg for mercy, but after everything failed, he was already heartbroken. "I just want to get rid of the property in Qingshui City before I die, and then take my wife and children back to Qilu's hometown. After they are settled, I think of a way to save my life." He didn't want to die, but he couldn't bear the severe pain for more than half an hour around midnight every day, and the horror of not being able to eat or drink. He is someone who has stepped into the coffin with one foot, and he has already completely turned his attention to the external things like money. Therefore, after Wang Hongyuan was rescued by Ling Yun, who came to Pandian, how could he ask for Ling Yun's money when he was inexplicably grateful for the rest of his life? Besides, an expert like Ling Yun, it is difficult for ordinary people to see one in their entire life, and now Wang Hongyuan has bumped into him. According to his shrewdness, he has already formed the heart of friendship. Not to mention this small shop, even if he asked him to give Ling Yun all the properties of Qingshui City, he would also be happy. After Wang Hongyuan drank a jar of lean meat porridge, he regained a lot of strength and became a little more confident when speaking. He took out a signature pen and 2 contracts from his briefcase. "Little brother Ling Yun. This is the transfer agreement that I asked a lawyer to draw up a few days ago. I have already signed it. You can see if there are no other problems. Sign on these 2 contracts, that store is yours." Ling Yunxin said that Wang Hongyuan was really quick to handle things. After he had settled down, he didn't even need to change the land, he just signed the contract. Such people do business. If they can't do well, they will be evil. Ling Yun brought the pen and the 2 contracts. Without even reading the contents, he directly signed his name. Then he said to Wang Hongyuan, "Boss Wang, then I will thank you. I don't know what you will do next. What are your plans?" Wang Hongyuan sighed slightly. "Little brother, to tell you the truth, after I knew that I was not far from death, I quickly sent my wife and children back to Chilu's hometown, and only after I had dealt with the affairs here, I would return. Say goodbye to them at home, and then find a place to break up. This is the last store I dealt with. I didn't expect you to save me at this time. I have no other idea. After I decorate it for you, I will go back to my hometown and reunite with my wife and children. It's fine. Take a break. Make plans later. Ling Yun and the others could see that Xuanhuan was a little disheartened after suffering this disaster. Ling Yun was amused, nodded, and said, "Boss Wang, the most important thing for you now is to take care of your body and decorate the house. I don't dare to bother you." Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu on the left and right. He continued, "It's enough to have the two of them." After speaking, Ling Yun didn't want to stay any longer. He stood up and said, "Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, you two send Boss Wang back, and Ruer and I will do something." Wang Hongyuan saw that Ling Yun said to leave. He quickly stood up and smiled, "Little brother, I want to ask you for a contact information, look." Ling Yun looked at Wang Hongyuan's cautious look, and couldn't help laughing. "Brother Wang, isn't that just a contact method?" "Tang Meng, tell Brother Wang my mobile number, I'm leaving." Ling Yun finally gave Wang Hongyuan a nod and smiled, hugging Yao Rou's waist and leaving Liang's porridge house. As soon as Ling Yun went out, he took a taxi. After the two got into the car, Ling Yun said to the taxi driver, "Master, go to the 4th district of Qingxi Villa District. It's so close to the 4th district of Qingxi Villa District that you can get there without even a starting price." After the two got out of the car, Yao Rou couldn't help but glanced around, and then said in surprise, "The environment here is so good, what are we doing here?" Ling Yun smiled lightly, "Follow me." After speaking, he embraced Yao Rou's slender waist and walked towards Villa number 1. Ling Yun said as he walked, "The clinic will be handed over to you to design, the first floor will be used as a clinic, and the second floor will be handed over to you to live in. You can decorate it however you want, don't worry about money." Yao Rou was overjoyed when she heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Ling Yun shyly and said, "There are more than 200 square meters, what a waste for me to live alone." The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched into a wicked smile, teasing Yao Judao, "Who told you to live alone? If I get tired one day, I will live there." With a single sentence, Yao Rou's body softened and she almost couldn't stand up. She blushed and bit her charming lower lip, "Whatever you want." The outermost wall of Villa number 1 is not made of bricks, but is surrounded by very beautiful railings. The roses and creepers and other flowers and plants inside and outside the wall are integrated into one, full of the taste of nature. Yao Rou looked at this huge villa, she couldn't help taking a deep breath of fresh air, and sighed, "The place where the rich live is good, this place is so big and so beautiful, it's like living in a park." Ling Yun didn't open the door either. He hugged Yao Rou's delicate body and jumped into the door, but instead of walking down the flat road, he walked along a cobblestone-paved path toward the big villa. Yao Rou saw Ling Yun carrying her over the wall. She was so frightened that she immediately turned pale and said, "Why did you break into someone's house?" Ling Yun laughed happily, "What family? This is the villa I bought, okay?" "Ah?" Yao Rou was stunned for a moment, even forgetting to walk. Did you buy it? Did you really buy it?" Yao Rou murmured, staring blankly at the beautiful villa in front of her. Go in and have a look." Ling Yun nodded, grabbed Yao Rou's waist, and continued to walk forward. Yao Rou was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Then why don't you open the door and come in?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "I'm too lazy to open the door." After speaking, he quickened his pace. The two quickly came to the door of the villa, and after climbing the steps, Ling Yun took out the key to the front door of the villa. "Open the door and go in." The people at the sales office didn't lie, although the huge villa was empty. However, the decoration is magnificent and beautiful, and it is spotlessly clean. Obviously, someone has cleaned it for a while. My God, it's so big. It's just that this living room is bigger than that store. How many rooms are there? As soon as Yao Rou entered the villa, she stepped on the precious and soft Persian carpet. Her head kept turning around, and her beautiful big eyes were simply not enough. In the living room, there is a set of leather sofas, presented by the developer. Ling Yan walked directly over and sat on it, smiling and waving at Yao Rou, who was standing at the door. Yao Rou ran over shyly and timidly. Yanzi threw herself into Ling Yan's arms, and at this moment, she was almost drunk with happiness. Although she knew that she would never have the chance to live here, but Ling Yan was willing to bring her here, she felt extremely happy. Why did you bring me here? Yao Rou fell into Ling Yan's arms as obediently as a cat. Feeling the incomparably fresh breath exuding from his body, he asked in a low voice while raising his beautiful face. Because I'm happy. Ling Yan smiled lightly. Yao Rou didn't speak anymore. She stared at Ling Yan affectionately for a while, and slowly closed her eyes. Ling Yan leaned over, lowered his head, and kissed Yao's soft lips. The villa is quiet. The silence speaks. After a long time, the lips parted. Yao Rou let out a loud snort, gasped violently, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and this kiss. She will never forget it. Ling Yan looked at Yao Rou's blushing pretty face and said, while decorating the store these 2 days, you can help me buy something. Not to mention shopping. Ling Yun is eating Yao Rou now, she will be willing to do so. She blinked a pair of beautiful big eyes and asked, tell me, what to buy? Ling Yan said, casually, wolf scents, cinnabar, yellow paper, some medicinal materials. Well, I have to buy more than a dozen roosters, and 2 black male dogs. When Yao Rou heard Ling Yan's more and more outrageous words, she was suddenly a little puzzled, thinking that these things couldn't be combined, so why would you buy them? However, she was gentle and well-behaved. She knew that Ling Yan had asked her to buy it, so it would definitely be of use to him, so she didn't ask more, but silently memorized it. After confirming that she remembered it, she asked, which herbs are they? Ling Yan liked Yao Rou's cuteness. He said with a smile, there are more than a dozen kinds of herbs, and you can't remember them. I'll edit a text message and send it to your phone. There is no doubt that Ling Yan is preparing to make talismans. He may advance to the 4th level of body training at any time. After Ling Yan reaches the 4th level of body training, he can make some of the simplest talismans. In fact, Ling Yun now has a magic brush, so he doesn't need wolf hair, but Ling Yun wanted to try the talisman drawn with ordinary wolf hair, and the difference between the talisman drawn with magic brush, so Ling Yun asked Yao Rou to buy it together. To make a talisman, you need talisman paper, wolf hair, cinnabar and monster blood. These are all necessary. In fact, Ling Yun now not only lacks wolf hair, but also monster blood, because there is a top-level spirit beast in the world. 9. The Tail Fox. However, what he is making now is the lowest level talisman. If he uses the blood of the 9-tailed celestial fox, it would be overkill. Besides, Ling Yan is not sure whether the fox spirit will obediently bleed for him to use, so Ling Yan still chose to use it first. Use rooster blood and dog blood instead. Dog blood can ward off evil spirits. Although the effect is not as good as monster blood, it can be used to make the lowest level talismans, which is enough. Ling Yan gave Yao Rou the key to the villa, and then said to her, after you buy those things, put them in this villa. As for the roosters, just find a place in the yard to keep them. Ling Yun finally told Yao Judao, as soon as possible. Although Yao Rou didn't know what medicines were sold in Ling Yun's gourd, there were many mysterious places in Ling Yun, so she just nodded obediently, thinking about how to do this well. After Ling Yun explained to Yao Rou the preparation of the materials for making the talisman, he called Tang Meng. He asked Tang Meng to pick up Yao Rou at Villa No. 1, and told him that all matters in the clinic should be arranged by Yao Rou. then hung up the phone. After Ling Yun hung up the phone, he looked at the time on his phone and said to Yao Ro, "Okay, I'll leave everything about the clinic to you. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu are at your disposal these days, you don't have to deal with them." Polite. Class is about to begin. I'll go back to school first. You can take a look around here and wait for Tang Meng to pick you up. After Ling Yun finished speaking, she smiled brightly at Yao Ro, who was reluctant to part with him. She walked out of the villa in a flash, and soon came to the road outside the number 4 villa area. Ling Yun stopped a taxi on the side of the road and went straight to Qingshui number 1 middle school. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun quickly returned to school and started his afternoon study. Everything in Qingshui City seems to be very calm, but under the calm water, there is already a turbulent undercurrent. If you want to ask who is the busiest, the most annoying, the most anxious, and the hardest person in Qingshui City right now, that person is none other than Tang Meng's Lao Tzu, the Deputy Director of Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao. Tang Tianhao is 45 years old this year, with a height of 1.85 meters, a capable short-cut head, a very tough face, a ruddy complexion, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a pair of eyes that are piercing, and when he frowns slightly, his eyes are like eagles in the sky. Sharp. Probably because of his background in the special forces, although Tang Tianhao is over 40 years old, although he is tall and mighty, he is still as strong as a dragon. Standing upright, maintaining a soldier-sitting posture, the whole person looks like a calm, sophisticated, and shrewd image. However, he is not holding any important meeting now. The enlarged meeting of the Municipal Party Committee has been held in the morning. Tang Tianhao is now sitting in the head of Qingshui City. Li Yifeng, Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, is sitting in the spacious and bright office, sitting there without any scruples. A look of sadness. There are only 2 people in the office of the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Apart from Tang Tianhao, the other is of course the well-deserved leader of Qingshui City, the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng is 49 years old this year, and is 1.80 meters tall. His hair is meticulously combed, his face is white with a slight beard, his eyebrows are sharp, his nose is straight and his mouth is square, and he only looks at his face. Handsome man. He was wearing a snow-white shirt, decent cyan trousers with straight trousers. Although his figure was not as strong as Tang Tianhao's, he was still very tall and straight. Although his belly was slightly raised, it was just right. It shows his image as a deputy provincial cadre very well. Li Yifeng's eyes are slightly long and narrow, and he doesn't have to squinting deliberately. Naturally, there is a kind of majesty in a high position. His eyes are calm, and his demeanor is leisurely. Now, Li Yifeng was sitting opposite Tang Tianhao, with his long, calm eyes. Looking at Tang Tianhao there, with a sad face, puffing clouds and mist. This is the 3rd cigarette Tang Tianhao has smoked since he entered Li Yifeng's office. He smokes because he has something to say, but he doesn't know where to start, so he can only smoke a cigarette and organize words silently from his heart. After Tang Tianhao took another puff of cigarettes, he finally couldn't help but say, oldly, "I have no choice, you have many ideas. Give me an idea." The officialdom in Qingshui City is intertwined, with many factions and complexities, but no matter how they are divided, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao belong to the same faction, because they are brothers. One sentence can explain the relationship between the two. Their father, the grandfather of Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng, was a comrade in arms who climbed out of the trenches and blocked guns for each other. Otherwise, how could the relationship between Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng be so good? Therefore, although it was in Li Yifeng's office now, there were only the 2 of them, but Tang Tianhao didn't call him to remember, but instead called Laoli. Since the name is Laoli, then of course it is a private conversation. The official language in the officialdom is nonsense, and it is true friendship if you can speak privately. Li Yifeng smiled lightly. He said softly, "You asked me to give you ideas for so many things? You are the deputy director of our Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. If I don't believe you, there is really nothing you can do." Tang Tianhao looked at Li Yifeng's calm and leisurely appearance. He took another puff of cigarette, and said with a stare, "How? There are many ways, but the problem is that so many things are mixed together. What should I do?" It is estimated that in the entire Qingshui city, Tang Tianhao is the only one who dares to talk to Li Yifeng so staringly, except for his father and wife. Li Yifeng knew Tang Tianhao's temper best. He didn't think he was embarrassed, and said with a faint smile, "Didn't we already talk about it in the morning meeting? The pressure that should be suppressed, the control that should be controlled, and the arrest that should be caught." Tang Tianhao lost his temper by Li Yifeng's words. He snuffed out the cigarette, and then lay back straight, and all of a sudden lay on the comfortable sofa. "Apart from the things you said in the morning, what other things make you embarrassed? Tell me." Of course Li Yifeng knew that Qingshui City was turbulent, so he wanted to hear what Tang Tianhao was thinking. Tang Tianhao stretched out his right hand, shook it at Li Yifeng, and said, "I'll tell you one by one." "This is the point," Li Yifeng smiled and nodded, "Okay." Tang Tianhao snapped his fingers and said, "Let's talk about the inexplicable Tianqing in Longpension, which has now attracted great attention from all walks of life in the country, and many people have come to our city of Qingshui now. As for what humanists were talking about in the morning meeting, geologists who study Tianqing, archaeologists, or some explorers, that's all nonsense. According to the information I got from special channels, not only did a large number of feng shui masters come from all over the country, but there were also many gangs of tomb robbers. Moreover, this incident has alarmed the National Security Department, and they also sent people to come. If nothing else, they have now reached our clear water." Tang Tianhao glanced at Li Yifeng and said in a low voice, "Because after the dragon absorbed the water, our city of Qingshui immediately suffered a heavy rain that has not been seen in a century, and then there was a Tianqing, so now the people of Qingshui city are talking a lot, and all kinds of gossip are flying all over the sky, and some have even linked this to the end of the world, which has just been around for a year. I personally asked a well-known feng shui master in our city yesterday, and he said that from the topography, there is a treasure land of feng shui, and there might be a world-shattering tomb in the pit that day. If that's the case, there will definitely be a big disturbance in our Qingshui city. Do you think I can't be in a hurry?" "This is indeed a big event." Li Yifeng pondered for a while, nodded thoughtfully, and then said, "What else?" Tang Tianhao smiled wryly. "Although the Tianqing incident is big, at least it's not so frowned upon. The thing that bothers me the most is Lin Menghan, the celestial police flower in our Public Security Bureau, who was sent to help investigate the case. Now you know her background. My original plan was that when the superior sent her down, I would treat her like a bodhisattva, and then let her stay for a while, and leave when she was enough, but she insisted on taking the initiative. Pleasing, go and solve the case of Qingyun Film and Television. Now it's done, the case has not been solved halfway yet, and people are almost going to be given to you. Don't you think this is causing trouble for me?" Li Yifeng smiled slightly. "I probably have a clue about her affairs. His father told me on the phone that Lin Menghan is the only descendant of their family. Although the little girl is very good, Lin Menghan's grandfather is the most patriarchal." She sighed and sighed all day that there were no boys in the Lin family, so Lin Menghan had been competing with her grandfather, insisting to prove to her grandfather that what a boy can do, she can also do, so this is not. Although Tang Tianhao probably knew the inside story, after listening to it, he still rubbed his forehead with his hand and said in fear, "It's really thrilling. If something happens to her, I really can't eat and walk around, and I'll be hit by her in one go. Kill it." Li Yifeng laughed, his long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and he rarely ridiculed Tang Tianhao. "I heard that my younger brother and sister have a lot of opinions on you now. you have to pay attention to your style. Tang Tianhao glared at Li Yifeng and said, "Fuck you, am I that kind of person?" Seeing that Tang Tianhao was relieved, Li Yifeng smiled, and then said seriously, "Why didn't you arrange for someone to protect him that night?" Tang Tianhao said angrily, "Don't arrange for someone to protect her? I wish I could protect her 25 hours a day, but she acted without authorization that night." At 10:30 at night, the Public Security Bureau had already left work. Who knew she was there? Under such circumstances, dare to take risks alone? Besides, it was just after the heavy rain that day. Our public security officers in the city were all diverting traffic and carrying out various rescue work. I was busy until 2:30 in the evening, and I forgot about her stubble. Li Yifeng knew Tang Tianhao's difficulties. He nodded and said, "The little girl grew up in the military camp and became a soldier at the age of 16. It is inevitable that she will be impulsive and willful in her work. Fortunately, there is no accident, and the news will pass after a while." Obviously, Lin Minghan's father had a lot of conversations with Li Yifeng on the phone, and Li Yifeng had a clearer understanding of Lin Minghan's affairs. Tang Tianhao frowned and said, "I'm not worried about this. What I'm worried about is that the dozen people were kicked into eunuchs." Lin Minghan said after returning the next morning that the person who saved her was Ling Yun. "A few people have been kicked into cripples. What do you think about this matter? To arrest or not to arrest?" After Tang Tianhao finished speaking, he stared at Li Yifeng with a pair of tiger eyes, waiting for his reaction. Li Yifeng didn't say anything after listening to it. He even took out a Su cigarette from the cigarette case on the coffee table, lit it, and slowly inhaled it. Tang Tianhao went around in such a big circle, talking about it, and finally talking about Ling Yun's head, which was the main reason for his headache. Of course, Li Yifeng now knows that Ling Yun has completely cured his precious son, Li Qingchuan's heart disease. Ling Yun is now the biggest benefactor of their old Li family. Not only did Li Yifeng know about this, Tang Tianhao also knew. Tang Tianhao not only knew this, but also knew that his incompetent son, Tang Meng, had been with Ling Yun all day long. Speaking of Ling Yun, it was a five-body admiration. His kindness made him, his own father, envy and hate him. As the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, he deliberately called out Ling Yun's identity information to read it. Therefore, Tang Tianhao also knew that Ling Yun now not only has the incredible skills that his son said, but also has a very complicated origin. The big family Ling family is related by blood. Since Ling Hao was able to find out Ling Yun's true identity through the public security system of Qingshui City, then as the police chief of Qingshui City, if Tang Tianhao couldn't find out, then he should not be the chief. Li Yifeng's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he asked Tang Tianhao, "If I ask you to arrest me, would you dare arrest me?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Tang Tianhao sat up straight, his eyes were blazing, stared at Li Yifeng's eyes for a while, then took out another cigarette and lit it, turned his head and took a puff of smoke, and then said, "I don't catch, whoever loves catches it. Whoever catches it, I won't catch it anyway, and I won't make this order." The two people in the office, one is Li Yifeng, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and the other is Tang Tianhao, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. One of them is the deputy provincial level, and the other is the deputy department level. Figure. As officials in Huaxia to achieve this level, when faced with some decisions that may affect their future promotion, they consider more thoughtful and profound than ordinary people. Because they are not ordinary people, they have a deeper understanding of the world and a more unique view, and they have sources of information that are difficult for ordinary people to have. Ling Yun's strong rise in Qingshui No. 1 is not just as simple as affecting the entire Qingshui No. 1. Because Ling Yun's rise was so fast, it was unbelievable. He was astonishing and shocking, like a dragon that appeared on Qingshui Lake sucking water. The first time Li Yifeng heard about Ling Yun, he learned it from his son Li Qingchuan. After he knew that Li Qingchuan's heart disease was completely cured, he burst into tears of excitement on the spot. At that time, he hugged his son and patted his shoulder. Looking up to the sky and screaming, he said, "The sky has eyes, and there is no end to the blood of my Li family." Then he asked who cured Li Qingchuan's disease, and immediately thought keenly that Ling Yun could cure the disease that Xueshen couldn't cure. Does that mean that Ling Yun's medical skills are still better than Xueshen? Wouldn't this Ling Yun's future achievements be on top of Xueshen? Dr. Xue was able to save his son's life and let Li Qingchuan live to 50 years old. It has already made Li Yifeng's family grateful and unforgettable. Ling Yun has now completely cured Li Qingchuan. Li Yifeng's gratitude to Ling Yun can be imagined. Li Qingchuan's heart disease was a 10,000 gene boulder that was deeply pressed in Li Yifeng's heart. Now that it has been completely destroyed by Ling Yun, the haze in Li Yifeng's heart has disappeared. Even if he is asked to set up a tablet of longevity for Ling Yun, he is willing to do it. As mentioned earlier, if it wasn't for the turbulent undercurrents in Qingshui City and too many things in the past few days, Li Yifeng was so busy that he couldn't get away. He would have personally gone to pick up Ling Yun at home. Treat Ling Yun well, not only to entertain. Also must pay well. Li Qingchuan is not reckless, let alone blind. Yesterday, Tang Meng asked him for help and said he was buying a villa for Ling Yun. Li Qingchuan was in a good mood, but he still called his father Li Yifeng first. After Li Yifeng agreed, he went to find his aunt. If there is no nod from Li Yifeng, even if Li Qingchuan's aunt is the deputy director of Qingshui City Land and Resources Bureau, even if his aunt loves Li Qingchuan again, it was impossible to get through all the joints at once, and let Ling Yun get two such nice luxury villas at half price. It can be said that the two half-price villas are the first gift that Li Yifeng gave to Ling Yun in order to repay Ling Yun for saving his son's life. Before the people meet, the gift will be delivered first, once Li Yifeng has made a decision. It can be said that it is vigorous and resolute, and the atmosphere is majestic. The two villas worth nearly 90 million yuan saved Ling Yun 43 million in one fell swoop. With this great gift here, when he sees Ling Yun, he will be able to make friends. As for Tang Tianhao, because of the convenience of his position and the introduction of Ling Yun by Lin Menghan and his son, he already had a deep understanding of Ling Yun. Tang Tianhao even saw the video of Ling Yun intercepted by the police. When he saw Ling Yun throwing a living person as big as Tai Xiaohu on the playground to play, he was shocked and said that his son was in the end this time. What character did you date? Are they really those in the legend? Tang Tianhao doesn't look busy, but he treats his son Tang Meng. That's what really cared about. Tang Meng had hardly attended classes these days, and was dispatched by Ling Yun all day long. Tang Tianhao was a little annoyed at first, but after watching Ling Yun's video with his own eyes, the anger in his heart disappeared. For his son Tang Meng, Tang Tianhao knew very well, knowing that his son was not a material for study at all, because Tang Tianhao himself was not a material for study, and he even felt a little pitiful for those children who studied hard just for the university entrance exam. Tang Tianhao knew that Tang Meng was not expected to study, not to be a soldier, or to be an official, but he knew that Tang Meng was definitely a candidate for business. A person like him, seeing his son Tang Meng befriend someone like Ling Yun, can't imagine his son's future? So these few days, he just let Tang Meng's temperament be stubborn, let it go, and pretended that he didn't see anything. Ling Yun saved Lin Menghan, but he also committed a crime without a doubt, and he committed a crime of intentional injury. He kicked more than a dozen people from Qingyun Film and Television into eunuchs, including a real estate tycoon from Qingshui City, the #1 local tyrant, Golian City, and even a humble waiter. Is this not a crime? Although all of these people are suspected of committing crimes or breaking the law, Ling Yun did not pass the law, did not report to the police or sent them to officials, and abolished these people on the spot. It is impossible for the families of these people not to react. This is what Li Yifeng said. The pressure of the pressure, the control of the control, the meaning of these 8 characters. As for arrest, who should be arrested, Tang Tianhao really knew that Ling Yun should be arrested. This is his duty as the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. Tang Tianhao now knew that Ling Yun was the mysterious people in the legend. He also heard from his son that Ling Yun not only saved Li Qingchuan and Lin Menghan, but also saved Dr. Shui. Li Qingchuan was involved in Li Yifeng. Lin Menghan's background was even bigger. As for Dr. Shui, catch Ling Yun? It is better to let Tang Tianhao resign directly and neatly. Seeing what Tang Tianhao said so decisively, and even with a bit of grievances, Li Yifeng smiled lightly. Since you can't catch it, then don't catch it. Do it according to whether you won't catch it, and see other things step by step. Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The thoughts in their hearts were self-evident. However, Tang Tianhao quickly frowned and said, "Old Li, there's more to Ling Yun than that." Li Yifeng gave a surprised "oh," and then asked, "You and I don't have to talk outside covertly and finish it together." Tang Tianhao said directly, "First, Ling Yun crippled our city's big taxpayer and real estate tycoon Golian City. Secondly, last Saturday, Ling Yun kicked the capital's Sun family, that bastard Sun Xing, to be crippled. Half dead, and now Sun Xing's mother, Niao Fenjiao, is asking for someone from the Public Security Bureau." Tang Tianhao thought in his heart that he wanted to call Ling Yun's ancestor, and he said that this is really a living ancestor, and none of the incidents were trivial. Li Yifeng flicked the soot on his hand, and after pondering for a while, he said lightly, "In this incident, although Gulianqing did not commit much crime, after all, he does not know Lin Minghan's true identity, but he has been a little arrogant these years. If you go too far, you know the facts of those cases, and you should be punished." Tang Tianhao nodded slightly. "I know that Gulianqing has several murder cases in his hands, and it is also related to the poison case, but according to his relationship in the province, we can't touch him yet." Li Yifeng smiled indifferently. "Didn't Ling Yun move him? You should take this opportunity to control him first. As long as he dares to use the relationship with the one in the province, we—" Li Yifeng stopped talking. His 2 long and narrow eyes were deep and distant, staring at Tang Tianhao intently. A faint smile evoked at the corner of his mouth. Tang Tianhao was horrified and moved, and he was a little dumbfounded. "Brother Li, you want to take this opportunity to put—" Li Yifeng waved his hand and didn't let Tang Tianhao go on. He smiled slightly and changed the subject. "As for the Sun family in the capital, you can use the tricks to pretend to be deaf and dumb? Is it okay to keep a low profile? There is a saying. It's called Qianlong, who doesn't suppress the ground and the snake, and let her Niao Fenjiao's great ability, on our brother's 3/3 of an acre of land, can still make her turn the sky?" Tang Tianhao knew Li Yifeng's skill and courage. His face was happy, but he turned to worry. But what if she also finds someone from above to press down? Or, if she sees that we don't care about this matter, we arrange it directly. Let someone deal with Ling Yun. Li Yifeng smiled leisurely. "There are people in their grandson family, who said that Ling Yun has no one. Don't forget that Shueshini is still in our Qingshui city. As for arranging someone to deal with Ling Yun, I believe they will start action soon, but I even believe that Ling Yun must have a way to deal with them. As long as we can stand it, let's help Ling Yanding. If we really can't stand it, Shini Shui will naturally stand up for Ling Yun." Tang Tianhao saw that Li Yifeng had made up his mind on everything. He smiled, and said to Li Yifeng as he did 20 years ago, "Brother Li, it's up to you, everything is considered a no-brainer." Li Yifeng even laughed casually. "Don't give me a high hat. In fact, you have an idea in your heart. You have to come to me to ask for the bottom line. Do you think I don't know?" The two smiled knowingly, and Li Yifeng asked Tang Tianhao again, "Is there anything else? If not, go back to your Public Security Bureau. You've been reporting to me for too long." Tang Tianhao scratched his head and said, Qinglong and Qingyun Film and Television are over there. Li Yifeng frowned slightly. Do you want me to teach you this? You arrange for someone to keep an eye on Qinglong. If they dare to make things bigger, they will be arrested. As for Qingyun Film and Television, as long as there are no people from the capital, what do we want to do? Just squeeze it. Tang Tianhao said in his heart that we don't need to pinch it. Yesterday, Lingyun took my son and pinched him to death. He hesitated and said, but, the background of Qingyun Film and Television is not ordinary. Li Yifeng narrowed his long and narrow eyes again, his eyes turned coldly and said, Qingyun Film and Television has all the bad things, pornography, gambling and drugs are all taken up, almost no room is left for me. The people in Beijing really think that I, the city committee secretary, are vegetarians. Is it? After he finished speaking, his expression froze. He had been raised over the years, and the aura of being in a high position suddenly burst out, and he said sternly, since the evidence is conclusive, it should be arrested, and the sentence should be sentenced. This time, let Qingyun Film and Television disappear in Shimizu City. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Why do people in the world, especially Chinese people, like to chase power so much? Because power is indeed a good thing. The things that ordinary people have worked so hard to pursue all their lives are nothing more than a nod or a word to those high-ranking people. A decision in their hearts is enough to change the fate of many people, life and death, all in their hands. This is power. Li Yifeng is just a municipal party secretary, and he can't be called a top official, but he just nodded. Lingyun can save tens of millions. Is Golian City rich? Bullshit, right? Li Yifeng controlled him with a word. Qinglong was arrogant, right? Prestigious, right? Li Yifeng can make them unable to move with one finger. Li Yifeng nodded, and Qingyun Film and Television could disappear. When Tang Tianhao came to Li Yifeng today, he wanted to have a solid foundation. Now Li Yifeng gave him the solid foundation, and he naturally nodded. Before leaving, Tang Tianhao said to Li Yifeng mysteriously, Brother Li, let me tell you, this kid Lingyun is not a mortal person. If I judge correctly, he should belong to those people. Li Yifeng achieved this position because he knew who the people Tang Tianhao was talking about were, and he nodded lightly. Tang Tianhao continued, Before I leave, there are two things I must tell you. Li Yifeng smiled and said, Just say it. Tang Tianhao looked solemn and said solemnly, Brother Li, yesterday afternoon, 2 waves of people came to the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau and wanted to take all Lingyun's identity information with me. Li Yifeng immediately asked, 2 waves of people? Who are they? Tang Tianhao leaned into Li Yifeng's ear, lowered his voice very low, and said, 1 wave is a person who performs secret missions for the country. These people have no names, only code names, but when I was a Special Forces soldier, I once saw this kind of thing. People, so as soon as they showed their credentials. I knew it. Li Yifeng nodded slightly, and then asked, What about the other wave? Tang Tianhao lowered his voice this time, and said carefully, The other wave is from the Huaxia Ability User Organization. They came and didn't say anything, but took all Lingyun's files. Li Yifeng's narrowed eyes flashed a clear look. Then he asked, What about the other thing? Although Tang Tianhao was in Li Yifeng's office, he still looked around carefully. Then he whispered, If my judgment is correct, there may be people from the International Killer Organization who want to kill Lingyun. Li Yifeng frowned slightly. He also lowered his voice and asked Tang Tianhao, How did you know? Tang Tianhao smiled confidently and said, Brother Li, have you forgotten what I do? In the past few days, my people have noticed that a lot of unidentified people suddenly appeared in Qingshui City. Most of them appeared around Lingyun's house. Near Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, even on Monday afternoon, they caused a car accident at the gate of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, trying to drive to kill Lingyun. It was captured by the camera at the intersection. Li Yifeng couldn't help but was slightly shocked when he heard it, so blatant. How did Ling Yun deal with it? Tang Tianhao said with a smile, I saw it in the video. Just when the car was about to hit Ling Yun, he hugged the granddaughter of Shanishua's family and just shook it, then avoided it, and didn't hit him at all. After speaking, Tang Tianhao said with some puzzlement, but since yesterday, those mysterious people seem to have disappeared out of thin air. They can't see it anymore. Li Yifeng nodded and said, it seems that the trouble and shock caused by this Ling Yun is even bigger than what we have seen. Tang Tianhao nodded and said, yes, so I want to ask you, do we want to intervene in this matter? Li Yifeng pondered for a while, then waved his hand and said, fight for officialdom. Fight for power, even if it's money. We will naturally try our best to help Ling Yun, but if it's what you said, even if we want to help, we can't help. I look at those things. Let's turn a blind eye and let Ling Yun handle it himself. I believe he has the ability to solve these things. The country's secret department? Alien organization? International killer group? These people have almost nothing to do with power. For ordinary people, they are all existences that they cannot touch in their entire lives. They are all mysterious. Even if Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao want to intervene, there is nowhere to start. You can't even touch other people's shadows, how can you care? This is basically a game between those people, and it is a place where power cannot reach. In the end, Li Yifeng said to Tang Tianhao, go back and make arrangements, and do what we should do. The rest will depend on how the situation develops. After Tang Tianhao finished reporting the work that should be reported, he laughed happily and said with a smile, then I can leave, my Li Ji? Li Yifeng saw that Tang Tianhao began to play an official tone with him at this time, but he shook his head and smiled helplessly, waved his hand and said, let's go. After Tang Tianhao left, Li Yifeng walked to the window of the office with his hands behind his back, thought for a while, and then said lightly, this Ling Yun is really not easy. At 3:30 in the afternoon, on the shore of Qingshui Lake, Longpanchen tigers perched on the cliff. The prefecture-level killer of the Heavenly Killing Organization, Di Ba, was just like an ordinary tourist, pretending to admire the scenery of the lake and the mountains, and wandering around on the tiger's cliff. However, his introverted eyes kept patrolling the ground, obviously looking for something. As a prefecture-level killer of the Heavenly Slaughter Organization, Di Ba has a small position in the Heavenly Slaughter Organization's Huaxiao branch. Originally, he came to Qingshui City to observe the situation of Xuanqi, Xuanjiao, and others in the execution of their tasks secretly. The sales manager of the salesman came to see the sales situation of his salesman. But he lost the connection between Xianqi and Xianjiao, including Li Jiaofei and the 4 snipers, almost overnight. The special communicators carried by these people were all turned off. Due to the sensitivity of the killer, Di Ba knew without even thinking about it, Xianqi and the others must have failed their mission. After the mission failed, Xianqi and the others had only one fate, either escape or die, and there was no other way to go. As a ground-level master on the 6th floor of the acquired world, Di Ba naturally has his own tracking method, so according to the clues left by Xianqi and the others, he explored all the way to the Longpan Mountain Huzhu Cliff. Soon he saw a few pools of blood on the tiger's cliff. It was left after Xianqi and Xianjiao were injured. There are not many bloodstains. It should not be all dead. It seems that after the mission failed, they all escaped. Di Ba silently analyzed and deduced in his heart. $50 million. Our Heavenly Kill group has lost 8 killers, 2 Xian-level killers and 2 Yellow-level killers, Ling Yun. If I don't kill you, the Heavenly Killing China branch should close. Di Ba didn't care about the whereabouts of Xianqi Xuanjiao and others. The Heavenly Killing Organization has a department dedicated to dealing with killers who fail their missions, so he doesn't need to make a move at all. Is that the rumored Tianqing in Qingshui City? In Di Ba's eyes now, Ling Yun was already a dead person, so Diba did not think about a dead person anymore, but really appreciated the scenery of tigers on the cliff. In the past few days, the number of tourists in Qingshui Lake has been several times higher than in the past. Most of these extra tourists come to see the Tianqing. Whether it is on Longpan Mountain or Nanquifeng, they are densely packed with people. Rubbing shoulders and heels, there is an endless stream. Now, around the huge Tianqing, Qingshui city staff have drawn a cordon around it to prevent tourists from watching the fun from entering. However, despite this, outside the cordon around the sinkhole, it was still full of tourists, who frantically took pictures of the huge sinkhole with their mobile phones or cameras, and the expressions on their faces were either excited or shocked, and so on. In the valley between Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng, outside the Tianqing cordon, there are 3 specially dressed people. It was all seen by Diba. In fact, their dress is not special. The 3 are just a monk, a Taoist priest, and a female Taoist nun who is nearly 50 years old. In Qingshui Lake, which is full of tourists, monks and Taoists are very common, so tourists don't take it seriously at all. Some even avoided them with a wary face, for fear that these people would come up to cheat money. Diba, who has reached the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow, doesn't think so. 3 masters, the realm of cultivation is higher than me. Diba looked at the monk and muttered to himself with horror in his eyes. How could these people appear here? Is this Tianqing really that extraordinary? Diba looked at the 3 masters standing together from a distance, and thought to himself. After taking Ling Yan's life tonight, go down and investigate. Diba made a decision in his heart. At this time, opposite Longpan Mountain, on the top of Nanquifeng, there is also a handsome young man, dressed in a coquettish blue-black robe like an ancient movie, ignoring the various things that people around him throw at him. Surprised, his eyes were like lightning, and he also stared at the huge Tianqing in the valley, as well as the 2 monks outside the Tianqing cordon. He's it, Grandpa said that the Emperor of the Earth has been born, and the Emperor of the Earth will also be born in Qingshui City. Is it true? I can't get the brush of the Emperor of human beings, so the Emperor of the Earth should belong to me, right? Digimo looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, wearing a blue-black robe that was incompatible with modern society. Well, in fact, that robe was moon-white, but because he didn't wash it all the year round, he wore it into blue-black. This young man's eyebrows are like swords, his eyes are like stars, his nose is like a gall, his lips are as sharp as a knife, his lips are red and his teeth are white. He never pulled the bun, and let the mountain wind blow his hair. He was 1.79 meters tall. Although his hands were resting on the protective railings on the top of Nanqui Peak, his body was like an erected javelin. It is a sharp sword unsheathed, and it looks like a sloppy, sharp-edged sword. If it wasn't for the Earth Emperor, it would be fine. If there is an Earth Emperor in this pit, and you guys want to snatch it from me, then just wait to die. Digimo stared at the monk and 2 Taoist priests, a man and a woman, with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. Inyang Suolong Great Array? Don't watch it, I will go back to the hotel to watch TV for a while. Digimo, who has been in the Hengduan Mountains since he was a child, secretly escaped from his home after overhearing the secret meeting of the Duga family and came to the bustling city. What attracted him the most was not the beauties of the city, who were flamboyantly dressed, but its TV. Ling Yan had been studying English in the classroom all afternoon. He had already memorized all the English words in high school, and he had even read more than half of the English textbook in high school. If Ling Yan is given a mock test paper for the English college entrance examination with a perfect score of 150, he is completely sure that he will get more than 120 points. After school in the afternoon, Ling Yan got up and left the classroom under the expectant gaze of Chao Shanshan. He found Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining successively, and took them to the 2nd floor of the school cafeteria. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Why are there so few people here to eat today? After Ling Yan brought Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan to the second floor of the school cafeteria, he saw that there were very few students coming to eat on the second floor, so he asked in confusion. Xuanhuan hugged Ling Yan's arm, turned her head and gave him a pure and bright smile, and said coquettishly, "Without high school students, of course there won't be many people." Because the second floor of the restaurant was almost full of vacancies, the three of them randomly found a bright place to sit down. Ling Yan and xuanhuan sat on the side of the dining table, and Ning Lingyu sat opposite Ling Yan as usual. After the waiter came over, Ling Yan asked Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan to order some favorite dishes, and then they started chatting. Ling Yan first asked xuanhuan, "What are the students in the first year of high school doing?" Xuanhuan first gave Ling Yan a coquettish glance, and said, "What else can I do? I'm going home for the holidays. We are going to accompany you for 2 evening self-study sessions in the second year of high school. I really don't know how the school is arranged." Ling Yan scratched his head. "It's a holiday? Isn't it only Thursday? What holiday is there at this time?" This time Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan laughed at the same time, but xuanhuan said, "Brother Ling Yan, I think you are busy with the clinic, right? Today is April 3rd, tomorrow is Tomb Sweeping Day, a national holiday. What kind of vacation did you say?" Ling Yan was overjoyed when he heard this, and he asked Ning Lingyu with inquiring eyes, "Lingyu, is it really a holiday tomorrow? Are we going to let it go in the third year of high school? How many days?" Ling Yan didn't care what Qingming festival was. What he cared about was whether the senior year was on vacation or not, and how many days it could be. Ning Lingyu saw Ling Yan's eager look, a coquettish smile appeared on her beautiful face, she stared at Ling Yan with a pair of dreamy eyes, and said coquettishly, "We also have a holiday for the third year of high school, and it will be 3 days, now you are satisfied. Right?" Ling Yan listened to it for 3 days. Although he was extremely happy, he had a regretful expression on his face. "It's only 3 days? Our school is too stingy. Actually, 3 days." It was already possible for Ling Yan to break through the 4th level of body training without any worries. He made a regretful appearance, but it was just a cheap deal. Ning Lingyu gave Ling Yan a charming look and said, "Brother, we will have the college entrance examination in less than 2 months. It's quite a lot for the school to have 3 days off. We only had 2 days last year." She smiled and continued to explain, "This time we can have 3 days off for the third year of high school. Mainly because the Qingming festival is just in time for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Otherwise, give us a maximum of 2 days this year." Ling Yan was secretly happy. He pretended to be calm and said, "Then we will." Ning Lingyu smiled and said, "We only have 2 evening self-study sessions tonight. After the second evening self-study session, we can be freed." Obviously, after Ning Lingyu returned to her true nature, her pursuit of academic performance was not as strong as in the past, and she no longer had to work hard to take the first place in the whole grade. Therefore, this Qingming festival holiday is a good thing for Ning Lingyu. An easy thing to do. According to Ning Lingyu's academic performance, she has been playing until the college entrance examination from now on. There is absolutely no problem in taking the Yanjing University entrance exam. Ling Yan let out a long "oh," thinking that it was no wonder she had such a big reaction when she said that she would send Chao Shanshan home in the evening during her self-study earlier this morning. Hearing such exciting news suddenly, Ling Yan was overjoyed. He called the waiter over again, ordered 3 or 4 good dishes, and then said to Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan, "Ha! To celebrate the holiday, let's have a good meal." Xuanhuan suddenly asked Ling Yan a little shyly, "Brother Ling Yan, what are you doing during your 3-day vacation?" What Ling Yan is most afraid of now is being entangled by the little demon girl. If xuanhuan is entangled, then nothing can be done in these 3 days. His face was straight. Righteously looked at xuanhuan and said, "Ninger, why do you need to ask such a question? Of course I want to make up for the missed homework during the 3-day vacation. There are less than 2 months before the college entrance examination, and the time will be short. That's too late. Sure enough, when xuanhuan heard this, she pouted her charming and sexy lips with a look of disappointment, but Ling Yun used the college entrance examination sprint as an excuse. But she was powerless to refute, so she could only frown and sigh, muttering, to express her dissatisfaction. She mumbled in a low voice for a long time, then suddenly pouted her lips and said to Ling Yun coquettishly, "Then brother Ling Yun, you are going to take me home tonight." Ling Yun sweated profusely after hearing this, thinking that he was going to send Chao Shanshan tonight, but he turned his head quickly and quickly said to xuanhuan, "Ninger, I have a lot of things to do tonight, I really can't send it. You, otherwise, I will take time to go to your house to play with you during the holidays, okay? Let's take a look at the old man's body by the way." When xuanhuan heard that Ling Yun was willing to take time to play with her, she immediately turned from worry to joy. She stared at Ling Yun with big smart eyes full of expectation and said, "Then you have to keep your word?" Ling Yun laughed, and gently scratched xuanhuan's pretty nose. "When did you see brother Ling Yun talking?" Ning Lingyu looked at Ling Yun's intimacy with xuanhuan. She couldn't help biting her delicate lips with her snow-white teeth, and turned her head to look elsewhere. Xuanhuan smiled shyly. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Then if I'm free these days, I'll go to Aunt Qin's civilian clinic to help." When Ling Yun saw that xuanhuan was still thinking about going to help her mother see a doctor, he laughed and said, "Ninger, my mother no longer has a clinic. If you want to help, you might as well go to my clinic." Xuanhuan widened her terrifyingly big beautiful eyes, and said in surprise, "What? Aunt Qin doesn't open the clinic anymore? Then what is she doing now?" Ling Yun chuckled, "Let my mother be happy, she can do whatever she wants, and she won't do whatever she wants." Then Ling Yun turned to look at Ning Lingyu and said to her, "Sister, you have a few days off, just relax, go shopping with your mother, buy something, don't think about studying all day." For some reason, Ning Lingyu felt a pain in her heart when she heard Ling Yun call her sister now. She prefers Ling Yun to call her Lingyu directly, but she nodded lightly. At this time, the waiter brought the first dish. Ling Yun greeted the two of them unceremoniously and let them eat directly, and took 2 pieces of good meat with chopsticks and put them on the dish in front of Ning Lingyu and xuanhuan. The 3 of them were talking and laughing, and they ate a meal slowly and leisurely for nearly an hour before it was over. The 2 super school beauties didn't eat much. They had long been full, but they were not in a hurry, and accompanied Ling Yun to eat and drink. Xuanhuan was very careful and well-behaved. After she waited for Ling Yun to finish eating, she took out a fragrant handkerchief from her bag, gently wiped his mouth clean, and then held up a water glass for Ling Yun to rinse his mouth, taking care of Ling Yun meticulously. Ning Lingyu looked at it from the opposite side, feeling very uncomfortable. She couldn't show it on her pretty face, she just thought silently in her heart that next time she would have dinner with Ling Yun, she would never let him bring anyone else with him. She had dinner with Ling Yun yesterday, but Chao Shanshan, Zheng Ling, and the others messed up, which completely destroyed her mood of remembering bitter and sweet. Brother has become stronger, but now his female relationship is too good, and girls are chasing him everywhere. While Ning Lingyu was happy that Ling Yun became stronger, there was another complex worry in her heart. Ling Yun happily enjoyed xuanhuan's tenderness, then he looked at Ning Lingyu, then xuanhuan and said, "Are you full? Then let's go." This time it was Ling Yun, of course, to settle the bill. After the bill was settled, the 3 of them came out of the school cafeteria. Because Ling Yun still had something to say to Ning Lingyu alone, he sent xuanhuan back to the classroom first. Seeing xuanhuan reluctantly returning to the classroom, Ling Yun took Ning Lingyu's shoulders and asked, "Lingyu, are you going back to the classroom or the dormitory?" Ning Lingyu was overjoyed when she heard that Ling Yun didn't call her sister this time. She compared the distance from here to the classroom and back to the dormitory, and then said shyly, "It's a holiday tonight, I want to go back." Dorm, pack up. Going back to the dormitory from here is twice as far as going back to the classroom, so that you can spend more time alone with Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu of course chose to go back to the dormitory. Ling Yun naturally didn't think so much. He laughed and said, "Okay, then my brother will take you back to the dormitory." On the way, Ling Yun said to Ning Lingyu as he walked, "Lingyu, I have already thought about it. Tomorrow, we will have a big move and let you and your mother live in the villa in Qingshuiwen." Ning Lingyu nodded lightly and said, "Well, but, don't you need to decorate the newly bought villa?" Ling Yun laughed happily. "Such a big villa has been decorated, and the decoration is very luxurious. Don't worry, as long as you move things in, you can live there." Ning Lingyu hesitated for a moment, and then couldn't help but asked in a low voice, "Brother, the 2 villas should cost a lot of money, right?" Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, "Yeah, it's so expensive. It cost more than 40 million yuan in total, and it was bought at half price." Although Ning Lingyu was mentally prepared, she stopped in surprise. She looked at Ling Yun in a daze and said, "Half the price has cost more than 40 million? My God, brother, where did you come from so much all of a sudden? Money?" Ling Yun continued to hug Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders and walked forward, with a bright smile on the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, "Brother will tell you about these things in the future, now you can just live at ease, don't think too much." The 50 million yuan was corrupted from Xianqi's 7 killers after Ling Yun killed Xianjiu. Of course Ling Yun couldn't tell Ning Lingyu this now, lest she worry. Seeing Ling Yun say this, Ning Lingyu nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. But she smiled mischievously, "Brother, I heard you say that the clinic was open just now. What's the matter? Why didn't you tell me?" Ling Yun also gently swiped Ning Lingyu's beautiful nose, and smiled gently, "It's not that my brother doesn't want to tell you, I'm afraid that you will always take it to heart when you know it, and it will affect your mood." Ning Lingyu gave Ling Yun a charming look, and said in a sullen voice, "No way. If you have anything in the future, be sure to let me know first, okay?" Ling Yun said in his heart that if you knew that I was being hunted by a killer group, wouldn't you have to die in a hurry? But he still nodded and said, "Okay. To be continued." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun kept sending Ning Lingyu to the door of the girls' dormitory, and the two stood still at the same time. Ning Lingyu twisted her graceful body, turned to look at Ling Yun and said, "Brother, you should have a lot of clothes to wash now, right? You will bring them home tomorrow, and I will wash them for you." Ling Yun said that he wanted to wash the clothes. Zhuang Meifeng has washed all the clothes she has changed in the past few days. Where are the dirty clothes? He scratched his head and smiled and said, "Lingyu, there is a washing machine in the place where my brother lives. You don't have to think about such boring things as washing clothes for your brother every day. You have to think more about yourself, you know?" Ning Lingyu frowned at the beautiful Yuanshan eyebrows, and said angrily, "Brother, why is it boring to wash your clothes for you? How can the clothes washed by the washing machine be washed by hand?" For Ning Lingyu, who was eager to make up for her fault, even washing Ling Yun's clothes would make her very happy. Now Ling Yun wouldn't let her do it, of course she didn't want to. Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu's serious look, he smiled helplessly and said, "Brother gets dirty very quickly when you wear clothes, but you wash it so cleanly, but older brother is helpless and can't do anything. Be obedient, you don't need to care about brother's clothes in the future." Now, what Ling Yun said was the truth. He can now meditate and practice the exercises. Every night when he went to practice at the Seven Lights grass, he would sit down on the spot with his knees crossed. Could his clothes get dirty? Ling Yun didn't want to tangle with Ning Lingyu on this issue. He quickly took out the mobile phone number card that Ning Lingyu had returned to him through Tang Meng from his pocket, and said to Ning Lingyu, "Sister, such a good mobile phone number, why don't you use it?" Ning Lingyu was overjoyed when she saw that Ling Yun was putting the phone card she gave him back next to her, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Why not? When Ning Lingyu thought that this mobile phone number card was given to Ling Yun by Xuanhuan, she felt extremely awkward. Would she be happy to use it? These days, the little girl's mind was already chaotic and complicated, not to mention the extremely intelligent Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun saw that Ning Lingyu did not speak for a long time. He asked tentatively, "Do you think this phone number is not good?" Ning Lingyu blushed and whispered, "No, people like the phone number that my brother bought me, I still like to use the current one." Ling Yun said in her heart what kind of thinking his sister was thinking, but she didn't have to use ordinary ones if she put the good ones on them. But he saw that Ning Lingyu didn't mean to take it back. He had to put it away again. He smiled indifferently and said, "That's good. Since you don't need it, I'll sell this mobile phone number to someone else. At least 7 or 80,000 yuan. It was impossible to sell this phone number to Tang Meng, but Ling Yun could make Tang Meng sell it and still make a small fortune. 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, although Ling Yun is no longer in the eye, but no matter how small the mosquito's legs are, it is still meat. As long as it can make money, it must not be lost. There was nothing else to do, Ling Yun said to Ning Lingyu. "Lingyu, mother said that she is going to King Shuiwen Villa today. Don't forget to call her when you go back to the dormitory." "Let's see where mother is." "Tonight. After the second class, I will ask Tang Meng to come and pick you up. You can just wait for his call." Ning Lingyu became anxious when she heard it. She hurriedly said, "Brother, won't you take me home tonight?" Ling Yun said in her heart that if I had known that today was a holiday, I would not have said anything like sending Chao Shanshan home. But since I said it, it would be too much to let Chao Shanshan's pigeons go. Since Chao Shanshan sat with Ling Yun, she has been of great help to Ling Yun in all aspects. Although Ling Yun doesn't talk about it, he is not a hard-hearted person. He saw it all in his eyes and remembered it in his heart. Thinking of Chao Shanshan's inexplicable surprise when she heard that she was going to take her home, Ling Yun couldn't go back on her promise. So Ling Yun could only say to Ning Lingyu, "Brother is really busy tonight. Tomorrow, Tang Meng and I will go home and move. I will have a lot of study questions to ask you. Listen to Ling Yun say so." Ning Lingyu could only nod her head and say, "Okay." The disappointment in her eyes and tone made Ling Yun feel worried for a while. However, Ning Lingyu quickly cleared up her mood. She gave Ling Yun a sweet smile and said softly, "Brother, then I'll go in. I'll call you tomorrow." Ling Yun smiled and nodded, and watched Ning Lingyu walk into the dormitory before turning around and leaving. Ling Yun first took out his phone and called Tang Meng. He told Tang Meng that there were only 2 evening self-study sessions in the school tonight, and asked Tang Meng to come over to pick up Ning Lingyu before the second session ended. After asking about the clinic again, he hung up the phone. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou had been busy all afternoon, and they were having dinner together in a restaurant to discuss the clinic. When they heard Ling Yun asked him to send Ning Lingyu off tonight, they stood up in excitement and hung up. After dropping the phone, he said to the other two, "You guys eat slowly first, I still have something to do. I won't be with you tonight, I'll go first." After speaking, Tang Meng didn't wait for the two to speak, then ran out of the hotel in a hurry, and drove home to get dressed. The 2 evening self-study sessions passed quickly. At 8:30 p.m., the bell for the second evening self-study session rang on time, and cheers erupted from the teaching building of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School and Senior 3. The 3-day holiday of Qingming Festival is coming as promised. When the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, Chao Shanshan's face flushed red. She was a little nervous and a little apprehensive. For a high school girl who is just beginning to fall in love, what is more worth looking forward to than her beloved boy sending her home? Even Chao Shanshan is no exception. When Chao Shanshan was arranging her low-cut floral dress nervously and apprehensively, Ling Yun's voice rang softly in her ear. "Beauty, shall I take you home?" At this moment, Chao Shanshan only felt that the happiness was about to float up, her face was blushing, the roundness on her chest rose and fell violently, she felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat, but she was nodding desperately. Then I'll go out first, and I'll wait for you at the door of the classroom. Ling Yan stood up as she spoke, still pressed against Chao Shanshan's back without any hesitation. When Chao Shanshan felt the bulge between Ling Yan's legs rubbing against her back, she shuddered like an electric shock. For a moment, I almost fainted. After Ling Yan went out, Chao Shanshan randomly packed a few books and wanted to pack them up, but after a little thought, she put them back into the pile. Such a romantic night, with so much, how unpleasant it is. Chao Shanshan thought of this, she simply took her handbag, then stood up, and left the seat to go out. Shanshan, have you packed your things? Shall we go together? Zhang Ling didn't know when she came over, she said to Chao Shanshan as usual. When Chao Shanshan saw that it was Zhang Ling, she was stunned. If there is a super big light bulb like Zhang Ling tonight, then don't even think about saying anything to Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan gritted her teeth, blushed and shook her head gently. Zhang Ling, tonight, let's not be together tonight, Zhang Ling didn't know that Ling Yun was going to take Chao Shanshan home tonight. She saw Chao Shanshan's abnormal appearance and asked, "What's the matter, Shanshan? Why are you so red? Have a fever?" Chao Shanshan was afraid that Ling Yun would be waiting at the door, so she shook her head and said directly to Zhang Ling, "Zhang Ling, tonight, Ling Yun is going to take me home." Ah? Zhang Ling was stunned when he heard it, thinking that the two of them are progressing too fast, right? Zhang Ling's heart was full of tenderness for a while, entangled and inexplicable, and he didn't know whether to be happy for Chao Shanshan or sad for himself. But in the end, Zhang Ling tried to keep his face calm, but his eyes were a little unnatural and said to Chao Shanshan, "Congratulations, congratulations, you have started dating so soon? Where are you going to play tonight?" Chao Shanshan is now both shy and happy, and didn't pay attention to the change in Zhang Ling's expression. She said softly, "Where else can I go to play? He just sent me home." Zhang Ling was a little lost, she said sadly, "Well, then you go first, I'll see later." Chao Shanshan was like a pardon, she hurriedly responded and ran out of the classroom in a hurry. Zhang Ling looked at Chao Shanshan's light and cheerful footsteps, her graceful and slender back, her nose suddenly sour, and two crystal tears, the size of beans, fell silently from her face. When Ling Yun saw Chao Shanshan come out, he smiled at Chao Shanshan, who was blushing. "Let's go." My God, what did I see? Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun left together. Wow, aren't they dating? That's too soon, right? Dating is a shit. Chao Shanshan has taken the initiative to move to the same table with Ling Yun, so they still need a date. Obviously they are living a married life. Shoo, keep your voice down, if either Ling Yun or Chao Shanshan hears this, you'll be dead. In the corridor of the classroom, all the classmates who saw Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan go downstairs together were shocked to discuss, and there was no shortage of bold analysis and speculation. After Ling Yun took Chao Shanshan downstairs, he did not walk to the main road of the school, but to the dark playground. "Ling Yun, what are we doing on the playground?" Chao Shanshan is not afraid of the dark, she's just a little puzzled. Ling Yun smiled and frightened Chao Shanshan, "I can't give you away for nothing tonight? Don't forget, I haven't avenged it yet." As soon as Chao Shanshan heard this, she immediately thought of the humiliating scene of giving Ling Yun a flight that morning. At this time, the figures of the two had disappeared into the darkness of the playground. Chao Shanshan didn't want to stand even if she could stand. I don't know if it was intentional or not, the fiery body tilted and fell towards Ling Yun's body. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan took the initiative to give her a hug. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't let her fall to the ground. He let his right arm relax lightly and wrapped Chao Shanshan's soft and slender waist at once, making her stick to his body. Chao Shanshan's low-cut floral dress was made of silk, thin and smooth, and Ling Yun's hand on it was no different from directly stroking the tender meat on Chao Shanshan's slender waist. Tentacles, firm, soft, delicate, and hot. Chao Shanshan's graceful and embossed body is hot, radiating through the thin silk long skirt, with a faint virgin body fragrance, which makes people's hearts shake. Chao Shanshan was gently hugged by Ling Yun. She only felt that her whole body was hit by a powerful electric current. It hit her brain, and her gasping became more urgent. At this moment, neither of them said a word. Chao Shanshan naturally rested her head on Ling Yun's broad and thick shoulders, quietly enjoying the feeling of happiness and intoxication she had worked so hard for. Although it was clear and bright, the night sky tonight was extremely clear, quiet and deep, and the sky was full of stars. They blinked in the sky one by one, as if they were peeping at the two people on the playground. Ling Yun said that he wanted revenge, so he was joking with Chao Shanshan, so he gently embraced Chao Shanshan's soft waist and slowly paced forward along the playground. From the back, Ling Yun's tall and straight body and Chao Shanshan's tall and slender body are tightly attached to each other, gradually blending into this quiet night. The picture is very romantic and beautiful. The gentle night wind came, and the corners of Chao Shanshan's long floral dress flew up, and the side facing the wind was tightly attached to her charming body, highlighting her slender and straight legs, mysterious and attractive. Wearing this floral dress today doesn't seem to fail like I imagined. Chao Shanshan was a little overjoyed, but her face became hotter and redder. Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled slightly. At first, she was a little stiff because of her nervousness, but when she found that Ling Yun was just holding her and didn't do anything else, she gradually relaxed and became quiet and peaceful. It turns out that it is such a wonderful feeling to be hugged by a beloved boy. It would be great if we could keep going like this. Chao Shanshan hopes that this road will never end. Ling Yun's shoulders and arms brought her a sense of warmth and security that she had never felt before. This feeling is different from excitement. Let her experience the taste of being cared for. After walking quietly for about 100 meters, Ling Yun suddenly spoke, and a clear voice broke the silence around him. "Where does your family live?" Chao Shanshan was startled and thought to herself, "Is he really going to send me back so early? Stupid, really big stupid." But she still whispered, "The 3rd district of Qingxi Villa district. When I was a freshman in high school, I lived there as soon as I came to Qingshui City to go to school." When Ling Yun heard it, he smiled and said, "Hey. Then we will be neighbors in the future. I live in Qingxi Villa and go to District 4. Ah?" Chao Shanshan was stunned. The 4th district of Qingxi Villa district? That is the newest and most luxurious villa in Qingxi Villa district. When did Ling Yun live there? When did you live in District 4? Chao Shanshan asked in shock. "I haven't moved in yet. I just bought a villa in District 4 yesterday, and I haven't had time to buy furniture yet," Ling Yun said casually. "My God? I just bought it yesterday? There's number 20 million for the villa there, Where did you get that much money?" Chao Shanshan just felt that her brain was running out of use. Looking at Chao Shanshan's surprised look, Ling Yun smiled brightly, the dimples on his face appeared at once. He stood still and said to Chao Shanshan with a smile, "Why, you are only allowed to live in a villa if you have money." "I can't live in a villa." "What?" As for where the money came from, he certainly couldn't tell Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan was shyly stared at by Ling Yun's pair of eyes that were brighter than the stars in the sky. She wanted to look away, but she tried a few times but couldn't bear it, so she bowed her head slightly and said, "Who said you can't live in a villa anymore? Just happy for you." Ling Yun smiled lightly. "Are you in a hurry to go home?" Chao Shanshan didn't even hesitate, she blurted out, "Don't worry." She was afraid that she wasn't clear enough. Wei Wei paused for a while and then said, "Isn't it a holiday tomorrow? You can go back tonight as late as possible. Go, and sit for a while." Ling Yan's right hand left Xiao Shanshan's willow waist, and instead embraced her shoulders and led her to the parallel bars on the inner side of the road. Ling Yan patted the cold parallel bars lightly, then asked Xiao Shanshan with a smile, "Can you go up?" Xiao Shanshan has some martial arts skills in her body. Of course, going to the parallel bars is a piece of cake, but in front of Ling Yan, she can't say it's okay, so she shyly said, "He's wearing a skirt." Ling Yan laughed, and in Xiao Shanshan's tender voice, she reached out with both hands, hugged Xiao Shanshan and flew up to the parallel bars, and then gently placed her by his side. Xiao Shanshan abruptly lifted her feet off the ground, and she managed to keep her balance after a rush of hands and feet. She leaned back slightly, her hands supported a horizontal bar at the back, turned her head and gave Ling Yan a wide eye, and said coquettishly, "You are dead, no. With the consent of the people." Ling Yan laughed, then the smile faded, and said to Xiao Shanshan, who was so coquettish and angry, "Xiao Shanshan, thank you." Xiao Shanshan was a little stunned by Ling Yan's words, and she said in astonishment, "Thank me? Thank me for what?" Ling Yan said lightly, "The day Qinglong's people came to trouble me, you were the first to come downstairs, and you helped me with my homework in the past 2 days, shouldn't I thank you?" In fact, what really made Ling Yun change his opinion of Xiao Shanshan was the time when Ling Yun was giving Li Qingchuan acupuncture and was surrounded by Qinglong's people, and Xiao Shanshan rushed down desperately. At that time, Xiao Shanshan didn't know that Ling Yun was so capable of fighting, but when she saw Qinglong's appearance, she rushed down without hesitation. Ling Yun always remembered this scene. After Xiao Shanshan heard it, she was stunned for a while, a little stunned, even more shocked than hearing Ling Yun say that she bought a villa in Qingxi Villa district. Xiao Shanshan always thought that Ling Yun was always a light-hearted person who didn't care about anything and didn't care. She never thought that Ling Yun would actually see what she did. But I didn't help you that day at all, and you don't need anyone else's help." There was an inexplicable warm current in Xiao Shanshan's heart, she murmured in disbelief. Ling Yan smiled softly, "But you didn't know that at that time." In Ling Yan's opinion, it was very rare for Xiao Shanshan to be able to do that. Xiao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun blankly. She had seen the timid and cowardly Ling Yun, the humble and insignificant Ling Yun, the madly running Ling Yun, the powerful and unparalleled Ling Yun, the domineering and shameless Ling Yun, and the greedy Ling Yun. But she had never seen such a careful Ling Yun and such a gentle Ling Yun. It turns out that he didn't see what he did for him, he just didn't say it. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the gap between the two suddenly narrowed to almost nothing. "Ling Yun, I can't see you through any more." Xiao Shanshan sighed, her words a little sad. Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's better if you can't see it through, but you won't like it if you see it through." "Fuck you, who said I liked you?" Xiao Shanshan felt that for the first time she had the right to talk to Ling Yun on an equal footing since she became strong. "Oh, so I don't like it? That's good, then I can rest assured." Ling Yan's tone of voice was as if he had put down a big stone in his heart. Xiao Shanshan angrily took a pair of Qiushui bright eyes and rolled Ling Yan's eyes, and then she said coquettishly, "You will bully me, and they will be bullied to death by you these days." Ling Yan laughed happily, looked up at the stars in the sky, and said lightly, "It deserves it." After the two frolicked for a while, Xiao Shanshan said in a serious tone, "Ling Yan, you are so amazing now." Ling Yan said calmly, "Really?" Xiao Shanshan nodded without doubt, and said softly, "Well, do you belong to those people?" "Those people? Who are those people?" Ling Yan asked with increased interest when he heard the word "those people" for the first time. When Xiao Shanshan saw Ling Yan's confused look, she was surprised. "It's those people, those who can cultivate. Who is your master? Didn't he tell you these things?" Xiao Shanshan's family is one of the 7 major families in the capital. Naturally, there are cultivators in her family who are the elders of the family and protect the law, so she knows these things. Otherwise, after seeing Ling Yun running 11 laps on the playground carrying a sandbag, she would not be able to say with certainty that Ling Yun had broken her physical limit. Therefore, after seeing Ling Yun's performance against the sky in the past 2 days, although Chao Shanshan was shocked, she accepted it at once, because Ling Yun now undoubtedly belongs to one of those people, but she does not know which school Ling Yun belongs to. Just who? Ling Yun was overjoyed, since Chao Shanshan knew that there were people who practiced, no matter whether the practice was true or not, at least he knew that there were people just like him in this world. So Ling Yun said quickly, "My master?" "My master is an old man with a white beard. After he taught me a set of cultivation techniques 8 years ago, I have never seen him again." "Have you ever met a practitioner?" Ling Yun was trying to deceive people without paying for his life, and he took out the trick of coaxing xuanhuan. Chao Shanshan took it seriously, because those people couldn't make assumptions, they always saw the dragon before the end, so she didn't think too much, just nodded and said, "Your master is really irresponsible. I've seen people who cultivate, because I have several at home." "You have one at home?" This time it was Ling Yun's turn to be stunned. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Among all the people Ling Yun has come into contact with now, except Miao Xiaomiao, Xiao Mimi, and the dead Xianjiao, they are truly cultivators, that is, the nine-tailed Tianhu Xiao Bai. However, no matter whether it is Miao Xiaomiao or Xiao Mimi and the dead Xianjiao, they still can't reach the level of self-cultivation. Seriously, they only know martial arts, that is to say, they can only be called at most a martial arts master, but not a cultivator. Now that Chao Shanshan said that there are cultivators in her family, and there are quite a few, it is no wonder that he is not excited. Seeing Ling Yun's stunned expression, Chao Shanshan's eyes caught water, and she glanced at him with a smile on her cheeks, thinking that she would finally shock you once. Chao Shanshan thought for a while, carefully organized the words in her mind, and then smiled at Ling Yun, who had the words "seeking popular science" written on Jun's face. We in China have many big families that were born or not born. The unborn family is usually called the hidden family. Almost all the hidden families are the ancient Chinese martial arts inheritance families. These ancient martial arts families have almost every direct line in the family. All of them practice ancient martial arts. If it is to fight martial arts, our families who were born cannot compete with those hidden families. However, because most of the Guwu family are hidden from the world, and the members of the family's direct line are all obsessed with martial arts cultivation, so although there are many masters in their family, if the ancient Wu family is compared with our families who were born in the secular world, power and financial resources come, but they are not enough. Of course, those people in the ancient martial arts family don't care about the power and money in the world at all. What they pursue is only the strongest martial arts, and it's just cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Yun nodded thoughtfully, because he himself is such a person, apart from constantly cultivating to make himself stronger, he really disdains power and money from the bottom of his heart. He asked, casually, "What about the family that was born?" Chao Shanshan smiled brightly. "There are too many big families born in China. Such families only need to have power in the secular world. If they are rich, powerful, and can last for 3 generations without declining, they can be called secular family in. But having power, money, and power, they can only be regarded as ordinary families in the secular world. It is far from being a real big family, a real family born from the world. There must be a background, and this background requires 2 aspects. To decide, one is that someone in the family must hold an important position in the country, the other is that it must be recognized and supported by the ancient Wu family, or some hidden sects. These 2 elements are the necessary conditions to determine whether a family can become a big family born in China, and they are indispensable. And such a true birth family. There are 7 in Yanjing, and our Chao family is one of the 7 major families in Yanjing. Therefore, we naturally have practitioners like you in our family. Chao Shanshan is worthy of being one of the 7 great families in the capital. In just a few minutes, Ling Yun has learned a lot about the family at the top of the Huaxia pyramid. Ling Yun quickly memorized and digested the information from Chao Shanshan in his heart, and he quickly asked, I think you can also learn some martial arts. Did you learn it from those cultivators? What is the highest level they have reached? Chao Shanshan smiled shyly. The martial arts of my 3-legged cats are nothing in your eyes at all. Just because I was interested, I randomly learned it from an acquired master on the 2nd floor for 2 years. Ling Yunqin said that it is no wonder that your martial arts are so poor. It turned out that you learned it from a master at the level of Xuanjiu, and it sounded like you were fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. I just heard Chao Shanshan continue. As for the specific realm, I only know that those masters are divided into the acquired realm and the innate realm, and then I don't know. But it is said that the masters who have reached the innate realm are really terrifying. For the 7 major families in Yanjing, almost every family has 1 or 2 innate masters in charge, but I heard from my grandfather that the Ling family was angry because of a big incident 18 years ago. A congenital expert in the family, that incident made them offend 2 or 3 very powerful hidden sections. Therefore, the Ling family is now the most difficult family among the 7 major families. It's not that there is another expert at the peak of the 9th floor of the acquired world who is struggling to support the Ling family. Their family has long been excluded from the 7 major families. According to my grandfather, that incident was really big at the time, and it almost shook all the hidden sects, the ancient martial arts family, and the big family in China. The support of the powerful Long family will definitely be destroyed. When Chao Shanshan said this, she continued to smash the news. That year, our Huaxia was really in turmoil, because at the same time as the Ling family's accident, the Qin family, the largest hidden family in southern China, also had a huge incident. The commotion is no smaller than the Ling family. Chao Shanshan said it with relish, but Ling Yan's expression changed greatly when he listened to it. Ling family? Qin family? Why do these 2 surnames sound so familiar? Ling Yan's thoughts turned and he was shocked, but he tried to keep calm on his face, and asked Chao Shanshan, Ling family? What Ling family? Chao Shanshan's words were suddenly interrupted by Ling Yun. She suddenly turned her head and glanced at Ling Yun in astonishment, her big bright eyes lit up. Chao Shanshan stared at Ling Yun like a ghost and said, Oh, I was patronizing and talking just now, but I forgot that your surname is Ling too. However, Chao Shanshan thought about it and thought that there are such coincidences in the world. She giggled and counted with her fingers. Let me tell you, the 7 major families in Yanjing are the Long family, the Ling family, the Chao family, the Chen family, the Sun family, the Yi family, and the Li family. Ling Yun didn't have time to listen to this now. He interrupted Chao Shanshan's popular science with a wave of his hand, and then asked anxiously, Then do you know what happened to the Ling family and the Qin family? Chao Shanshan was rudely interrupted by her lover. She gave Ling Yun a charming look and said, How do I know that? It is an absolute secret, even my grandfather can't tell me. Who would have these things? Talking nonsense from the outside can lead to a fatal disaster at light, or a massacre at worst. Ling Yun just heard the important point now. When Chao Shanshan said he didn't know, he was about to use some means to pry out some useful information from Chao Shanshan's mouth, but heard Chao Shanshan's cell phone rang. Chao Shanshan held the horizontal bar behind the parallel bars with one hand, and took out the phone from the bag above her legs with the other hand. She only glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and pressed to reject it. Ling Yun asked in surprise, Why didn't you pick it up? Did your family tell you to go back? Chao Shanshan frowned and said, It's one of my cousins who has been calling me like crazy every day for the past month. It's annoying. Ling Yun smiled and said, Cousin? It's not that I fell in love with you, and I want to marry you, right? As the saying goes, a watch is 3,000 miles away, and a cousin who can't beat his cousin is really easier to succeed. Chao Shanshan snorted shyly, but she couldn't say anything to refute. She is now an 18-year-old girl with a very smart mind. Chao Shanshan can know what kind of thoughts her cousin is pretending to be. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun deeply with her bright eyes, and she said shyly, he is from the Chen family in the capital. He went to the United States 3 years ago and has never come back. I don't know why, he has been calling and harassing me this month. At this moment, the cell phone that Chao Shanshan had not had time to put down rang again, and it was obvious that the young Master Chen in the United States had not given up. Chao Shanshan snorted irritably again, pressed the answer button with her snow-white and beautiful fingers, and asked in a cold tone, how many times have I told you, don't harass me again, okay? I'm busy taking the college entrance examination now. It has been half an hour since the school was dismissed. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Most of the lights in the classrooms upstairs had been turned off. The students who went home from the holiday had almost left. The playground was dark and quiet. Therefore, Ling Yun heard the voice from Chao Shanshan's mobile phone clearly. Of course, according to Ling Yun's current hearing ability, even if there are 100 people around the two beating the gong together, he can still hear clearly. I just heard a man on the phone say in an unusually feminine voice, Shanshan, I'm about to board the plane back home, I'll call you first and say. There is a 12-hour time difference between China and the United States, and the United States is now around 9 in the morning. Chao Shanshan was stunned when she heard it, but then she frowned and said, it's none of my business whether you go back to China or not. Please don't call me in the future, okay? If you do this again, I'll change my phone number. Chen Gongzi on the other end of the phone smiled softly, Sister Shanshan, I came back to China because of you, how can you talk to my cousin like this? Besides, since I can find your mobile number, I can find you. New phone number. Ling Yun immediately frowned upon hearing this, thinking that although this man's voice was very feminine, his tone was quite domineering, and there was a hint of a threat to Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan's face turned pale, she first turned her head and glanced at Ling Yun who was beside her, then bit her lower lip and pondered for a while, then replied coldly, I used to talk like this, I don't need to change my mobile number, but now I'm busy preparing for the college entrance examination, I want you to stop harassing me before my college entrance examination, okay? Chao Shanshan actually wanted to say that she already had a boyfriend, but she thought about it. One is that Ling Yun has not admitted being her boyfriend yet, and the other is that she is worried that Ling Yun will not be able to deal with her cousin, so she finally chose not to say anything. The feminine Chen Gongzi said, okay then, I just have to be busy for 2 months after I return to China. I'll wait for your college entrance examination to end. Bye-bye. Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan, who was still frowning after hanging up the phone, and said with a smile, it seems that your cousin is quite powerful, he looks confident. Chao Shanshan was extremely irritable, her youngest daughter's mood was fully revealed, she gave Ling Yun a white look, and said coquettishly, humph, it's not for you. To be continued. To be continued. Dragon Emperor Wushan only on behalf of the author Bu Zheng. If you find that the content is in violation of national laws, please delete it. The position is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. Chao Shanshan had been lying on the parallel bars for so long, her round buttocks were numb, she suddenly said to Ling Yun coquettishly, I don't want to sit here anymore, so stupid. Ling Yun laughed, and flew off the parallel bars, then turned around and stretched out his hands to Chao Shanshan, would you like to carry you down? Chao Shanshan stared at Ling Yun who was in front of her with big bright eyes, a charming smile on the corner of her mouth, and said in a sullen voice, you can do it yourself. That being said, she has already opened her 2 pink arms, and the action speaks for itself. Ling Yun was rude, he immediately lifted Chao Shanshan from the parallel bars, and was about to put her on the ground when he heard Chao Shanshan say with a blushing face, don't let it go. The nephrite jade is full of warmth, and she is not allowed to let it go. What else is there to be polite about Ling Yun? He smiled brightly, and tightly hugged Chao Shanshan's delicate and protruding body with one hand, then pulled out his left hand to support her delicate buttocks, changed the vertical hug to a horizontal hug, and changed to a position that made Chao Shanshan extremely comfortable in his own arms. With a click, the designer bag in Chao Shanshan's hand fell to the ground. She had no teacher, so she naturally wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck, blushing and panting, her chest rising and falling violently. I didn't expect you to be quite heavy. Ling Yun smiled and lowered his head to tease Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan was immediately embarrassed, pouting her sexy mouth and defending, "Nonsense, people only have 98 pounds. If they lose weight, there will be shrinking there." Ling Yun's pair of eyes stared at Chao Shanshan's large white and towering chest without blinking, pretending to be puzzled. Where will it shrink? Chao Shanshan was even more shy when Ling Yun looked at her. She simply closed her eyes and said, "That's where your thief's eyes are." Ling Yun laughed loudly, his eyes carefully studied and compared Chao Shanshan's towering chest, and said in his heart that according to Zhuang Meifeng's size, Chao Shanshan should be at least 34D, right? He continued to tease Chao Shanshan and said, "Don't worry, you can't shrink, didn't I tell you, it's so big, so tall, so strong." Chao Shanshan instantly remembered the first dispute between the two on the second floor of the school cafeteria, and she was so ashamed that she cried. He closed his eyes and plunged his head into Ling Yun's arms at once. He was even more obedient than the cat that had just eaten his fill. He didn't dare to move at all. Chao Shanshan, who was roasted by the fiery masculine breath on Ling Yun's body, was dizzy. His cheeks were bright red, and he was panting quickly, feeling that this was the safest embrace in the world. After a long while, Chao Shanshan opened her eyes. She looked up at Ling Yun's face for a long time, and then said quietly, "Ling Yun. I never really looked down on you." Ling Yun smiled lightly and said softly, "I know. You only have your own pride because of your identity." Chao Shanshan just told Ling Yun her identity without any reservations. At that moment, Ling Yun understood why the two of them were incompatible. Because no matter in the world of cultivation, or in the prosperous world of Huaxia, Ling Yun is such a person, the pride in his heart is thousands of times stronger than Chao Shanshan's pride. Therefore, Ling Yun instantly understood this stunning girl in his arms. At this moment, Chao Shanshan had no reservations about Ling Yun. Ling Yun truly understood Chao Shanshan. The gap between the two completely disappeared. "Ling Yun, promise me, you must be admitted to Yanqing University, okay?" Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun deeply and said very seriously. Ling Yun had already promised his mother anyway. After agreeing to Ning Lingyu and setting up a gamble, he didn't care about promising another Chao Shanshan. He simply nodded, but then asked with a smile, "Why?" Chao Shanshan wrapped her arms around Ling Yun tightly, and rubbed her cheeks gently on Ling Yun's shoulder. She said softly, "Because I want to go to the same university as you. Because Yanjing belongs to you. Stage, because I'm taking you home." Chao Shanshan's words were already very blatant, it was even more violent and direct than courting on the spot, and she was about to bring Ling Yun back to the family. This is the difference between Chao Shanshan and Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng's family can only be said to be rich. In addition, it can be regarded as having some power in Qingshui City, but Zhuang Meifeng's family is far from the level of Chao Shanshan's family. The knowledge is different, and the words that are said are naturally different, although Chao Shanshan is 3 years younger than Zhuang Meifeng. Chao Shanshan could vaguely see Ling Yun's future. She knew that a small curve of clear water could not keep Ling Yun as a big dragon. Therefore, after Chao Shanshan worked hard to bridge the gap between her and Ling Yun, he stated his expectations directly. Leaving the rest aside, in terms of knowledge and reason, the current Chao Shanshan is far better than Zhuang Meifeng, Lin Menghan, Xue Mining, and even Ning Lingyu. Since she found herself in love with Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan has no scruples and boldly launched a fierce love offensive against Ling Yun. She put everything aside, she has no reservations. She has even been quietly planning the road she and Ling Yun will take in the future. This is Chao Shanshan, from a famous family. Take me home? I'm afraid your cousin will eat me. Ling Yun laughed. He dares. Don't worry, as long as you are willing, I will try my best to pave your way to my house, and no one can stop you. Chao Shanshan said these words firmly and decisively, her eyes and face were firmer than ever before. Ling Yun stared deeply at the jade man in his arms with a pair of eyes as deep as the vast starry sky. He slowly shook his head and said, No, in this world, I, Ling Yun, come and go whenever I want, no matter where I go, the road, I can shop myself, I can go by myself. After speaking, he gave Chao Shanshan an intoxicating smile. Chao Shanshan is really drunk. In the world, come when you want, go when you want. No matter where you go, you have to pave the way yourself, and you have to walk the road yourself. What kind of man is this to say such arrogant, domineering, and shocking words? Yes, Chao Shanshan really couldn't see through Ling Yun more and more, but such Ling Yun made her infatuated, made her feel uneasy, and made her heart shake. Chao Shanshan finally stabilized her mind, she panted shyly and said, Ling Yun, can you be someone else's boyfriend? Seeing Chao Shanshan's reluctance to say it, Ling Yun said for her with a smile. Bang! Chao Shanshan was embarrassed and buried her head deeply in Ling Yun's arms again. Who is Chao Shanshan? In this situation, if she doesn't say these words, then she will definitely regret her life for 500 years. However, Ling Yun slowly shook his head and said, Aren't we doing well now? Chao Shanshan was taken aback for a while, she was nervous, and said softly, But, everyone is doing that for you. Ling Yun giggled and said deliberately, What about me? When Chao Shanshan saw Ling Yun deliberately teasing her, she immediately said shyly and angrily, You've killed you, and ignored you. He ignored Ling Yun, but his head kept digging into Ling Yun's arms, but his heart was secretly hated. He was really stupid, he was bolder than anyone else in class. There were only 2 people tonight, but Ling Yun seemed to be more honest than a gentleman. Ling Yun held back his smile and said seriously to Chao Shanshan, Shanshan, it's not that I don't agree with you, it's that I can't protect you at all. Give me 2 months, let's discuss this issue in depth, okay? When Chao Shanshan heard this, she was instantly satisfied, she raised her head suddenly, and said to Ling Yun with great joy, Really? Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's surprised look, nodded heavily and said, Really? However, there are unforeseen circumstances, and everything will depend on 2 months. Time to kiss. Chao Shanshan stared at Ling Yun with anticipation for a long time, but seeing that this guy who was usually worse than anyone else seemed to have turned into an elm lump at this time, he didn't look like he wanted to kiss her at all, and he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Not to mention kissing Chao Shanshan, Ling Yun is the left hand holding Chao Shanshan's tender buttocks, and up to now, she has been honest and never moved. Ling Yun thought about it for a while, and suddenly said to Chao Shanshan with a smile, After the Qingming festival holiday is over, I'll give you a present, okay? Chao Shanshan said happily, What gift? Ling Yun laughed, winked at her, and said mysteriously, Secret. Chao Shanshan gave Ling Yun a sullen look, then wriggled her delicate body in his arms, and said with a pout, Put me down. Ling Yun casually put Chao Shanshan on the ground. Chao Shanshan landed on both feet, she twirled her delicate body gracefully, then stared at Ling Yun with provocative eyes and said, Hey, didn't you say you want revenge tonight? After speaking, he boldly straightened his delicate body, and slightly raised the 2 snow-white flesh balls towering in front of his chest. Chao Shanshan flirted with him in Ling Yun's arms. You have been arrogant to me for a long time. You are no longer afraid of Ling Yun taking advantage of her. Now Ling Yun has suddenly become so honest, Chao Shanshan can say that she is anxious and angry, and she hates Ling Yun. Would. Ling Yun stared at the two white balls on Chao Shanshan's slightly trembling chest, and said with a faint smile, "This handsome guy has this revenge in his heart, and I will avenge it at any time, but it's a bit late now, should I send you home?" Ling Yun has now confirmed that there are many beings stronger than himself in this world. He is anxious to go back to practice. Of course, it is impossible to use his mind to bully Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan stomped her feet angrily and said, "It's just past 9 o'clock, why are you sending people home?" Ling Yun was helpless and spread out his hands at Chao Shanshan. "If you don't go home, where are we going now? What's the point of just standing here?" Chao Shanshan's big bright eyes turned, and she suddenly smiled sweetly. "How about we go to dance?" It can be said that Chao Shanshan has almost achieved all her wishes tonight. For her love of dancing, there is nothing better than dancing to express the warm emotions in her heart. Ling Yun was stunned and said, "Bang Di? Dance? You really know how to dance?" To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Thinking of dancing, Chao Shanshan felt that every cell in her body trembled with excitement. She squatted down on her graceful body, picked up the bag that had just been thrown on the ground, and took the initiative to take Ling Yun's arm. Let's go to SOS, it's the right time to go." Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's excited expression, and couldn't bear to touch her good intentions, so he could only follow Chao Shanshan step by step. He asked with great interest, "Shanshan, they all said that you must be good at dancing, is it true?" Of? Chao Shanshan squeezed Ling Yun's elbows, with the two tall meatballs on her chest, intentionally or unintentionally. She gave Ling Yun a charming sideways glance, and said coquettishly, "You'll know after a while?" Seeing that Chao Shanshan had to go, Ling Yun could only accept his fate. He glanced at the almost empty campus, and then said to Chao Shanshan, "Hey, is it too slow for us to go this way?" Chao Shanshan stopped, turned her head to look at Ling Yun and said, "Then how do we go?" Before she finished speaking, Chao Shanshan felt her feet leave the ground, her fiery body was picked up by Ling Yun once again, and then the strong wind hit her face. She felt like she flew out with a swipe. Ling Yun hugged Chao Shanshan's soft body and performed 1,000 miles of walking. It was useless for even 15 seconds, and he came to the school gate. Chao Shanshan looked at the busy traffic on Shuafu Road, and hurriedly shouted shyly, "Let me down." While she was amazed at Ling Yun's terrifying speed, she was also anxious about Ling Yun's unscrupulousness. Ling Yun put down Chao Shanshan and asked, suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Chao Shanshan stood up straight, then slightly adjusted her messy hair and long skirt, and then said to Ling Yun, "Look at this road, there are so many vehicles and pedestrians coming and going, if you speed like just now, it's too much." Attention grabbing. Ling Yun thought that Chao Shanshan was going to say something, but he said indifferently, "Just pay attention. They don't know me anyway. Besides, they can't even see our shadow." Chao Shanshan shook her head and smiled softly. She raised her slender hand and pointed to the top of the intersection ahead. "Brother, did you see the camera? There are countless cameras monitoring traffic in this city. If you are recorded by them, then wait for delivery. Go to the country's mystery department and be a guinea pig." Ling Yun was taken aback for a while. "Do you think there is still this stubble? That oneself has been galloping around the city these past few nights. Why is no one looking for me?" These days, Ling Yun is holding Ming Lingyu. Shui Mining, Shuang Meifeng, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, etc. have all galloped on the road in front of the school with great speed. When he was alone in the middle of the night, when he galloped with all his strength, it seemed that there was nothing unusual. However, Ling Yun still followed the direction of Chao Shanshan's finger and stared at the camera for a while, thinking that it seemed that he would have to keep a low profile in the future. The high-tech of this society still has its brilliance. Ling Yun was still thinking about keeping a low profile at this time. What he didn't know was that his performance in Qingshui No. 1, and the video of him galloping like lightning on the streets of the city, had already been filmed many times. Not only that, but the special mysterious department of the country, as well as the organization of power users, have come to Shimizu City. Go to Qingshui City Public Security Bureau and take all his files. Chao Shanshan is like Ling Yun's professional teacher in this regard. She smiled and said to Ling Yun, "You have already broken your physical limit, although I can't see what level of cultivation you have reached now, but you are definitely better than the one who taught me. The martial arts master on the second floor of the day after tomorrow is much more powerful, so try to keep a low profile when it's time to keep a low profile." Qingshui City is also one of the top 10 big cities in China. The master of Ling Yun wondered, "Didn't you say that only those hidden families and ancient martial arts sects have those people? Why are there also in the city?" The SOS really started to be lively at 10 o'clock in the evening, so Chao Shanshan was not in a hurry at all. She smiled and said patiently to Ling Yun, "Who said that those hidden families and ancient martial arts must be hidden in the famous mountains and rivers that are inaccessible? De'in is hidden in the city, have you heard of it?" Chao Shanshan ordered Ling Yun. Then he continued to say softly, "Until you have enough strength to protect yourself, you must not show your strength so recklessly in the mundane world. This will disrupt certain balances, cause shock to the world, and make it difficult for some departments of the state to handle." "Yes, do you understand?" After Ling Yun heard Chao Shanshan's words, he suddenly thought of Miao Xiaomiao. Indeed, although Miao Xiaomiao is no weaker than Ling Yun now, in the eyes of all ordinary people, she has never shown her strength. Except for being beautiful and sexy, she is no different from ordinary people. But no one has ever told me this. Ling Yun scratched his head angrily and said helplessly. Chao Shanshan burst out laughing, and the laughing branches trembled. "It's the white-bearded old man who taught you kung fu. He didn't even tell you this." "Didn't I tell you now? Don't worry, as long as if you pay attention in the future, it will be fine. If anyone dares to touch you, there is also me." She just gave Ling Yun a wake-up call. If someone really wanted to take Ling Yun for research on guinea pigs, Chao Shanshan was the first to refuse. "Then let's take a taxi?" Ling Yun said helplessly to Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly, raised her slender hand and waved it in the air, stopped a taxi, and the two got in one after another. "Master, go to the pedestrian street first, please hurry up." Ling Yun asked the excited Chao Shanshan in confusion, "Didn't you go to dance? What are you doing on the pedestrian street?" Chao Shanshan wrapped her whole body around Ling Yun's body. She smiled tenderly, "They are wearing long skirts, why are they dancing?" "I'm going to buy some clothes." Ling Yun was sweating profusely, thinking that the rich are really different, so he even went to buy clothes to put on. There was no traffic jam at night, and the taxi quickly came to the pedestrian street. Chao Shanshan asked the taxi to stop in front of a famous brand store, and then the two got off. Chao Shanshan's goal is very clear. After entering the store, she directly chooses a cute white strapless suspender, and a pair of denim hot pants that can wrap her round and round buttocks, and put them on. Completed the transformation from a lady schoolgirl to a hot young girl. This was not enough. After she pulled Ling Yun, who was stunned, from the store, she went to a shoe store to buy a pair of shiny high-heeled sandals wrapped around her snow-white ankles. After she was properly dressed, Chao Shanshan stood up beautifully. In front of Ling Yun, he stared at Ling Yun with big bright eyes and said, "How is it?" This. Ling Yun was truly stunned. The Chao Shanshan in front of her, wearing high heels, is between 1.76 and 1.78 meters tall. She has a slender and embossed body, with a bulging front and back. The little cutie tightly wrapped a pair of towering flesh balls on her chest, and the 20 cm long denim hot pants wrapped her round buttocks, and there was still some distance between the little cutie's hem and the hot pants. It is this distance that shows Chao Shanshan's sexy and hot small waist, white and crystal clear, flat and firm, with a mysterious navel, and a pair of dazzling snow-white straight and slender legs. In addition, the head full of blue silk that poured down like an ink-dyed waterfall fluttered in the wind. It was simply beautiful. 8 words to describe: youth is invincible, full of heat. Sexy is naturally sexy, but this is far from the shocking visual impact brought by Chao Shanshan's huge changes in the past 20 minutes to Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan was very familiar with the female boss of the clothing store. She put all the clothes she changed into with the female boss, saying that she would come to pick it up tomorrow. Looking at Ling Yun's stunned and shocked expression, she couldn't help but smile proudly. You dare to bully people like that, and let them do nothing about you. This girl is the dream goddess in the hearts of most boys in Qingshui No. 1 middle school. Ling Yun nodded dumbly, thinking that no wonder Chao Shanshan is so proud. She does have something to be proud of. Chao Shanshan hugged Ling Yun's arm again. Let's go, take a taxi and dance. When she thought of showing her strongest aspect in front of Ling Yun, she couldn't wait. Chao Shanshan had 10,000 reasons to believe that her dance performance tonight would definitely leave Ling Yun with an unforgettable memory. The two stopped a taxi again, and Chao Shanshan was familiar with the road, and asked the driver to go straight to Longpan Road near the Olympic Sports Center in Qingshui City. Olympic Sports Center? Ling Yun couldn't help remembering what Ma Tianfeng had told him, asking him to represent the school in the provincial sports meeting. Chao Shanshan smiled and said, Storm SOS, located at No. 9 Longpan Road near the Olympic Sports Center, is the best disco bar in Qingshui City. Storm SOS is the first multifunctional and three-dimensional entertainment complex in Qingshui City. Culture, visual art, and the pioneering concept of dance art, presenting a new trend of 360-degree three-dimensional entertainment in the future. There is a 360-degree full-motion three-dimensional hot dance scene, a flying Big Mac wine cabinet, and European romance and simplicity. Party room design style, out of the cliché of KTV. Chao Shanshan is full of interest, and talks about dance discs like a lot of things, but Ling Yun doesn't know what 360-degree three-dimensional and full-motion three-dimensional hot dance are at all. Fortunately, he basically understands high school English now, and what he said to Chao Shanshan, they can still understand English. Ling Yun looked at the transformed Chao Shanshan, smiled, and said, It seems that you really like dancing. Chao Shanshan smiled mysteriously, pouting her delicate red lips, and said, I don't have anything else to do. When I'm bored, I just learn it casually. At 9:58 in the evening, the taxi stopped at No. 9 Longpan Road, in front of SOS. Chao Shanshan took the initiative to check out, then dragged Ling Yun out of the car, raised her snow-white jade arm like a lotus root and pointed, Look, it's there. Ling Yun didn't need to look at it at all. When he was 3 miles away, he had already heard the cool, dynamic, and strong drumming music. Is this D? Ling Yun looked at the red, green, blue and other ambiguous and tempting lights shot out of the D bar, and listened to the loud whistles and deafening music there. A charming smile evoked on the corner of his mouth. To be continued. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net.